questions and variables, and you're still trying to figure out exactly how the zone works. And so having that centralized location isn't always the best. Like Jayhawk said, having that having the edges definitely works out. There are great rotation paths. It's a pretty small map as well, and so you can navigate it easy. The big problem is, of course, a lot of the choke points, but that just means you have to stay vigilant.
Yeah, I think that overview of how the legend bans were going across all of the series. And one of the things that Jamerson was here when we talked about it, but that we were seeing from that first day was that the legends that were more popular, like the Newcastles and the Catalysts, were either getting banned first or they were just making their way through after that and not getting banned at all. So talk to me about what you were noticing with the legend ban system.
Yeah, well, you know, we always sort of cover, I guess, NA and follow along with their legend bans, but like people keep forgetting about all the other regions that kind of implement it. So I was sort of there with like a lot of Apex South teams, and Crypto is like #1 pick for us, and that generally happens in Apex South and Apex North. So it was sort of, I guess, a nice little different feat, but I think they're kind of following along with a lot of other teams here. So we did see Catalyst go on first, Alter, and that sort of thing. So I feel like it's kind of a, yeah, they're just a sheep mentality, a lot of these teams. When we were watching scrims, it was completely different. So they're kind of changing their tune.
And you know, you had mentioned it too, Jayhawk, when we were talking about the legend bans. There are some teams that are not necessarily off meta, but picking legends that are making sure they're not getting banned in the first few rounds so that they can stay in a set comp. So give me your thoughts on that.
I think it definitely works. Virtus Pro is the #1 overall seed in this entire tournament, and that has been their strategy throughout Pro League. They were not picking Ashe. They were not picking Alter as early as some of these other teams were, where you think that back then Ashe was getting banned immediately. They did not care. And all of a sudden, look what's happened. Ashe has kind of fallen out of favor, so maybe they were having a little bit of an early read on the meta, but ultimately, to play a little more defensive. It just changes the way that you have to approach the game from a mindset perspective. And so if you just have that stability of, we just play the same characters, this is our bread and butter, we know what we're good at, I think it can definitely be an advantage.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of teams finding some success with that, especially some of the newer teams. So chat, I hope you are all prepared now that we've done a lot of breakdown here to prepare you for the first series of the day, because our players are ready, the stage is set, and our wonderful casters are ready to go as well. So Dia, Graceful, let's kick off day 2.
Thank you so much, Glitter, and obviously our AD did a fantastic job of setting up today's games, Graceful. Now it's time to see what pins these teams will knock down, because yesterday we had our expectations. I had my expectations. In many ways, maybe not shattered, but slowly picked apart by the Twerkaholics. I felt like I was losing my mind by the end of the day going, oh my, this is an ALGS LAN, and the Twerkaholics are doing so well. Now as we change things up, we swap up groups, we are staying in the winners round 2. So these are the teams that have placed top 10 in their previous lobbies, and as our analysts did us the favor of pointing out, have done very, very well in them.
As we're going into, you know, later stages of this tournament as well, now going in as of yesterday, we just saw a few teams holding straight up W running at everybody, which is also very fun, but it just goes to show because they also started getting punished by it. In the beginning, they didn't get punished by it, but now they are. It starts to show now, okay, we're fighting.
Like Gaming Gladiators, like Purple Slushy, like Green Stego, it's going to get you knocked out of the tournament pretty early, because these are teams that are ready to fight, and they are not by any means a complete list. When we're looking at all of the squads in the lobby, however, the fact that we're on World's Edge is going to be really important contextual information, as those will be our first 3 games of this set. We'll then be moving on over to E-District, so both actually maps that are pretty closed quarters, that do incentivize a lot of building play. Maybe those conservative squads that are used to a higher level of play will find more success today.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that we'll also see more teams in zone than normally. Yesterday we saw a couple of games where there was even up to 8 teams on edge. Specifically tied to World, there's probably not going to see as many as we move on into E-District as well. Definitely possible because
here. This is winners bracket round 2, group number 2. Falcons going to be landing over in Skyhook West, as is their right, being the first seed coming into this specific group. And Sky West, not a bad choice.
I mean, Falcons, a team I also picked for prediction because I always, you know, keep myself to the ritual of staying true to veterans. I think have a advantage going into these tournaments, knowing how it's been playing. We've been playing this game now for over 6 years. You know, they are ready, locked and loaded, getting loot, playing their macro, and now we'll have to see, will they run into teams early on, as we saw a lot of teams having the same macro.
And looking at just who they're surrounded by as well. Falcons picked Sky West very early, like many teams, ended up prioritizing World's Edge, but Lonely Let Gone did not want to jump into Skyhook with them if they could do anything about it. Unfortunately, a lot of POIs had already been taken, and it turned out, you know, I guess Sky East is going to be all right, but it's not something you want to be opting into. You don't want to be sharing a lot of space with a team like Falcons, who, for the moment, are giving a lot of respect to Lonely Let Gone.
Zone as well, pulling more towards the central side of the map, more towards Lava Siphon, northeast perhaps. We'll have to see now if people are opting to go early. We're already seeing about 4 or 5 teams walking towards there. Will we see a shift of speed now? Because we've been seeing a lot of mid-speed. I don't think that'll be as prevalent on this map, because getting through choke specifically when you're getting held is very punishing on this map specifically.
For a team like Kinotrope, I'm glad that they're able to move quickly. Moving out of Harvester, it's one of the most important things, is that you're able to play zone really effectively. Is it's not really a POI that you're able to flex to edge from with nearly as much ease. So they've got themselves a nice spot in the center of ring in the game, and Gladiators, who opted in to playing through the center of the map from the very start, picked Siphon, are naturally going to have a great spot as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Still seeing some early rotates right now. Some teams are actually, I believe all mid-green Stego. A couple of the teams on edge are still waiting for zone to fully close before they make the next move. It's going to be fun to see.
VVV, actually pretty stable for right now. Bit of an interesting compositional choice, though, for our first game, Ballistic, Rampart, and Altar. You don't see that every day.
No, ramp specifically tied with Altar. If you can make yourself way into a spot comfortably where you can set up the walls, it's going to be really strong. However, might be struggling a little bit more on the mobility as compared to, you know, maybe Wraith and Ashe as well. But I think since they're kind of early and they're literally dead center, could see some big plays happen.
Got to appreciate the creative use of the Altar portal as well. It's clear that there's practice not just on the Legend, but on this specific map, looking for rotations. Team Orchid starting to move up on a fight, and well, we may be ending that fight pretty quickly. CCG do lose one, and well, I believe this res is going to go off. A Renock is instant with that nade. Swiftness just not getting to play Apex Legends today, and Spritzy going to be chased down. It's Panic who's on his tail. Doesn't have the tether available just yet, but the G7, one more shot would finish this from the air. Not going to get it. Orchid looking to put their first 3 KP on the board, will be able to do so right now, taking out our first team of the day. CCG go down, and Orchid start the ball rolling early.
Our friends on the couch as well was really hyping them up, and I see for exactly this reason. Ram, Panic, and Ambino looking really strong, taking that fight with ease, not even taking any damage almost. Really perfect placement on their frag, ended up for an easy clean wipe. And
it'll be really telling how Orchid does in this round, in future rounds, because I'd expect them to be one of our teams that does continue on. But like you talked about, they're also a squad that is really reliant on aggression at this point, and while they've got a fair amount of experience to temper that, how much is this aggressive playstyle going to age well as we get later on into the lobby? A team like 100 Thieves, very, very used to playing constantly in Pro League, and specifically at that very, very highest level in the finals, in the top 5s, top 1s in the world. Are they going to maybe have a playstyle that ages better today, or will they have to wait until tomorrow's rounds to really get their payout for being at the top of ALGS for so long?
Yeah, I mean, it really goes to show to see if they are able to adapt to this current lobby, because as I said before, people are going to rotate more early. We only see 5 teams on edge now as compared to yesterday with 8, 7. But I think, when you have that much experience as they do, they're normally in the finals lobby at the height of Apex, literally. They are definitely more than capable of adapting. It just comes down to how fast you really do it. You have 6 games to do it, but if you do it a little bit too late, we'll have to see.
Orchid playing out of Harvester right now. This is an odd place to play through the mid game, although it is pretty flexible when it comes to moving through chokes. Actually, Jamerson on the desk was pointing out that chokes are such a
for some teams, inconvenient part of World's Edge, a reality that you just have to deal with. When you're opting into playing Harvester in a ring like this, I think you know what you're doing. Team Orchid have an idea that they're going to have to fight through other squads in order to make it into late zones. I'm a little uncomfortable seeing them opt into it this early because it really is, we are going to fight these teams, we're going to win these fights. If you think that you're on even footing with the rest of the lobby, you don't go with this strat.
I like to talk about timing a lot of when do you pick the fight and when do you not pick the fight. They opted to just poke and see if they could. They're probably just scouting around right now to see if they can take this fight because they definitely looked hungry. But the longer we move into the game, the more punishing it is, especially on a map that's also smaller in the sense that people can get to you way faster than on other maps, as let's say E-District, where the map is humongous, right? Yeah. But on World's Edge, you're going to get punished a lot harder. As long as they can keep, be aware of that timing specifically tied to this map, they could take more fights. But they also have to be mindful because, like I always say, always look at when the round is closing and or showing, because that's when we will start seeing a lot of macro happen on the map.
Nice way to take up space with the altar. It is just, I would call this still early game, as we haven't had that first round close yet, although it'll be closing in a few seconds. And we've already established what teams are going to be playing around the center of zone, who's got their predictions, whether they be right or wrong, and then the teams that are playing around the edge. 100 Thieves, Lonely Let Gone, Falcons, and Green Stego. Even Purple Slushy, actually. If you take a look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, those are the notable squads that will be playing around the outside of this ring.
Yeah, and when you see Purple Slushy as well as Reignite on the side of the scene, everybody, 100 Thieves, even Falcons, everybody's playing around objectives because, like I said about mid-speed, they're looking to take these objectives in the form of ring consoles, in the form of beacons, to then decide the next play. They pretty much already know where the zone is going to end, but they need to make sure hey, is this area free? Because they, 15 teams was ahead of them. They can't just go in blindly. That's why we're going for objectives before we walk in.
Falcons making good use of the Void Nexus, grouping up towards the north end of Harvester. This will put them directly in the path of Lonely Let Gone, where we're seeing Reignite start to move in towards Tree. South end of Lava Siphon actually going to be slow side of the zone. So for teams like Reignite, even Purple Slushy, should they choose to, you can take your time on a lot of these rotates and not face a lot of pressure if you're lucky, if you're a bit lucky.
Yeah, most definitely. I think people are still, although we see zone damage getting taken already, they are very comfortable. I always say this to remind people, so you can maybe learn something at home as well, is that this zone is not scary. Next zone, not really scary. Zone after that, however, a lot more scary.
Yeah. At that point, you don't want to be messing around anymore. Falcons actually getting into a pretty early fight. Remember, Orchid was nearby earlier, but have now vacated towards the south end of Harvester. Falcons are not going to actually pick up a kill. So we get a quick Void Nexus out of here, and I don't believe they're going to be following that, as it would be typically ill-advised. The fight, however, that you talked about, finding fights in the mid-game, that's certainly something that Falcons are looking for, and I don't think Fabo are going to be able to avoid this.
Humongous frag came out, pretty much did 150 on the character in the choke. They decided to offer, hey, we don't want to take it. We want to see if we can catch somebody. They also recognize immediately, obviously, we have world-class players on this team. They immediately recognize, hey, we didn't make something happen within, I would say, 15 to 20 seconds. Let's just disengage for now, because if we stay any longer, we're going to get punished.
But I can count on one hand, Graceful, the amount of teams that would land 150 on a nade and not push through a Catalyst wall. Like, that is some restraint on a high level to be able to make that play and still go, you know what, no, we're going to back off. We're going to make the smarter macro decision. Falcons now playing over towards Harvester, and Orchid starting to move into the south end of Siphon. The team that was at Harvester earlier now looking for their way in on, again, the slow side of zone.
Yeah, and now we're seeing a lot of teams are going to hold out their backs. Falcons immediately getting into a fight with the team behind them, coming in from the zone, looking to take this fight out, gets the drone out, and this is really nice. But Hal goes down early. Zero gets really low in Walsey as well. Can they retreat for this? Looks like they're going to look up for a reset instead of a fight, as Dexter takes both Falcon members down.
Green Stego, yeah, I'm starting to feel pretty good, but with Reignite going down to Orchid, that is another full squad claimed by Orchid, who were just looking for their way into Lava Siphon. Deadly and with great macro. Orchid, absolutely a team to look out for, and Falcons, unfortunately, brings you even over towards Purple Slushy right now. Again, Void Nexus just to play safe, but this whole eastern side of the zone is really what we're focusing on. Teams like Green Stego and Lonely Let Gone have to rotate a pretty far distance.
The cool part about Purple Slushy is they try to play more space than normal. Onmy right there, standing up there. They're seeing, hey, can we also play Train Rail without people punishing us? And this is what I always talk about. You have to try. If you never try, sometimes it's a missed opportunity. But as long as you at least gave it a shot before retreating, I'm more than happy with that.
Yeah. Green Stego looking at Lonely Let Gone right now. That fight starting to brew. Purple Slushy again well set up on the south end of this zone. Really curious how Omit will play this as well. Center of Lava Siphon, they are directly in the line of sight of Orchid.
Yeah, I mean, this zone was ending more towards the crane of northern side of Lava Siphon. Very common zone that we have seen before. Lonely Let Gone coming in late as well. Not nearly as stacked as Green Stego. Is this a fight they're gonna take? I would say the best chance you have at this point is to rotate somewhere else if you can. But a YOLO evac is never a play that you want to see from anybody, and taking a fight either down the more central side of the side choke is really hard, and taking this fight, they're bound to get squished by any team that is currently holding them further into the zone.
Especially when there's a Kraber in the hands of Ziki. That can change a fight so quickly, and Lonely Let Gone are going to start moving up towards the north, maybe evacing, like you mentioned earlier, to just try and avoid any risk that they would have encountered moving into Green Stego. But Green Stego's fight is not over. They've still got a team to move through. Babo actually encountered Falcons earlier and managed to survive that. Will they survive Green Stego?
Oh! Lolly goes down to Ziki, immediately tries to push off of this. Is this enough as they immediately rip both utilities? Wall comes out and Alter TP came back as well, I believe. They're going to get EMP'd on immediately and pushed by Asia. With the Ash TP through that, this worked bigger play than yesterday as they immediately go wiped by this. We saw an Ash TP yesterday that I was very questioning of, but this one was perfectly placed on top of the box. Asia mobs them with the help of Dexter and Ziki opening.
Very, very smart play from Green Stego, and jumping on top of the first opening they found. Kraber so incredibly powerful. However, we're starting to eliminate teams around the map as 100 Thieves actually start contributing. That's going to be a fight happening over towards the eastern side of this ring. Green Stego taking their time. Not another fight they have to take for a little while. Instead, our focus really is going to shift up towards the north. We've got a quick rotate coming in with the Void Nexus. Relatively safe for right now. Pricey's going to stay alive, and a Newcastle wall makes this all the better.
If there's any comp you want to play in this crevice, right here underneath where the zone pretty much ends, north of the crane, is this team comp. They got Newcastle, they got Watson, they got Alter. That means they can go up if they want to. That means they can also just hold their spot with the help of the Gen and Newcastle wall. So they're probably very, very comfortable right here. As other teams are starting to set up, if they only have one part of the puzzle, let's say, they might not be as, defendable as other areas.
Omit starting to take their fight with Orchid. The center of the zone is going to there's only room for one of us. Sang jumps down. Rambo cannot get away. And Omit taking down 2/3 of the roster that dominated their group yesterday is a fantastic start for them. And the KP, it's not going to hurt too much either.
I was talking to Cole, RKN, earlier today. He was like, Grayson, please hype me up. And I'm like, bro, he's already hyping himself up. If they're popping off like this, we're going to talk about them all day. So I'm really happy to see this snowball start rolling now, as they got a couple of kills. They're currently 4th, and they have a good placement to walk in from. They are, however, kind of on a tight budget right now, where they have to walk in with the zone for 10 seconds. They're going to have to fight for something, because most likely something won't be free.
And for a team like Omit as well, no Newcastle is going to make this particular walk-in a little more difficult for them. We do have 100 Thieves who are starting to move in from the opposite side of the zone. They've actually gotten their fair bit of action recently, so let's take a listen in with 100 Thieves, see what they're thinking moving into the next zone.
Shoot this now. Well, we have time.
That wall up.
I do not have portal. I do not have portal, by the way.
Yeah, we can't make that cross then. Let's see if we need back. We can back to the bottom.
Yeah, I can evac. I can evac.
I just put him back there. Get put one.
Same.
Going up.
Down my left corner. They're here. He comes back.
Wall in.
To the wall. Nice.
We gotta focus on bowling, boys.
Yeah. Go back. Good shit, Evan.
They're on altar.
Crack on. There's
100 Thieves with no portal managed to survive the rotation. still collected, I'll say, even as the comms get louder and louder. A lot of teams around the map have been forced into closer quarters, but we still got 15. Maybe Gaming Gladiators not too long for the world as Light does go down, unable to make it back into the rest of the squad. And towards this north side, Lonely Let Gone, take out Cat, moving us down to 14 and staying true on the north side. They made the rotation work. They managed to avoid all the fights except this last most necessary.
Yeah, and we're seeing fights break out all over the map right now. As Circle 4 closing is mostly when people are getting pushed out of their comfort zones. However, 100 Thieves right there on the screen. Very, very refreshing to hear a lot of input that's not overtaking. The IGL is still the IGL, but hearing the input of saying, this cross might be hard, could be enough to get him into load into a different mindset of saying, okay, we'll see if we can make this happen. And then somebody says, hey, maybe the evac on a low ground. That sounds like a great idea. The IGL is still the IGL, but having input from all team members is great.
BBB. Certainly given Gaming Gladiators a lot of input to take them down. That's 13 squads, but this exit from Lava Siphon, I think understandably, is becoming a war zone. You're really not going to survive a lot of transitions out of here. Hammer Drill does get up to the high ground, making this a little bit safer. Red Rams right across. I hesitate to say VVV even survived the cross. Zone's starting to move in, and it's either Red Rams or VVV that's going to die first. VVV go for the send, do collect the KP. This is big for them, but are now moving across onto Meteor and being shot by Orchid and being shot by Purple Slushy. That's just not going to be a recipe for success. Orchid go down, Red Rams go down, 100 Thieves on the portal, up go down, Lonely Let Gone, clutching another fight.
Everybody is so proactive right now. Everybody has been warming up, perhaps VOD reviewing, looking to take the fights for the win of the game rather than just fight for KP. This is very impressive as we saw fights break out all over the place, still fighting to this extent. I love seeing Alter getting played to the extent that he has so far now.
Oh God!
Going through walls and up on the roofs.
Newcastle wall, bit risky there. Green Stego surviving with 50 HP on the low ground, still going to be in this. Purple Slushy, unfortunately, will fall. So will Omit on their exit. We talked about no Newcastle for the squad. It bit them, and in the end, Green Stego poured up to the high ground. Gonna try and reset up here. May yet be able to, but there's too much focus on the squad still. And right now, Green Stego, even surviving is gonna be a difficult task for them. You know they're being shot from above. Right now, that's Fusion who look to take them down, and Green Stego will in fact fall, moving us down to just the last 5 squads.
If anybody from home is recognizing that was a ranked moment right there, we would have gotten a reset if they only didn't play the one character to stop a reset. But it's very fun to see here now. Lonely Let Gone on top of it is looking to dominate this zone. As the zone is actually in their favor, everybody else has to move out into their line of sight as the zone is slowly moving further towards the low ground. Whoever fights for the high ground here should be winning unless we see a lot more playmaking happen in the fights. For the fight of the God spot.
And the macro from Lonely Let Gone has been so good to get them here. Remember, it was conservative at the start of the game. They have only taken the most necessary fights, and we've seen them win those in quick succession. Fights against Cat, fights against 100 Thieves are over in seconds. When Lonely Let Gone need to go press go, they can do it. And right now, with the Maggie Ball thrown out, they may be doing exactly that, making certain that this high ground is all theirs.
They push them off the high ground. Now they're going to look for KP. If nobody's contesting it for height, they're going to close out this game very, very easily. As they're just looking for KP. Kino Troop going out. Fusion going out. Still, Rowie down is a 10K going out. It's coming down to a 3v3 where they have absolute height. They should be closing this game out completely. And Pricey goes down and Lonely Let Go.
Absolute height, absolute advantage. That was textbook from Lonely Let Gone. And they were able to collect so many kills. It was like playing whack-a-mole at the end, just picking up player after player, team after team. There was no contest for the high ground, no contest for the win.
Yeah, I mean, that was just smooth. Like, a lot of people tend to just focus on the absolute end game where they are like cleaning everybody up for the KP, right?
Yeah.
What I'm looking at, taking away from this, especially if you were to VOD review this team to learn something, is that, wow, they took the fight against 100 Thieves up top. That enabled them to keep going down layer by layer onto the roof, pushing them off with the Maggie. They got scared of the ball, pushed them off of low ground. That enabled them to win the game. So those 2 previous fights, rather than the end game, is what helped them close out.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the fight against 100 Thieves went as quickly as it did, because holding on top of the crane was likely the riskiest play that Lonely Let Gone took, and it's really difficult to time that as any squad, because there are so many lines of sight when the circle is a little bit large. To look at you. Not being looked at though, lets Lonely Let Gone have so teams 15 kills in the first game alone. A nice 27-point lead and almost assure then into the next round.
Yeah, their mode a little bit to push them past for the threshold of making it into top leaderboard. Don't worry, this is game one. They can still make it. Even other teams that only have 3 or 5 or 7 points, feeling kind of good about themselves. Like I said, we're looking for a top 10 cutoff. You want to have 6 points on average. If you have one blowout game like we just saw here, you're feeling really good going into next game.
And World's Edge, remember, a very academic map. If you know how to play one, you know how to play a lot of them. And the fact that Lonely Let Gone start with a really good game makes me really excited for seeing what they'll be able to do through the rest of our World's Edge matches as we've still got 2 left to go. Looking a little further down the leaderboard, I'm noticing the big standout Green Stego with 10 kills that game, technically placed second via points alone.
The cool part about Green Stego here is that we're seeing a lot, you know, like Twerkaholics. They're playing the same playstyle of being on edge, taking fights, being comfortable taking fights. They took out Falcons like this pretty much. And the biggest part is that there's so many teams trying to replicate the same playstyle, but when you have one team dominating, will we see them keeping this form throughout the series, or will we see other teams trying to play the same playstyle, fighting them for that action? Because as we know, a lot of these teams like to play mid-speed or even edge.
You know, it's much like Lace was saying, there's so much conversation. I mean, we're in North America, we get a lot of North American focus, but when we look over at APAC South, it is the team that is constantly producing these rising stars of Apex Legends. This is absolutely one of those teams. In this lobby alone, we've got the #1 and #2 seed out of APAC South. Lonely Let Gone, that #2 seed, are crushing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy for this because, you know, we've come a long way throughout all of these years where a lot of representation from around the world has been showing up.
Yeah.
There's no longer about the discussion of this region is best, that region is best. You just know there's god-tier players everywhere at this point, and I'm really happy to see them show off.
And it's a great way to, there's a word that I'm looking for, showcase. It's a great way to showcase that here at the ALGS Open. Great start, at least for Lonely Let Gone. Coming out of Sky East, I'd expressed a little bit of doubt around this POI pick. I didn't see them being particularly confident in it, even in the draft itself. And I got to draw some question marks around. Know that there's a lot of internal volatility, and that's something that I like keeping track of as well. us up. Now let's see who can change the leaderboards, who can push themselves a little further up as Lonely Let Gone do take an early lead, but we've still got teams like Orchid, who smashed yesterday in the lobby, 100 Thieves, Green Stego, Falcons, Purple Slushy, and of course the Game and Gladiators, both top 3 in their respective lobbies. These are squads you really want to look out for to make a splash in our second game on World's Edge.
Yeah, and second game going into World's Edge as well is Catalyst got banned. And this is the thing that a lot of people might have been worried about, but honestly, what we saw in this gameplay, it was mainly used for when somebody got cracked just to, stall for a little tiny bit of time, which most often of the time didn't do anything because the Ashes walked through the wall and TP'd on them anyways. I don't think that this ban will do too much for many of these teams. They have several comps to go into. It's very early into it, but going into this game, though, I'm looking to see other teams that fell early, the likes of Falcons, etc., going out early to see if they can wake up. Because now, like I said before, when you have teams with the same macro, you're going to get bound and stopped at some point, which they did.
Yeah, there's always going to be something, especially with the lack of Catalyst early, that can take advantage of a momentary weakness. The other legend that has been notoriously good at doing that, at stalling things out, has been Newcastle, notably not banned. And we've seen a lot of first-round Newcastle bans in our first day of the ALGS Open. Now changing that up to the Catalyst may result in a few different playstyles, although I will say Newcastle maybe not nearly as popular on World's Edge since there's so much safety inherent to the map.
A lot of people like also, a lot of the time you don't want to spread yourself thin, so you want to go all in. Sometimes you want to play full on defensive and full on offensive. And full on offensive we already see here with the Crypto Maggie Ash. And you're getting run down. Walls, you immediately go out. Falcons not off to a good start.
Not something typical we'd see from Falcons. I'm used to seeing Howler Zero start to disagree on where they should play. I'm not used to seeing Waltzy so separate from the team, on a completely different page from the rest of Falcons. Granted, it's part of the early loop path, so we can give a lot of credit to Lonely Let Gone for laying a trap and executing it. At the same time, I'm looking at Falcons and going, all right, well, now you've got a member that's typically on the same page as at least one of you that's been taken down, and a reset still difficult for Falcons as they don't have easy access to a crafter from here.
Yeah, Sonas here looking to the east of staging. Kino Troop already looking very comfortable in that area. Falcons, however, needing to reset. It is what it is. It was very early, so it is probably fine. Lonely Let Gone, though, is very confident because the further this goes, if this keeps happening, Dia, Falcon's going to be low amount of points, and at some point you can't even risk dying early anymore because that means you're going down into the lower bracket.
Yeah. Ooh, the excitement already. I can see the Reddit threads now. I do want to talk quickly about Kinotrope since you mentioned this zone is pulling close to them over at Harvester. Kinotrope had early rotation to a zone last game. Ended up placing 10th, not what you're typically aiming for when you have a zone that pulls close to your POI. So the barrier of execution, maybe a little more pressure on Kinotrope once we're moving into the second game, because not only are these games they should be succeeding in, there's zones they should be succeeding in as well.
And seeing here, Player K, Pricey, Strafing Flame, playing the double defensive. Like I said about spreading thin, you want to play something that amplifies what you're already looking to do. Newcastle plus Walton is very strong. We even see Newcastle and Ramp.
Another fight breaking out here as well. Orchid actually went for a fight on this very same hill. Not against the same team, however. This time it's 10K who rotate ahead of Team Orchid, and it's not nearly as quick of a fight for the lads on Orchid. Falcons do get a respawn, which is going to be nice. Everybody back up. 60 teams, 60 players, 20 teams. It's like nothing ever happened.
Big Stinky! Ram playing the Caustic coming out. I'm very happy to see Caustic. I don't know why, he makes me happy. I remember fond memories of him. Still looking to kill it very early though. Everybody's looking for plays right now. As I said before, more along the side of Circle 3, Circle 4 closing specifically is where the action is bound to happen. On Edge, however, it's the opposite. Everybody early on wants to take fights.
And I do wonder how aggressive you can really get. Like you said, excited to see what the Caustic looks like. I do think of Caustic as more of a zone legend when you're playing inside the buildings, playing a little bit safer. The fact that Orchid, who actually were playing mostly around the edge during last game, I would say mid-speed, maybe a little bit more descriptive of their specific play style, now are running the legend instead. It's a bit different than what I would expect from them otherwise. Maybe something like a Fuse.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be a pick due to the fact that this map you play in very small encirclements. You don't really have a lot of space to play as compared to other maps. So, Caustic Gas is a lot better in close
smaller quarters, so to say.
Yeah.
And I think they could try to make that work. We'll have to see if they can deny space a lot. But not having, like we said before, you know, maybe the Newcastle or even ramp is going to be hard.
For the moment, Orchid's high ground that they actually are giving up right now. Very weird to see this, specifically because that hillside is so often an end zone area. Orchid opt into the fights in tunnel, which I actually think is interesting given the caustic point. They're playing for the tunnel because of the closer space.
Exactly, that's it. You gotta fight, you know, if this is good for us, we do this. If it's not bad, we relocate. And that was a good, very good decision to do. Now it comes down to the question is somebody just gonna evac behind them and pinch them or not? Depends on the timing of when you fight and how fast you close out the fight.
And who ends up taking that hill? Big question for me as well. I think it's similar to playing the crane over at Siphon. You don't want to do it too early because there'll be too many angles on you. But late game, picking up that hill right outside of Harvester, that's a first place kind of position. Lonely Let Gone, hoping to follow up their first place kind of position, are looking right down at 100 Thieves who are rotating through here. It is a conservative look for Lonely Let Gone. I'd love to take a listen in with them to see what they're thinking in the fight against 100 Thieves.
他们飞机在附近。
好，
我打点帮我看，打点帮我看。
我现在看不了，我要去抢屋顶。
我被 Q 到，9趴刀。我觉得我们先回去吧，少姐来，位置烂。
他们踩下来了，在压你们位置。
位置太差了。
我们还可以反打的。
我们还有大招的。他们走掉了。
走掉了，走到这里了。这里看到2个，三个都在，可以捡钱，然后往城内走。
Defensive Ash Portal, conservative play, great job from Lonely Let Gone and 100 Thieves both to respect each other, maybe look for an angle, but decide, you know what, this is a pretty good team we're going up against. Let's just get some distance and continue our rotates. Both teams will remain on the edge for now. Lonely Let Gone and 100 Thieves perhaps to clash later, but it's Purple Slushy who find themselves a nice bit of early advantage in the form of a loot box early on, and they'll be coming from the south side, mirrored by other teams like Red Rams.
Yeah, recognizing that the fight, if it were to take place in that area, they decided to relocate with the Ash TP. It's definitely what I'm saying about, you know, staying disciplined. They're saying, this is a bad fight, let's relocate, let's not take the fight. They did that to make sure, okay, they've moved away, let's focus on our other plan right now. Macro, as we can see as well, east of staging, or even if you say west of Harvester is fine as well. A lot of teams are already in there. Not that many teams on edge as we can see. Only a couple here and there spread. Like we said before, instead of 8, it might be more towards 5 right now. It's gonna be really funny to see now. Next circle closing, circle 4, like I said, is where all the action is because this area does not have a lot of playable area.
A real focus for me is going to be around the north and south end right now with Lonely Let Gone fighting 100 Thieves. A lot of the north end is actually going to be determined based on who wins this fight because they will be the Titans coming in from that northeastern Harvester side. Lonely Let Gone have pushed 100 Thieves back. And it does seem to be pretty safe for now. The other teams to keep your eyes on are Green Stego and Game and Gladiators, who are almost sure to fight in the south.
The cool part about this is everybody sees a Maggie Q and immediately know it's them as well. So people are definitely a little bit more reserved to say, hey, we might not want to fight this because they are just running at people right now. But as we go into the later games, Maggie probably won't be banned. So can they keep this going forever? Or are they just going to swap out one character and keep at it? Or is this specifically tied to this map? Regardless, they have had a lot of success.
Falling over at Verhulst and Jen. Doesn't look like the stun was enough. At least secures the 1-for-1, but Lonely Let Gone don't have a huge advantage just yet. If anything, Roy's going to have to be the one to make this up, but canceling the shield bat is a very risky play just for the early look around the corner. Verhulst and Phony resetting for now. I think Jen Burton's going to be able to get back up. A lot of utility expended to make this happen, but it's well worth it if you can create a 3v2, and they have. Jen Burton's back into the game, and it's going to be Lonely Let Gone, winners of Game 1, who are now on the ropes in Game 2. Teo going to run away for now. Roy comes in to try and defend up against Phony, who's playing the outside of this fence miraculously. Great job, covered by Jen Burton and Verhulst.
Yeah, I mean, they let them reset, and that's a really bad thing. And as we can see, with the higher level lobbies and the higher level teams, 100 Thieves immediately punished that. They got it, they got the reset, and now they're chasing them. We're not just letting you guys run away now that you took the fight to us. We're an advantage, we're running you down.
And Tao's gonna go down here. Verhulst collects the kill.
Yep.
Great awareness from 100 Thieves, like we had just talked about. Good turnaround, and the utility expenditure when you actually use your grenades, super important here. Evac tower as well. You know they are not letting this go. Lonely Let Gone, likely going to be chased, and it's nice for 100 Thieves because this chase also leads them directly on their rotate into zone as it closes behind them.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not letting him go because, you know, you came to us, now we're going to take you out. 100 Thieves looking really good now. They have plenty of loot as well. Zone is still rotating slowly, but they are even actually jumping towards them. Again, right here, chasing down Rowie. Can he get out or not? We'll have to see. It seems like he's going to take a straight 1v1, and, you know, you can't fight Gamburden because he got hands.
You know, it was close. It was close. I'll give that to Roy. It was close. Team Orchid, another notable elimination happening at the same time. That's Falcons that take out the squad that, remember, we talked about, opted into this small space with the Caustic. A fight they should have won, taken by Falcons.
And that's what I said. If a team lands between, if you're playing in the tunnel, then a team lands behind you and you get pushed from the front, you're gonna get pinched. Probably what happened. We couldn't have really seen it yet. Still another team playing in tunnel as more teams are opting in from the northern side.
Yeah, talk about a pinch. 10K between 100 Thieves and Falcons? I wouldn't be there if you paid me. And 10K, I think, hoping to survive this encounter, are going to have a difficult time of it. The pinch, impossible to get out of from this angle, and 100 Thieves likely very frustrated to have found a team right in front of them. Again, expending utility early on. They know that making this rotate happen with speed is worth it.
And this is kind of, yeah, like the mid-speed we're talking about is somebody's going to try to hold you out. But if the circle is small enough, they're going to get pinched behind them. 100 Thieves right now looking to pinch this, but they're getting played on by a huge Q through the wall. Almost immediately get punished. They had the awareness to react to that altar port through the wall.
100 Thieves are taking this fight handily, but you know Falcons are coming in right behind it with Phony down. This should be an easy cleanup for Falcons, who are going to swing through the door right now. Portal out by Jen Burton in an attempt to survive, being chased down by Hal, but it will be 100 Thieves and 10K that go down simultaneously to Falcons.
Falcons playing in a prime spot right there. Like I said, just waiting for fights to happen with all these mid-speed. Sometimes you play a little bit early to hold teams out. Sometimes you come in late to hope to be the last on the edge of your side. And sometimes when you trade in that fight and somebody is waiting to pinch you, you both get wiped.
Timing is everything. Falcons, really good job on that. Now get to emerge victorious, looted up with nobody on their north side of the ring. But I'd ask questions about the south side, and as this zone closes in, we're going to start answering them. Green Stego, Purple Slushy, Game and Gladiators all over here, and I'm looking specifically at the choke that Game and Gladiators are holding right now as being the big prize if you're able to emerge from the south.
If you can hold it, this is one of the areas where you can actually get engaged with the likes of Alter, with the likes of Ash. People can be there way faster than we are used to from back in the day. Now, a single down, although they might be in the bottom tunnel, they can just queue straight up and run at you and you can barely react. So making sure that everything is clean and you share the damage and nobody goes down is very important there, as frags are flying in and Blast almost going down.
Fortunately, before that, managed to secure the knock on Red Rams. Another big trouble squad for Game and Gladiators, who they would rather not deal with for a while. Skynade may find a bit of purchase for Lufka, but Game and Gladiators aren't able to hold on to the high ground for now. Are going to choose to retreat, and that's very, very telling, Graceful. This low ground, not particularly good, but at least it's safe for now. Red Rams will take the high ground. Green Stego on the other side, having a bit of a crisis as to which side they want to play. Now need to send Red Rams. They're going to have no choice in the next zone.
At this point, though, you know, you could chase, but it would be into the unknown. We can't really see how many teams are on opposite side waiting to hold us out right here. Green Stego opts for making it into a fair 3v3, making sure that, no, we're not letting up to any RNG. We want to make sure this game is played on our terms.
Game and Gladiators retaking height, maybe taking down Red Rams as that first knock does go their way. I see the charge rifle. I know Trestex is shooting him in the back, and so is Yuka, as blasts will fall. Reset off the Newcastle should work out for Game and Gladiators. Should, and I say should, be safe, although Blasts does almost get re-knocked. Mobile shield expiring just as they take the Void Nexus back. So Game and Gladiators collect a few kills and come back to home base.
I mean, resets on both sides as well. Green Stego kind of stuck in a hard place right now because they don't know where to go or where to fight a fair fight.
Yeah.
With the zone moving in about 40 seconds as well, it's going to be really scary because this is the zone that I'm talking about. You do not want to out-heal this at all. Ring 4 countdown is about to happen, and you can't eat all of this damage while also having a 3v3.
And real quick, we talked about this high ground. Fusion have taken the high ground right outside of Harvester. A very likely game-winning position is currently owned by Fusion. Green Stego taking the fight up against Red Rams right now. They're going to win this, or at least it seems, but they will inherit the fight up against the Gaming Gladiators as a result. Still needing to get out of this corner. Dexter actually gets focused by Babo from the train line, and Green Stego need to now reset after having taken down Red Rams and then take the fight up against Gaming Gladiators, an even taller order than before.
They did manage to get the reset on time. I saw him flying from up above, getting the down on Dexter. Dexter actually surviving, not going down to the zone. They're going to have to reset really quick and walk in with the zone to see if they can find or fight for anything. This zone, however, is very hard to fight for something because teams are mostly holding you out. Purple Slushy also getting down as we speak, getting EMP'd, just in the no man's land, not a spot you want to be at all.
It was nice to get a look at them before they went down, but that spot untenable. Green Stego starting to move in from the high ground. Falcons starting to move in from the low, and it's not looking much better for Falcons than it did for Purple Slushy. This low ground impossible to navigate, and Waltzy, even on the crypto, doesn't have drone to go invisible. Isn't going to be surviving for too much longer if things keep going this way. Fortunately for him, VVV are all looking, they're looking up.
Waltzy,
no way.
A little bit of a sneaky beaky like, sitting right there with the P20s in hand. Nobody looked at their bags. Oh, never mind, somebody had the awareness to say, there is somebody looking at us.
Dude, that was a long time. VVV surprised, but it doesn't cost them anything. As for now, they'll be able to loot up plenty off of the last box. Their position on this low ground, though, typically a lot better when we see zones pull further towards the south. In this particular case, VVV are one of our next teams to go down, more than likely.
Oh, yeah. Cannon right here as well, dropping down with the team, eliminating Cat very cleanly. Kino Troop looking good, having the high ground right now, but now is where you have to fight several teams inside the Snake as well as underneath you. Two different teams on left and right. How many fights do they have to take before they're in the next safe spot with Zone 5 about to close in 25 seconds? Dia, you tell me, can they make this out?
I think time will tell. If I trust a team to do it, if I need a team to do it, it is going to be Kinotrope, though. Since they started at Harvester, remember, we're expecting top 3 placements when you get a zone that comes to you. And Kinotrope are a team that performs at a very high level in their own region internationally that should be able to measure up to that. Take a look at the zone in the upper left-hand, though. It is CCG, it is Fusion that have huge advantages when it comes to this next ring. Gaming Gladiators, not in that same boat. In fact, they are in a boat I'd like to get out of. I would be constantly throwing nades out of it because there are way too many in there. Lufka does manage to survive, jumps down onto the low ground, but Blast's not so lucky.
Yeah, Blast getting hit by a PK, I believe, as well as frags is not something you want to take close quarter combat with. But with the zone closing right now, people are going to opt to fight each other. We have seen Godspot fights before, but are we seeing it right now? Some people are coexisting. Kinotrope in a great spot. Got a spot on top of the rooftop. Can they survive here without getting pushed by anybody? It seems that they're just cleaning up Gaming Gladiators as they were running out to a safe spot.
Good play to take the rooftop of this Snake out of Harvester. You can tell Fusion are firing down on them, but Fusion are actually in a fight themselves. They've been pushed. And this fight on top of the hill could determine everything. It'll be Green Stego that goes down. Fusion going down as well, and Kinotrope take advantage of the chaos and on the low ground farm up a couple more squads. Reignite will fall, and Kinotrope on the outside of the Snake. CCG still on the inside. Meteor playing on the low ground, and it's ALGS who are on the top right now, pushing Fusion. Did not expect that from this squad, but ALGS, they got second in our first game, and now look to be in a position to maybe take first in our second.
I'm still very surprised that CCG on the inside didn't look to 3P anything while they're hearing all these gunshots. Pricey and the boys right here are looking to feel very comfortable because the zone actually ends on top of them, Yeah. Everybody has to fight their way out as they're just going to have free reign. As long as they don't do any drastic mistakes here, they should be winning the game. As I say, Pricey goes down.
They do have to be really careful about this. A team like Kinotrope would push you, but Keenatrope can't. Instead, it's CCG that have to. Jumping up onto the high ground, they look to take out Alcazia, but they can't finish the kills. They don't have any sight lines on anyone. Finally, Alcazia will go down. CCG, they own the hilltop now in a crazy turn of events, and it's a solo from Keenatrope. So I'm going to say an early congratulations to CCG for having picked up this game, for having taken a reversal of fortune and a big misstep from Alcazia and turned it into a win.
Big misstep indeed. They might have heard what I said. Why aren't you guys proactive when stuff is happening? They said, we got you. We're immediately going to just close out this game just to shut you up, Graceful.
Yeah.
They went straight for the queue up, claimed the high ground after a big mistake from the team up top. But the fact that you can punish teams when you messed up, I'm going to take this win now. Very, very looking good for them. I'm very happy.
I got to celebrate Cannon as well. He's making this way harder than it has any right to be. Finally, the kill will go down. CCG are like, oh yes, that's right. It is just one person. We can just sort of ape this. They do it. They pull off the win, and nicely done by CCG to secure themselves an extra 12 points, making them a whole lot safer when it comes to this overall bracket. 2 out of 3 games down on World's Edge, and CCG push themselves up into the top 10 easily.
I only see 3 kills, Dia. Not very happy with that. When you've had the opportunity to play towards the center of the zone for quite a while, you need to be picking up more kills. However, as I say that, 15-point game is more than enough to set you on a good path towards being safe.
Yeah.
So they're very happy with that, but I would like to see that proactivity, that hunger that we saw at the end game. I would like to see that maybe a little more throughout the early and mid game, because if you can rack up maybe just 5 extra kills or anything, that's just super good. But if they just won that with 1 kill or 2 kills, that's, you know, people aren't too happy about it. As you could see when they were cheering for each other, said, nice game, that's it.
Yeah.
As we saw before when they had a humongous kill, they said, woo, you know.
Yeah.
I want the woo out of them.
Yeah, I think they were almost surprised by being able to win that game as well. You don't expect this awkward alter misstep from Alcazia, who again, should have had that game in the bag. It does get a little awkward. The nerves get high. You see CCG and Alcazia, though, taking some pretty big steps up. And I'm actually specifically calling out Alcazia here simply because they placed in the top 3 in our first game. Top 2, actually. Top 3 in this game. 15 points for them. Keenatrope as well. I'm going to call this a huge win for a team coming out of Harvester. They didn't get the position they wanted last game. This game, it's looking a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams looked a lot better this game, even though the zone was, you know, a little bit away from Lava Siphon this time, and the play style is very different. There was not as much playable area. You're forced to take a lot of fights earlier, but I see a lot of hunger in people holding out their backs properly, but closing out fights has been a little bit harder, though.
Yeah, it always is, especially with Alter in the game.
A lot of resets.
Alter now taken out.
Oh.
Maybe changing things for game number 3. You're noticing all 3 of our top squads running with Alter. That's not a coincidence. As it stands, Lonely Let Gone still lead the pack with their really big first game. It wasn't nearly as big this time as they got shut down pretty early, so the leaderboards actually closed by quite a distance. Alcazia just 2 points behind Lonely Let Gone. Again, huge praise to Alcazia for what they've been able to do today. Keenatrope right behind them. 2 zones that have gone really in favor of Keenatrope. They've made the Harvester playstyle work for them. And then we look down at Meteor and Green Stego and say, well, we're taking maybe baby steps up towards the top of the leaderboards. These are teams that are doing well, but that I'd expect more from if they're able to get 1 game of good momentum.
I mean, I'm very happy with their scores right now. Only 2 games in, and you're on 19, you're on 15. I would even say 15 is fine because that's above average. I'm looking at anything above 12 would make you happy because you're still on par with making it through. Just a little bit of a push in that right direction, and they can just glide right in very comfortably.
Yeah, there are, of course, still teams who are having a tough time on World's Edge. There's a lot left to solve for this map, but only 1 game left to do it. Things are looking good for teams like Keenatrope, like Alcazia, but can Falcon step up? Can 100 Thieves put themselves back in the conversation? We'll find out right after the break.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Secret Lab knows the body was built to move, and their Titan Evo chair has evolved to meet that need. Well, the 4-way L-Adapt lumbar support systems cushions your spine and a Y-shaped lattice of living hinges. In the 165 degrees of recline and class and hydraulics, they'll keep you steady while backing your every move graceful. It's been fantastic to have Secret Lab on with us and making sure all our players stay comfortable because, you know, Rain Day likes to say you got to be comfortable being uncomfortable, but that should only be in-game, not in-chair.
I mean, I feel like, you know, having sat on those chairs as well is that they're very comfortable. I always, you know, when I play on a LAN or when I come visit a LAN, it's always like, I wish I had that at home.
Yeah. It's nice. I'm still on that yoga ball grind. You know what I'm saying?
This guy is bouncing on a yoga ball this whole time where we're chilling and playing. You play on it too, right?
Yeah. I'm waiting for the Secret Labs yoga ball collaboration. I'm sure it's coming. Well, I've got that to look forward to. I will say, I'm also, in perhaps more of a focused way, looking forward to this third game. We've had two very different games on World's Edge.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that the zones were actually pretty close together, played out very differently. And now we're going to be going to our third and final match on the oldest, most studied map in Apex Legends competitive, where we are seeing not our oldest, most experienced teams come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, and also we've seen a lot of good play from Alter players overall. Alter being banned is going to change a lot of things. I like to talk a lot about verticality. That's now gone pretty much, because nobody plays Horizon nowadays. You have Ashe still to make that play, but then you have to decide the same way when you have utility, you know, do you want to use it aggressively or defensively? If my teammate gets down, I want to relocate to get the reset, or do we use it for mobility to get to our next path? So when things don't go the way that you hope they do, you now only have one option.
And just as a real quick point as well, I know we're going on to World's Edge, so it isn't going to be as prevalent, but the verticality you just mentioned, Alter missing from E-District is going to be really interesting. And it's all games of E-District. It's not just the first one, just the second one that you get Alter at no point. So that'll be a really interesting map to look at because teams will be forced to adapt, and we will likely see some fly and some fall as we move onto that map that does so typically rely on the presence of Alter. For World's Edge, however, we're going to be seeing a lot of teams bring back the old, the gold, the Wraith that really did dominate World's Edge back when she was the only legend that could make a single portal.
I mean, a lot of the times, like we said, if you're comfortable with a composition and you are also very much enjoying of the mobility that it brings, you could just slot in a little bit of Brave. You could just slot in Ashe if you didn't have her before, just to try to keep that same synergy of the way you play things. But on the other side of things, when teams are picking up Wraith a lot more now as well, it also gives you more aggressiveness with the front. And like we saw yesterday, perfect examples of how to play Wraith. If they can replicate that, fights are going to look very different because now we saw a lot of resets, but when Wraith can go just that deep, it might be able to close out the fights way faster.
Yeah, Wraith is such an interesting legend because you can fill, or you have to fill, to play optimally so many roles. You have to be the IGL, the rotator, the person who's planning ahead for how your team is going to move, but you also have to be the person that is starting fights, that is putting your team in a good position. A lot of times in modern Apex Legends, we see those roles separated as Wraith isn't nearly as common, and especially over the last couple of seasons. You'll have somebody like a Valkyrie IGL or even Crypto IGL that doesn't have to fit both of those shoes.
Yeah, and as we can see on the map now as well, still kind of central. A little bit more to the west, east of Lava Fisher, you know. We have a lot of things here where teams don't have that much playable area again. So we see a lot of Newcastle still as before. Orchid's still on the big stinky, which I'm very happy about. Price already looking happy with double defensive. This is one of the zones where playing double defensive is really, really good because it allows you to survive in areas where you normally would not be able to, even with just one of them. Because sometimes you might have the Watson gen, but you just get shot and destroyed. Sometimes you might have, you know, the Newcastle wall, but you know, you don't eat all of the nades after a specific period of time. You can just get mobbed, but having double, they can even play in this truck if they wanted to. Not many other comps can.
Yeah, right now Babo arriving at the same truck at the same time. Pricey's got to defend until the rest of the team shows up, and be assured they will. Alcazia playing together, holding hands, as we said yesterday, are going to move up to defend their teammates and should be able to take this, hold this against Babo. I think the problem for Babo becomes that they're not the only team to have their eyes on this. Fusion have rotated a little later than everyone else and are looking straight at Babo, who are forced to disengage into the choke.
I just hope that Babo can understand that some areas, this is a more than well playable area, depending on when. We say that a lot of the times because you can just get walked up by several angles and get shot out. But when you have cleared out your back, you make sure nobody can rotate behind you, now it's playable. I'm not too comfortable them sitting there this early because I actually saw Fusion was trying to walk up on them as well a little bit. Now VVV also has sightlines straight into them. This is not a spot you want to be too early because I don't think a lot of teams have that much resource to play there. If you already wasted 12 cells or 4 bats, how much do you really have left in your tank?
And you're in a difficult spot once you're center zone in a ring like this because there are only so many positions. There's this cart, there's the little car ahead of you, a bit of lava fissure. You've got some open ground to play where Babo are at right now, and maybe if you're lucky, you get 1 or 2 teams that can coexist in landslide. But this isn't like a stacks zone. This isn't like a monument or a fragment zone, or even a harvester where you can play inside and outside in so many buildings, rooftops, whatever. There are like 5 spots that you can realistically play in open space like this.
Reignite right now kind of split, getting chased down by Omit. They're seeing that they had the scan that, hey, this guy's solo, let's just keep looking at him, see where we can go on about this. Still, a lot of teams are opting for mid-speed, and I always like to say you got to be mindful to see how the lobby plays out, because if everybody does it, it's not good. You kind of have to rely on the fact that other teams aren't doing it, but if too many are doing it at the same time, you're going to get punished. As we saw, a lot of teams did get punished because we can't even follow all the fights that end up happening after Circle 3, Circle 4 closing because they're on the same speed.
Yeah, you almost never want to be rotating right with somebody else, having them shadow you. Sometimes they'll use the word mirror to describe the situation as well. The fact that Green Stego and Reignite have actually been pasted together on their rotate for the last couple of games hasn't done either of them any favors, although Green Stego still looking pretty good with their 5th place. Right now, they're in a position where it is likely that they move on to the next round. It's not secured.
Definitely not secured, but they're sitting kind of comfortably right now. This is the 3rd match, you know, where people can still step up to the degree that we want them to, and we know every team's potential as well. We all like to see them succeed at this rate, but there's only so many teams that can succeed in 1 match at a time. So you have to make sure that once you're in this match, you got to get every single ounce out of it.
For Babo, the pressure is on. Sitting at 20th right now. It's time to dial things up, grab a few points, and this could be just the time to do it. Specifically given the position they were forced into. I know it doesn't feel good to be forced into the spot that early, but now they've got it. Maybe it'll work. I say that as soon as they get knocked.
I mean, it just happens. I think they can reset on time, but I just hope that, you know, they're also playing Watson, that they can survive and keep resources as much as they can. We'll have to see if they get pinched or not. However, on move, Purple Slushy walking up on train rail. Very common rotate here, you know, coming in pretty late. Very comfortable because you have a lot of lines of sight, but they're about to run into someone.
Yeah, this lower end of the map. South with Purple Slushy, Green Stego, and Kinotrope all in the same area. Purple Slushy and Green Stego especially, 2 teams that do like to find a fight every now and again. Purple Slushy very much so, and Kinotrope in the area could just take advantage of all that. Falcons, another big story to follow for today, haven't had their start that they would like just yet, but could be taking one up against Orchid, one of our other squads to watch. In fact, the squad to watch coming into today with Panic not even really getting to play against Falcons. He never fires a bullet back at them, and it's Hal that with the P2020s picks up the last kill. It was mostly the frags until then. Getting balled at right now though. Hal's got to survive, gets pushed, and immediately this aggression by Falcons is punished. Hal is down, and it is going to be Lonely Let Gone that pick up the kill.
Lonely Let Gone will not let them rest at all after game 1 and now game 3. They are hunting people down. Yes, Falcons took a great fight with the double frag knockdown by Hal. However, if you are not ready, he was kind of ready because he immediately went for the fuse ult, but he also ate too much damage at the point he got swung. If you're not aware, and people at this level, in these lobbies, these higher level lobbies, which will only rise throughout this tournament, they will punish you for the smallest window that you have open.
And Falcons fortunately recognize that and do only lose Hal. This could have been a lot worse had they all committed into that building, all gotten Maggie balled and naded. In this case, it is only 1, and you trade that for 2 KP. So a positive trade for Falcons at the moment, but it does necessitate a reset. Where on the south side, Cat versus Red Rams is likely going to claim one of these teams. Cat seem to be coming out the better end of it right now and certainly have the zone priority to work in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Taxington getting a down early, Calamitous also getting them down now. They're very happy with this. This is enough to get the ball start rolling, but they're not looking too good with, you know, triple blue, essentially. I hope that they're getting more stacked as we also see gold max and stuff coming out. So, good start.
Coming from Tree, lots of opportunity, especially as you pass through Harvester to maybe collect a little bit more Evo. Get Cat to purple shields before they've got to fight more squads, because more squads are lying in wait for them in center zone. 10K already set up at Landslide. Looking at this ring, it does seem graceful that we're pulling a little further up, and maybe, just maybe, we'll have more of a countdown zone than out in the open as I'd expected.
Could be countdown, could be southeast of countdown. We'll have to see which way it pulls rather drastically, but a lot of teams already in. A lot of teams misread this zone and or are playing too slow or maybe mid-speed. Yeah. We'll have to see. Fights are going to break out as we see LLG taking out Trev Stack in January.
Babo again getting aggressive, and Fusion going down. Not being able to hold on to their spots for too long has been a punishing weakness for this squad coming into today, who have gotten otherwise good spots and just can't hold on to them against teams like Lonely Let Go. Evict them from Countdown. Falcons going to be coming back into Countdown now, so we'll see if Lonely Let Go and Falcons have their rematch.
I mean, they did get the reset, are now fighting for essentially a god spot if they can. Lonely Let Gone, though, not letting anybody stay near them at this point. They're just Maggie balling straight at you and running at you.
Falcons' position does necessitate that they pick up a little bit more Evo. Unfortunately for them, that's going to be so much more difficult than it has been in previous games, since they don't have a lot of space to maneuver, and it will have to be damage or nothing, and Babo, right in the path of Falcons, could be the focus of that. Lonely Let Gone, though, not wasting a moment, are already focused on finding another fight. I kind of want to see Falcons try and pick one as well, get a little bit more aggressive with the positioning, because they're playing very conservatively right now for a team that many would consider to be near the top of Apex Legends.
Definitely playing conservatively, but 17 teams still up at this point. Zone is now closing. This is where I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. I'm getting goosebumps right now, because how much longer do you want to fight for at this point? Are they going to get punished? We'll have to see. But taking that fight against Falcons earlier on as well is really good, but scary for Falcons that are on the cusp of holding a average right now. Cat, however, coming in from those 2 kills they had previously, feeling kind of good now with double purple armor and P20s.
This evac tower does seem like an unnecessary risk for the squad, however. They certainly could have, should have been able to walk this in, and I suppose that because they passed by 1 choke, maybe having the extra speed is going to be really good for them. Question is now, with Omit already having lost 1, they picked RKN back up, but how long can they survive the pressure from Game and Gladiators? Another one of our squads that would really like to get going, as Game and Gladiators currently sit in 15th.
Gaming Gladiators put a TP right next to the house as Cody, really good player. Played a lot of rank with him as well. Superb player. Managed to hold them off for this moment as they get the reset. Nobody wants to overcommit at this point because they don't know where everybody is at.
ALGS right in the center of zone. Remember, they took this cart early, and ALGS have performed fantastically over the last 2 games. Top 3 in both of them, even finding themselves so close to a win in our second game of the day. Had a great position earlier, and again, I'm looking at their gameplay and going, that is such a great position. This is a team that I don't think we saw a lot of predictions for, but that are certainly showcasing an excellent grasp of Apex Legends of World's Edge macro.
Zone as well, west of Landslide. Very common zone here. We're going to see a lot of fights coming out. Next zone fully closing, as Cat already got a slot really close to Lava Fisher, a comfortable slot. But you're going to have to fight for something, because this is not safe, as they are looking down at Gaming Gladiators. I don't know, Dia. This zone specifically, very hard to play unless you're playing double defensive, because you're bound to fight with a bunch of people at the same time.
Hey, that's another point in favor of ALGS, if I'm honest. Double defensive, one of the early things we pointed out about their composition. Green Stego getting quite aggressive themselves, though they might not have the defense, but they certainly got the offense to take out Reignite.
very comfortably as well. Barely even went down. Dexter took shots now from another team, but that fight was very clean. As GG is actually walking up on him a little bit with a TP, but not nearly fast enough because that was quite a way to make it that way. If they maybe had an, immediately Ash TP or something, it could have made it on time, but with just the Wraith needing to run all that way, not really fast enough.
Manually place your portal on both sides? Whew. It's tough. It's tough. Maybe an altar with a little bit of pre-planning could have done it. Right now, question is, in terms of the planning, what will Green Stego go for? Do they go for VVV on this high ground bridge? Do they go for Gaming Gladiators on the low ground? We'll keep our eyes on that, as right now we've got a fight breaking out between Omit and Cat on the western side of the zone. A fight for a pretty good positioning, if I'm honest. Cat will go down, and with the pylon, Omit should be able to survive and reset long enough to make sure that nobody else pushes them for the moment. It is difficult to actually get all the way to Omit, but with this truck being their only cover, it may not be that difficult to take them out without ever firing a bullet. We're just seeing abilities thrown at Omit, and Sang's got 20 HP to work with.
Very hard to survive here as well. They're not even getting shot from the height right there now as well from Landslide, but they're getting absolutely bombarded. Ash Q's coming out, frags coming out, people trying to shoot their toes right now. Sang trying to survive. I believe he could get the reset here, should probably do it as long as people just gave up from him. Gaming Gladiators sitting kind of comfortably underneath the bridge. As we see Falcons, again, they made it back from having a kind of a rough start, but they're here, triple purple armor, super solid weapons, and they're just trying to keep their backs clean before they commit to anything.
You can feel the frustration for Falcons as well. Really, really wanted to take that. Down towards the south end of the zone, however, we had questions about what would happen with Green Stego. They're currently fighting up against Kinotrope on the low ground. VVV still above this, but it's Green Stego that get the first knock. Difficult to actually push and finish off Kinotrope as you risk being shot in the back by VVV. So watch Green Stego's positioning as they play right underneath the cliffside and swing to finish off a few kills. 100 Thieves finding ARN in the kill feed as well. Green Stego continue their momentum. Asia unfortunately getting focused and maybe getting taken down. Green Stego are out. Kinotrope survive.
On the other side of things, Falcons is currently fighting as well. They are getting pushed once again by this aggressive team. Tau taking down Walty, Zero taken down, and Falcons getting knocked out for the moment. However, Babo coming from the choke, clearing their back like we talked about before. Can they hold out their back? Luckily enough, a fight happened. They just pushed back out, and now they should have their backs cleared, but the playable area in front of them is not that wide.
And the team that was in 20th coming in, taking out Falcons. Omit coming in, maybe taking out Gaming Gladiators as RKN just needs to land a few more bullets and will do so. 10 HP left on him, and he's panicking. No. He doesn't know where the shots are coming from, if any. Unfortunately for him, will manage to find a safe space for the moment. Gaming Gladiators are gone. VVV clean up RKN's two compatriots, giving Omit the chance for a reset later on. The zone's closing right now, and that's going to push a lot of teams uncomfortably close together. ALGS starting to rotate out negatively. 100 Thieves playing the outside of a truck at the moment. Ooh. Looking for their kills on Meteor, and they may just find them. It's up to Phony, but 100 Thieves will go down. Meteor with the last member will survive.
I mean, huge swing by Meteor cleaning up that fight, but they immediately get TP'd on, and Meteor also gets eliminated. As we say, these teams are getting close and personal. 10K also gets eliminated on literally within the 50-meter yard, and we'll have to see here that, teams need to reset at this point. Kinotrope looking really good, but still on triple blue though.
I mean, this is World's Edge, so I shouldn't be surprised that our zone teams are thriving, but Kinotrope, man, are they thriving with the last game and this one, now putting them in top 6. Looking at ALGS as well, still alive, still playing the same truck they were earlier. Absolutely a team to look out for. Double defensive, as you noted, and currently getting pushed on both sides. Ooh. Do jump out with the massive strafing flame, almost gets the knock, but gets, importantly, back into safety. Resible by his team as Pricey plays defense, throws out the Watson fences. This is a war of attrition and is one that ALGS have sustained for, but I don't know if they have damage to ultimately win.
Any other team comp and they were dead right there. Yep. Double defensive was what made them survive in this truck because no other team could have done it. They even got the reset. The other team decides to, hey, we tried, let's back off for the moment. Maybe they re-engage, maybe they don't, but being able to have that presence of mind to say, this is not working, it's taking too long, we're gonna get 30 probably, let's back off, is really good from VVV.
Yeah, this is Great sustain from ALGS. Like you talk about, the game sense from VVV, keep them in the conversation as well. ALGS actually swing out, and this is interesting. The balance of aggression, of defense that ALGS are demonstrating is keeping them in a good spot in this lobby. Strafing Flame going to get back into the truck. Again, play with the team, but now they finally got to give up this safety. And Newcastle ult and Watson ult, both having been expended moments before. Omit actually get the respawns.
I mean, not only the respawns as well, but Pablo sitting there as well, actually cleaning them out from the east side.
We do have just a moment. ALGS in the top 5 once more. They've made it so far. How much further can they make it? Let's take a listen in real quick with ALGS.
We're good, we're good. Let's go carry this right. Double smoking left, double smoking left. Yeah. Carry the left wing. I got no gen for 50. I think we need to like 3-man run up. No. I'm grenading right. We need to try and kill right. Ready? They got walls, they got walls. They're playing wall. Shot broken. We need to chill here, then go left later. I'm really good on me, I'm really good on me. You don't have to move yet. They're fighting left, press, come to me. Come to me, yeah. Look at me, look at me. Someone needs to stay right. I think we can wrap left. Alright. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Go! We need to run through.
ALGS make the call. ALGS push on the eastern side of zone. Keenertrop have just gone down. They are making the perfect third party onto Babo, but Strafing Flame doesn't land. The shots get taken down. ALGS now in a pickle as they've got to reload. Pricey still not landing the shots, and through all this push, through that big decision, Babo will still be taken down, but it's opened things up for VVV, who play patiently, who don't over-aggress at ALGS, and who ultimately take the fight and the game. Patience paying off for VVV.
VVV coming in late, smoothing out that fight very easily. As we saw huge plays being made, however, maybe a bit too much. And this is what it means to be proactive is good, but overextending might not be too much. If they could have cleaned up that fight regardless, I think they would be wiped by VVV. So I think that being proactive is good, but also realizing, hey, we already pushed them away. Maybe we focus on a team that's actually fully ready to jump in on the fight. Could win them the game. However, we're never mad, ever, at a second place with a lot of KP from a spot where they've been playing passively throughout the entire game, but they never... The location was passive because they were in the truck, but they always play proactively, sticking their heads out. Can we do something? Can we get KP? And then back in, and then even got the reset.
Yeah, I think the last 2 games, we've seen ALGS sort of slowly ramp up in terms of their aggression. VVV, I'm tracking a similar story with the way that they were able to play. They may not have had the positional success that ALGS had earlier, but their kills have been slowly ramping up over the last couple of games, and they likewise were able to actually take a position. I want to talk a little bit more about ALGS' macros that did grab them a second place finish. The kills that you were talking about collected largely at the end keep them in the top half of the leaderboard, and by a lot, as ALGS, remember, are stacking this on top of another 2 top 3 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, as we see as well with the placement point as well as the kills, they could have just had, you know, only placement points, no kills. But because of that decision making, no, we're swinging. And I love the calm as well. We're swinging 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1, and they just swing together. That's exactly how you explode a team, and they did get it done. Sure, maybe, you know, they're like, oh, he didn't finish up he might have been whiffing at the end, but the fact that they wiped him cleanly, got the KP, and then secured a second place is enough to feel good.
We are really lucky to have had a listen-in like that is just about what the decisions are in end game, what's working out for you, what's not. Taking a look at our top 3 squads, I do want to call out the quick macro play that ALGS were able to make there. Recognizing that VVV was a lot harder to push because they had that little bit of high ground, a lip that looked over ALGS. I think in this case, I like the play to go for second with a little bit of KP, and again, it does keep ALGS in the lead, still by 2 points as Lonely Let Gone continue collecting enough kills to keep them right behind ALGS. You cannot drop out of top 3 if you want to keep your lead.
I'm actually so hyped for even later on into the tournament as well. As we see, a few of these teams are exploding in raw fighting prowess. But when we're in a lobby where there's like 6 or 7 of them, there's only so many fights on the map to be had. But seeing this right now, as they are just going at it after at it, 3P, and also taking isolated fights, that confidence really is fun to watch. And also, I would like to hear their comps maybe at some point.
It is. We've got a lot of interesting changes coming into today as well. Given that we're playing on World's Edge and E-District, 2 maps that actually do very well with our zone teams. And it's no surprise that we're seeing ALGS and Kinotrope place in the top 3, given their zone proclivities. But for a little bit more insight on that, and perhaps, I don't know what topics you guys got cooked up over on the analyst desk, I'm going to hand it over to you lovely folks.
Thanks so much, Dia and Graceful. You guys absolutely killed it there for those first 3 matches in the series. And what a first 3 matches they were. We talked about how it's day 2. Things can still be shaken up, and we are kicking off this winners round with 3 teams we have not spoken about. This is what we're looking for in the open. And to be fair, we're going to see a recognizable name or two, but we talked about the 100 Thieves, the Falcons, and it said we're getting LLG, CCG, VVV. It's all, the whole alphabet is here right now, Jayhawk, and this is a great way for these teams to kick things off.
Absolutely, and that's the theme of this tournament, honestly, is all these teams finally having a chance. Can you show the world what you're made of? And they're doing it. And some of these teams going up against Falcons and 100 Thieves, they're not scared. They don't care that these Titans are in their lobbies. They're willing to run it down, and it's working.
I mean, this is also going to potentially change when we swap our maps on over to E-District here, Jamerson. But right now, the fact that we talked about how yesterday World's Edge was World's Edge, we got a little bit of a shakeup here this time around.
Yeah, right now you have to understand that if you have LLG around you, as an IGL, you now have to take that into consideration, especially with how hard that they're shadowing both 100 Thieves and Falcons and making their life a living hell. We have to be completely honest with that. Yeah. And so you have to take that into consideration now here on E-District.
Definitely impressive, to say the least. I'm excited to see what happens by the end of the series, because we've also seen a couple of these teams, Lace, while they're not getting the wins, similar to yesterday, it's the slaying power, getting them the points, putting them at the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, we just saw ALGS there. Like, if this roster is an Apex South roster, and, you know, they have a triple team threat where they've just put all these these players together, and look at what they're doing. And, you know, sometimes you forget about these smaller teams, and then they just pop out of nowhere. You know, they may not win the match, but their kills are making them like fire up that leaderboard.
I love it. I love what we're seeing. We'll take a look back at our final circles so we can review and talk through these moments, because right out the gate, Jayhawk, it was LLG Roy.
Yeah, and I talked about these teams are not scared. Well, 100 Thieves ends up moving onto the late game here, onto the crane on the height over at North Siphon. And LLG did not care. They ash-ported straight onto them and wiped them immediately. And I got to shout out their young fragger Xiao Ji. He does not use the P20s. That's the gun that is running this lane. He doesn't care. He only plays Maggie, a character that no other team is running for the most part, and he's using the EVA 8. Why? Because Maggie, using shotguns, gets the speed boost, and it makes him that much more deadly in those close-range engagements. Sure, the P20s, they're really great. They have a lot of damage per mag, but there's also a little bit of an RNG factor. You're hip-firing when you're shooting them, so it's a little harder to always secure the kills, where with him, he only needs to hit you 3 or 4 times, and you're dead. And then on top of that, he can throw a Maggie ball at you. When they get height like that, and they're challenging a team like 100 Thieves, huge win.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely massive for them. But then we move into match number 2, Jamerson. I mean, Lace, sorry, and we got CCG.
Yeah, so you know what? I'm going to touch on CCG, but in this situation here, obviously we got Waltzy here and they do turn around and get them, but moving forward from here, CCG are sort of just patiently waiting. They obviously took this match for a win down near Snake Building. Kinotrope actually held the left side of the building for quite some time, as ALGS did fight for this height originally, which made them sort of just be able to have that dominant position for quite a long time, because most teams are sort of forming down near Snake Building. It was a bit of a feat for them to secure the height, but they managed to do that for quite some time. Kinotrope held the right side of this building, moved in, had to destroy I think it was oh my god, I'm trying to figure it out. The transition, Meteor, then Alucard bombarded them from height. And the decision that Meteor made ultimately destroyed, it would have been Kinotrope's actual positioning to move up here. And CCG, they were just kind of hanging around. So we did have the height, they were just chilling there, and then they managed to take that win with smooth transition.
I mean, we've seen in quite a few matches today just how kind of lying in wait will benefit our squads. And then, Jamerson, match number 3, we just wrapped that up.
And again, it's the story of what happens in the early rounds, right? Because we have this fight breaking out between CCG and Kinotrope, but VVV lying in wait the whole time. They were able to play off of the train tracks outside of Landslide this entire game, and because of all the action that was taking place around the map, map. No one really forced them out of their position. Usually that train track there is going to be hotly contested. Teams rotate in from the south, and then you'll have a big fight over there, but they never really had to deal with that. And so they took their time, were able to play off the train track, slide on down, come in for the third party, and we get to see this time and time again, tournament after tournament after tournament. There's always going to be a team that somehow, just because they play zone, they play patient, and they just get the luck of the draw, they don't get challenged at all, they end up with the win.
Yeah, calm, cool, collected with their reactions there out of VVV after getting that match number 3 win. But it's time for us to take a look at what we've seen so far when it comes to these legend bands. We talked about it a little bit before heading into the series, and now we're getting to see what's happening here. Jayhawk, is this what you expected?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the altar ban, obviously we're going to see a character like an Ashe or a Wraith replace her, and then obviously Catalyst and Newcastle. They just provide so much utility for your team.
Yeah, and so then things, as we move into match number 2, we also get to see what these pick rates are and how, teams are trying to move their way through World's Edge here, Lace.
Yeah, and I feel like it's still kind of a consistent thing happening from both maps. Obviously, they haven't played World's Edge during scrims, and we've sort of just added it back. It's an OG map, but finding that they're still using the same sort of, characters throughout every single one. We're not seeing like a close meta, but it is a little bit interesting how they're still sort of flowing with the same stuff that they would use on, say, Stormpoint, for example.
And then we move into match number 3, and, information is always key here to wrap up World's Edge, and it could also impact what we're seeing now once we move into E-District.
Yeah, I mean, crypto has been a huge uptick, I would say, here for the Open, and it's so strange how now, like, it has become a very aggressive pick overall. So being combined with the fuses, with the ashes, it just helps so immensely, especially with the assault changes and the skirmisher changes that allow you to get involved in the fights that much sooner. But with being able to pick up that speed boost after the EMP, it is huge for not just sitting out the fight, right? You're no longer the eye in the sky for your team anymore, right? You can still get involved in the fight. So I love how the crypto gameplay has just shifted in terms of how you play him out.
100%, 100%. And while we've had all of this action happening here on the main stage, don't forget we still have our series happening in the pit as well. And I know I want to find out what's been going on over there. So Ryan is standing by to fill us in on all the action.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, it's been crazy down here in the pit. Matches going on all morning and afternoon as we get into it. Of course, here at the ALGS New Orleans Open, over 100 teams in the mix, and of course, everyone trying to get into those winners round 2 and 3 spots. I think the first one I want to report on, I think winners round 2, Lobby 1 had some interesting results. We saw, zone spammers. We haven't heard too much about them, but they've been performing quite well. And, I think a lot of people would agree that it's quite unexpected, although they obviously know what they're doing and they're really, really good. LG and VP, dominant strides, Virtus Pro coming in, business as usual, dominant throughout the series so far. I don't think there's any, surprise there at all. And then if we look into the elimination rounds that we saw, a few surprises, definitely. I think Go Next being on the bubble, staring Elimination potentially in the face. Dancing on very, very thin ice is probably not something a lot of viewers will have expected, of course, coming off that huge win in Sapporo, Japan. So we don't know what's going to happen yet, but they definitely do need to step it up a notch here. And then, of course, Reject performing well, in that top spot there. 17 kill points and 27 place points. They're looking really, really strong at the minute. And I think, that for me, that group, I think Go Next will be probably the biggest surprise in that one. And if we go over to the next elimination group there, I think we saw, who was it now? So and Yubin for Zone Spammers, of course, the more experienced member of that team. Annex Esports, top spot there, and also great performance. They'll want some good results here, as well as Temper, who of course we've seen good results from in a few of the pro leagues. They want to make a mark here. You never quite know what you're going to expect from them, and so it's going to be interesting to see if they can deliver here. This is a huge opportunity here on LAN to get the job done. As you can see, teams on all of sides here, my left, my right, behind me, looking to stride forward here in dominant fashion. And for you guys watching at home, you should make sure that you play Apex. Why? Because it's absolutely necessary. I'll see myself out.
Thank you so much. It's not that bad.
Not that bad.
Don't worry, Ryan, if you think that's bad, people got to deal with us for the next 3 games, so don't worry about it too much. Great to be back, though, here on the main stage. Time to get some more games underway. We've got 3 now on E-District is where we're going there. I want to say World's Edge. It was in my head because we just played World's Edge. But we're heading over to E-District, and something just to note, no altar available for E-Districts as well, which makes things very interesting, for sure.
It does. Some of those rotations are going to be very difficult, especially going through Energy Bank, for example. So I think there'll be a few teams looking to try and find Legends to maybe pass through a little bit of a different way. And there are a few teams who are currently struggling in this lobby. Maybe teams that we expected to be doing a little bit better in a winners round 2. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. 100 Thieves and Falcons currently sitting in the bottom 10. But E-District, maybe that opens things up for them here.
It certainly does indeed. And like we mentioned, some of these lobbies play a bit differently to a scrim lobby, to maybe teams they're used to playing against in those quote-unquote higher tier lobbies. These are the series results, and this is how it stands at the moment. And the two teams that you mentioned, 100 Thieves, Falcons, we have to talk about them. We have to keep our eyes on them, because if it stays like it is after the next 3 games here on E-Districts, they will be going down to that elimination bracket.
And whilst it wouldn't be the end of the world, you can run through the elimination bracket, but you've got to remember, if you fall into that elimination bracket, it means you cannot have a top 10 draft in POI if you get to the grand finals, right? So you need to be staying in the winners bracket to keep your position in POI draft a solid one. You do not want to be falling. And if you do fall in winners round 2, questions may be asked. So I'm expecting big things on E-District from both 100 Thieves and Falcons. But you're completely right. In a lobby where people are playing a little bit differently, there may be not, you know, there's different regions being involved. You have to adapt. But that is one thing that these players will certainly be used to, adapting to what is put out in front of them. And I'm sure they're going to put some points on the board.
Okay, you want to hear me nail some acronyms? Oh, I was about to do it. Don't worry. Forget I said that. It's disappeared. Anyway, let's look at the POI draft here for E-District. And talk us through it a little bit here, because Team Orchid with one of the biggest picks here, and they've gone for Energy Bank second overall.
Yeah, I was saying how difficult it is to rotate through Energy Bank, so you take it early on and you are there for housing if it does move your way, but of course you can rotate out of it quite quickly. Purple Slushy also were one of the first teams to take a pick. They went for Electro Dam, whereas you can see mostly everyone else prioritized World's Edge here, and I guess that could be a little bit of a concern for the likes of Falcons, the likes of 100 Thieves, who did have early picks on World's Edge but didn't capitalize on them. But now they've got to get job done here on E-District.
Well, here we go then, straight into game number 4 of this series in our winners bracket. A reminder, if you're only just watching, top 10 stay in that winner's side of the bracket here in New Orleans at the ALGS Open. Bottom 10 at the end of these games will go down to that elimination bracket, which is already looking slightly terrifying. And if some of these big names fall down there, well, it gets even more scary.
Well, Ballistic and the Ash both with 11 picks across the board, so one of them will be banned depending on who has been picked the most throughout this series. I'll get confirmation from that a little bit later. 9 Newcastle, 7 Wraiths, Ramparts, Watsons all in this lobby as well. So, you know, I was mentioning earlier, how do you transition with those rotations? Well, it looks like Ash and Wraith are going to be the key factors here, but a lot of Ballistics turning up in match 4, similar to what we saw yesterday.
One thing that you can rely on a little bit more here on E-District is the fact that there is a lot of buildings to play in these end games. These POIs that we find the zones pulling towards, which means that something like Newcastle, not as necessary, maybe as a map like Broken Moon, for example, where it's going to give you that artificial cover and some of those POIs that don't have those stacked buildings in the same way that E-District does. But as we take a look at a little bit of a look path, CCG, one of the winners of our game a little bit earlier, one of the acronyms I was very excited to say, will now get that opportunity to do so. CCG, Dan. CCG.
CCG. Just
CCG.
confirmation, by the way, it will be Ash that will be banned after this game due to her overall selection throughout the entire series, as they are tied in match 4 here. Now, as we can look at the lay of the land, I mean, at the moment, Orchid, they had an incredible day yesterday, but can they find that same kind of pace? You know, you've got absolute legends like Rambo, Hambino, and Panic was destructive on the side stations yesterday. They need some style of form, excuse me.
That's not an acronym.
I just errored like a robot.
Don't worry, we'll reboot down. We just blue screened for a minute. It's first game of the day. It happens for us anyway. It's obviously 4th game of this series, but CCG, I've got you, don't worry, you recompose. This is all karma for yesterday, by the way.
Really
you
is.
know it as well.
It really is.
You were on top of me yesterday for any mistake, but no mistakes allowed to be made here by 100 Thieves. We're seeing our first fight to involve them.
Playing this one defensively at the moment, utilizing the Newcastle wall, but Verholst has taken some damage, so they are going to retreat slightly. They have a shield advantage, though, but I think they're a little bit concerned that maybe there could be other teams in the area.
Well, Phony's going to go down here. Luckily, they might be able to get him to drag back with the Newcastle, but they're being pushed here. And Verholst might be going down, but Verholst turns that one around. It's now a 2v2, but Verholst barely any HP behind this knockdown shield. He somehow manages to get Phony back up. Phony will jump into the void here on the Wraith to stay alive, and I tell you what, 100 Thieves probably should have been dead to rights here, but have somehow managed to stay alive. And now Reignite are entering the fight.
Yeah, that was heroic play from Verhulst, and they're going to maybe keep themselves alive. Verhulst does get the finish as well, so LLG are going to have to retreat away from this one, and I think several teams are all going to be scattering to try and get back up to a full 3. A very messy start to this first game on E-District.
That was a very scary start, I think, for 100 Thieves there. Like to say, Verhulst with some superhuman plays on Newcastle to not only angle himself away from those bullets that were coming in, but also from Phony to immediately jump into the void, having been brought back to his feet. Very, very impressive, and also heart-fluttering moments for 100T there.
It's one of those as well, when you're rezzing as a Newcastle, you have to decide very quickly, am I going to be taking this fight, or do I think I can pull off the res and then take the fight? He utilized the shields for as long as he could, and then he started to engage. So Verhulst, that's what you'd expect from a player of his caliber, as we move over now to Team Falcons, and they are in desperate need of some points. It isn't kind of panic stations just yet. 13th place, 10 points, it's not the end of the world, but you know, if you go into match 5, match 6, and suddenly you're down in that bottom 10, I think questions might be asked, and maybe some shifty looks being exchanged between teammates.
Yeah, just spoke to Waltzy this morning as he was walking through, and he said, pretty happy with how he played yesterday, 99 points, pretty good. I was like, are you happy with 99, not 100? And he was like, good point. And I was like, yeah, maybe you should have aimed for 100, just to keep him on his toes, but looking like they have a pretty good position on bridge here. You did see where that zone was going momentarily. Looks to be pulling towards the edge of where Falcons find themselves right now. Gaming Gladiators, GG. We've not really talked about them much so far in this tournament. Haven't seen them on our main stage as yet, but here at draft point, popping some batteries. It looks like they're taking a little bit of damage, but their rotate is good enough to reset here.
Another team that I'd be expecting to be progressing into winners bracket round 3 as well, but they're down in that bottom 10 and they are currently being bombarded by grenades. You did see in your kill feed 100 Thieves lost Jen Burton, so they're still struggling in trying to get back up to a full 3. It looks like GG have been able to stabilize here and avoid all those grenades, and they're going to have a chance now just to reset.
Some beams of light flying through the window as well from a charge rifle that was aimed towards their position. A lot of action here on this choke as well. Just outside of the center of E-District, it looks like Cat going to run away for a few seconds here and try and chase down these remaining players of Red Rams. It looks like they've got good damage. They've got the opportunity to get this knock. That's going to be a Mirage who just jumped into his camo for a second to try and heal and get away, but Adam too smart for that one.
Too smart. Sadly, though, for Red Rams, they're going to have to just reassess, and maybe they can actually get the last player away. It looks like Dutch has been able to escape, so it's not the end of the world for them at the moment. And you know, every team has been able to at least save one, so no teams eliminated as of yet. I think I can already sense how nervous some of these players are. You have to kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck at this point and ensure you put some points on the board. GS are going to start to approach yet again, maybe to take a fight. They've been excellent so far. They had an incredible day yesterday. Were able to come through second place in their group in winners round 1, and they've already put 24 points on the board. If they can find another 10, they should be comfortably into winners bracket round 3.
When I first saw Green Stego, by the way, I thought it was Green Stego, not Green Stego. Which just makes me sound so middle class.
And Australian.
And then I saw the logo, I was like, I am an idiot. Anyway, GG still involved in a fight themselves. Reignite on the other side, and speaking of Reignite, it's going to be the Flames of the Motherlode that's going to take down one player. Lufka comes in to clean up the second. It's all up to Momon here. Light up on height, Light will stay on height, and Light will win that fight. Reignite are eliminated.
Yeah, GG have well and truly claimed this building, and if I was another team who just witnessed that, I'd probably avoid it, because it looks like they've got it kind of locked down at the moment. I mean, it's a very aggressive composition looking at it as well. 3 assault characters to work with. Ballistic is always going to be a nuisance, and then you've got the escape possibilities through Ash, not to mention the ring capabilities with Fuse as well. So it's a little bit of something that you need from everyone.
Oh, Ziki, bit of a tough landing for him. As it's Cody from Omit who rips him down. Green Stego looking to deal with the remaining members of Omit though. You can see that RKN has disappeared. Lots of options to strike, but unfortunately he has been bamboozled. RKN has left him for dead.
It's a big fight to win on this northern side as well. You have a lot of room to play with and be able to move down towards the circle and where it's going to be moving as well. But it looks like GS is just going to retreat back and make sure they can try and just reset a little bit here. The white shield should be get punching, get punching. Oh. All right, you're safe.
Couple of whiffs. That looked like me playing ranked for a second. Whenever anyone hits a Mirage ult, I will shoot every single one, but the correct one.
But the correct one. You have to have an eye for it. Graceful's been trying to teach me. Apparently you can really tell the difference if you look closely. I said Graceful by that point, once it's popped, I'm already running.
Graceful, if you haven't won the fight by then, it's over. Falcons on our screens right now, 15th place overall, but still in this game. But like we mentioned, 3 games to go here, including this one. Great spot for them here at the car park in zone, though. They're a central zone here on E-District to start off, so pretty good priority to a lot of teams. But getting here a little bit later, like we mentioned, with the Alter not being available and has been banned in the compositions, can't use that ability to hit that void passage through those big walls that kind of surround these central areas of E-District. So that changes the dynamic a little bit. If you're here early, you're in a good spot, but a little bit later might be tough to enter.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough to enter, especially with most of the chokes kind of watched and taken over by teams at this point. Team Orchid, also another squad that have found themselves in a comfortable position. 10K have just been tethered, but I think they're going to be fine. Probably not a fight that's actually going to break out. Instead, now, back over to GS, they are again just trying to see if they could maybe make a rotation, but I think they've noticed there's a res happening in the zone. So they're just going to be patient here because extra KP, again, could be their way to winners bracket round 3.
Yeah, and it was Omen, and I think it was actually RKN who not only got away, we saw the ult being popped by him to escape from that original fight that was going down with GS. And now he's managed to get his teammates back in, so a really good play from the experienced RKN returning to our stage. I did say to him today as he walked in that I was going to rip him on stage today, but you know, I'm going to be nice to him, just for once.
Hard to when you are in winners bracket round 2 and you're currently in the top 10, right? You are progressing as maybe expected for a man of his experience. As now, speaking of experience, here is 100 Thieves. And I do wonder, are you starting to feel the pressure if you're a team of this standard and you are still in the bottom 10? The expectation, I would assume, is that you should run away with a lobby like this. So you have to kind of dig deep and maybe look back at your roots a little bit.
Well, 19 squads still remaining as Zone 2 is about to close. This is a very high quality game at the moment. So many different teams alive, and 100 Thieves looking to hold out. Well, excuse me, are being held out by VVV here. And they've got a Sheila to deal with as well. That's why Jen's playing these angles, trying to not give too much of a target to that Rampart on the other side with the Sheila wound up. Verhol's trying to take some very cheeky angles here as well with that scout in his hand. Omid, though, still in a fight themselves, taking one against Red Rams, who took a little bit of damage earlier on. Cody's going to go down, so it's a 2v2 for now, but here comes RKN with a rampage of his own. No sling weapon this time, he's just keeping it old school.
Yeah, this is a 2 versus 1, should be cleaned up, will be cleaned up, and as long as there's no third party, Omid should be able to survive. There was a temporary panic there. I thought maybe they were going to be thirded. It looks like VVV won the battle for the Mythic Bin. 100 Thieves backed off and said it isn't worth trying to take this engagement right now, and instead they're going to make a different rotation, but
it's Trev Stacks. Trev Stacks with
the
charge rifle.
When the charge rifle comes into play, that Mythic Bin doesn't look as comfortable as it did previous.
If I was having to pick a player that was in this lobby, probably Trev Stacks. The man is born with a sniper. He spawns with a sniper. And I think genetically, if you were to break down his GNA, it would actually look like a sniper rifle. So he's hitting some good shots at the moment with that charge rifle, just being a nuisance to anyone who's trying to rotate into zone here.
Get another Rampart wall up and try and get that Mythic Bin round 2. This looks a little bit safer for my liking, as Green Stego are going to be pushing in again, and it's going to be QAD on the other side. Strafing Flame has already gone down.
Ziki trying to move in to follow up on some entry damage, but you can see on their position in the top left on the map, they do have some progress to have to be made to get towards that zone. And the res will come in here from Player K on the Newcastle, so nobody going down as yet. It has been finished. A lot of these fights, we've seen those knocks going in, but nobody able to get the clean wipe. Only one squad has been eliminated. Excuse me, 2 squads from this lobby have been eliminated. As Zone 3 is now closing in around 30 seconds, and it feels like only a few seconds ago we were talking about round 2 closing.
Of course, there's the cut-off at the moment. 15 points. Expect that to be doubled, if not even more so, depending on how many points the top of the leaderboard will take. The QAD on the back foot have taken a lot of damage, but that is great defensive play. Again, just getting as much damage on that first player who is trying to entry to ensure they have to back off and reset.
Yeah, I think Green Stego have done a pretty good job here to actually force that team back. Now they are safe in zone. They just wanted to take the space away from them, and by being aggressive, but most importantly, like you pointed out, not getting knocked in that situation, you force QAD back into that little hut, and they have to now move their way through a choke. As Green Stego try and fight their way through, Ziki has gone down, and maybe this is going to be the opportunity now for QAD to move through themselves and try and third party this. They do have the numerical advantages. Omid were eliminated. Can they make this work, or is it going to be a fact of now Green Stego just escaping from this situation? Ziki's gone down. Dexter's been finished off. One player is still alive, but You have to wonder at this point for how long.
And of course, ALGS are going to be very confident at the moment in first place, 40 points. They should be comfortably getting into that winners bracket round 3, but you want to solidify your spot in that POI draft as well. So you want to continue playing at your best as Falcons, and now starting to have teams join them with where they were previously residing, but you can see where that zone is shifting. They have to move a little bit, but there's already a ping there from 0. This is where we're going to be transitioning to. We're going to hold that northern side, and they may be able to pick up some kills.
Kinotrope Gaming have just been eliminated as well, so 4 teams now out of the lobby, and you're about to see that cut down quite considerably as the zone starts to close. You can see Falcons were just about to make their rotate. Looks like they were trying to play for either the bottom level of that building that was in front of them, or maybe just a little area outside of it, but 0, he's under duress, he's taking a lot of damage, and now Hal is left on his own. It could be the end of Falcons' game, and they are out in 15th place now. Falcons, 2 games to go. We were saying that maybe there were some warning signs. Well, maybe we were right to talk about them. 2 games to go for Falcons to put it right.
I mean, of course, a team like Falcons, there is always going to be the chance to put it right, even if you leave it to match 6. But again, nervy times and some questions may be starting to arise. But CCG, one of our winners from game 2 as well, they have a position in the northwest at the moment, but they have to move a little bit further south. So it is going to be a Wraith play here just to try and move past some of these squads.
Well, Swiftness is using that Wraith portal to get them at least temporarily safe, but this is only a kind of a part 1 of 2 of the rotate that they're going to have to make. Greenstego have been eliminated, Lonely Let Gone have been eliminated as well. We mentioned that the pace is about to pick up in this lobby, where you're seeing exactly that right now as they assault and they jump. ORC, who are on top of this building, they didn't have an armor advantage, but they certainly had the element of surprise. Swiftness, though, now left on his own. And you have to wonder if he's going to be able to survive here, but he might be able to pick up a KP of his own as before he goes down. Meteor eliminated, CCG down as well, as we now have 10 squads remaining.
Went out with a bang. Adam may be doing the same here. It looks like Cat are going to be eliminated, which they will. So now 9 squads as 10K are still alive. 9th place, 22 points.
And the irony of what you see on your screens right now was 100 Thieves, who are in shambles at the start of this game. One of the teams who almost lost that first fight, who certainly did a good job of just surviving those early moments. Well, now they're inside of the top 8, and they're also completely and utterly controlling this side of the zone. Akatia go down as well. 7 squads now remaining down.
This is a really good position for 100 Thieves. Not only are they going to get some bin resets here down on the south, but they are one of the only teams down on the south. So they're going to be able to watch everything unfold on the north, and then they can join the fight whenever they deem fit. And maybe with some of the weapons they have, they can actually join in with some damage, especially Jen Burton will get involved later with Sheila.
Well, Omu's going a little bit crazy. The feed right now. He's just taking down Blast at Lufka from GG. So that's looking pretty good for Purple Slushy as they take the height. They got 10K underneath them as well. You have to wonder if they third-partied that, because it looks pretty clean from the resets that's come in. Maybe 10K were involved in that, and they just managed to steal a couple of those kills away. But now they've got to worry about 10K, and once again, it's just an assault. It's a creep up on those stairs to the team on height, and they just do not know that they're there.
And I like they didn't overextend as well, even with the knock, and they recognize they're probably going to get the res up there. If they had overcommitted to that one, they probably would have lost the fight, because there's other teams in the area that could join in. Big Tether coming out onto Purple Slushy. They're going to be kind of scratching their brains a little bit, hoping they can escape, which they do. And they're really concerned about 10K being below them, but they're going to be safe after this round 5 closes. They are within the next circle.
Pretty sure one of the security guards on the way in, his name was Big Tether. Gaming Gladiators have been eliminated. They go down as well. Babo now trying to survive, but it's only Pinky and the Ashu's available right now to stay alive as a duo. But Hole's picking up a kill as well, one of those kills, I should say. Are they going to be able to get the reset here? They don't have the Newcastle in the competition, so this res might be a little bit more uncomfortable for them to try and make. It's about punching that player into the corner to try and get them in a position to get them back to their feet.
Fusion's still alive as well, just kind of going about their business below everyone. I don't think they've really been spotted out by some of these teams on height. They are certainly going to be a threat, though, when they have to move to this final circle. As I say that, they decide to join the party.
Yeah, I don't think they had many options. They try and assault the team. They try and start a fight. And here come 10K. They see what's happening, and they're capitalizing on that damage. Once again, Purple Slushy just get ambushed on that height, and this time, kind of not their fault. They just got pinched by the team who pulled up onto them.
All the meanwhile, by the way, 100 Thieves are still sat south, still watching all of this unfold in front of them. Purple Slushy have been able to stay on top. 10K is still in the stairwell. Fusion do finally get eliminated, but the bad thing for Purple Slushy, they're only a 2, and if 10K notice that, it could be their end.
Onmu decides, it's all up to you, buddy. I'm going to leave you and try and survive a little bit longer. 10K finally take the ultimate height here. 30 seconds left until that zone will be closing. Onmu can't survive any longer. Purple Slushy will be eliminated. And now we find ourselves with 4 squads remaining as the zone starts to close again.
Babo have already taken a lot of damage here, but they are still going to be a real threat in this final circle, especially with the Watson being involved. But it looks like they're going to get back up to a 3, so 10K not able to capitalize on that one, mainly because they're being pressured from VVV on the other side. And then all the meanwhile, you still have 100 Thieves on the southern side.
Igarashi doing what he can with this Havoc in his hand, using that select fire to just hold off teams from distance, something you don't see a huge amount of. Usually that Havoc is known for that close range engagement, that medium range engagement, but he's making it work however he needs to. You can see the port going down, like you say, from 10K. They're trying to work on their next rotate, but it looks like maybe that port isn't as good as they wanted it to be.
Or it was perfect. I think it could have been bait. Both other teams kind of ran towards it, and maybe 10K need to think about second place here, because I really think 100 Thieves are in the lead position as Kashira goes down. Postkill's also taking a lot of damage.
10K just trying to survive here. Is there an armor swap for Postkill? Yes, there is. That box saving his life and certainly elongating it a little bit longer, but we mentioned how 100 Thieves have completely and utterly controlled the southern side of the zone. Well, this is what you can see from their POV right now. They can walk in, but they're not going to be able to get involved in this final fight quick enough to make it a comfortable third-party opportunity. It's a straight 3v3 with Babo for the win here.
Yeah, but Earls needs to be careful because there is a height advantage here for Babo. They are going to be able to lay some shots down, but remember, Jen does have Sheila as well.
They're trying to send it. Jen's going to go down first. Damage was done. Lully now on your screen, he should be able to finish off Thurholz. Phony is the last alive. It's a 1v1 here between Lully and Phony. Phony doesn't know where he is. The whistle will go in, but it doesn't quite connect. He's going to slide in. Phony just being a nuisance here, jumps into the void. No boxes on the floor for him to work with to get that armor swap. Phony can't clutch, and it will be Babo who win the game, but a 1v1 to close out there. That is how you want to end a game of Apex Legends.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from Phony's side. I mean, maybe he got hit by the Whistler, also maybe he was trying to reload. He definitely was just trying to avoid gunfire for a short time. But that is going to be Babo taking the victory. 16 kills alongside it as well. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing them in Winners Bracket Round 3, but great points on the board still for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, really, really important for 100 Thieves to get those points on the board. Like you say, maybe a little bit of frustration in the final moments of that game. It seems like everything just happened so quickly in front of them that they weren't able to be fully involved in a third party that came up. But the gentleman on your screen, understandably so, very happy with what they've just done on the main stage there. And like you say, a big kill win as well means that they should be pretty secure in that top 10 and looking to qualify and stay in this winner's side of the bracket.
I mean, 28 points in one game will send them up to first place, I believe, in the series standings. So yeah, they're going to be up to around 44. 100 Thieves will still put 12 points on the board, very much needed. That will put them into the top 10 as well. 10K getting 14 points for themselves. The big question mark and the panic stations maybe starting to siren is Falcons, 1 point in 16th place.
Yeah, don't quite ring the alarm bells yet, but certainly warm the hands up and maybe tickle the switch a little bit, because Falcons have 2 games to put this right. And we will say, again, you look at what Baba just did in that last game, putting 28 points on the board in just 1 game. There's still 2 games to go here for Falcons to find one of those type of games, which if anyone in this lobby is going to do it, probably is going to be them with the history that these players do have. But it still should be highlighted. It's not looking good for them as it stands, as Ballistic will be the next legend to be banned. Let's take a look at the head-to-head of our last 2 teams.
And I think that you mentioned it, 100 Thieves may be a little bit frustrated, but they couldn't have really played it any differently. They had to wait for the engagement to happen. Usually when you watch a fight unfold between 3 teams, you're going to be coming across a team that's weak in the end. It was just the fact that Babo were able to avoid enough gunfire, force the other 2 teams into each other, and they stayed very healthy in the meantime. And also just their output of damage was insane in that game. But those are the overall standings that we were talking about. I mean, only 14 points between 10th place and 17th place. So again, no one's really out of it. I mean, the bottom 3 are starting to fall away a little bit, but I will say that even if Red Rams had a big game, a similar game to what we just saw from Babo, they could find themselves in the top 10.
Yeah, look at the teams who are outside right now. Omit, Purple, Slushy, GG down there as well. We haven't really highlighted them. They are struggling in consideration to the achievements that they have, of course, of an Apex Legends in the Apex Legends Global Series, but Falcons are the one you got to keep your eye on. Reignite down there as well. A historic org with some very good performances in the ALGS, but I mean, it's all about the 3 gens. That's a monster game to put up, and I feel like a very good time to do it as well. Just takes the pressure off of them in these last 2 games.
Especially because of the points they already had. I mean, a victory doesn't always guarantee you, like, entry to the next round. Sometimes it is going to be a difficult situation where you have to find more points afterwards. It was certainly something that CCG may be feeling. They won game 2, but now they're in 10th place.
Well, Babo take the win in game 4. We'll have to see if Falcons can land a fly here in our final 2 games, because it's not looking great for them when we get back. 2 more games to come here on E-District. We'll see you in just a few.
out incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Get a feed the streets, they say my influence unbillable. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest. So for real, nobody try me. Going to catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check in. We bout to march, so if you not, get to stepping. I done told you who I am, bitch. I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent. No mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry bullet, then my words is a laxative. It's just go time. It's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the fake and fucking bringing that no sound. No staring is go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
¿Qué?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Big Easy. Welcome back to the ALGS Open. Welcome to day 2. Where have you been? It's been quite the day so far as we continue here on E-District in our winners bracket. 2 more games to go before we have a confirmation of who our 10 teams will be continuing in this winners side. And of course, who goes down to that elimination side? Don't want to go there. Don't want to go there.
You
Very
don't
simple.
want to be there. And of course, if you progress into winners bracket round 3, that's essentially the winners bracket semi-finals, because there are going to be 2 winners bracket lobbies. You win 1 more, you're in the winners final, and then you're only 1 series away from match point finals.
It feels closer and closer, doesn't it? I mean, we've got 4 days of action here to get through before, of course, we get to match point finals, but it does feel like the rounds are starting to progress to a point where you start to look at that form, you start to look at who is looking extremely good, and maybe keeping it in your mind that match point finals, of course, will be coming up on Sunday. But we've got 2 more games to get through here before we even know who's going to continue in that winner's side. And who have you got your eyes on here? Is there a certain team that you maybe keep your eyes on? Dan, who do you think?
I think it's hard not to keep your eyes on the likes of Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, Team Orchid. All 3 teams shouldn't be in the bottom 10 in my eyes, and they have the capabilities to have big games, to send themselves up into that top 10. So if you're one of those squads that is in 8th, 9th, 10th, you have to keep the rhythm up. You have to be finding consistent points here. Even if you're only finding 6 or 7 points on average, that should be enough to send you into the winners bracket at this point. But if you have a dud game, if you have a 0, then suddenly you're going to be looking over your shoulder at those big teams that are going to be clawing to get into the top 10.
Well, we have the opportunity to look back at that previous final circle in our game number 4 to see how it all went down. It all happens very quickly. It's always good to just take another look when we can. Exactly how Babo managed to close out those final moments of the game. And of course, it was Babo down on that low ground a few times, Dan, who actually had a player knocked and had to reset back to a 3, but it was the action in and around the height of this building that kicked the majority of this kind of end game ruckus off on that side of the map.
Yeah, they were currently under a little bit of pressure from the likes of 10K, but I think because VVV were on the other side, 10K became the meat of the sandwich, and Babo were able to just kind of pull back a little bit, do a little bit of extra damage, and then they stayed very healthy, and then it was the high ground advantage. Sure, when it went down to this 1v1 though, this is when it started to get interesting. Now, I said I wanted to see it from Phony's POV.
Oh, we can see him.
Did get tagged by the Whistler, right?
I think he just didn't see him. I think it was just damage from the gun that just chipped away a little bit as well. I have to watch it back another time just to make sure that you might be right, you might not be, but there's just some really good shots in the end. I mean, Phony did everything he could. He came down to Lully being left on about 1 HP, if I'm not mistaken. He almost turned it around, but It is Babo who close out those final moments, but you're quite right. The Ruckus on that side of the map, they were in the best position to wait for the exit of all of those teams from the building, clean up that damage, and by doing so, we're pretty healthy in that final fight.
Great to stay calm in that final 1v1 as well. It is not an easy thing to do, especially on the main stage in front of the fans, and knowing what a big win it could be for your chances to get into winners bracket round 3. And they look, all cheers, they all look pretty happy about themselves right now. So I'm sure they're going to be going into the next game with even more confidence. And that's one of the scary things. If you are one of those squads that I mentioned in that bottom 10, when you need points, you're going to be going up against teams who are confident to fight, who are maybe going to take a little bit more risks because there is less of a risk of them falling into that elimination bracket.
Yeah, they're just thinking about points here. They're just thinking about staying warm, essentially. This is what happened so far to get us to this point. Match number 1, LLG. Match number 2, CCG. Match number 3, VVV. Finally, I get to do my acronym acrobatics. Match number 4, Babo, we just saw take that one home with 16 kills, by the way. This is something that really shouldn't be underrated with that performance. Looking at the bans as well on the Legends, it was Cat that went out first, then we had Alter disappear, which made E-District all the more interesting. Then we have Crypto falling out, and now we have Ballistic falling out, and I believe on a tiebreaker as well, which always puts a smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, well, excuse me, I said that Ash was going to be banned, but maybe slightly different tiebreakers to what I'm used to in Pro League, so my bad. Ballistic's going to be out of this one, and in match 5 we will have Ash available. I think that's actually very important for a lot of these teams, because I think without Ash, suddenly then you're restricted to just maybe Wraith for those rotations, and if you're not a team who's used to playing Wraith, again, that's something that we don't really mention that often, is how deep your Legend pool goes. It's very simple to say, oh, if you don't have Ash, just use a Wraith, but if no one on your team actually has played much Wraith, suddenly things get a little bit sticky.
They certainly do, indeed. Well, it looks like we're moments away from match number 5 kicking off, and in fact, it is less than a few moments, because you can see on our main stage now, things are lighting up, everyone's getting ready to go. Ballistic, it's out of there. Once again, his head gets chopped in half by the graphics on our main stage. It's quite a brutal way for Ballistic to be banned every time I see that.
It's quite unfair, really. I think it's disgusting that it happens live on a main stage. But yeah, no Ballistic, so that's going to be one more Assault character gone. But all the support characters are surviving. It has been interesting to see how these Legend bans develop, and it will be even more so when we get closer and closer towards match point of how those Legend bans will happen, especially as the lobbies get a little bit bigger as well and stronger teams start to develop. Those metas do shift a little bit.
They certainly do indeed. It seems like a pattern starts to emerge on who is going to be banned and who isn't. And maybe we'll see a few teams, like we mentioned, look for those longer kind of compositions that allow them to play multiple games without the Legend bans having too much of an effect. You can see all of the players on our main stage here ready to lock in, ready to go. I would say arguably, Dan, they are locked in at this point. You would certainly hope so.
So none of them need relocking.
They don't have no relocking required as yet.
Well, don't allow yourself to be unlocked. Stay locked in, because Game 5 is very much approaching, and there's certainly a lot of different reactions on those cameras as well. A few nerves, maybe some people just not showing their emotions, and then there's the trials and tribulations of those who are just happy to be there. As Game 5 is loading in, you can see the Legend selection has started to begin. I'm already seeing plenty of Wraiths and Ashes coming into the equation just for that rotation help, but a lot of Newcastle also, and even a few Watsons creeping up.
Your Bangalore's in there as well to help with those rotates through the chokes, which is certainly never going to hurt you if you've got someone who is very, very strong on the Bangalore. But like you mentioned, Legend depth is something that's going to be highlighted a lot at this tournament with the Legend bans coming in. But we are now into game number 5. This is the penultimate game of this winners round 2 lobby. Let's see what goes down.
9 Wraiths and 9 Ashes, so one of those will be banned depending on
Want to take a guess this time?
Depending on how the tiebreaker works, which, again, I'll get some confirmation on, I guess. We'll start, though, with Babo, of course. They get the loot cam as their reward for winning that first game, and the real question for me is, where is that circle going to be going? Because it was a pretty good one for Babo to work with in the previous, but if we start to head a little bit further south, it could be quite difficult for some of those northern squads.
Yeah, Energy Bank finishing last time right in the center of E-District. We're waiting for a little bit of beacon information to pop up, and we'll see, of course, who has a beacon. And we are going down to the south, so between Draft Point and Shipyard Arcade is where we are going to be finishing. And by the looks of that, we could be finishing either in and around the bridge or in that kind of open area, which is very, very difficult to navigate, especially if you don't have a Newcastle. So keep an eye out for the teams who do have that in their composition, because it could be a Legend whose value has just skyrocketed based upon the zone.
Two teams that are going to have priority to zone is going to be Meteor and 10K. Both have a ring console, one at draft point and one just west of Shipyard Arcade. So VVV are down on the south side, but they only have a survey beacon that I can see. But I think in their natural rotation, they're probably going to see teams arriving, so they should be fine. You can see Cat also moving from Humbert Labs very quickly. They also had a ring console. So they're going to be your 5 main teams who get early positions and are going to really be a nuisance to those that are going to be arriving late.
Yeah, pretty good zone here for Gaming Gladiators as well. They might have to go out their way ever so slightly to collect a bit of Evo before they rotate, but we mentioned Falcons. It's only right that we talk about GG as well, being a team who is a threat, going down to that elimination bracket with the points that they have on the board. But still, a lot of Apex to be played in this set and a lot of upsets and maybe heroic runs and games to save a winner's bracket run for some of these teams. Lonely Leg gone on our screens right now, a couple of Sky Nades and a couple of triple take bullets hitting. It's going to force the player to retreat.
You don't really want to take any of these early fights when you're moving around here, because you've got a pretty good position for trying to move towards that zone. They're certainly playing this one patiently. They feel like there is a chance of maybe catching a player off guard. As LLG are going to be moving with purely white armors as well. Not a fun scenario to be having your rotation.
Not nice. Never nice. 100 Thieves. Last time they moved for this area of the map wasn't too comfortable for them. Think about what 100 Thieves went through in that last game to get those points on the board, to get that second place, almost out of the game. The first team to fall in the lobby overall, essentially. But this time they're going to use the evac tower. They're going to head towards the bridge, and in fact they're going to swerve back as they see a building that's open for them to play. So a good rotate here for 100 Thieves. They're going to be pretty safe for now.
It looks like Phony's going to maybe actually look to try and get them a little bit further as well with the Wraith Portal. Again, one of the advantages of Wraith, you can just make that move, and they've gone very central indeed, and may just find themselves in one of the better positions now. Plenty of buildings to work with, but I think you mentioned it, you know, when it does pull that further bit south, there's just a lot of open space.
There certainly is indeed a very deep portal there from Phony right into the center of zone, as we're going to see something very similar here from Arneb, who are trying to get their way into one of the buildings that maybe 100 Thieves were in a few moments ago. But this one's going to be a portal to not such a central location for the zone, but certainly with the beacon information they do have is going to be good for quite some time.
So I think this might be a quiet time for those that have already moved south. I think we're actually going to get a few engagements on the rotation through the choke points, especially around Energy Bank. It looks like Purple Slushy and LLG are going to be next to each other, as we currently see Falcons and Omit just going up against one another as well. But this is going to be a test of confidence for Falcons, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a test full stop, I think, when you look at the zone. At the moment, there's about 6 or 7 teams who aren't in the zone. And I'm not just talking about the zone at the moment, I'm talking about Zone 3 info that a lot of teams, Zone 2, excuse me, info that a lot of teams would have had from hitting those ring consoles early on. They've had to travel all the way from Boardwalk. Falcons, their drop spot, all the way down to the southern, will have to travel, excuse me, all the way down to the southern side. They're kind of being shadowed by Red Rams. They've got Omit right next to them as well, so it's going to be a really tough way for them to put points on the board, but it might also just make things a bit simpler. We have to fight our way through zone. We don't have to think about rotates too much until we get towards the end, the edge of where this zone is going to be going. And in the meantime, of course, they can just go around collecting Evo. They can make sure that they're looted. They're in purple armor before they have to fight, which some of the teams who have rotated already aren't going to be in the position to do.
Well, at least Falcons are going to have a comfortable rotation on that southwest side. There's not really many teams that are going to encounter them as they move through Street Market.
Oh, you hate to see that. You land and you get sliced up into about 1,000 of different pieces. It's going to be 10K who are trying to hold down now. The push is coming in from QAD, and it's going to be Kaisha who has to jump into the void to escape. The question is he going to be able to survive here, or is he going to be chased down?
Looks like he's going to be okay. You really have to try and get your team back up at this point. A Strafing Flame is going to probably dive down and maybe try and take the fight against FS as well. The trouble is, if you engage in anything on this southern side, there is going to be bullets arriving from somewhere else, and they also might take that opportunity to take that position from you as well. So you really have to be very strategic with taking any sort of engagement here in this area.
Yeah, VVD in an interesting position here. We don't really see too many zones pulled to right at the back of Shipyard Arcade. One thing they could be doing is playing for a light play off of that balloon that is available on the ship. So it's an interesting play for them. It's maybe a rotate that they got slowed down on towards where they believe Zone is going to be going by the amount of teams that are just stacked up in this area. So everyone just kind of putting the brakes on each other's rotation, so to speak, as they move through Shipyard Arcade.
Only 4 teams not within this next circle, by the way. Everyone else has found somewhere to call home, and now Omit were trying to hold out Falcons earlier, but it's going to be Red Rams now coming across them. This is a far more important fight for Red Rams.
And we're going to see the EVA 8 go into work again for Chico Chandad. Good shots going in from him to take down RKN, just being aggressive on that Mad Maggie. And Omit have to try and retreat to stay alive in this, but it's another KP being picked up. They did get the Finn, so a little bit of a change of plans now for Omit, who were one of the teams we mentioned, who were initially shadowing Falcons, but those two teams have split off a little bit. Falcons have gone towards Street Market, and this is a little bit closer to Draft Point.
Yeah, Draft Point is going to be a temporary area for teams to hold before they start to head even further south, but you can see the zone is continuing to shift further.
Could play for that third beacon as well over at Draft Point, a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it's a transition area, and you can maybe get extra info, but I think by that point you might be a little bit too late. I think the writing is on the wall with the zone that we see in front of us. It's those kind of pink areas next to the bridge which are so hard to hold when it gets to this final circle.
Yeah, it's an interesting zone as well, because I mentioned like Shipyard Arcade, not usually when you were looking at that third zone, second zone, the most popular you would say for end games, but it's kind of splitting teams on where they are going to be playing, because it looks like it could be actually pulling down to that side, maybe on that bridge, maybe around that bridge area. So for teams, this is one of those, it's like, do we hedge our bets and play to the south? Do we try and wrap all the way around? And looks like Falcons have made that decision. They are wrapping all the way round to the south at the moment. VVV are watching this at the moment. And the portal's going to come in from Zero. And this is a massive, massive portal for them. He needs to find a safe spot for Falcons to play.
Yeah, this has been a big rotation for Falcons, and I think it's actually going to benefit them. They're in a position now that they can stay here for quite some time. It was a long rotation. If they had met anyone in Street Market, it would have definitely been scary for them, but it's comfortable.
Comfortable for now, but one thing to just highlight as well, not a lot of teams dropped out of this lobby. So it's a position, yes, but no real placement points to talk of for them at the moment. No real KP opportunities presenting themselves at the moment, but the traffic at the north side is what we really need to start focusing on here. Team Orchid, Kinotrope, 100 Thieves, Meteor, all in this vicinity at the moment. Let Gone trying to exchange some fire at the moment. As Xiaoji is going to be taken down, so they're left as a 2, and Tao's just trying to get out of there. But like I mentioned, on the northern side of this zone, everyone is starting to stack up a little bit, so there's going to be third parties, there's going to be chasing that's going on for these KP. Getting into zone is going to be tough from this position, so teams are going to be willing to take these fights.
Tao threw everything in the kitchen sink behind him just to try and let Roy escape, and it looks like Roy will be able to do so. So LLG not over for them just yet, but they're still in a great position in the top 3. We've still not lost a team yet, by the way. This is very much congested in every single area around Shipyard Arcade and, of course, Draft Point. There's now more teams outside of the circle than there was beforehand, because people have realized they actually have to go out to go in, and that's going to be difficult for them to find their way back in, actually.
Yeah, you wonder if teams are actually going to go back north and wrap round either side of where this zone is going to be going towards Shipyard Arcade. But of course, by doing that, if you kind of counter-rotate, there's a chance you run into teams who are arriving a little bit later from the northern side of the map. Teams like Purple Slushy, Green Stego. So some interesting decisions for the IGLs to have to make here. This is a really fascinating zone for this game number 5, and I think it's really testing the IGLs and how they want to approach it.
It's just one of those zones where it's very difficult to take fights because so many teams had already moved, and even those who were kind of moving in the same kind of areas through the same choke points, you realize that there could be another team around the corner as well. So again, you have that reluctancy to actually engage in anything. And everyone's just kind of let everyone else be and saying, well, you know, you can make your rotation as long as we can make ours. As look at the split from east to west at the moment. So many squads just trying to find themselves in, and it is going to move southeast.
And now you look at Alcazia, you look at Falcons. VVV will have to move, of course, but I'll tell you what, if you were in a position to hit that next ring console, that is golden information, because look at the amount of buildings that are free. If you have an evac tower or something like that to get into one of those buildings that is to the south of Cat, you have a really good chance of surviving to this endgame. We do have our first team eliminated in the meantime. Just as we were looking at our map overhead, Red Rams will go. There's also a Mythic Bin that's spawning towards the northern side of things at the moment. Lonely Let Gone are on top of that at draft point, but Babo also eliminated, so they cannot repeat the success of their previous game. As 100 Thieves, they will send CCG back to the lobby as well.
Omid got eliminated as well whilst we were in the maps, and Verhost has walked into a trap.
No, that is scary, scary, scary stuff. That is a knock at the door that you don't want to answer. Goes back through the port and gets ripped down by Yuka. Perodaptor, and now he's going in to try and take down Jem Burn, but Jem Burn turns that one around. Finally will be finished off here by Cannon. And the question is, can 100 Thieves survive once more? Phony's going to try and get the res, and I think he'll be able to at least get one player up here. Verholst has been finished though, so 100 T, they've got some decisions to make now.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for 100 Thieves from this point, but at least they survive. They'll be happy with that, because then they can at least try and get some placement points, as 10K just respawned post-kill and Kashira. So they're very much back in this game, but they had to go quite a ways out to do so. They're all the way up towards draft point, and I think Lonely Let Gone may have got that Mythic Bin that you were speaking of as well. Now remember, Meteor were dropping down here. They were one of the teams that had priority to zone. These are the kind of difficult areas I was talking about holding, the areas under the bridge, a lot of open space, a lot of grenades can join you, but Jemba has just gone down again. 100 Thieves are under pressure from LLG.
Yeah, certainly are indeed. This is all the teams who had to rotate from the north, and you can see that red, purple, purple is going to be a fighting shield composition for Lonely Let Gone, and also a Kraber. I mean, why wouldn't you? We talked about that Mythic Bin. That's probably what has produced these goodies here for Lonely Let Gone, who rotated late on the northern side of the map through draft point, were able to pick up that Mythic Bin, and now got the goodies to really go to use and really rip their way in towards the zone.
Trouble is, there's 5 teams here on this northern side as Arnhem get eliminated in 16th, so 1 extra placement point for everyone who has survived to this point, including 100 Thieves, who still have a solo ratting out and heading south at the moment. But at LLG, I mean, all these teams have got to kind of move across open ground at the same time, but the Kraber could make a real difference here. Just looking at that zone, it is going to be pulling northeast of where it was originally. Great news for Cat and Purple Slushy.
Also, Team Orchid have managed to get themselves into a really good position. 10K, who you mentioned, were respawning. Well, they're now up to a 3. That was the team who was on the other side of the Skynades coming in from Roy, and the attempted angles to be created for a Kraber shot. They managed to hold for now, but they have such a long way to go. And if you compare the armors between the two teams who are looking to fight, I mean, you're looking at blue, blue, blue versus purple, purple, red. It's a huge HP advantage for them.
Decisions to be made here actually for LLG, because when this zone closes, if they don't give themselves enough time, they're just going to be running and won't necessarily be able to pick up any KP. So I'd like to see them move soon, which, okay, they do start to transition just before that ring starts to move. Give yourself 30 seconds, because you don't really want to engage in a fight when a ring is about to close. Otherwise, it just becomes so hectic.
Falcons continuing to port in towards zone a little bit more. There's going to be a lot of scary portals going down. There's also going to be a lot of scary angles to try and deal with at the moment. As Alcazia start to line things up, Pricey will find 2, one with the nade, one with the 30-30. As Alcazia look to find the last remaining players. I tell you what, Striker Flame is just ripping heads off of that head glitch. They will be able to get up to a full 3 here, and they should be able to just about sneak into zone as well.
Said that position from Meteor, it's just so hard to hold. They have just about been able to survive, mainly because of some good shots just turning back, but they're literally between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Yes, they're going to get back up, but you need to be thinking about moving. Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting ducks. As LLG have been able to move down and find themselves within this next zone. So success for them, and it means Kraber is in play.
No altar as well, which makes just these little positions a little bit easier. Not going to have someone just sitting down one of those void passages to surprise you and get a little abduction going when you feel like you're in a really comfortable position. That natural cover is going to be more reliable to play. Green Stego forcing their way inside of the ship at the moment as well. They will be able to force the team away from them. 15 squads remaining, by the way. 15 squads still alive as Zone 4 is closing. 10K might finally fall here as Kashera is down to about 40 HP. He'll go down, but somehow or other, someone else is still alive to keep 10K going.
10K quite literally fighting for their lives in the moment, but you mentioned it, 15 squads. This is Apex at its very core. Everyone playing survival, but now these engagements are going to have to start happening.
Pricey left on his own. 1v1 here with Roy. And another team getting involved. He gets the bank smoke down. He's got the perk as well to give him a little bit of health regeneration while this goes down. Can he get out the battlefield in time? Yes, he can. And now it's just a straight gunfight, which he cannot lose. And unfortunately for him, he is going to be one that gets lost. Roy left on his own, though, does have a Kraber, and on the Ashe as well, has got some mobility to survive a few extra seconds.
Roy's our boy, and he's going to still be alive with the Kraber, and actually Meteor may be his next target, but he has to worry about the team that was previously griefing him from above. Maybe they can get some extra placement points. Crazy that you have to work this hard to stay alive whilst there's still 14 teams alive. You'd be thinking at this point in the game, maybe you're picking up extra placement points as Roy does finally go down. LLG will be eliminated, and somehow, some way, Meteor are still alive down in this canal.
Something I just want to highlight, by the way, two teams who have made fantastic rotations into where this zone is going to be ended. One of them is GG, a team who are outside of the top 10 that we were talking about really shouldn't be there. The other one is Falcons. Somehow they found themselves right inside of where that zone is going to be going. So two teams outside of the top 10 have been masterfully led to these positions. 100 Thieves trying to match what is going to be going down in a few moments' time, but the zone is closing. 10k eliminated. Fusion gone as well. We're down to 10 as Kinatrope will be the next to fall.
Top 10 extra placement points good for 100 Thieves. They're up to 33 now. That is a far better scoreline than when they were on World's Edge. And they're now a full 3 as well, but they are being certainly attacked from all angles. This Wraith portal could be massive for 100 Thieves' chances here.
But he's going to jump into the shed and he's going to say, boys, you can follow me. It's a good place to be. It's safe. We are just about...
Are they?
Close enough to that next zone.
Okay.
I corrected my own sentence, I'll be honest with it. For a second I thought that was safe, but it's safe enough for now to reset at least.
Meteor again in that position. They're just being assaulted by everyone who has any sort of utility. GG get eliminated in 10th place. Green Stego still hold the height here, but everyone has now been able to get into the zone. But 100 Thieves and Orchid both losing players. Orchid are the ones eliminated though, and 100 Thieves will stand strong.
Little shield swap coming down here to keep Green Stego as comfortable as they can, but Zero's found a Kraber. Now, the opportunity for the Aussie to hit some heads, but instead it's just going to be the shields from the Rampart that are going to absorb those bullets from the gun of Zero. Can he land on a few more? We'll find out in just a few seconds. In fact, let's jump into the comms of Falcons now. This is a big moment for them.
They're sitting there. They're resting. They're cut. I can kill him. They're just sitting hard. They're just sitting there fucked. I think the first team to move has a bit of advantage because they can set up all.
Yeah, I mean, I have
There's like one team in the building, right?
I think it's 2, I think, at least. Yeah, I think it might be 2. 7 squads.
Look at this kid upstairs! That's right. They're all beneath me. They're all beneath me.
Wait, someone down here.
There's one of them here.
I think. Yeah, there's a team under here.
Okay, I'm peeking. Put it back in here. They're gonna pull it out. They're right below. Can you nade that? Can you nade that? One down here. One down here.
Bullseye from Zero, he connects with the head. It's going to be cleaned up immediately, and it's 100 Thieves who feel what it feels like, to be at the end of a Kraber from Zero.
Very important comm as well from Zero, saying first team to move can set up walls, and maybe they get an advantage if they do so, but Falcons, they have to worry about the teams that are around them. 100 Thieves eliminated in 7th position, but now they have to worry about the other teams below them.
Oh, reignite, they're trying to move in, and Zero has to phase it out immediately. Does manage to somehow find a little cubby that's going to give him some cover away from all the action that is going down. So Falcons now into the top 6. The longer that he survives here, Zero, the better their chances of qualification and staying in this winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, it could be some huge placement points for Falcons, but now we turn our attention to teams that have been a little bit more central. VVV have found themselves a place to call home on the stairwell, but they are going to be pushed here.
I don't think they know that Zero's behind them as well. Zero's just waiting for all this to happen, and he might be able to move in as the teams are taken down in front of him. Reignite eliminated. There's more placement points here. Thanks to Zero and being able to get out of that position. 2 downs in front of them. He lets it go, tries to find a place to play. Now it's just about survival. Jumps back through that portal. And he's going to line up a Kraber shot. If he hits this when he comes out, it would be big, but they won't be able to do so. VVV gone. Green Stego gone in the meantime. As Cat now move in to try and close this one out. They were in the best position for the majority of this game. Now they just need to hit the bullets down.
Have to hit the bullets, and I think it's going to be a simple cleanup because it was the portal who did the job in the end. And Cat find a victory in match 5 here to give themselves a fantastic chance of going into winners bracket round 3.
Well, fans at home are reminded it's not just the animal, the Falcons that we talk about. There is also a cat on our main stage, and that is going to be the team who wins game number 5. But I think there's some important stories that have developed from that game number 5 that set us up so well for this match number 6. 100 Thieves, pretty good points on the board for them. Should be thinking about being safe, staying in that winner side of the bracket. Falcons as well. KP I saw being picked up in and around that building. Good placement points as well for them, but still some work to do. But Kat, you got to wonder, how many KP did they go out of that game with? Is that going to be the kind of performance from them that puts them into the winner side of the bracket and keeps their winner side run going?
I mean, it certainly sends them into the top 10. They're going to be in 8th position on 34 points, our Cat. So, you know, one average game in match 6, and you should be able to call winners bracket round 3 a comfortable stretch for you. It does mean that Falcons, yes, they put points on the board, excellent placement points by 0 as well. Just knowing those extra couple of points you can get, utilizing Wraith's abilities can help you, but they do still find themselves in the bottom 10.
So still in the bottom 10, still some work to do. We'll give you the standings in just a few moments' time when we get them to present to you at home. But Cat with some really good endgame management there. I thought that Zero might have a little opportunity there, just a couple of knocks in front of him. Maybe he was going to win the game. Wasn't to be this time around, but now it sets us up. Like I say, that penultimate game really does open up the lobby. And we talked about how the ALGS Open might create a casualty. Going down to that elimination bracket means you've got a lot of Apex Legends to play, and trust me, it's a lot of games that you will have to play. If you want to go on a run to be involved in that match point finals, you do not, if you are one of the biggest teams in the world, want to be going down this early, because you know there is a scary chance to not just that you've got to play a lot of Apex and got to go on a great run, but you might not make it.
And you might have a bad POI draft if you do make it as well, and maybe play from a POI that you're not necessarily as practiced on or as comfortable with, or just a bad POI, because it does happen as well. There are a few stinkers in there. I do appreciate that Zero went for the more intelligent play, though, of just playing for placement. Yes, you could have kind of gone around and maybe surprised the team, and you know, if you hit every shot, you might be able to get a few kills on the board, but you can almost get the same amount of points by just surviving that one extra step on the way. So again, intelligent from one of the better players in the world, so I'm not really surprised.
We'll have to see if Falcons can clutch up in this final game and what that top 10 is going to look like when we get back from this break. Match number 6 is just around the corner, and we've got some stories to find their conclusion. We'll be back in just a few moments.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, and before we get the final game underway, a quick thank to our sponsors. Sony InZone's 27-inch M10S gaming monitor is tournament ready. Co-developed with Fnatic, it boasts a 480Hz refresh rate with up to 0.03 milliseconds response time, allowing you to quickly spot and track enemy movements. Combine that with a 4mm small footprint base, and you've got a monitor that is ready for competition at home as it is on the ALGS main stage. It's a beautiful thing, Dan, as I get a feeling this game number 6 is going to be as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a nervy one, not just for the players, but also for the fans, the family of said players as well that may be watching at home or in the audience. And I'm certainly going to be just eager to see how teams play this one, because I know, yes, it's going to be zone dependent, but also if the zone attempt hasn't really been working, do you go for a little bit more aggression? Do you start to push some fights that maybe you weren't previously, or are you scared of dying?
Do we see teams trying to spot certain teams and send them down to the elimination bracket? That's another thing to keep in mind here, everybody. It's a controversial take, but it might be a smart one if you're, I don't know, the likes of 100 Thieves. Maybe if you're the likes of anyone up at the top, VVV.
I mean, if a team like Falcons, like Orchids, like GG were to fall here, the elimination bracket suddenly becomes far more difficult for those who are down there, of course. But as you mentioned, in the winners bracket, suddenly it might be a little bit of an easier road for you.
Yeah, got to keep those things in mind. We'll have to see if that does play out. But the way that last game played out, that game number 5, was, it felt like the more traditional style, right? I think teams are still trying to not only get the points they need, of course, to qualify, but trying to keep the rhythm and the repetition of how they want to play a little bit going forward as well. Because it's very easy to fall into the trap of, oh, we can just have a game here where we're just going to int a little bit. We've got enough points on the board. We want to try and send some teams out of the lobby and play for KP. But then when you get into the next lobby, it's a little bit more difficult to do that if you're in the winner side because there's so many good teams. So I think just keeping that chemistry, keeping that flow, keeping that kind of mindset of how you want to play moving forward is important for these teams to do.
I also think in match 6, it becomes a bit of a crapshoot as well with how some teams are going to be approaching it and how you may want to approach it. Because I mentioned, do you go aggressive? Do you play zone? If there's a team who's got, well, there's a team in last that has like 5 points at the moment, Arneb, their only way of qualifying for the winners bracket round 3 is to get a lot of kills. So they have to play aggressive. They are going to be playing an aggressive composition. And if they run into a team that is trying to play zone because they only need a few more points on the board, suddenly they're not going to want to take that fight, and Arneb could ruin your day.
We could also see them, I don't know, play an Octane. Let's see them play Octane.
We haven't seen
Never know.
yet, I don't
haven't
think.
seen it.
Not on main stage,
One
anyway.
of the Legends I feel like we haven't seen so far. We'll have to see if that's going to be true. Let's take a look at the final circle from that previous game, though, just to remind you of what's happening as we see Papa Gen out there always representing the boys. Home or away, he's always there.
Couple of good shots coming in from Zero with the Kraber, but sadly Falcons were not able to find a position to actually really play the end game they would want to. Instead, it was just an attempt to try and stay alive for as long as possible. It was VVV who were holding this stairwell, and I thought maybe they were going to be one of the favorites, but I think actually when Zero went past them, they got a little bit flustered with what was going to be happening in front of them.
How many are behind us?
I think there's that little bit of a panic when you're trying to res. They popped up and they gave away their position, and that opened things up to the likes of Cat.
Yeah, smart play from Zero. I think he was trying to get the portal down so that he could instigate other teams fighting, but unfortunately the teams just above him on the bridge were already preoccupied, and it was Cat who had that high ground in the end. And when you're looking at it from their POV here in these final moments, it's a pretty simple end game for them to win. Damage done from the height, then it's just about holding the lines, hitting your shots, and you can see the pop off as well. I love to see that. This is day number 2. You can only imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow.
It's not quite job done yet for Cat. 34 points in 8th position. They are very close, but all it would take would, 11th and 12th position, both having good games here, and they could maybe fall. But I think that 34 should be good, but you don't really want to risk it. You want to put it in your own hands and just have a good game here. Just put a few points on the board to send you to around 37. You should be safe.
Yeah, one thing just to highlight here, I think the cutoff as it stands is 30 points. So it's been weirdly around 30, 31. And it looks like this might be a little bit higher. Judging, well, it could not be. It could be around what we find ourselves at the moment. So that's what to keep in mind. The chasing pack at the moment, you've got CCG or on 24.
They won a game, by the way.
They did. Haven't done much since.
That's what's crazy.
23 points for Purple Slushy. Falcons on 22, Fusion on 22, and GG on 21. And I mean, you can even throw Omit and Team Orchid in there, right? 19, 8, and 16 respectively. It's very, very close. Speaking of Team Orchid, shout out to you and the beautiful side. But it's very, very close. Any one of those teams, if they win this game, a couple of KP alongside it, a couple of teams inside of that top 10 have a rough one, this is going to be somewhat of a roller coaster of a game here. I love the fact that we have this.
There is only 14 points, again, between 10th and 17th place. So Team Orchid, a win plus kills, and you find yourself in that top 10. It is very much achievable for those teams who are still down bottom. So if you are 10K, if you are holding that position in 10th, you're on 30 points, you need points here. But this is what I was talking about. If you're a squad like 10K, your approach is going to be very different to someone who's in that bottom 10. You just want something solid. You just probably play zone. You probably just get points through placement. But if someone tries to take a position off you because they are taking a risk, suddenly you might get a little bit flustered, and that could cost you the winner's bracket. It's a very difficult match to approach. I've always said that about match 6, especially in this kind of format.
Yeah, one thing just to highlight here is some of the damage stats that we have in front of us as well. One team inside that top 10 who has a big outlier when it comes to damage is actually Green Stego. I mean, they're plus 3,558. The other team who's closest to them inside of the top 10 is going to be VVV, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, excuse me. ALGS, who are on 2,751. So it's almost a K in damage difference between the teams. And they're down in 6th place in comparison to second or third. So you can see that they're outputting a huge amount of damage. They're really influencing a lot of these fights. And it could be a team to watch going into this game that could be the team who's involved in a fight that could either cause an upset or open up the lobby completely. Because if 10K go first, that's the scariest situation, I think, in Apex to be in. Being the team who's on the bubble, watching everybody else take control of the game and just hoping beyond hope that the bottom 10 who are chasing down your number don't get any points on the board.
I think the scary thing is for 10K is they are the main ones at risk, right? I think
they're the target.
Cat, Kinatrope, 100 Thieves, they should be okay because it's very difficult for 2 teams to have good games who are in the bottom 10 to both be able to send 2 of those who are in the top 10 down a little bit. So realistically, it's going to be 10K or bust unless we see something miraculous from some of these bottom teams, which again, I will not rule out. But most likely the story we're going to be following here is, can 10K hold on, or will their position be taken away from someone like Falcons?
Do we know who's going to be banned in the next Legend ban round as well? Did we get that? I think
it's going to be Wraith or it's going to be Ash. It will depend. I actually found out what the confirmation was on bans, by the way, because in Pro League, I was told at one point it was just who had been told, who had been played the most throughout the series, right? It was just a simple count, but that rule has now changed. Similarly to yesterday when we saw it happen in game 1, if there is a tiebreaker, it's whichever legend is on the winning team. If both legends are on the winning team, it goes to the second team and then the third team and thereafter. So it's just basically the best legend in that series, in that match, is banned for the series. Did that make sense?
Yeah, it did. I can't remember who said it. Was it Wraith or...
I don't know yet.
Well, we'll get confirmation as soon as we can for everybody who's watching. We're just waiting to get this final game underway. Looking at the team stats as well, just looking across some of the things to highlight. 16 kills for Babo in that game that we saw a little bit earlier. That was a monster game for them. Where are they in the overalls right now? Just go to the overalls very quickly. We'll get this for you. They are in 4th place, and I think a lot of it is down to that monster game that they had. And that's something to keep in mind. Again, it can happen in this final game for one of those teams who's down in the bottom 10. One big game, everything can change.
Babo had Ash and didn't have Wraith, so it's going to be Ash banned, by the way, just for confirmation. Hope I'm right, because I was wrong earlier, but it's okay. I think I'm correct now. So yeah, with Ash banned, then we'll see a lot more Wraith, because we've seen how important it is to have one of the two, right? The portals have been everything, whether it be transition, whether it be just engaging, whether it's escaping. Having that ability to just go into the void for a short second and avoid any gunfire could be the difference to surviving.
Yeah, it's an interesting one now, because you know, Wraith, you say Wraith's been banned, right, correctly?
No, Ash has been banned.
Ash has been banned, okay. Fair enough. So Wraith is going to be even more relied on for those rotations in the end game. This is the match 5 results from what we just saw. Cat, shout out to you. 12 placement points alongside the 8KP. They were the team who found themselves in Godspot earliest the most at Shipyard Arcade, just to the top right corner of the map as you were looking at it, northeastern corner. And were able to survive both Falcons being underneath him and another team, I think he was trying to take that position away. It was, if I'm not mistaken, let me look low in my head. It was, my brain stopped working. Reignite, who entered that building as well. So I had to just flush through the memory banks there. And they managed to hold out for that endgame as well. Nice transition away from them from that building towards the bridge where that endgame actually ended up. So it'd be interesting to look back a little bit in the VODs to see how they actually transitioned from the building to that position they found themselves in to win that game.
So you saw there, Newcastle was most picked, but again, tiebreakers meant that Ash is banned. I was right, thank goodness.
If there's anyone who I would trust with manual math, even after a little slip up a little bit earlier, nobody noticed, it would be you. Imagine if that was down to me.
I think that's actually a big change as well, because if Newcastle had been banned, this would have been a completely different match 6 as well. It would have been a very scary one for some of those teams. You don't get that just fake cover. These are the series results that we've been alluding to, though. You can see them for yourselves on the screen. 10K currently hold 10th place on 30 points. CCG are the closest team, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, there is a gap between 9th and 11th of 10 points. So for 2 teams to try and take those positions away is going to be difficult, but of course there is a possibility that, you know, maybe Cat drop out early, 10K put 5 points on the board. Purple Slushy put 13 points on the board, and then suddenly it would be Cat dropping out. I think most likely what will happen is one team from that top 10 will drop out, and one team will replace them. But I'd be excited if there's a couple that start to get towards that top 5, and then suddenly the mathematicians who are watching at home will start to be thinking, hold on a second, some of those teams who thought they were safe may not be anymore.
And a reminder as well, the teams who are at the top, they're playing for the POI draft as well. They're slotting that, so it's not just about qualification, although that is the biggest hurdle to overcome. It's about where you finish up placing so that you get a better position in that POI draft for the next round. This is what happened to bring us to this match number 6. LLG, CCG, VVV, Babo, CAT. Do you know, I should have just gone with BAB. I just really kept it going, but E-District is going to be our final map here in confirmation, of course, thanks to, do you know what, thanks to you, only you, the Cat is still in, and Ash is banned. Nearly got you, because I nearly messed up again.
Now all the teams are starting to pick, and I'm expecting a lot of Wraiths here because we're going to see Ash banned, so that's an Assault character going, but mainly it's a Portal character going, as those transitions are going to be very difficult. It is going to be a 14 pick rate for Wraith in match 6, and also 11 are going to be picked on the side of Newcastle. Plenty of Rampart, Mad Maggie starting to come into the equation. A Bloodhound, a Seer, Valkyrie, Mirage, and Fuse, as well as Watson. All the legends are coming out to play here on E-District. And I'm not surprised that we see a bit of Mad Maggie, because aggression is key if you need points here and you are down in that bottom 10.
A shout out to Bloodhound on Red Rams. Red Rams' composition, by the way, is Bangalore, Mad Maggie, Bloodhound.
Oh, they are.
How do you think they're going to be playing?
They are out for blood, and for good reason. As I said, they were one of those squads that just want to put points on the board here. And with a composition like that, they could be a real threat to those who are just trying to play the steady game.
All right then, New Orleans, game number 6. Here we go. We are finally into it. Starting off, understandably, with the point of view of Falcons and Imperial Howell, the CEO himself, going to have to hit the boardroom if things don't go well after this game and re-establish maybe the strategy moving forward for an elimination bracket run. That's where our zone's going to be going. We're going down towards Humbert Labs.
Yeah, so not too far away from where we were previously, but a very similar rotation for the teams that are in the Northwest, for example. Omit are probably looking at this one, just scratching their head saying, are we ever going to get a Northern Zone? And again, for Falcons at Boardwalk, that's a long old journey. So when you see that circle, is there the consideration, is there the call of maybe we can pick up some extra kills here on the way? Could we potentially stop anyone? Could we hold anyone out? Or do we just try and move as fast as possible?
Well, 100T are being pinned at the moment in and around Stadium by the looks of things. It's Babo who are trying to put some pressure on. A little bit different when you look at composition to what Red Rams were running. You've got Newcastle and Watson here for Babo. So two very, very defensive characters for them to try and lock down some space. So you would think that they would love to early rotate, because doing a little bit later might be a bit tougher. A lot of responsibility, tough word, for Igarashi in those end games to navigate his team using those Wraith ports.
It's been 3 fantastic zones for Babo, if you think about it. Energy Bank down towards Shipyard Arcade, and now at Humbert Labs, where they've been dropping, is just going to be excellent for them, because they literally dropped between those 3 zones. So they've had the priority, and you know, when they're playing a composition like this, it does mean they can move fast, they can set up, and they're going to be a real threat toward this end game. A similar team that's had the chance to move early was Meteor, but of course, 10K is certainly going to be the focus. And no, Zero is not on 10K, but we just had a little glimpse just to check in to see if he was okay at the moment.
So 10K holding down the 10th spot. Funny how that thing kind of works out more often than not. You can see they do have zone information as well. They did have ring console to play with, so they're going to know that we are going out towards Humbert Labs. It's an interesting zone as well, because I think zone 3 info is going to be interesting as well. A lot of teams have already hit Humbert Labs and believe it's going to be pulling to that side of the wall. But if we see a weird shift, which, you know, if you've watched enough Apex Legends, you'll know that that certainly is a possibility, even though the percentages might not be there for this particular zone. There'll be some teams scarpering to leave, which might leave the door open for some of those teams who rotate a little bit later.
Excited to see what Orchid can do in this game as well, because they had such a good day yesterday, and they were one of the real threatening teams in Winners Bracket Round 1, but they just haven't been able to find their footing. But again, another team capable of a big game that could really shake up that top 10, and especially make those who are down in the bottom half of it a little bit scared.
Good to see Rambat back on the main stage as well. Caught up with him a little bit the other day while I was having a refreshing beverage after the event was day 1 was done. Great hugs, as you would imagine. I mean, you look at Rambo, gives great hugs.
Well, Gaming Glad. I mean, we're going from POV to POV of teams that are in this bottom 10 who I would be expecting to be in the top 5, not in the bottom 10. So again, GG, they have the capability of having a big game. They're running Mad Maggie as well, so looking to try and get a little bit more aggressive. Voiced by Lace, I believe. Certainly sounds like it anyway, but no, of course, I know. There is an actual voice actor.
Gonna trope at the moment. Trying to force their way towards zone. Gonna have swapped the R301 because there's only 20 bullets of energy to work with there. So they're trying to rotate nice and early. You can see that just by the attachments and the lack of, so to speak. But there's enough of a sight for Vols to hit that shot. Omit also in the area here. This is really, really busy. You've got 3 or 4 teams. I'll tell you what, one team who's having a look at this is going to be Falcons, and Sang has no idea that there's a player behind him. Cody's going to find one and get the finish, and Sang luckily was on the raid there. He can jump into the void and survive.
Arneb have lost one as well, and Arneb will be eliminated. They were in last position, so they will be knocked down to the elimination bracket confirmed. So that's one team down for the top 10 not having to worry about. Strafing Flame has just also fallen in the kill feed, and suddenly things start to get a little bit interesting. A lot of aggression now in match 6.
Yeah, pace certainly is picking up here. Now, is that going to benefit the teams outside of the top 10, or is it going to hurt them? GG do get that knock, like you say, and I think they got the finish on it, or certainly are trying to. No, they don't. There's going to be a Newcastle who gets the mobile shield down and manages to stick the res. Trying to thread the needle with this grenade, but not going to be able to get that finish. But GG want these kills. Lupton's going to move in. He will get that finish on the player. Okay, will re-down in the meantime, and GG will move into this building now. Won't be able to finish off the final players, but certainly do get at least 1 point on the board.
Crazy, just a couple of top 10 at the moment in 14th position, and they are sharing this building with many a team, and one of them is 10K. You saw just the player highlight, and Cat are actually going for a little respawn as well here. Looks like they might be able to get away with it, and they're going to be back up to a 4-3. So the two teams that Falcons are kind of chasing are certainly close to them right now.
Lupins will be resetting after this zone closes as well. Portal down, House just trying to command as much space as he can for his team, but they know how busy it is. 17 squads still alive, like we mentioned. And only 4 of them, excuse me, outside of the zone. Purple Slushy, the last team outside of the zone on the very eastern edge, but every other team is inside of this zone right now. It could not be more busy. And if you're stuck in a corner and you see Taxington playing the Mad Maggie, that could be a problem, but you could also just output damage to send him back.
Oh, bit of aggression here from Falcons,
like
maybe recognizing there's weakness on the other side, and they know that they need kills, but Cat continue to retreat and continue to put down blockades with these fences.
Yeah, the Watson fence is just slowing down this push, so they're going to be able to reset, going to be able to pop some batteries, but now I think they're a little bit pinched, and Zero with that scout in his hand and the P20s alongside it, looking to clean up these kills.
These P20s though, sometimes that spread, the bullet spread is so difficult to try and finish off a player, and it looks like they get one, but they probably don't want to pop out too quickly, because there's going to be other teams that will hear all this commotion, and we've alluded to it. There is almost 14 teams within these set of buildings, within this circle. When I asked the question, are you going to play aggressive? Are you going to play for zone? The majority of teams playing for zone here as Purple Slushy will take the fight against Babo.
Babo on the outside of this, Omni with the R9, has to switch, but can't get the damage needed. Purple Slushy will be eliminated, and that will be them down to the elimination bracket as well. Babo, by the way, having a fantastic set of games here in our winner's side, still alive. And I want to talk about the zone shift. I just looked at the map overhead. God, I'm just saying, sometimes we have a funny shift. We might be seeing that right now in our Game 6.
Well, 10K are holding down a position with that map pull, by the way, where they'll be pretty happy with it. They don't know it, but you can see on our screen, it's going to be shifting west. All these teams were kind of predicting it being further on the eastern side. 100 Thieves, Fusion, Meteor, Babo. I mean, all of these squads, as Red Rams will be eliminated, and that'll be them down into the elimination bracket. A good effort with an aggressive composition, but sadly, they'll have to fight through.
Green Stego have been very impressive in their team fights. Cat eliminated in the meantime, should have done enough, you would imagine, on the standings. Should have done enough as I lean over. Oh, maybe they're right on the cusp, and maybe I might have just cursed them. Who knows? We'll have to see when the game is done and dusted, if it is going to be the case. Apologies. Sorry.
They will certainly be biting their claws. Let's put it that way. 10K are very close to Cat, and you still have 6 teams in the bottom 10 still alive that could pose a threat to their position in the winner's bracket as well. One of the teams who is going to be comfortable is Green Stego, but how comfortable is this landing going to be? Is there anywhere to call home? The answer is yes, because they are the only team on this western side. As the zone is shifted this way, they're going to have so much room to play with here, and arguably in a great position to maybe even win this game. An early call, but they certainly have the most space.
You'll see what we mean on the map overhead in a few moments' time when we get to show it. That's how it stands on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment. You can see Purple Slushy eliminated in 11th place. Peacekeeper in the hands of Imperial Hal here, which is certainly going to help them. And Zero also has found himself a red helmet to get that red armor. So Falcons looking good when it comes to inventory, so to speak, for fighting. But so many teams being on this side of the map makes it so tough to take a fight at this point, because you know a third-party opportunity is going to happen as soon as you try and get involved in one of those.
I mean, one thing I can say, it's very likely we're going to lose one of Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, or Team Orchid. 3 teams that I would have expected to be in the top 10, and that is going to be a scary-looking elimination bracket for whichever team ends up there.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, then.
Okay, we're going over there.
Well, you know, this is good for Team Orchid. Look at their position, actually. If they transition to the western side of that building, they would still be within that circle.
You're looking at Kinotrope Gaming as well. They might be in a position where they can wrap to the north now and completely own the northern side of that zone. But everybody else, I mean, in a straight line down the middle of that zone as it stands at the moment. This is going to be a rough end game for a lot of these teams, and it's going to be about keeping your cool, finding a way towards the end game, whether it's through fighting, whether it's through taking space or a smart rotate, whatever it is. It's got to happen for you now if you're outside of that top 10.
Well, Falcons do find a way into the next circle, and they have an exit as well when the circle eventually becomes visible to them afterwards. But again, a difficult transition from south to north, but you do have the Wraith available to you, so those portals could be kind of doom or gloom.
Suppressing fire coming in from Lolly here, doing his best Cyril Figgis impression, but can't quite connect with some headshots for now. 24 seconds left until this zone does close. And they are going to have to make a little bit of progress to get closer to it. GG, by the way, on the southern side of this zone. Another team who would be a little bit heartbroken, I think, to fall down to that elimination bracket early on. They are down on the south, but they have control of the majority of the south. It's this busy area in the middle that is going to get cut in half, you would imagine. 8 teams probably can come out of this alive, if that.
This circle, I think a few teams are going to get taken down, but should be able to find a place called home. It will be the next circle after that, which is going to be absolute chaos. Babo looks like they're going to be taken to the skies, by the way, and maybe could take away one of the positions from Green Stego. They should be able to find a comfortable spot here, and maybe they'll be quite surprised by that. But again, when you see a zone shift like this, actually going up into the skies can be one of the best things you could do. KN have just lost one. VVV, GG are also having a fight right now.
The GG have had to force their way from that southern side into a safer position. Babo will be safe. VVV have been eliminated, but they are going to be safe. They are going to be #1 as it stands and will be in our winner's side of the bracket. But Blast, he gets taken down. GG trying to hold this high ground, but so many teams are going to have LOS onto them as we jump over to Falcons, who are under duress themselves.
Fighting tooth and nail, not just to stay alive, but to stay in the winner's bracket at the moment. Plenty of rampart walls going down. They are playing very defensive. They are thinking about the long game here, thinking about how they transition to this next circle. They're not taking unnecessary fights as Kiddertrope Gaming will be eliminated. Will they be safe? They were in 8th position on 36 points. They might have just done enough. It's going to depend what happens elsewhere.
Zero's going in here. He goes into the void to get past the remaining members of QAD, and by doing so, he's output some damage, he's created some angles, but he needs Waltzy to get in a position to help him here. It can't all be up to Zero. Now it's all up to Waltzy. Waltzy will clutch, gets the Q down, and will bring Falcons back to their feet.
Do anyone push?
100 leaves! Oh, it looks like Phony isn't going to have the timing on that, and Falcons will survive.
Phony dips in, and then Phony dips out. He says, peace, brothers, let's see how you do in the final circle. Falcons now up to 11th position. They are 5 points behind 10th, and more importantly, 8 points behind 9th, because I think Cat could be at risk here with how everything's playing out. 10K have the chance to maybe surpass them with just a couple more placements.
GG, 12th place as it stands. 10K on 32 points as it stands are in 10th place. Falcons are trying to line up some more KP in front of them. Let's jump into the comms in one of the most pressurized places they've been in so far in this tournament. Well, no comms for now, but good KP here for Falcons, and they've managed to find a rotate here. This is looking pretty good for them here, Dan.
Yeah, they've still got a lot to do, though, and yes, they're being aggressive at the right times, but all it takes is stepping one place out wrong, as Babo will be eliminated, but they should be okay. They're in 2nd place. Green Stego now will overtake them. Here comes the Falcon push. They're on to 29 points, and they're trying to play it safe. They will have this southeast side at the moment, and they are bullying teams away from this position.
And now this is where the composition really starts to show its value. You've got so many pieces of artificial cover to play with. It's 100 Thieves, who were the victims a few moments ago, but now you're seeing the slam above them. They've got to be careful, but there's an LOS from the team on height that's taking down and doing a lot of damage to that Newcastle Castle wall above them, and Falcons could just sit pretty.
10K do overtake Cat and will take 9th position, so now Cat are at risk at losing their spot in the winners bracket round 3 to either Falcons, GG, or maybe Fusion, as CCG get eliminated as well. CCG will be down into the elimination bracket.
Falcons need 4 points, 5 points maybe even to overtake them. We don't want to go down to tiebreakers and get invested in even more maps. It's been enough for one series.
Cat won a game. You don't want to go to a tiebreaker. You have to win this otherwise if you're Falcons.
So we have 7 squads remaining. 10K down on this low ground. Havoc in the hands of Kaisha as well. Panic's going to get a knock on to GG. GG still involved, by the way. As I say it, though, they will be eliminated. And GG will be our first big team of notable players to have to force their way through the elimination bracket.
Falcons, Fusion, Team Orchid, all still alive, and all 3 of those squads are still in the bottom 10. So it is really Cat who are very much up for grabs when it comes to the chasing pack here, but it is about moving and finding a position. Great portal to go very central here for Falcons, but the real question is, did anyone see it? Do they have eyes on it? And when do you move?
Well, you can see that it wasn't the perfect position that they wanted to play, and they're going to have to rely on a castle wall again. Does it become available in the competition? Yes, it does. They have the ult available, so now they can play their backs, but in front of them, there's going to be a lot of kills, but Hal is down. Zero is taking damage, even though he's outputting it himself. How will be brought back to his feet by Waltzy, and it looks like Falcons will be able to survive for now.
They are desperately trying to scrape through the winner's bracket here, but you can see a lot of teams putting a lot of pressure on them as well. Orchid have just lost 2. Maybe their chances of winner's bracket are about to fall. Yes, they will. Orchid will be into the elimination bracket.
Castle Wall's been shut out here for Falcons in the majority as well, so you can see that they don't really have too much to play with. They're just trying to hold off Green Stego from above by just using raw gun skill. 5 squads now remain as teams Green Stego, take first place away as well. That's huge news for them.
Falcons need 4 more points. You don't want to go to a tiebreaker with Cat. Remember, tiebreakers how they work. It's how good you did in your best game, and Cat already won a game as well. So still plenty to do for Team Falcons. And don't count out Fusion, still alive here, still with a chance of breaking into that top 10 as well.
Everyone is so close to each other. Everyone is touching each other, can smell each other in these situations. It's almost like, what meta are we playing? Has it changed from Sapporo, Japan, the champs, where we're having the Newcastles have such a huge say in these final moments? Falcons are going to have to move. They have 10k just below them as well, but I'm not sure they're aware of any positions. Green Stego are in such a good position here, just up on this high ground to fire down on anyone. They're going to be safest for longest, but now comes the play. Falcons, I'm pretty sure they got slammed on. Zero has to jump into the void. Zero's last alive. Zero gets hit by the fence and the wall, and Falcons will be eliminated. Falcons are down to the elimination bracket as Green Stego will be your champions.
One of the giants falls, but Green Stego will stand strong with a 69-point series to really put their name on the map here at the ALGS Open in New Orleans. A big struggle in that final circle. There was just so many teams, such little space, but sadly Falcons could not find their way out of that corner. It does mean Cat survive on 35 points. Kinotrope also, 100 Thieves will be going through, and 10k actually push themselves up to 7th position. But sadly for Falcons, it's going to be an elimination bracket run for them.
The 2 teams who miss out, Falcons and GG, the 2 closest teams to staying in that winner side of the bracket, but unfortunately for them, the road gets even longer if they want to be here on Sunday as part of that match point finals. But Green Stego, I actually want to take a little bit of time to talk about this lineup, because what a performance it's been from them. The amount of damage they have output in that 6th game, plus 7,097. Nobody in the lobby really anywhere near close to those numbers.
Yeah, that is a crazy damage output from Green Stego, and again, when you want to show dominance going into the rest of the series and make other teams fear you, that is one way to do it. A 20-kill game in match 6, 32 points. When we think about the teams that have achieved big kill games so far, you look at the likes of LG, for example, who had that 22-kill game on day 1. Well, now Green Stego said, well, anything you could do, we can do it as well, just not quite as good.
I mean, you want your headline from this, it's Green Stego on top, but you know, you're going to sell a lot of papers if you're talking about the performance of Falcons as well, and I'm sure that there will be a lot of people talking about that. 100T, they make it through, but you're starting to see how tough it is to get through and stay in this winner's side of the bracket. You have to take so much into consideration, different compositions, different playstyles, different POIs, all of these things rolled up make it so tough to make that winner's bracket run. For the teams on the left-hand side of your screen, they are the ones who held strongest. They will stay in that winner's side. The rest of the teams have to drop down and fight to survive.
One team fight, a couple of placements is the difference between a long old road in the elimination bracket and still surviving in the winner's bracket. And whilst, you know, 100 Thieves, they might be saying, you know, 8th is not really as good as we would expect. As long as you stay in the winner's bracket, and you get all the way to match point finals, you're at least going to be top 10 for that POI draft as well. And I think any team would just happily be there, getting into the finals and being in the top 10. For Falcons, for example, they will not ever get the position of top 10 now in any sort of pick in the elimination bracket if there are winners bracket teams dropping down, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I mean, so many different things get influenced by your positioning and how your run is formulated. And even if you, like you say, you make it through to that match point finals, which is a long, long road at this point for some of those teams. All of these things taken into consideration about how tough it's going to be in that match point finals. But it sets us up for some wonderful stories moving forward. And speaking of which, it's up to us to throw it back to the desk, because we have our first big headline, I feel, from the ALGS Open. Falcons down to the elimination bracket.
I think there's a lot to talk about after that series. Not only are we looking at big names in the elimination bracket, the casters talked early on in the series about the implications of that, as well as far as never having a good draft pick now, having to fight if they make it all the way through to match point finals, always being bare minimum 10 behind when it comes to those picks. But it's going to be a long road. This is only day 2. And then on the flip side, while we're talking about the names we recognize falling down to the bottom, this was a series of teams we didn't really get to highlight, of either newer teams, of squads that we've seen, but now are popping off here at LAN, or even Diaz Call in Green Stego with the 20 KP to close it out. I mean, Lace, this was an insane series.
Well, look, Green Stego, this is a team that has been playing together since the dawn of Apex. So, you know, they're an Apex South team. We sort of watched them there. So it's not a crazy feat from them, obviously, but it is something that is just coming to fruition. Like, I've always known that they've had the talent, but, you know, to see them on this stage and be able to outperform these juggernaut teams is a pretty exciting feat.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, we're going to keep saying it, but this is what we were hoping for out of an open Jamerson. So many of these teams are really stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, it felt like a continuation of the games from last night, just not at the same kind of tempo, right? This was a much more controlled game overall across all 6 matches, but you have to give it to all of our teams that showed up today, especially for this match. The fact that none of our big hitters really were able to perform well. I mean, 100 Thieves coming out in 8th at the end of this, and they were only separated from the teams that got knocked down by about 7 points, right? I believe they were sitting at about 40, and Falcons had about 33, 34-ish, somewhere around there. So the margin for error was very thin.
Yeah, I mean, we were wondering if things were going to change when we swapped from World's Edge on over to E-District. Were we going to see a pickup in the bigger names? Were we going to see a lot of these other smaller teams start to kind of continue this trend of popping off? And I think what we're getting, at least for the start, and we're still in winners, mind you. This is winners. These are the harder brackets that we're going to be going through as our teams continue moving throughout these phases. But we're seeing that anything can happen right now on our main stage and across all of our series. And this is what we were hoping for out of opening up the competitive pool to all of our teams from all of our regions. Is just really, at the end of the day, Lace, this is about showcasing all of their talent.
Yeah, and it's happening. Like, big teams, watch out. Like, that's all I'm saying, is that you don't, you know, these teams that have such, you know, long standings in being a pro league team, you know, there are other teams, like I said, Green Stego, have played together for ages, and we have seen them at LANs before, but then all these other mini teams that I've been watching in the pit just dominate, and you know, they're laughing while doing it. Like, they don't have like that locked in face that you see a lot of the professional teams have. They're actually like giggling and laughing and having a great time, which is making them and help perform well.
Which has also kind of been the trend, Jamerson. We've seen all these squads up there on main stage. We cut to them after a win, and they're either just like, all right, yeah, you know,
done it before. Yeah.
like we've been here. Or they are genuinely having a blast.
Yep, I will say that, but there was a noticeable like kind of shift in the vibe for this set, right? Yesterday, after the big wins coming out, it was all celebrations, but here it was a sigh of relief from almost every single team as they got their wins along the way. They understood that the implications were going to get more and more dire, right? And they can definitely feel it at this point, especially when you do have 100 Thieves and Falcons in your lobby. That you were able to survive means massive, massive things for you.
And, you know, let's talk about the flip side of things, right? We are seeing Falcons and GG now going down into that elimination round. Now, to be fair, we've seen Falcons play well under pressure before, but definitely a surprise this early on in the competition to see teams that we know have so much firepower, so much experience, finding themselves down in the elimination round.
And really, it does come down to what happened there on World's Edge, right? Yeah. A lot of people like to characterize Falcons as a slow starter team, but what happened to them on World's Edge? Well, they were forced to slow start because of what LLG were doing out of Skyhook East. And we got to see that when we got to the second half, when we moved over to E-District, that 100 Thieves were able to make the necessary adjustments. Luckily for Falcons, they weren't anywhere near them, but now they had to kind of gain their footing once again. So it was just a consistent slow start across the first 4 maps for them. And then going into the game number 5 and game number 6, it was really difficult for them to finally get it together in game number 6.
Yeah, and while we're talking about this here, obviously this is winners round 2 up on our main stage, but we'll keep mentioning we have so many other series going on as well. So whenever those are ready, we'll make sure you get an update to all of you at home so you can find out how that's going, because we're going to be talking about winners, but don't forget, we've got multiple elimination rounds today. We're going to be sending more teams home today and really focusing on trying to see who can continue their way through this bracket of competition. And we're already able to see a few squads go home, but right now, Green Stego is not one of the teams that has to worry about that. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights here that we got at the end, or some stats that we got for their overall performance here. What I'm loving is that it's similar to what we saw when we were looking at Furia yesterday, Lace, is the fact that they get the kill points to start it off and then are able to close it out with the win at the end, because that's what it comes down to, right? You have to get to match point, but then be able to get that final win.
I mean, I've been, as I said, I've been watching these guys play for a fair amount of time, and they've got like that steamroll effect where one kill is doubled, and then it's just an ample amount of kills, which give them that sort of fun momentum that they find that win in. Which is just something, that they're so casually doing. They did it in the Apex South region, and now they're doing it to every region today. So it's a great feat from Green Stego.
All right, well, if they've won, we've got to get them up here on stage as well. We have Dexter joining us from Green Stego. Welcome up to the sofa. Congratulations on your win. How's the team feeling right now?
ทีมรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ตอนนี้ก็รู้สึกว่าตื่นเต้นครับ
We feel very excited.
Of course. Now, tell me a little bit about what your experience here at the Open has been like. So far.
ประสบการณ์ที่นี่เป็นยังไงบ้างคะจากตั้งแต่มาจนถึงตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกประทับใจครับได้เจอผู้คนหลากหลาย160ทีม
We impress a lot. We meet a lot of people, 60 teams. And over.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best parts about this event. Was there any specific team or player that you were looking forward to meeting in person?
ก็คือนี้มันก็เป็นอะไรที่แบบน่าตื่นเต้นเนาะได้เจอคนอะไรอย่างนี้นะคะมีทีมไหนที่เราแบบอยากเจออะไรอย่างนี้ไหม
อยากเจอเหรอครับคิดว่าเป็นทีมโรลลี่เลสกอนครับเพราะว่าเขาเก่งมากในโซนครับ
I think it's the Lolly Legon. Yeah, that's the kind of best team, one of the good one.
Oh, I love that. Lacey, you have a question?
Yeah, so I've obviously watched you guys play for a very long time in Apex South. Now you've come over to New Orleans. Who is your biggest rival at the moment?
ก็รู้นะคะเราเล่นมากับ Apex มาตั้งนานแล้วนะคะแล้วใครเป็นแบบคู่แข่งที่แบบน่ากลัวที่สุด
แน่นอนครับฟอลคอนครับ
Of course, Falcon.
And you beat them. Look, that tends to be a lot of people's rivals. But you know what? You guys did a formidable job just before. Do you think from previous kill hungry play
เราได้เปลี่ยนการเล่นไหมคะหรือว่าดูแค่เดิม
เปลี่ยนครับแต่ว่าแพทมาเนี่ยก็คือมันเหมาะกับการที่เราต้องครับ
We do change so after changing paths we need to place at the rim
like edge zone plays, which
at the edge.
Yeah, which they many years in that sense. So it seems to be working because I guess a lot of teams now, Lauren, are sort of playing for zone and not really getting too far, and they're just cleaning everybody up on the edge.
Absolutely. And
clean up นะคะ
I want to give a little bit of love to you as well, Dexter, because you had 21 kills in that series to yourself alone. So, I mean, just tell us a little bit about how you're feeling about your individual performance, because that's a great series.
เขาบอกว่าน้องเบิร์ดนะคะคิวคนเดียวเลย21คิวรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ภูมิใจมากครับเพราะว่าเมื่อวานถึงจะได้อันดับที่3แต่ว่าก็ไม่ได้เล่นดีขนาดนั้นวันนี้ แก้ไขทุกอย่างก็ดีขึ้นเยอะมากครับ
I'm so proud of myself. Yesterday, even though we got on the 3rd place, but we were not that great. But this one, after we fixing what need, it's better today.
And that is the mark of a great team, to be able to notice your mistakes on the first day and fix them for day 2. You guys absolutely crushed it. Thank you so much for coming on here and chatting with us.
Thank you so much.
It was wonderful speaking with you. Congratulations yet again. But we also, like we said, we have our games going on in the pit, and we have Ryan standing by with another interview.
Okay.
Hello, I'm standing here with Liffen from Analyst Esports, who coasted through that elimination round to get past that hurdle. Now, talk me through a little bit about what the thought process was. I mean, of course, you know, it was do or die. It was a potentially last lobby scenario. What was the thought process going in?
I mean, we were all disappointed after the first day, but if anything, we need to bring more confidence into the day, and that's what we showed, was confidence.
It definitely showed indeed. Now, you guys are a relatively young roster, of course. Vasade, yourself, and Jans making the triple. As people, you know, for those watching on that may not understand how teams are formulated, what are some of the hurdles that you're trying to get through right now?
I feel like one of our main issues is just trying to listen to each other and work off each other more. We kind of get split, but we're getting there eventually. We worked on it today and it worked really well.
Definitely did indeed. Now that must do great things for the morale, the team morale, the spirit, the confidence moving forward here. What's the game plan going forward? Are you confident now? Has that helped you to kind of recover some of that initial bravado that you had coming in?
I mean, yeah, 100%, but you can't be too confident at the same time. We need to keep our minds checked and just play our game.
100% agree. Got to play with the game that you came planned to play with, right? All right, thank you very much for that. And yeah, so Limps, IGL for the team Analyst Esports. That's it from us here. Back over to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ryan. We've got Jamerson and Jayhawk back up here on the desk after our interview with Dexter as well. And I do just want to say that, like I mentioned when I was saying to him, pointed out the fact that they felt like they had a couple mistakes, which is crazy because, like you said, they got 3rd, but had some mistakes, and they were able to overnight really work on those and hone them in for this next series, Jayhawk. And you can see that it absolutely paid off by closing out with 20 kills.
Yeah, and Green Stego is one of those teams that they thrive when they can be aggressive. I think back to the first time they ever made their name, they were challenging the old LG roster when they had Yanya over at Stacks, and they were winning those fights in a LAN finals. And so this is a team, they build the momentum off of winning fights, and so I like that they saw, okay, when Twerkaholics was doing that same thing, they're dominating, let's just go out and do it too.
Yeah, I mean, we've only scratched the surface of what we have on the board here today. Like we mentioned, we just finished our series up on the main stage, but we finished a lot of series that happened over in the pit as well. So let's give a little bit of a recap on what we got to see over there, because we need to see where a lot of our teams stand. And we're going to start things off here with the reaction out of the win here. And this is what we were talking about when it comes to the pit. And Lace, you got to see that firsthand, but like, our teams are hyped over there. If you are here in the venue, go check out that side and watch everybody playing live and see just like the passion and hype.
Yeah, I was on one side and Dupe. I just heard Dupe screaming at the loudest, but like most passion. So I had to just run over there. Like, they are going absolutely crazy, and look at the scores to represent why they're going crazy. It's just been, you know, Virtus Pro even up in there. We've been sort of loading through them. We have had them as like the #1 seed. You know, they're going toe-to-toe with LG as well. But LG's performance today, 79 points out of that one, Lauren.
Yeah, nice little point gap there between first and second as well, because you can see they had a very strong performance. But we'll move on to the next series with another reaction as well. This time, Team Nemesis in here, Jamerson, getting to see how they feel after the win.
Yeah, I mean, getting knocked down so early, it's a little bit disheartening, but I'm glad that they were able to pick it back on up. But you can see it is more relief. It's relief, and now they get to go ahead and celebrate there. But I'm glad that they were able to pick that one up, because, again, they were one of the teams to look at, and it looks like they were able to really figure out that style. If you look at that breakdown, 27 kill points, 27 placement points, that means you are playing consistent center zone. You're able to finish out with really strong games.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see which teams will stay alive in our elimination round, as that's what we're looking at there, and a couple more squads eliminated. Meanwhile, we just heard Ryan Hart talking with them, Team Annex, in here getting their win. Jayhawk keeping themselves in the competition.
Absolutely, and those wins are big because when we talk about draft position, as you continue to move throughout the tournament, like Jamerson's talking about, there's relief, but also just the confidence you can now feel going into the next round, getting the POIs that you specifically want. That is a huge win, and when you do it with 83 points, it's also a high likelihood you can win that tiebreaker against the other team that might be trying to get the first overall pick.
Yeah, getting lots of consistency going there for Annex Esports, but looking over on the eliminated side, unfortunately noticing NIP over there, Jamerson.
Yeah. This was definitely, I thought it was going to be one of the biggest struggles, I think, coming into this year of play for year 5 for Nasky and company, because again, so much has changed, so much has evolved in competitive play and since his come up, and I feel like right now they haven't figured it out. So unfortunately they go down early, but you know, now you get to watch the games at least and figure out what's going right.
Definitely a learning experience, I think, for all of these teams that even come through here and kind of see how this is all playing out on a much larger scale than what we would typically be seeing here at LAM. But as I had mentioned, it means we are continuously eliminating our squads, and some are staying alive, Lace. And pretty soon, we're going to be shifting on over to the main stage entirely, but that's not going to happen today because we still have so many more series in store. How have you enjoyed this first one?
Honestly, it's just been absolutely chaotic. Like, I sit here and I'm like, do I want more games, or am I like just okay? No, but more. Like, I'm craving like all the different storylines that we can find out behind these teams, and just the way that, you know, they take it from one series to the next, and they've just completely changed their attitude, and then it reflects on the scoreboard. So yeah, more please.
Absolutely, and we're going to be shifting our focus to those elimination rounds coming up next here. But Jayhawk, thank you so much for joining us for this series. It's been a pleasure to have you up here as always. Tell me about your thoughts on the first series now that it's come to a conclusion.
I'm just loving that we're seeing so many different teams that we're maybe not accustomed to normally seeing perform, and they're absolutely taking the moment that they've been given and they're making the most of it, because it does feel like with this sort of open tournament format, that's what we wanted to see. We don't want to just see the usual suspects that we always watch dominate, continue to perform, and then, you know, we don't have any Cinderella stories, but we're already seeing some crazy teams that we've never seen before absolutely pop off.
Yeah, all right, well, Jamerson, we've made it through the last of winners for today. Shifting our focus after this, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's a huge vibe shift, right? Like that's the difficult thing, because we were on like cloud 9 last night where it was just all fun, but the stakes have really set in, not just for the players, but now also for us here on the couch. We really do have to stay on top of which teams are right there on the bubble. You heard on the last call for game number 6, for match number 6, that like we had to keep track of Falcons, Game and Gladiators, but they still had a lifeline at least. They still had one more chance, and now it's going to be all or nothing.
And we see that all the time in Apex Legends. Sometimes it comes down to that one point, that one kill, a couple placement points here and there that can be the decider between staying in the winner's bracket or going down to Elim, or staying in the competition at all. So things are only going to heat up from here. And if you're wondering what the schedule for the rest of the day is looking like now that we finished our first series, well, here is your look. Now that we've gotten through our winners round 2, as well as our elimination round 1, we will be moving over to elimination round 2 at 2:45 p.m. CT. And then later on in the day, we still have winners round 3 and elimination round 3. So lots of action still left in store. Of course, as always, if you're not able to make the stream or you missed anything that's happened already, just follow us on social media at Play Apex Esports on X and YouTube at Play Apex on Twitch. Make sure you're on Twitch getting your Twitch drops as well. You don't want to miss out on any of that, but that way you can stay up to date with everything we have going all weekend long. For now, it's time for us to go to a short break so our players can get them set up and ready for that next series. When we return, teams will be sent home. You're not going to want to miss it, so don't go anywhere, Legends. Punched myself in the face.
Well, it's time for us to start the first game of the day. Game 1.
A little bit of a sneaky beaky like sitting right there with the feet planted in hand. They're all, nobody looked at their back. Oh, never mind.
My audio's fucked.
No.
Good shit. Let's go, baby! Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
to reload. Pricey still not landing the shots, and through all this push, through that big decision, Baba will still be taken down, but it's opened things up for VVV, who play patiently.
He doesn't know where he is. The whistle will go in, but it doesn't quite connect. He's going to slide in. Phony just being a nuisance here. Jumps into the void. No boxes on the floor for him to work with.
Last guy's one, he's behind you, behind you, behind you! There's my fucking goal! That's one!
It's Walsey to get in position to help him here. It can't all be up to 0. Now it's all up to Walsey. Walsey will clutch. Fence to the wall, and Falcons will be eliminated. Falcons are down to the elimination bracket.
We at the top, got it on lock. We going hard, haters get dropped. Time to let them know. Bet on the pain, it's never a game. We going hard, we popping champagne. Time to let them know.
Hi, I'm Alini and I'm a content creator for EXO Clan. I started content creation because ever since I was little, I've always loved to record, take pictures. I was always the kid that was running around recording everything 24/7 and people was like, can you stop recording? It was like consistently 24/7 I recorded everything. Because my boyfriend, he was streaming a little bit and then he showed me what it was because I didn't know what live streaming on Twitch was. By far, like, that's the game I love. The thing that makes me keep playing Apex is probably I've gotten to know so many nice people to play with, and like especially like my Apex community is really good. I love my Apex community. That the game feels so much better than any other game. Like how it feels, how it looks, how it's moving, the guns, the characters, everything. I just love Apex. Who's your main and why? Okay, so I have two mains. My first main ever was Loba. And I still love playing Loba till this day. I haven't played Apex that long though, but the time I've been playing Apex, I've always loved Loba. That's my main. But recently, I've also played a lot of Ashe. Yeah, those two I really love, Loba and Ashe. The reason I love Loba is because I've always been a loot goblin. I know people hate that, but I just love stealing my teammates' loot. So I feel like Loba fits me very much because I love looting. I always loot too much. Taking everything that's gold and stealing it in front of my teammates. I'm sorry, but I just love it. And Ashe, I really like to snare people. And I think also I'm kind of an escape person sometimes. So I feel like with Ashe and Loba, I could just like, bye-bye. What's your favorite in-game skin? Okay, this is really hard because I love everything with skins. So I have way too much skins. I think I really love Lunar Goddess from Loba. I'll show you. I really love this one. I think this is my favorite Loba skin. Even though I love kind of all of Loba's skins. But I think this one is one of my favorites right now. And if I'm gonna pick one for Ashe, this one, 100%. I love it. Apex Legends is the best BR game just because it's such a fast-paced game, and I really love the fast-paced games. It is the best BR game. For me, I can't compare it to any other BR games. Just the movement, the looks of the game, the characters, everything. It's just way better. So, Sander, if you're watching this, thank you so much for showing me Apex and getting me into streaming.
Hello Jin, hello Navi fans, my name is Yarka and together with Uksako and Zidane we won the ALGS Championship in Japan. Today we are joining Navi. I hope you guys can cheer for us. We will do our best to bring another big trophy to Navi.
Yeah, down below me, one guy.
I'm sorry.
I know.
What the f?
On right side someone.
He's on me.
Oh my god, there was some TikTok clip. I hear the steps. Yeah.
Here, it's stuck here. Oh my god.
I tapped him on the head. Can you come to me?
On me?
He took TP, he took TP.
Yeah.
That man.
Yeah.
One guy behind me.
Oh no.
Yeah. He took TP. Oh, you kidnapped him.
Did I? You cheated
shit.
him.
Mark on you! Then. I will cut another one. Above you, above you, above you! Exactly. The last. On the bond, on the bin. I don't have bot no more. I'm just playing on the building.
Alter Q. Yeah, alter Q there.
It's full team here. And the solo guy on the right. He might try to int you.
We just chill and then I'm going to
Solo guy 1 HP. Dead. I have my bang ult now. Wait, give me a second. I bang ulted. Yeah, I'm doing. I'm doing other drone. 1 HP the altar, 1 HP the altar, dead. I don't know where's the third. You're on.
I drop energy stick. Here.
Go.
Good shit, team. I'll play it.
In the open.
In front of me.
Crack the Ash low.
Dead.
One.
Dead. Well played, team. Good job.
On the other side, all on you. Fight one. Ash low. Body 6-1. M block. Woo!
Throughout the early history of competitive Apex Legends, the scene was dominated by two dynasties for years. TSM and Dark Zero had been battling it out, repeatedly trying to top the other as no one else could truly threaten the Titans. But in year 4, everything changed as new challengers from around the world finally managed to break through and win. We saw the rise of squads such as Alliance and Shopify Rebellion becoming true powerhouses, and in response, the dynasties merged to create the super team, Team Falcons. Heading into the end of year championship, we were going to Sapporo, Japan for the biggest Apex event ever, over 30,000 tickets sold. And for the first time in Apex history, it truly felt like it was anyone's game to win. But although the list of contenders was as big as it had ever been, nobody saw this coming.
It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for. It's match point finals here in Sapporo, and it's time to get the action underway.
Here they come up with the zip line with the Newcastle wall, the hit fire shot from Howe, but he gets traded off, and Falcons take game number 4 in such a dominating fashion.
Wolsey did it again! Wolsey did it! Wolsey did it Alliance with the win. Falcons hit match point, and so
Alliance.
do Alliance. Falcons getting peppered. Falcons getting smashed. They're bubbling onto Aurora. They got the stun damage. Alliance are roaring towards a victory. He gets the res, but now he's getting swamped. Unlucky somehow still alive. The knockdown is keeping him alive. What is happening? Unlucky. Oh, it's Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion will join them on match point.
There's never been a better time for Alliance, for Falcons, or for Shopify Rebellion to lift that trophy. Go Next or LG can push us to another game. Alliance or Falcons can win it all here. Falcons are in shambles. How is one shot impossible? Falcons get eliminated.
It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance can do it. Go Next. See the bubbles go down, and they send the Cowboy down as well. They split the zone. They completely own this side.
Will Go Next get the chance here to win this whole damn thing? Now in the slam!
The slam for VP, but Go Next will hold. Looking to claim their destiny. Go Next, win it.
Talk about an underdog story!
This Go Next roster was centered around their IGL Hiarka and his longtime duo Yuchako. They both have a storied history in the game, having started competing around the beginning of 2020 and first ended up teaming together for the ALGS Online number 4 in EU. But then everything in the Apex competitive scene changed as the ALGS Pro League was introduced, and in the preseason qualifier number 2 for EMEA, Yuchako Hiarka under their new team Kick managed to take the win qualifying for Pro League.
Actually going to go down, trying to push up into that, and now it's Oracle with only one member left, and it's going to be Kick. Uako is the one with the 301, and that's actually going to hit, and Kick is game number 1 champions. What a clutch play there by Uako. And it is Kick, our second qualifier into the ALGS.
Over the coming years, they made a handful of lands. There was just one big problem. They were incredibly hit or miss when it came to making a finals lobby, and even if they did, the results were not great, to say the least.
There's a lot of experience at lands with this roster, not necessarily a ton of high placement. Maybe there's some potential there, but again, I think it's going to be a team that might struggle just based on kind of how they play and how they go about things.
Because of this, they always had a constant rotating door of teammates, and with Apex's roster mania, you'd expect for, at some point, them to have broken up, which they did for a short period of time, but when those opportunities fell through, they came right back together and continued to stick it out.
I think with time we created like the bond of not only teammates but also friends. So I think that's what made us stick together during this whole time.
Based on their careers up to this point, there was no reason to believe that Go Next was ever going to become a true contender. But heading into every LAN is a new opportunity, and with it comes a lot of change. And in that change, Go Next might have just found their answers. Hiarka and Yuchako were looking for a spark, something that could elevate them to the heights of the elites. And in their search, they came across 2 individuals that completely changed the outlook this team had. The first was Zidane, a rising French player in the EMEA scene who had just started competing in the higher levels of pro play around 2023 and had just gained his first bit of LAN experience in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of the best rollers on EU, right?
The next was adding a new coach in Esteves, who worked with Hiarka behind the scenes to get this team in the right positions.
We got a new coach, right? He helped me a lot on the situation of the other way I won IGL, and he did it perfectly. We pretty much knew every zone, right? Because Esteves had a map full of all the zones, so I kind of had an easy job on that.
And perhaps his biggest impact of all was in regards to the meta shift that the game was undergoing. In Germany, we saw the rise of Newcastle, large in part thanks to a team like Gaming Gladiators, who absolutely dominated with him. And in Japan, he was still a mainstay of the meta, but this time he was joined by Gibraltar, Catalyst, and Rampart. Gibby received some pretty huge buffs in the fact that his bubble could no longer be destroyed by a Maggie Ball or a Crypto Drone. This meant that paired with Newcastle, we were entering the ultimate reset meta, with both supports being able to constantly buy space and time to revive their teammates.
To join them as a third in scrims was either going to be Catalyst or Rampart, but once champs begun, Cat had been all but dropped as Rampart's pick rate skyrocketed. Rampart was a huge counter to Newcastle, being able to use her ultimate Sheila to spray down enemy walls as fast as possible and punish the attempts at revives. But in this meta shift, they decided to stick to Catalyst. While Cat can't counter Newcastle like Rampart can, she does have immense value in two key areas: bubble fights and endgame.
Was Esteves, once again. Coach Diff. During the whole time we run Catalyst was because of him.
There's only alliance playing Cat, so it was like, okay, every bubble fight, we win. If a team tries to bubble fight, we just kill the bubble, and we win the fight already. This meta was a lot of pullbacks, right? If you don't guess the zone as a Rampart, it's really hard to move. If you have a Cat, you can just wall, and then you have the Nemesis, you shoot, you have a wall again, accelerants, you have so much things to have ults, right? So the Cats, even with this meta of pullbacks, is just wall. If you don't guess the ring, you just go to the next one.
And in the group stages, Catalyst actually made a huge impact for them as they managed to win their second set of groups, sending them through to the winner's bracket.
Even though the castle wall will go down, it's just a duo for them to deal with, and Go Next again will win here in Sapporo.
And in that winner's bracket, they took a late Game 7 win to push themselves through to the finals.
Another Catalyst won't separate the fight. Go Next, take the high ground instead. Alley-ooping everything as they finally drop down. It will be Go Next. It will be Go Next that avoid the fight and take the win.
But they had done this before. Back in LA, they had actually placed 5th in winners, and still it didn't translate once match point began. And so although they were celebrating, what lied ahead was their biggest test. Could they finally make a mark on a finals lobby, or would they forever sit in the land of mediocrity?
Over 13,000 people in attendance, by far the biggest event in ALGS history. Year 4, match point finals, Championship Sunday is about to begin.
Dead! You win that! Not Gibby! Last guy sit down! Gibby! Fucking Gibby! Kill him! I cannot! No! How? I have an all! I'm up, bro! I cannot. Bro, you talking, Yuxako, bro! Shut the f***! Listen to him, bro! They're getting in the back, they're getting in! Bro, hello! Rest! I'm resting, sit down. Stay alive, put me in the corner! Behind us! Ah, bro. I'm resting. Bro, why are you walking against a Q, bro? Don't wall! So that GG's. I got the Skynet bounce into frag.
After like third game was already, I mean, our experience from previous finals, top 18, top 20, 14, was never like great, right? So I kind of felt very, very tilted in sense of we can do more than this, right?
Through 4 games, they were sat in 14th place with 17 total points. And in the ALGS match point finals, you have to hit 50 points and then win a game in order to take the tournament. And Go Next was nowhere close. And although in game 5, they had a nice jump, picking up 12 points to get themselves inside the top 10, all of the tournament favorites were living up to their reputations. Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons, and Alliance had all picked up huge wins already, the latter two having hit match point, with Shopify and Complexity hitting it after Game 6. Heading into Game 7, Go Next could not afford to allow any of these elites breathing room.
Championship is the biggest event in the Apex esports calendar, and it could be decided right here, right now.
We just kept saying like to each other, guys, if we win, nobody else can do it. If we win the game, nobody else can close, right?
It's a pullback. It's pulling here. I'm almost 100% sure it's there. Normally when it's like Electrodome touches it, you know? I mean, it's only touching there. I don't think it's there.
I think it's a pullback as well.
I think it's here, bro. I think it's there. Yeah. Can you move into these houses?
They're taken,
I think one of them's free. In front of me, guys!
Behind us.
Okay, all good. Go in. Come in, debubble. You good at suck or no?
Yes, I'm good.
But these pullbacks can be unpredictable, so they take a risky move. They decide to sacrifice their spot in order to grab third ring information.
You think they go?
I think so. Maybe they're hatching it. The golden up, so.
Alliance and Shopify, though, are on the outside of Lotus, battling it out.
We sub up. There's a bit. Yeah, let's do sudden. Triple stepping on me, dropping. Yeah, showing this. I'm gonna give you on side, okay?
Give you all the. You go third.
Give me dodge below. Bubble.
They want to play up with that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
They stand hitting. The two guys are still like that. One of these ones.
Pull away. We just drop down and play for Mythic bin.
Yeah.
That's not bad. We can go. We can maybe take the Mythic bin. Take the Mythic bin and then we can go back tunnel, okay?
They're dropping from Mythic bin. Can we get above them?
Yep. Probably. Attack.
They don't have buff.
Bro, come on,
Nice.
Drop here. Dead please, get in here.
Yeah, okay.
Careful, guys.
I'm dead.
Can we go outside?
Yeah.
I got a bubble here. Rebuilding on us. Yep, standing, I think. Come inside. Yeah, go inside.
I'm biting.
Nice. I'm still careful.
Okay.
I'm peeking a bit. Can you come back?
Yeah.
I'm biting.
I'm getting Take the window.
Give me 1 HP. Okay. Nice. Play up. I'm low.
I'm dead. Can we run back?
I'm coming. Watch out.
Can we run back and storm?
Yeah. Pull me. Nice. There's one on the back 14. Nice. Next bubble, we take the Mythic.
Down goes one of our match point teams. But back to Go Next, they finally got their ring information and have decided to make a move.
You see, it's a pullback, I knew it. Is there anything free? Is this one free?
Yes, will be.
Okay, we should get it. Go.
One is moving to loot it. They have blue CRK.
Okay, it's fine. Come.
Yeah,
we fight them if need, okay?
Okay.
And then
they're aiming at us, aiming. They know. The right one is aiming.
I'm ailing.
Q.
I'm gonna bubble. We need to go back. Come. We have to go back. Go. Oh, we are dead. Go away. Survive, you can.
When I saw Erka dying, I was like, we probably die here because, yeah, we're in the middle of the rotation point. But we managed to get a knock.
They're coming now. Back on you. I'm a character. Guys, I'm a character. One. Give his character one.
After guys,
back there. Nice.
All games you done. I'm gonna
test out. I want to test out. You need to go for the second. He's gonna raise.
Okay, we'll rest.
I think you just play edge and don't rest me.
Yeah, come to me, exactly. You can.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We're getting made by the dick team that we played.
We need to move forward. Scout something. Is the thing in front of you?
Left. It is for now.
Oh, okay.
For now it is.
Go there.
On me, so safe. Yeah.
Okay, on you safe. Okay, dude.
Safe?
You need to go forward. Just go forward. Come to me. Forward, guys.
Is there anything we can do?
I can grab him.
Ah, man.
What are we?
I think the worst timing was when I grabbed Zidane and they broke the knockdown. If they actually break it earlier, they will have killed us 100%. It was a scuffed. I wasn't kind of nervous there, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they might push.
No, they
can take the banner again.
They're going back. Yeah, you can get banner.
I can kill my
banner. Do.
1 HP.
They're not gonna push. Just get my banner.
You do.
I will do. You need to do it ASAP if you can.
Yeah, I have no Q, okay. On Q now, 7 seconds.
Just behind a little corner, and then there comes the composition. Luxaco put to the castle wall, he rezzed me 2 times, and then I think we just waited on people's mistake.
They move, they're getting shot.
We need to play that hut later.
Getting shot from the right.
Is it good? I don't think
I don't know, but I can wall to it.
Wait, these guys are gonna fight! Chill, don't do shit, these guys are gonna fight, chill.
Yeah, I have wall.
Back to their north, after Alliance won that fight against Shopify, they're now being held out by Complexity.
I'm just knocking these guys to zone over and over on the north. That's 2 dead. Wait, under me! Heard. Under me on the north! I got you.
Wanna make it, then we go in, okay?
Where?
I don't see them right now.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Get it on.
Yeah, right here!
I'm looking.
They don't.
Get the fin! You're gonna drop, I'm dropping.
They drop! Come with me! Climb here!
Okay.
They see Rocky over, they know. Wait, why did we double drop? I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Alliance then seizes that opportunity to rotate around them and below to the bridge that Go Next wants to play.
We need to play bridge.
Above us, no? Above us, people above us.
Yeah, chill. I need my next block. We need to go there. Just stay alive. I have 3 cells.
They just took it.
Come to me. On me, safe. Just crouch.
And this is bad news. Go Next are taking damage and have literally no heals left at all.
I'm going
guys,
there.
I don't have cells.
I have no self, neither.
I need cells, I have nothing.
With nothing, no one has anything.
Timing here is everything. They can't show presence. They can't take a straight up 3v3. They have to get a perfect third party.
People got give ult on the left side, Erka.
We will need to trip this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Okay, can you go?
Yeah, we're going, I'm going.
One death!
Give it some left.
He's on net, behind the wall, behind the wall, behind the wall. We're getting mirror, we're getting mirror. Behind us, stay alive. They're going back, they're getting mirror, they got mirror. I heard you.
And after we had like 10 boxes to loot. So we were like back in the game.
With their loot replenished, we reached the final 5 squads, Alliance and Team Falcons with a chance to win it, Aurora, LG, and Go Next attempting to play spoiler. And this is where we get to see the endgame prowess of Catalyst. Go Next has almost no cover on their rotate in, and Alliance is looking to pounce.
Wall of right, we can look left maybe? Yeah. 10 now. Move to me. To play on the right, move to me. I will have it, this bubble. I will have it in 10. You need to wall. You need to wall. I won't have. You need to wall off the right side team.
But a Gibby bubble stalls to buy time, which allows Zidane to build ult charge, and then he cuts off the entire zone.
I got stunned so far. Plan me! I'm trying to get to you. I'm trying to get to you. Black point 33 else. Don't let the take out right. Okay. Not triple. Do it. I hear them. Wall here. Okay. Tool. I ult that. Midi Q in 8. Yeah, okay. Midi wall in 8. 7 eyes. 5. Stop the shit. Play the gun. Shoot left. Fuck you. We're good. No, can we get plus kill? We drop plus the kill. No, we got hot. We got kill. What?
Falcons do win it, but Hal is the only one able to escape alive, leaving Alliance and Go Next in a final 3v3 to decide the endgame. But right before Alliance can drop down, Zidane is able to put some Catalyst Qs on the roof.
I have no Q on 10. Shoot them! 3v3! Below! Cracked him! Cat fucking below! Cat dead! 100! It is low! Newcastle 1, all you see that. You win this. 1v1. You win that, it's 1 HP! Push him, Zidane! Nice, Zidane!
High ground! Falcons are in shambles! How is one shot impossible? Falcons get eliminated!
It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance could do it! Go Next!
My reaction said everything. I got so hyped to keep playing. I don't know, it was so good. Especially when you take off those headsets, it's incredible. Like you can just hear so loud.
Go Next take a massive win in a game where nearly everything went wrong. And to make this win even sweeter, Go Next just hit match point for the first time in any of these players' careers. But now that they've hit that 50-point threshold, they have to win one more game to close it out.
Climb us on overlook. That's right. I pull like card. Yeah, overlook. Yeah.
Only good to Go Next.
It's a pullback. 100% the pullback. I think I know this one, boys.
With no team over at Geyser, the rotation path is far more clear. Guild on the other side of the map, though, coming from Landslide, have the zone pinpointed as well.
Back. They're not all the way over here. Overlook side. Keep going.
They should pull back overlook.
Yep.
Up here.
I agree.
And because of this, LG, despite not having ring console at Monument, are able to gather where it's ending based on Guild's movements.
They're going right. That's Landside. They're going right. It's like an overlook. It's like a deep overlook climb zone.
Tons of teams are on their way in, and the importance of getting into Overlook is at an all-time high. Overlook is situated at the top of an elevated hill, and with few spots to play inside of the POI itself, all the teams relegated to the edge will have to fight their way in on a literal uphill battle, and Shopify Rebellion learned this the hard way.
This team might be racing us for the spot, guys. Cracked him. He's one dead. Sin. Got it. Get moves down. Give me the side. We're just gonna have to slide back down. Can we slide back down? Okay. They're moving down, guys. They're going down here.
I'm looking. Who shoot the castle?
One floor. Kill.
Castle's cracked. It's a bad one. He's in the corner. He's ready right now.
81 flush. I'm just aping in. Dead. All dead.
Luckily for Go Next, because of their proximity to this end zone, they don't have this struggle, as they can walk alongside the back into Overlook itself. Once posted up, they have a decision: either commit to a building in front of them, or hang back and play for third ring information.
Can you scout that house?
It's taken.
Who is knocked down?
Yeah, they just took that thing. Yeah, they just.
And this one. Let's move
big
forward.
one at the...
into this house at least.
Yeah.
Come. It's not, it is what it is.
You should try to check this building somehow. I think
it's what I want.
They are going for it. The team that shot me.
They just took it, they just took it, they just took it. We do the third we can play. Let's go back there.
Meanwhile, for another one of our powerhouses, Team Falcons is struggling.
Should be good, should be good. I might be dead, I might be dead.
Wall. Run raised.
Zero does manage to get away and reset, but it's short-lived.
There's someone next to you. Oh no. Wait for 3.
But before this comes the crucial rotate. Go Next have ring for information, and they know where it's ending, but they have to make it closer to the end game.
But these guys have Valkyrie. If they have Valk, they cannot hold bottom floor. And you can wall all the right side, and we can... And we get bottom. Yeah, I
That's that thing.
Yeah, do.
Ban to Lena over the back.
Did you chill? Heal up.
Yeah, I need Castle Q. I need Castle Q in the back. I need Castle Q in the fucking back.
You good. Chill, guys. They're gonna pick up. Chill.
Picking down.
Double. Chill.
Oh my god.
Chill, boys. Chill.
Crack valve.
Chill. Go top. I need to buy. We need to go top tower. They're gonna kill us. Please go top.
I killed over the back.
Guys. Nice.
I'm milling.
Stay alive, Chaco.
So basically, if they are playing Valk, they have no reinforced doors, they have no spikes, and if they are playing Valk, they also have no rampart, right? So as soon as we get control of the doors, they are done.
From there, they realize that the lobby has made an error. The truck in the dead center of zone is completely free.
Can we get the fun? It's way better than that. Than these, I think, no?
Later on, no? You want
I think we should do it, no? What do you think? I think it's better. Even to live later.
It's your call.
Because we're gonna get shot.
It's
Can
your
you guys
call.
come?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, come.
I got this done. I need to stop.
You good. The one is way better.
But on the other side of zone, Alliance has finally decided to make their move.
Yeah, go to Hex. Come here.
Slay down here.
Hold it.
Just take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take the high.
Follow me.
Yeah, I might die.
We're good. Just follow me, land here. Land here.
No wall, okay?
Okay, just stabilize here.
Maybe wall, okay?
I'm bubbling instantly. DB ult thing on us, stabilize.
Yes. We have to fight something, bro.
Yeah, just get to the corner, we can maybe kill this thing.
Go.
Okay.
You ready?
You guys are low.
Yeah, Look at the one. Give me on top. No on top. Give me cracked. Give me cracked. Give me one. Last one. You see one left.
Guild comes in with the third party on Alliance, but Aurora and VKG sandwich them.
Take.
Doing that. Crack Newcastle. Crack TV.
You got the one.
Dead. I'm on 50 HP. I'm refreshing. Reset. Watch for above.
Underneath us. We can pick this.
Yeah, ahead.
Back there. Why is he? Stay on there.
Going down.
Dead.
On us. Oh, on me. On us.
Now everyone's here. Aurora want to get involved in this one. And do VKG as Guild get eliminated. 7 squads now remain. VKG pick up the pieces, but Hackis will survive. But Aurora now say, actually, maybe we want a bite of this one.
Still alive, still kicking. Hackis might not be saying that in a few seconds' time as well, but he hits the no-scope! VK Gaming, they want to be aggressive. They want to try and take this win. But have they overcommitted here? QQ, he's down. Trying to stick the reds, VK will not win it!
And just like that Game 7, where Go Next stole away the high ground for Falcons and were able to win the game off of that strong positioning, once again, Hyarka knows where the winning position is.
Yeah, they're gonna fight. We might need to trip that. Chill. Yeah, we're gonna need to trip that.
Should I wall?
Not yet. No, go, wall.
Left.
Go. Into here.
Bubble.
Dead. Stay alive, top
Behind us.
Chill, they're gonna fight.
Top tree.
Chill, they're gonna fight. One team there, one team here, chill.
And with that, we have 3 squads remaining. Go Next and LG, who managed to rotate early, both have strong positions and have a chance to end the lobby here with a win, since they're on match point. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro somehow managed to clear the entire west side of zone, and are the only hope of pushing this lobby to one more game. But Go Next has the ace up their sleeve, Catalyst.
I'm gonna have my ult soon.
Break the grass on the right, Zidane. We need your wall.
I will have. I need to do some damage.
Do damage, please, Zidane.
Zidane had just used his wall in the fight earlier to go in third-party Aurora and VKG, but in the recent Apex update they had added a new hop-up called the Accelerator. When using a Nemesis, Scout, or Car, any damage done enables you to gain extra ult charge. And so although Zidane has already used his ult, he just has to do some more damage and he can get it back that much quicker.
How you want it? Not yet! Forward towards there!
One shot.
Okay. No!
See the bubbles go down and they send the Catwall down as well. They split the zone.
Both teams on the low ground are separated by a fence line, and as the zone closes, they will want to focus the team on height, being Go Next. But with Catalyst, they can once again split the zone in endgame to buy time. In this final fight, all three teams are playing to delay as long as possible, which is going to allow the zone to shrink to such a small size that the actual fighting that's going to take place is incredibly chaotic. And this is where one of Newcastle's most important abilities comes in. Newcastle, when slamming down his ultimate, creates a wall, but it will also destroy things such as another team's wall in front of it, and it'll launch the enemies that it hits into zone. On Virtus.pro's side, Lou is going to throw his Gibraltar ult.
I'm giving you something.
But Zach reads that Go Next will bubble, so he's going to try to launch them out of the bubble utilizing his Newcastle ultimate to push them into zone so that they take damage.
They're gonna dome on height.
When he does this, he sends Hyarka straight into LG's waiting arms, and he pushes Yuchako out into the zone. But as he's midair, he turns to try and simultaneously give himself cover facing towards LG. If he pulls this off, VP probably wins the game here, but the turn in the air ever so slightly angles so that the slam misses the push onto Zidane, and he's able to get the kill onto Zach before he can even respond. While this is happening, Hyarka goes down, but the zone has moved entirely up to the height, meaning that VP and LG are now fighting each other on the low ground while taking storm damage. On that height, Yuchako has an amazing late Q placement to give them space to breathe. This buys them so much time that Yuchako only actually has to get one single shot of damage as Virtus.pro dies in zone, and Go Next takes the win.
I couldn't believe it. My reaction says everything. I couldn't believe it. I lost even my blood pressure. I went on the floor. I was lost. I couldn't believe we won.
It was crazy. I don't know. The moment was, I had so much adrenaline inside me. It was crazy.
It just feels unreal after such a long grind. I don't know, I just wanted to cry of emotion.
And I mean it with all due respect, there was a hell of a lot of teams who were named before yours as being the ones to lift that trophy. But you have proved, if you put in the time, you put in the effort, and you believe in your teammates, then you could become the ALGS champions. The ultimate underdog story.
Live.
So who are you and what do you do?
My name is Tanner, Tanner Treb. I go by Rogue online. I'm a streamer for Team Liquid. I play Apex. I mainly play ranked and stuff like that. I don't play competitive anymore. I think my old age has got to me now that I'm 29, or am I 30? I don't remember. I think I'm 29.
So what's the origin story behind the name Rogue?
The name Rogue came from World of Warcraft. I think my Xbox gamertag at the time was like Witch and Coyote. I've stuck with it ever since. It's a great name. I love like what kind of goes with Rogue.
So why are we in a garage?
Car stuff has become a big passion of mine and my fiance's now, so I have a fascination to go fast and things like that. And I have this leased shop. It's now my little gaming hub. It's more of a space where I can share my hobby with my stream, and also something that someone's never done before.
How did you originally get into Apex
We
Legends?
played it the minute it came out. Like we knew of it like a few days beforehand, I think, maybe, because it came out like as a big secret. Like it was just like a big shock to people. Like it came out of nowhere. So we played it, we loved it. I mean, everybody loved it. Everybody in gaming loved Apex, playing it ever since. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like I remember like being so infatuated with when that TV broadcaster died in Apex, like the one that was like a character that was supposed to come into the game or something, and then Revenant came in. Or there's two worlds when it comes to like games like that, and it's like you're a casual who loves like the story behind it, and then you're a competitive player who absolutely pays no mind to it. But somehow I paid mind to like some of the story that Apex had, and I loved it.
What has been your most like epic play in Apex Legends?
I mean, the most epic thing, the 1v9ing, but I had a 1v9 that was insane, and I had to kill a cheater, and I clutched like a 1v2, a 1v3, 1v1, another 1v2.
Play my shield.
Kill them!
Play my shield. I got a
One, kill them too. One, kill them all.
Nice.
Kill them.
Nice, done. Another armor swap. Play shield. You're good. Climbing. Nice. Another armor swap. Grab one. Right here. Behind you on the hallway. I have my shield up. Keep playing it. Let's go, Rogue! What? Res Gippy. Get self for that. He does! What the fuck? I'm literally 303 Fury!
That's a highlight moment, and that gets brought up a lot.
Can you tell me your favorite legend skin and your favorite gun skin in Apex?
Sure. One of my most favorite skins is probably Centurion from Bloodhound. It looks like kind of like the Spartan Gladiator, kind of just Roman Empire vibe kind of thing, you know, just a mix of everything. Gun skins wise, that'll have to be a 301 skin, and I think my favorite was probably Exposed Wiring. It's just a sick skin. I mean, if it's not that, then my second favorite would just be Ghost of the Graveyard. It's the purple and green neon, like glow in the dark Halloween skin from a long time ago.
Were you a pro at one point?
We were playing Apex, and we had 2 teams in Apex, and this was during like the Face of Pro League era, where like you have kill race tournaments. Eventually we had to boil down to 1 team. It was at that point that I had left like competitive gaming, and I had joined NRG. And then that's when I think I had gotten the garage. I think like some Team Liquid people was joking about like having like a Team Liquid logo in here or something like that. And I was like, you know, winky face. I ended up back on Team Liquid as a streamer, and I've been here ever since.
What's the most fun you've ever had while playing Apex?
Launching a car across Olympus with Lou and Drop. Things like that have always stuck with me. And they're some of the funniest moments I think I've ever had.
Is it hard being a full-time streamer?
Well, it's hard being a full-time streamer because I think in order to grow on stream right now, you have to be like a shock value streamer in the times that we're living, and I'm really against that kind of thing. Like, I don't like doing things for content that are very obviously skits or fake. Your only chance of really grinding and growing is putting in a lot of hours. So that's rough sometimes, especially during rank 1 grinds, which are rare. But like, I have recently done one, and it was insane. Like, it was like 800 hours in a month and a half. You are people's entertainment when you come home, so, or when they're working or whenever. So you got to be there for them.
What was the last real job you had before you started streaming?
The last job I had before any gaming, before any streaming, I think I worked at Staples in high school. But before, like in the summertime, I was working on my grandpa's construction company. Like, I was like a little teenage foreman.
What are your tips for someone who wants to start streaming?
You don't necessarily have to put a lot of hours in on stream to necessarily be popular. If your content is unique and it's something that people want to see, I think that's the most important. It doesn't have to be long.
Hey, can you actually show us the inside of your car back there?
Yeah, we can go to the car. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like, I remember like...
What's something special about Team Liquid?
Something Team Liquid fans, people don't really know about Team Liquid is how much fan supporter engagement they really do. Compared to other orgs, Team Liquid goes like in depth, my blue stuff, or anything that has to do with pop-up meat. But Team Liquid has like a genuine love for Team Liquid.
What is it like being part of Team Liquid? Like, what is the vibe like there?
I think Team Liquid's vibe in general, like with the org and all the people in it, it's homey. I mean, like, it's a tier 1 org. You got like, there's a lot of things going on. You have CEOs in the same building as players who are in the same, they live in an apartment complex owned by the whole team, and then like, it's a lot more serious than just like some average Joe org or whatever. But at the end of the day, it still feels like really homey. I mean, you still know everybody in the office. And you know, all the way up to the creative directors, to the guy who designs the merch, to Steve himself. I mean, you know, everybody in between, and everybody's a friend, and it's like a family for sure.
Okay, let's head back over to your streaming setup.
All right, let's do it.
How do you control the R301 recoil?
The best way to control the R301 is to have aim smoothing. So like, aim smoothing is this technique that It's whenever you strafe left and right, as long as you have continuous movement, your aim it'll take away some of the recoil.
What's your R301 warm-up routine look like?
I could tell you, but I'd rather just show you. So I use the R301 like exclusively almost. I mean, especially in the current meta when you have P20s and R3, like having one sort of ammo for the entire thing is just really easy. Essentially, I just take like a 2x or 3x. I don't take the stock or the barrel. So I just kind of practice. And I'll do this for however long, sometimes 10,000 damage. And I'll try to one clip as many as possible or switch sights and do the 3x after. And I try to do like 10,000 damage per sight. That's the firing range R301 warm up.
Okay, I want you to guess your career kills, damage, and wins, and we're gonna see how close you can get.
I probably have around like 63,000 kills. 11 to 12,000 wins, maybe 40 million damage. You want me to go look? Okay, so I have 10,300 wins, 43.7 million damage. I'm way off on the kills. I have the 114,000.
How do you win games when you're in a top 3 situation?
If you end up in the top 3 and you just always have a problem trying to close out games, my advice would be to maybe like record them. Maybe you fought the second place team too early, or maybe you actually had the god spot and you didn't need to fight the other team if the zone was going to touch them first and they had to move first. So I mean, recording your own gameplay definitely helps a lot when it comes to trying to discover and reason with yourself.
Who's your favorite Apex legend, just based purely on vibes?
Vibes? My favorite legend vibe is just probably like Watson, honestly. Watson has hilarious French lines. Not even the abilities, but just like the little meme things they do, the little mini claps, like just when they're like switching guns or whatever.
Do you get to play Apex with pro players often?
I like to play with a lot of different pros actually. Imperial Half and Falcons, Sykes from MV. I play with Prodigy Aces a lot and Dropped. Those are my main men. Those are my main men right there.
What's your favorite map in Apex right now?
My current favorite map, I think it's Stormpoint right now, but I've always been like someone who appreciates Apex maps whenever they are like outdoorsy. So like Stormpoint, Kings Canyon, Olympus is great, but this doesn't feel natural. It's weird. Like it feels like I'm on like a paintball field.
What's your favorite POI?
My favorite POI? It might be Mills probably. It's just like we've just dropped there so much. I mean, Mills is just a very consistent fight, like off spawn fight. Got nice loot around you with Cedo and Beast, so yeah, I'd say Mills for sure. Top 3 teams to watch. So obviously we got Liquid and the boys right on top. Got to represent Liquid Alienware. I'm going to be cheering for them above and beyond everybody else, of course. Liquid's for sure my favorite team. I think they're incredibly humble, and I think they represent a region that's like very under broadcasted. Liquid's my pick for sure. Second, Envy. They've been doing really great in scrims. They've had really like better play as lands have gone on. Their placements have only gotten better. Third team to watch, Falcons. I consider Falcons to be having like a midlife crisis right now, but I wonder if they can turn it back during this event. And I'm a big, I'm a big Hal guy. I've been friends with him forever, so I always support Hal's team.
What do you like about the Team Liquid roster?
I think they're incredibly loyal to each other, which I think a lot of other Apex teams aren't necessarily. People change rosters looking for the perfect puzzle pieces to fit together. Really, I don't think Liquid has changed their roster much beyond Yanya leaving a few events ago. And they've stuck together, they're friends. I think these are the type of guys that hang out together after the matches. It's not just like a go in the Discord, play their scrim, skip out kind of thing. But I think that's just a huge strength above a lot of teams right off the rip, is that they're able to hang out with each other. Krebs is a mouse and keyboard player, so he's the one to watch out for sure. But I did just see Jaguar as 1v3 100 Thieves like a day ago.
Newcastle Wall is good enough. 100 Thieves still alive at the moment. Somehow Vermos is left. Jaguar, what the heck did you just do?
What are you looking forward to the most this ALGS Open?
I'm excited to try some seafood boils, have some Cajun food. But more importantly, I'm excited to watch New Orleans ALGS Open and just see how this event goes, cheer on some of my friends, and enjoy some good Apex.
till we fall. We ball till we fall. That's right. We here to serve them all. We ball till we fall. We ball till we fall. The final countdown. It's time to brawl. Machetes to eat spaghetti, rolling Pirelli faster than Mario Andretti. Checking flag so fast I got no heart. Out the gate, first place, Mr. Go-Kart. My car speed by, doing $150. Better call an outlaw boys to come and get me. Yeah, I done one and I'm doing over 100. Check my face, done it, I'm so stunning. We ball till we fall, we ball till we fall. That's right. We here to serve them all. We ball till we fall, we ball till we fall. The final countdown. It's time to brawl. We ball till we fall, we ball till we
Is there something in the water? You might find that maybe is a little treacherous to swim in, but it's not the only place where people are going down and not coming back up. I'm talking winners brackets and elim brackets as well here at the ALGS Open here for 2025 and year 5. We have had so much action so far throughout these last days, and now day 2 continues on as we see which teams will make it through the gauntlet. And if you thought you were safe, some of the biggest names have already fallen into the elimination bracket. Can they get out? That is the question, and we're going to find out right now because 10 teams are moving on and 10 teams are going home. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you had a nice break. We had some great action before. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host for this series and throughout the rest of the day. I'm joined by Lauren Glitter Explosion. We've got Ben Zephyrcast and Jamerson here on the desk with me, or the couch, as we're calling it. The Nessie Nook, somebody said.
Oh, I like
to
that.
me, which I like.
That's a good one.
That was a good one. So, you know, we actually are still taking names, but that one is definitely in the lead. Lauren, this was a day that I think when we look back at you know, this tournament, now it starts to feel like the Open because we're already seeing surprises. We're seeing big names start to fall.
Which is why that last series was so fun, because we knew that we had heavy hitters in there and we were wondering, are they going to show us why they are these ALGS Pro League teams, or are we going to see more Open squads come through, show up, and we got 6 different Open teams, or teams that have a little bit less experience than some of our other veterans on that stage.
I mean, you know, what's also interesting, I missed last night. I was off on that set, but you know, if you are familiar with the word twerking, there was a lot of twerking going on. Not the dancing, though. Twerkaholics dominated, Ben, and this was a team that came out of nowhere, but, you know, their players actually leading us in kills coming into this day, performing at the highest level so far in the ALGS Open.
It didn't matter what legend. Floating was out there, living up to the name, practically flying across the screens and representing Twerkaholics as a whole, absolutely shaking up the competition in our final moments last night, which is great because it goes on to show that it's not those refined rosters that we've seen in Pro League, that we've seen across some of these lands that highlight the ALGS Open. It can be just about anybody.
Yeah, and now we start to kind of shift gears to where we do have some of these lobbies starting to look familiar. Last set, we actually saw some big names going up against each other. We had Falcons, we had 100 Thieves in there, we had Gaming Gladiators. That was a winner's round, but we've now split that back up. This elim round is with teams who have not made it in to that top 10. So now we see for Jamerson some of the showcase, the highlights to be on those teams that want to make a name for themselves in the most pressure situation that the ALGS has to offer.
Yeah, and we are seeing that pressure starting to mount on these teams. I mean, we got to see it beginning in like game number 6 or match number 6 on the winners bracket, right? Teams were going for those Hail Mary compositions where they they had to try and run down the lobby, but now with stakes even higher, where you only have 1 life left, they are leaving it all out on the field. So we are going to see some wonky compositions, I think. I want to see a lot more aggression out of a lot of these teams, because I don't think you can allow the lobby just to kind of move around you. At some point, you need to take charge.
Yeah, I'd love to get into that. We've got teams that we're going to focus on in just a minute before we jump into the games. But for those who want to know what's ahead and what has happened, let's take a look at today's schedule for you. We just finished our first series, which was a winner's round. What we're doing on the schedule that you may notice, there's 6 things being played. We're only showing you 1 on main broadcast. That's because we have a pit where the other rounds are being played at the same time. So as we're playing now, this actually is the 1 solo round that's just happening. Everyone's getting a break and we're watching on this stage. Tonight we'll have another series. We'll be covering winners, I believe, here on main stage, but Elimination Round 3 will also be going on. So the teams who top 10 here will have to play in that elimination round. Remember, it's a brutal format. The second you go into elims, you stay in elims. You cannot get back into winners, and that means that for tonight, winners, if you want to stay there, you've got to win. So stakes continue to get high as we continue the action here in New Orleans. For me, I want to talk a little bit more about what we've got going on today and start narrowing down, because this group, like I mentioned, you know, it is a very, there's a lot of names you would go down and say, well, I haven't seen a lot of them. I have not seen a lot of them, Lauren. But that, I think, when you look at these participating teams, you look at this show that we're about to put on, that's the opportunity that's available here at the ALGS Open, unlike all of our other ALGS lands.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really agree with what you were saying, Jamerson, about the fact that now that we're at this stage of the competition, we need to see aggressive gameplay. There is no more cushion. You can't just wait and play a little bit more conservatively because you know you have the potential fallback of going down into the elimination bracket. You're here.
Yeah.
This is it. We've already sent teams home. Right. We're going to continue doing that here today. So the squads that we see in here really need to step up to the plate. And while there are a lot of unknowns in here that can really make a name in this series, like you're saying, there's actually a few teams that we'll recognize and be pretty familiar with as well. So we're getting a surprising mix of unexpected and expected results.
Yeah, I mean, year 5, great example of that. You know, Natus Vincere, previously Go Next, there are champions coming into it. So maybe this is the season of unexpecteds. Let's take a look back, if you missed it though, at what just happened. Because, yes, I kept mentioning and alluding to big names falling. That big name was Falcons, who's now in the elimination bracket. If they're going to get to finals, they are going to have to run through every elim group and top 10. But Lauren, you were there. Jamerson, you were also there for this on the desk watching. Ben and I had a little bit of a break. Walk us through, Jamerson, I'll start with you, how kind of this previous series set the table and tone for today.
Honestly, I want to say that the first half of this set was dictated by what LLG was doing on the northern side of the map. It freed up a lot of empty spaces, I would say, on the north because of the congestion that they were causing, right? 100 Thieves along with Falcons were not finding easy rotates whatsoever. It was constant friction time and time again. But with LLG's performance, they had nothing else to worry about. Going into E District, both 100 Thieves and Falcons had the pressure on them. And unfortunately here, this is where we saw Falcons fall just beforehand. Green Stego also had a great performance there on World's Edge, I believe, had one good map, and then coming into E District, they just needed a solid one. What did they do? 20 kill win to finish it all off.
I don't know how Dia knew Green Stego was going to win out of this lobby. Lauren, what did he have in terms of inside information that we need to know about?
He always goes for what I think some people would consider an off-color pick. He has really good intuition with some of these teams that have the ability to pop off.
There's just something special about that guy.
Yeah.
He just knows. Unlike Ben, who's just so off all the time. Let's see if we could change that up, though, as we take a look at our participating teams. I froze you, Ben. I'm going to give you a chance to snap back here. Give me an eagle's eye overview of what you're seeing with this type of lobby.
Plenty of teams who've gotten the opportunity to come out of Elim Round 1, like Nemesis and many others. Across the board, though, still some heavy hitters, big names like we were talking about. Some we would say was surprising. Reject, not that Reject that we know from this last year, but still a major organization along alongside Real Order out of that APAC North. The rest can be said, of course, for EMEA, who tends to represent quite a bit here in this lobby. Danish, Bakelhall, of course, Team Nemesis as well. These are all teams that have a lot of history you will see not just in Pro League, but also Challenger Circuit as well, that are now fighting for their chance to break into that top 10.
We saw Sotin in our first series of the day here on main stage. They did well, had a couple of moments. Danish, a team that we've familiarized ourselves with in EMEA over the course of many pro leagues as well. But a lot of names that certainly don't stand out in the same way to maybe the traditional Apex scene when you've watched some of our LAN. So opportunity abound here for this group in Elimination Round 2. And remember, the stakes are incredibly high. The 10 teams who do not make top 10, they are out of the tournament. It ends right now for them. And the 10 who make it, they continue on to tonight's games. I kind of want to start looking now a little bit at like what can we expect from these teams? Who stands out? Because, yeah, in a lobby where everyone could stand out or everyone could blend in, it is hard to make those decisions as what it is. But there are a few familiar names still here, Glitter, and I think the team you're going to talk about has one of the bigger ones.
Yeah, and I think that this is a storyline that everyone's been following because I want to talk about Rock, the roster that everyone will have watched the last 3 weeks in Pro League as VDR. That's going to be Vaxlon, Deeds, and Reps. Now, I think everybody will have seen that surprising departure on behalf of Reps.
That's
leaving
right.
them
Very
as a
surprised.
duo heading into this LAN. Bad timing.
Yeah.
Not great,
Yeah.
right? Well, they were able to get Snipe down, who you guys have seen on the desk with us time and time again, and on the main stage time and time again. Now back up there playing with them, but very minimal prep time to get ready for this LAN. And now it's also a situation where Vaxlon is the one IGLing, which is different from what they were doing prior to this. So it was Reps who was handling all of that. Talk about adaptation. Okay, this is something that's been rough for them. They were able to make it through their first series, did drop down in their second winners round into this elimination, and now we find them here. Not a performance I think we expected from them, knowing what all three of these players are capable of on an individual level. So we get to see the lobby where they did end up dropping down. This is the last one that they played in, and you can tell by just the placements alone, this isn't really what they're looking for, right?
Yeah.
This is a pickup that is necessary right now for them to kind of get themselves back in a good rhythm because they did better in that first series of the day. But I think, you know, just with how big these individual players are, this is a team that we have to at least pay attention to, see what they can bring as a squad from the Americas region.
I mean, you know, Snipe Down's serious when he, you know, turns down being on the desk as well. I mean, that guy, I thought he was committed to the desk, Eric. Now you're going to play with the first opportunity you get. You're never getting back here, buddy. I'm just kidding. We love Eric. We love Snipe Down. I think Rock also a team that clearly is also another story in Vaxlon's side of kind of being not kicked, but I guess Fury essentially said we are kicking Vaxlon and looking for a replacement. That's worked well for them. Vaxlon, obviously a lot to prove as a result of that to see if they can mesh with Deeds. That team clearly just kind of living by the, you know, moment to moment.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is a moment they can continue on. We'll see if their ways can push them into the next elimination round. Jamerson, I want to see what you're thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, continuing on, talking about community members, big community members here in Apex Legends, I want to bring up Reject Winity here, as they have reshuffled their roster quite a bit, right? So after Champs, they ended up picking up Urice as a streamer, and they decided to pick up 2 members from the former Noisy Fox squad. Dude, I love this. I love this. That is total horror party.
Right now, he just stopped us all in our tracks.
What if it was like an actual like Danish, like the pastry?
Yeah.
And he's just sending a message to just one particular team in the lobby. But yeah, I want to talk about them, right? You've got Mia K and Rage, formerly of Noise Fox, and then you have Urice who's coming in. And honestly, I love Urice's story, right? Because I just remember him as a kid playing with Hal on stream. There were a lot of accusations back then, and then he's blown up, going over and streaming in Japanese, learning Japanese and streaming in Japanese. He's huge over there. And we got to see him. He had his watch party while we were at Champs, but now he's competing. He's got the call again. We have another player being called back into competitive Apex. He's been playing in APAC North. Now they've had mixed results so far. Their first day of play in APAC North didn't go so well, 19th, but on the second day of APAC North for them, they ended up in first place. It was pretty close, but it looks like they are starting to get the tools going.
All of those guys, too, have a lot of experience. Very different ways, but have been OGs in competitive Apex in their own right. And I think Urice's story, too, compounding that off the fact of just how cool of a guy that he is, of Filipino-Canadian descent, now been living in Japan, became one of their bigger Apex streamers, and he was there at Champs with us in Sapporo. Just a cool story to see him now here in New Orleans competing. So keep an eye out for that one. Ben, you know what? I gave you a little bit of, grief earlier on, but I know how good you are analyzing, so now I want you to highlight 2 teams, okay? Double the trouble for you here.
Okay, let's start with Rivals. This is a team from APAC South that has highlighted one side of our bracket, which we'll get into discussion because we're finally at the point where we now have teams entering from both winners and Elim coming into our future elimination rounds, which gives us some kind of analysis regarding, are they better coming out of winners since they've stood the test, or are they going to face some difficulties against those who have a little bit more momentum out of Elims? For the likes of Rivals, currently overall 5th in the Apex South. They've looked relatively good, albeit their performance in Winners Round 2 has left more to desire for. The one thing I do want to highlight between them is the fact that, of course, they do pull off that 3rd place with 7 KP. Had they had even just a small sliver of this re-performance, especially as we made that change onto E-District, it would have been very likely that they would have been moving on to Winners Round 3. I know it says Yuri's there. I do want to point that out, that is Fafa, who is the 3rd member on that APAC South roster, who is definitely, like I said, in the hopes and the position to potentially now move on. But on the other side of things here, Rain, there's another team I want to highlight because it's a very similar story. Team Nemesis.
Look at them.
I can't not discuss someone from EMEA. They put me on Rivals, and I had to bring up another. Wave to the queen, wave to the crowd. Absolutely beautiful there. I will say, Remix Power, Zuni, and Noises, those should be names that everyone knows. This is a team that is tenured both in Pro League and across lands. All of them competing across the board in both Year 3 and Year 4 when we talk about Split 2 Pro League. So they have some of the best land consistency when we talk about pressure. And one better thing to go alongside it is that then we get into discussion regarding Elim rounds. Do you look stronger when you have momentum to build alongside yourself? Even though they were knocked out early and we had some high expectations for them, coming out of this most recent performance here, they are able to deliver some absolute bangers of a game. Notably, yes, another 3rd place, similar to what was Rivals, but also on top of that, one of the few teams to walk away with a win and some high KP. This carries them very healthily to our Elim round 2, and that's what I'm curious now. We have those who have fallen, faced difficulties, the stress and struggles, and we have those who are feeling like they're in the perfect position to continue their onslaught.
Yeah, it seems like there will be, my guess is a bit of a wide gap in this one. I feel like we have some teams who have struggled, and that's why they're here. We also have some teams who have done really well in some hard groups, and there's only 10 spots, so unfortunately you're not top 10. That's to be decided, though, and especially from you, let us know what you think in the chat. Who's going to take that top 10 slot? Who's going to be your favorite to win this group? I know we certainly have talked about it, and that's where we go to our talent predictions. Now, before this last series, I was winning, and Lauren, you congratulated me on that. That was the first time it's ever happened publicly. That felt it was a big moment for me. And Dia somehow with that green Stego pick is in the lead. So what we've got to do here is see. Oh, look at the spread, guys. Somebody's going up, somebody's going down, that's for sure. I got Team Nemesis. I wanted to echo just the thought on, I like the way that they've come into this. They seem like a very strong team. Rock as well, like you were talking about. That's obviously what Vicky's going for. Dan with the, the kind of out there pick, but I think he's maybe seeing something. He knows something we don't. Rock is where competitive Apex is going, and we always love the competitive Apex is staying with us. You guys are doing really well. Jamerson, currently they're ahead of you right now.
Everyone's ahead of me right now.
Call out.
Everyone's ahead of me right now.
It's not hard to be ahead of Jamerson right now. You were so ahead last time that I think, you're taking a break, making it easy for us, giving us a chance.
It's the Apex curse, right? Like, if you're at the top, you're going to get knocked down, right? It's like, how many times do we see a team win and then go out 20th in the next game, right? Yeah. It happens. It happens. Okay. I accept it. I roll with fate.
All right. Making up things, excuses, it's fine. Jamerson, we'll talk about it a little bit later. We'll see how you perform. We've got some time, though, to check in with our other games going on. Now, it has been a busy day of Apex. It continues to be busy, but we've got two of the best in the business to help us understand all of the inner workings. Lace, Ryan, what's been going on over at the pit?
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Honestly, we were kind of like walking around the pit and the vibes are getting slightly lower. It was all cheers yesterday. Now it's more fear when we are locked in. The elimination brackets are currently underway. So, Ryan, why don't you take us through Elimination, Lobby 2, and who you think might be on the cusp of going home?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a big one. I mean, you know, we are down here in the deep, dark dungeon depths of the pit, and it is quiet in here. I mean, people know that it's all to play for, teams all around me, and half of these teams are going to be going home today. It's serious stuff, man, and yeah, it's all on the line. So in the Elimination Lobby 2, I mean, I think, yeah, the standout team to look out for there to talk about is Enterforce, who, of course, had a brilliant, dominant run in Japan, in Sapporo, at the ALGS Year 4 finals. And they're, you know, struggling to get through that elimination round. And it's crazy because a lot of teams that didn't expect to be there have just found themselves down there in that spot where it's do or die. You know, there's no second chances. Well, that is technically your second chance, but that's it. Once that's it, you're on your way home, you know. So, yeah, it's a pretty scary time for those people.
And in Lobby 3, now I was sort of talking about them on the couch, and I was like, yeah, they're going to do so great. Team Orchid is actually in the elimination bracket, so don't ask me to do any predictions anymore because apparently I cannot. But also in that same lobby is Team Falcons as well. You wouldn't think that they would be in there at this sorts of time. And Lobby 4, of course, you know, we've got Movie Star Koi.
Movie Star Koi, yeah, X and Y, Heroes, Legion Gaming, you know, Pro League favorites, you know, teams we've seen at many a LAN. They're no strangers to the big stage, and they're all fighting for that spot to get through the elimination lobby. So it is serious stuff down here, man. But that's it from us here in the pit for now. So over to you guys, casting. Take it away.
Lace, Ryan, and also Couch Squad. Thank you guys for making us feel right at home with this. And I'm very happy to be excited. Also sad, but very excited to go into Elim round now, and lower bracket always makes me more heated.
I will say, the nice thing is that we have the first 3 games. So we set the stage for who might be eliminated, but Graceful, you don't actually have to send anyone home. So that's gonna be nice for all of our teams. We'll even get to see those first 3 breakout games and who's starting to, when the pressure rises, actually rise to the occasion along with it.
We're starting on Broken Moon, which is absolutely my current favorite map after the revamps. You know, it could be questionable before, but now it's in a super good state. Happy to see that we're bringing it into the comp as well. Seeing all of these drop spots as well, people are prioritizing very differently based on the play style. This map is also one of the maps that is very choke heavy, where it's kind of hard to get through some of the areas, as they have removed some and added some other. But when you're getting funneled through tunnels and stuff like that, you're definitely a little bit scared.
I'm thinking back to when we used to have Promenade and we would just all be going through the center of the map. There's a lot of action that can be had on Broken Moon. As like you mentioned, the choke points really create some interesting situations. But now as we drop in for our first game on the main stage of elimination rounds, it's time to see who the big performers are going to be. And one of those teams that we're really expecting to perform, or rather to continue their good performance, is Bacalao, who while they have dropped down from the winners bracket, were the winningest of teams to have dropped down.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them perform a little bit, but at the end of the day, we are also here in Elim round 2 right now. I think that as we're progressing throughout these matches, people will be more and more unhinged, because at the end of the day, this is do or die. If you don't make it into top 10 at the end of this series, you will be going home.
This time around, Zone's going to be starting us off with a slight advantage to teams like No Surrender over at Eternal Gardens, O2 Esports, who are right next door, F9, who are down to the south, and Soten, who are up to the north. Those 4 teams will have an advantage when it comes to securing buildings, specifically in Eternal Gardens. If you do, in fact, think the Zone is actually going there, it can pull to the other side of the hill, but regardless of which way you're betting, you have the chance to place that early.
Eternal Gardens is definitely one of the most common zones, especially on the east side of that mountain, as we're talking about in the center. However, a lot of playable area. A lot of these teams shouldn't really be scared to either move in very fast or slow, especially mid-speed, due to the fact that it is, you know, very safe. A lot of cover, even several layers.
And because it's the first game of the series, we have no legend bans. And so things like Newcastle are available, playable in the early rounds, and especially especially when you are going to be using a lot of open space around the Eternal Gardens area. Newcastle can be extremely valuable for making sure that your team survives just a little bit longer. We are seeing some squads, instead of the altars that we'll normally see banned later, actually opt into Wraiths. We're seeing O2 really notably do that, as that tends to be a bit rarer of a pick until altar or Ashe gets eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to a couple of different things here. You know, weapon choices overall across all of the maps have been kind of a staple. A lot of people running double light, you know, it's Scout with the P20s. Will we see a little bit different specifically tied to this map? Will be very interesting to see the stats later on. However, Riddle Order flying in slowly but surely, making sure they're staying on edge, getting looted, and potentially maybe even taking a fight.
This evac tower within audible range of Virtue, and I like that Virtue do turn around. You're not going to let this Evo be taken for free, and it is about just denying ease of use for other teams that are in the area. Even with Virtue and Riddle, who realistically don't have to eliminate each other right now, if Virtue can deny a little bit of extra Evo from Riddle and get some themselves by putting down damage, that's going to be really nice for them. For BBL, survival is key right now. They're being fragged at the moment, and Jasonator takes quite a bit of damage with no height advantage and nothing really to fight for, no cover to speak of. BBL are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, playing just behind essentially 3 covers is rough with the nades coming out, as all it takes is one person to off angle and you step into the wrong direction towards a frag or an arc in this case. EMP and arcs come out immediately behind the wall. They're even getting knocked behind the Newcastle wall. Are they going to engage on this or not? Yes, indeed, it does look like it.
Yeah, Vkan waste no time. Remember, as we said, very little cover for BBL, and even climbing up out of the high ground can be dangerous. Vkan do get the first knock, but I'm seeing a full send on the other side. And it looks like Jukesy answers back. BBL actually pretty in charge as they get 2 knocks, and it's up to the solo from Vkan, who now has height advantage. On Fuse, lots of damage as well. I'm surprised to see him turning and running from this.
I'm very sad to see that play, because essentially they got an early stop, an early knock, I mean, and then it ended up being a 2v2 due to the fact that he tried to off angle or flank at that time. This is one of the most important part of that. Sometimes when you just have a big advantage, you can just deathball or hold hands and triple swing into 2. Even if one of you go down while climbing, that's still fine. However, making it a 2v2 and then losing that 2v2 and then not being able to join the fight is never acceptable in this case.
Especially when you're in the elim rounds, when control over your 3v3s means so much. This isn't the time when you have a lot of forgiveness anymore, as well we are going up against teams that may still struggle in controlling their own 3v3s. Those that can excel in these small moments are going to be the ones that end up in top 10, that end up continuing their tournament runs. Teams like Take Flight avoiding a lot of 3v3s so far. No kills for them, no damage for them, but a building in zone, not going to be a bad place to start.
Definitely a good spot here. Even having Watson or not having Watson, this building specifically, where the zone could potentially be pulling very close to, is great. You can play on top of the rooftop, you have a 360 view, you even have doors to play around. Very easy to cluster and use utilities from as well. Super solid. Speaking of solid right now though, Reject looking to take a fight on the team underneath.
This will be a slower fight for Reject. Nade bounce. I don't see it connecting, although we do have an EMP answering back. Sangjun, rather, Yuris going to be jumping around, I think, managing to find another knock here, even through the Newcastle res. Reject have played this fight pretty slowly, but it's been taken to them through the Newcastle res and the force on the cancel. Low health bars. I'm worried for Reject here. Now that they've lost Mia, things get even tighter. And with just Ray left, has to play behind the knockdown shield, has to play perfectly to survive. He's 1 bullet, and Ray gonna close the door, back away. Remember, there's no backup for him, but there's a third party. So as long as Ray's able to avoid focus, he may be able to live for the whole team.
Ray might have been able to get out, but I'm once again not very satisfied with how the fight ended up playing out. One of them went down early on their own, ended up being split in a fight that is supposedly supposed to be kind of easy to fight together as a team with. Reject going out here is very frustrating to see for them. However, they need to be more clean in, you know, executing fights.
Especially when you've got Deep Cross Gaming, who are so willing to jump on top of a fight already in the area. It was nice that they came in and cleaned up. Well, this is only 2 2 KP that go over to Deep Cross, it's 2 squads that get eliminated on top of that. So we've moved down to 18 teams, and when you talk about in other rounds how important it is to clear your back graceful, I can already look at Deep Cross and say they're doing a really good job of at least making sure they don't have anyone in the area.
They are indeed very happy with that. Happy because they have more of the map right now to themselves. As we see the zone potentially pulling more to the east like we predicted earlier. A lot of teams already have that space. Not that many teams on edge right now, only counting 5 pretty much. They have so much space to decide when they want to take a timing to take a fight, getting more stack from getting those 2 KPs. Will they find a good timing later on? Yeah, we're going to see.
Watching Deep Cross, as well as towards the south, Danish start to make their way in through the opposite sides of zone. I am noticing that a lot of the teams that are playing around the edge are those that were doing exactly the same in previous rounds, be they from the upper bracket, be they from the lower bracket. Danish specifically, a team that I've got my eyes on, as I did predict them for a reason. I expect them to take a lot of nice 3v3s. They placed consistently in the top 5, even whilst dropping down. Bacalao, of course, the squad to be looking at, especially if you're basing it on previous performances. They already came from the winner's bracket. They could be doing quite a bit, but Sens gets knocked a little bit early, and on Wraith, that is the sin you cannot commit.
I mean, good way to dodge with the Q, but after that, he just got caught off guard. He got swung immediately. He tried to pre-nade to stop the push, but he was kind of alone and got punished for it. That's just one of these ways where people are playing, hey, we're not letting you play underneath us. We're going to make a play on you with that crypto EMP, and they played that phenomenally.
And O2 showing us the aggression that let them survive at 1 elimination round already. They're not letting people coexist with them for free. O2 are taking as much space as humanly possible, and even now Rost, from the safety of the building, is using Wraith Portal proactively to get outside, try and control even more space for the team. These are the marks of a roster that understand what pressure means in a game of Apex.
Not only do they understand pressure, but this is something that can keep on going deeper into the tournament as well. They might be feeling themselves right now in this lobby to say, hey, can we do this? They're limit testing, and this is super important to see how far can we push something without getting punished before we have to think twice, and that's a great start to do it.
For Virtue, a little bit of a scan up here by Alpha Base will be nice, and more than just nice, it'll let them know that a team like Deep Cross Gaming is right ahead of them. Let you plan out your macro a little bit more. I will say, to the detriment of Virtue, as much knowledge as they may have, they don't have a bunch of options. Macro can get really tough when choke points on Broken Moon start to limit your options, and a team like Riddle Order, for now at least, have a little bit of choice, and that's something you can treasure during the mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, ring closing right now, 1 minute left. People are right now moving towards areas where they're not going to be locked in, but looking to where do we move from here? Seeing where teams set up right now. Can we make it through this show? Can we maybe go past them and hold them out, or do we need to wait a little bit to decide to see are our backs cleared or not?
I'm noticing O2 taking out Bacalao. So the top team from the Elim round taking out the top team who had just dropped down from winners. It's already a big shift in the favor of O2 and to the detriment of Bacalao, as there will be in this lobby both those who succeed and find a win and those for whom finding a small loss even now can be really detrimental.
That was very close, but he does end up getting that frag. Almost got shot across the building, right on the across the map, honestly, at this point. But they managed to get the KP, TP back out to safety. Very good move, because even if he did go down there, I'm pretty sure he could have made it out.
Aniki looking really good, taking what was essentially a 1v2 and then alter portaling back. That's the kind of play you need to keep you in this tournament. Now, immediately afterwards, that spot is going to be occupied. So remember when we talked about Eternal Gardens and how there were a lot of spaces to play? That's still true, but you can tell that they're starting to be limited, because as soon as one team gets eliminated, you see Deep Cross Gaming take their spot.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map here as well, west of Eternal Gardens, essentially, very close in the open. Still a lot of playable area, but now teams are going to be fighting more on edge than rather in the zone, because as we go into later stages of the map, people are going to be a little bit more scared. Riddle Order, however, on the cusp of the zone, looking to take a fight in the building where they do not get pinched, because hopefully they know their back is cleared for the moment.
And you do have to make use of this time while it's still here. Meltstera loses a lot of shields, however, and this is problematic because Riddle are outside the building right now. Dory controlling the inside, is just baiting a lot of other squads into joining the fight, into taking down Riddle, and you need to find an entry into this building. Riddle are going to do it right now, perhaps with a bit of reckless abandon. Deep Cross Gaming dropping elsewhere to 0-2. Ooh. We're starting this game off with a rampage. Riddle order, fighting, take a 1-for-1, make it a 2-for-1. Not in their favor, but with the P2020s, we are unable to clutch, and Dory will continue to control the inside of the building. This is all around the outside of the zone. We're not in Eternal Gardens here, but inside Eternal Gardens, let me remind you, 0-2 are setting themselves up for a victory.
I mean, we saw there, the fights have to be clean. They weren't clean indeed. Nice pickup though from that fight. Pioneers fighting for their lives right now as Slayers is trying to stay alive. You know, having played with him before, he is always calm in these moments. As we can see how locked in he is right there in his camp. He's looking for ways to survive. Is there any way I can make this out right now as we are, you know, solo riding essentially?
Rock do a really good job on the third party, and it is going to leave just the single member of Pioneers left. O2 continue finding kills, however, this time on F9. Their control over this building has been fantastic so far, and this looks like a team that if they don't win, and they still very much could, are certainly going to be in the top 3 for points in the lobby, just given kills alone.
Yeah, I mean, they've been proactive throughout the entire game. Here they even managed to get a reset, which is super good for them. Getting more kills could be enough, but I think with just already this amount of points, they're looking pretty safe going into the further matches.
The elimination of Pioneers. We're now starting to get that pincher on the outside of Eternal Gardens. Those teams that were not in are getting abused, and Rock are doing the abuse and taking out Virtue on the way in. Good control of the high ground, great rotation from Rock, and awareness of what teams are the biggest threat to them. Rez is going to come in just in time, and this should be a relatively easy reset because there's not a lot of pressure on Rock just yet. Dory is the closest team to them, and Dory don't seem too keen on pushing up into an unknown quantity.
I mean, Rock right there going down, but they managed to get the reset. Now, however, comes the hardest part. There's several teams on the west side of the zone. They need to leapfrog at this point. Do we just hold W 3v3, hoping we can clean the fight fast enough and cleanly enough? Because if 2 go down, they most likely get thirded. Or are we going to opt to go somewhere else? Dory already looking through the south choke rather than the middle choke, knowing that there's 2 teams on their side. Really a smart choice, as long as they can make sure they don't get pinched.
And this is the big question. Who's going to come out on top of this western side of the ring? It's Nemesis, Rock, and Dory all on one side. And right now, Rock move up on Dory's position, but don't end up actually taking a fight with them as Dory immediately vacate out to the other side. This leaves just Rock and Nemesis fighting for control of the western side of this zone. A big, big team is going to come out of this because whether Rock or Nemesis win, one of them has to. And that team is likely placing in the top 3.
Yeah, I haven't seen Nemesis equipment really, so from just the looks of it right now, having a Kraber and triple purple, Rock looking really solid in terms of being stacked with gear. Most likely going to look to pressure something, but they might be opting to just play alongside the wall, maybe playing a little bit smaller for the moment, hoping that fights breaks out on either side, and if it does end up breaking out on either side, it could potentially 3-pit it.
Yeah, even with the 150, I mean, it's a lot of damage, but it's not a push yet. You need a full knock with this Kraber from Vaxlon to open things up. Right now, Rock are doing a great job of taking space. Snipedown is ready to go on the push, but they need an opener, and that has to be in the form of a knock. With Snipedown going down, it is horrific for Rock, as now they are the ones that can get pushed, and Nemesis know that just as well as anyone. Waiting for the knock on Remix Towers. Vaxlon unfortunately gets shot in the back, and Rock in no man's land go down. Nice job from Nemesis, great capitalization, and now Nemesis resetting as they could still be pushed by Dory to take control of the western side.
Team Nemesis managed to actually replace for some utility to regroup. Even if they had Kraber, Rock had Kraber, they did not care. They're looking for a fight. Huge frag coming in. They know they're behind the wall, looking to push them. Immediately turn on them. Kind of show goes down immediately, and now Team Nemesis looking behind them. But the zone is also moving across with them. Are they going to finish this fight cleanly? And Team Nemesis takes that down as they also have a safe spot.
I like the commitment from Dory there, as awkward as it was. They knew what they had to do, but they weren't able to pull it off. Now, can the job be finished by a third party? EC come in to try and finish off Nemesis, who are now holed up in a corner, and Nemesis, incredible survivability. We did say the team that comes out of this eastern, or rather western side of the zone is going to be one of the teams in a power position. In fact, likely secured just for the top 3 alone. Nemesis are now alone in zone, and EC have had to back off entirely. Now we're focused on the eastern side, and that's where things are going to get really tough. F9 have just been taken down. We have 7 squads left. Nobody but Nemesis is actually in the next ring.
I mean, one team on the western side, 6 teams on the eastern side. Not only do they know also, well, a few teams probably knows that there's a Kraber in play on the western side. They try to avoid it. As you know, Ballistic also gives you unlimited ammo during the ultimate, so people are probably terrified at this point. Everybody's going to be fighting right now as the zone is about to collapse essentially in 15 seconds. Mayhem is going to go down because everybody has to collapse. At most, it will be one team north, one team south. Rest has to fight for their lives. Nemesis, can they hold their ground as they have been doing really well so far? Wiping at 3v3, surviving at 3v3, and then holding off at 3v3.
And if you're a fan of Bear Claw, if you're a fan of No Surrender, you're getting pretty nervous right about now. No Surrender do fortunately have the option to take the zip line, but as the zone starts to close, that timer's going to run out. And I like that they choose to take the option now. Even this, we'll call it jump tower into zone. It's going to be risky, but it's still going to be a lot better than trying to walk in through Bear Claw. Bear Claw themselves using a wall to try and get out of the ring. Elimination of O2 does come a little bit late in the game. A lot of points still going their way, but it'll be a nice little bit of points for Bear Claw to have the elimination on top of all of that. EC and No Surrender fighting towards the north side of the zone. Bear Claw start pushing towards Danish on the south side. EC putting up a really good defense right now. They've got a Newcastle res going on, keeping them in the game. And again, Southside has Danish versus Bear Claw, with No Surrender being pincered on by Rival Esports. That'll be Rival cleaning up No Surrender and resetting very quickly as they took almost no damage. Easy coming over the top and actually committing onto the low ground is huge. They got no entry damage, but just continue to jump down onto Rival. This could be the finish for Rival. Numbers advantage for EC, but they're going to lose one as another team joins the fight. And Rival getting away with this, maybe getting away with murder. Rival will be taken down, but it's Team Nemesis who come in for the third party.
Team Nemesis looking to clean up, going straight into a last 3v3 right now. Danish versus Team Nemesis. Can they close this game out? They walk back for height. Can they, stop the push or not?
High ground was huge, but Misi swinging through the catwall, really wants to finish a kill, can't actually find Remix Powers and has to commit over the wall. Goes to the assistance of his teammate, and it's Danish playing as 3, holding hands graceful to take game number 1.
Team Danish managed to rotate south very early. As I said about before, when this zone is collapsing, it's gonna be mayhem. 5 teams out of 6 pretty much went northern side instead of southern side. Allowed Danish to be on the cusp, waiting for the right moment. Team Nemesis might have had a couple of kills right there, but Danish very smoothly take that. Even if they walled back, they immediately played up against the enemy wall and said, hey, we're going to just triple swing and hold hands. We're still going to take the fight.
And it's a return to what brought Danish so much success, even in the lower bracket. They may not have won any of the games, really. But they were placing consistently in the top 5, top 6. They were one of the most consistently placing teams during the Elim round, and were doing so via this slow side edge play. If you'll notice, we barely talked about Danish throughout most of that game because they didn't fight anyone. They just moved in through the south side of zone, took spaces that were being emptied out by other teams, and when it came time to take the God spot, they waited for Nemesis to walk off of high ground and then just walked into it.
They might not have fought a lot, but they end up with 11 kill points. They have been playing fundamentally very good. They even probably played zone very early, rotated early to hold teams out instead. There's so many ways to play the game, but at the end of the day, you want to make sure that there's no external factors that could interrupt you. They made sure to clear their backs, they made sure to move early and hold teams out, and then wiped up the last fight.
And we have a lot of good things to say about Danish. Of course, the winners, there's always going to be good things to say about the winners. Nemesis also played that game really well. A lot of tenacity, playing in the corner and playing for the opposite side of zone than a lot of people would have predicted. Choosing instead to prioritize the West, ended up being one of the last teams standing there, and fended off the third party from Isegeki, which I think was the biggest factor in Nemesis's victory. Had they had a little bit sloppier of a reset after the fight up against Dory, we could have seen the end of Nemesis, but they didn't have a sloppy reset at any point. We're constantly ready to fight the next team. Great performances from all of our top 3 teams, as this is the elimination round. And Graceful, that means that things are getting more and more tense as the games go on. We've got a lot going on around the venue, so everybody stand up, take a breath, grab some water, and we'll see you here after the break.
not incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Get to feed the streets that say my influence umbilical. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest. So for real, nobody try me. I'm getting hooked up down with these big frowns. They already gone by the size of me. Two friends with my goose up. I will not live in the privacy. Going to catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check in. We bout to march, so if you not, get to stepping. I done told you who I am, bitch. I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm second the precedent. No mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry full of then my words is a laxative. It's go time. It's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the fake and fucking bringing back no town. No staring is go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Let's
Top
fighting.
three, last two teams here.
Yeah. Wait,
Last team.
Yeah, push.
There's space. Nate that shit.
On the staircase. Hegglish.
Running up.
Walling.
Walling on me. I'm good.
You guys,
push guys along.
Crack.
Cap,
1 HP. Dead. Nice on me.
Last one.
Cracked. He's 100 HP, 1 HP.
Nice.
Oh, bro, that was so easy. Like, what?
Bro.
First game, bro. It's so easy.
Ah, Danish. Danish, I love you. Not just the pastry, the team, actually. The team perhaps more than the pastry. However, here in New Orleans, Danish have just taken the first win on stage of the Elimination round number 2. And it was a win that we didn't see coming in the same way as other teams. Nemesis really fought hard for their position in zone. Danish, like we said, well, they picked up a lot of kills, didn't have to fight a lot of teams to get there. Instead, played with a smart macro, and it's a team that is very experienced. One of the secret weapons that I didn't let anybody in on when we were doing our predictions, I was leaning a lot on their BLGS history from last year. This is a team that performed at the top of their region in the regional finals of BLGS. It was a fantastic performance from Danish. It's clear that they've got their heads on straight when it comes to macro and performance, and that game really showcased it. I'm not trying to sell them too hard. I'm sure that we've got 5 more games. There's plenty of time for a lot to happen, but keep your eyes on them.
I mean, I always want to trust somebody I cuddle with. Same page. One went really early, stayed until his teammates walked through with him, and then they triple pushed and wiped up the fight. If they can keep that form up on all the decision and all the awareness, that's a great start to start here, and it's a very good start from the beginning.
And it's nice to have players to keep your eyes on as well. If you're looking for an indicator of how the team is doing, what the team's about to do next, always be looking at Micey, who is the front runner for what's going on with anything Danish related, because he's doing a lot of damage. That likely means it's where the team is going next. As we move into match 2 on Broken Moon, Danish are of course a team to keep your eyes on, but I want to talk a little bit about Nemesis as well, because they had some really fantastic macro. We talked about how they were playing the less popular side of zone, weren't going for that deep rotate play, but instead opting to win fights, and it got them a lot of kill points that keep them not just in the conversation, but have likely pushed themselves, I would say, 1 or 2 good games away from qualifying assuredly into the top 10.
They're sitting pretty comfortably on their points right now, and I am happy with how the game played out. However, I'd like also to say that they were on a side where there were multiple teams that it could have gone either way. If they all decided to fight for the same side, that's a really messy fight to take. However, what we saw that was phenomenal in that scenario is that they took a 3v3, even to a Kraber on them. And they still took that 3v3, won that 3v3, disengaged when they got thirded, still survived that, and then almost the next team as well. If they can survive those chaoticness, then, you know, that's really good.
You've got mechanical skill, you've got the ability to reset quickly, although I will say graceful. Part of that ability is being taken away as we jump into match number 2 of the elimination round. Newcastle, not playable. And you and I talked explicitly about the value of Newcastle when it comes to Broken Moon. That no longer in play for the second round is going to shift a lot of teams' standings, and a squad like Nemesis, who really benefited from the safety Newcastle provides, may have a very different looking game too.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm really excited to see where this zone ends, because if it's pulling more towards the western side or even central side, a little bit away from Eternal Gardens at this point, it's going to be very fun, because there's so many buildings in the central part of the map comparatively to, you know, Eternal Gardens, which was pretty much 99% just open field is where the zone ended. Now we're seeing, though, with the ban as well, will that change how people play?
Noticing the zone now given over to Bacalao, a team that we'd expected a lot from, coming from the winner's bracket, did barely get pushed down into the Elim round. And in the Elim round, man, did they go down early, 2-0-2. A very surprising start for Bacalao. Maybe now that they've got a zone on them, things could change.
Yeah, with this zone, close around Terraformer, could go either side. They should be very happy. However, that building is kind of a double-edged sword in a way that, yes, it's great, you do get to shoot people a lot. However, a lot of teams can enter into that building from several layers and several angles, and it's impossible for 3 people to hold 5 doors.
You're absolutely right, and the curse of Terraformer really does come with what small section of Terraformer are you going to have, because if you try and control the whole thing, your team's going to fall apart. So Bacalao have to make their choice, and they have to make it with relative speed, as there will be other squads like O2 who want to rotate in quite early. Rost waiting for the rest of the squad, but once they group up, having a Watson on the team is going to be really nice, because we aren't seeing Newcastle this round. That means that there aren't a lot of tools to hold down onto space, be it either large or small. Now that you've got a Watson on your squad, you're one of the few teams that's running that. It should provide some nice survivability to O2 that they lacked in the last couple of rings of the Eternal Gardens.
Yeah, and I mean, we also see 2 representations of the way that you apply a ban. Some people say we're going to replace Newcastle and go defensive once again, maybe with a Watson. Some people just go full on offensive and say, if we're missing him, we might as well just go all in. Is that going to change how some teams are taking fights right now? Because last game we saw a lot of teams play early zone. Will that still be the same case now that people don't have Newcastle, might not feel as comfortable going in early, and might opt more for taking fights on edge, as we saw from some teams?
No surrender, sprinting straight towards Bacalao, sprinting straight towards Terraformer, but what they don't know is that they are sprinting straight towards quite a few teams. O2 and EC, both in that conversation. I think O2 sniffed that out just in time and are going to avoid the 3-team fight, instead backing away, but still largely in the open. You want to find a safe place, because while Crypto may be able to go invisible, the same thing is not true of Watson and Wraith.
Yeah, I mean, people are just setting up right now. We're still at the early phase of the game. People just seeing, you know, they all know their macro. How fast can we make before another team is going to rotate into us? People are just seeing, you know, how much space can we optimally take and reject other people. Like we saw from the likes of O2 in Eternal Gardens earlier, don't play around us. People are trying to, you know, make sure that other people can't or dares to play around them, because if they do, they're going to get run down.
Ashe really valuable in a ring like this as well. We're seeing some teams still opt for the Wraith, but especially in zones like this that have so much verticality on Broken Moon, Ashe can be incredibly valuable. And with Dore losing a member, it's O2 once again that are starting things off very aggressively. They are invested not just in raising themselves up by staying alive, but in shutting other teams down. It's this kind of oppression that got them out of the last round of Elim, and it seems to be keeping them in the upper half of this round.
Yeah, I mean, very comfortable spot to play in as well. That gen should be safe for the most part, but other teams right now getting swung by Luxor.
Actually goes down. It did come really close, but now Anemone answers back. Numbers advantage for O2, especially off the back of that swing. And in a 1v1, we got at least one banner up right now, and I think we're going to go for a respawn pretty quickly. Chance that we get a full res as well. Anemone dancing around with a few different teams looking at this fight. Take Flight actually hoping that they can get back into things, maybe finish it off. But with only Chico alive, there's not a lot of opportunity for a res, and Take Flight, they can neither attack nor retreat safely. I think we're finally going to start sticking a few reses in this corner. My question is, O2, they must be doing this on the other side.
I mean, 3 or 4 people crawling on all 4 right now. Everybody's trying to reset. This is scary for the moment, but should be relatively safe. As I always say, early on in the stage, there's not that many teams looking to 3P or lurk because people are still doing their macro. On the opposite side of the spectrum, people are also looking to take fights further out on the zone, as we can see here in Alpha Base.
Yeah, Reject doing very well up against So10 with controlling the outside, but they forget about the roof of the building, and unfortunately, that's going to take Mia Knightley down. With Ray swinging, it is going to be a 1-4-2. Reject not favored here, and with only your Crypto left alive, So10 will be rezzing on the inside. This looks pretty unpushable, but Ray's going to try anyway. Swings on the inside of the building, swings into 2 players and gets fried immediately. Reject a little too ambitious on that retake.
Reject once again getting double swung, and that's how you share damage. The guy who had HP swings first so that you focus fire him. Even if you have 20 HP, it doesn't matter if you don't shoot the guy with the 20 HP. You get double tapped essentially by 2 people, bam, 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 and he goes down immediately. Reject, you know, it was a good start because they did trade, but at the end of the day, playing as a team against 1 person will almost always prevail.
Yeah, you do the same damage on 1 HP as you do on 100 HP. You know, it never changes, and what seems to never change. And what seems to never change is Deep Cross Gaming looking for fights, and So10 resetting. Right now, still controlling the roof. Deep Cross Gaming have answered back on that and actually taking control of the roof fully. With Alter, there's always a retake available, but Deep Cross are looking to get back inside and actually just take the 1v1 straight up. Does not work for them as Deep Cross take the 2 versus 1 on the inside, and it's exactly the same academic approach that we saw earlier. You called it out, Graceful. Swinging into 2 people just doesn't work in your favor.
If they did it as a trio, that could have worked out. By doing it by yourself or even by a duo into a trio, you're gonna struggle. He got evaporated, came out, and then the next guy says, well, I ain't going in, I'm cracked already, and you know, you went down so fast, and now they get mobbed. You know, that's how it goes. You really have to be on the same pace as your team.
So10, Kings of Alpha Base, looking pretty untouchable in that POI. Now, unfortunately for them, Zone's moving away from the POI. They still got to get all the way down here to Terraformer, but with 6 KP in their pockets now, it'll feel a lot better continuing the rest of the game. As like you love to mention, Graceful, 6 points a game is already more than enough to carry you, or rather, it's just enough to carry you into the top 10.
Yep, depends on how top heavy it is or how much, you know, how evenly shared the points are across the board, but that most definitely takes you pretty much comfortably into it in most lobbies. So they're definitely more than happy. Isigeki right here with 12 as well on 5th right now. We're in a solid spot, but depending on how the zone ends up pulling, might have several angles to need to be aware of.
And I believe that's O2 that they're firing at, just based on the position that O2 held earlier. Isigeki still next door neighbors with this squad are reminding me a lot of our last players that we had in the previous round. Isigeki and O2 both survived really far into those rounds, especially because Isigeki, well, they're always looking for teams to jump on, for teams that are weak, they're playing zone in a really nice way. And notice how they're controlling 2 floors of this whole branch of Terraformer, where a lot of teams would opt to only control 1.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that you should always try as much as you can, because if you can get away with it for free, humongous reward for nothing, right? But you have to really be mindful of that. When you do end up going down low, if somebody retakes up high, could change how you end up playing the rest of that game.
Danish in a spot next to Team Nemesis. I believe we're just in an engagement, as I'm only seeing a few members of Team Nemesis start to walk away. But holding on to the south side of zone can be really powerful for Danish, Nemesis, or Riddle Order. And it's nice to see similar teams grouping up in similar situations. Nemesis have again put themselves on the side of Ring that really only requires them to fight 1, maybe 2 teams. And while they may not have a good spot yet, there's still a rotation that takes them a little further north of Riddle Order that's completely clear.
I mean, here we also see, you know, only 16 teams alive right now, Circle 2 closing, on a map where you don't really need to run into each other as much on the macro. Just goes to show how many teams like to play the same play style. And they end up taking the fights for the same, whether that be loot or just the macro overall. Next zone, though, will have a lot of playable area, so I am very, you know, intrigued to see how the game plays out with, will people be fighting as long as Circle 3 closing, or will they be scared after Circle 4 closing? Because as we saw the last game, at the end of the day, 6 teams pretty much ran the same direction and it was mayhem.
So10 healing a little bit late. I don't love that they're taking all this zone damage, especially with how far into Ring they have to go. If So10 aren't careful, they could just die to Ring.
I think they'll be fine. This zone is not scary, D. I see 2 medkits, they're fine for now. There's also a lot of zip lines. However, you know, if they have to share them, two medkits between 3 people, then it might be a little bit low.
I think the thing that scares me is that we have a lot of teams playing on edge. And so if you are Soten and you are taking this much ring damage, what's going to happen when one team is just looking at the ring because they have nothing better to do? That happens a lot, and there's a chance that it's not just Soten, but a lot of other squads a little later on. A team like Rock, actually, I'm surprised to see getting bitten this early into the round, as they found themselves an engagement that is not going their way. It's up against Virtue, who on the inside get the full thirst on Deeds. That's a 2-member advantage now for Virtue, and I expect to see Rock trying the disengage, but there's very little chance to res at this point in. I believe that they've managed to craft banners right now, so Rock may be finding a respawn.
I mean, Rock so far though, what do you think has been the issue so far from game 1 and now going into game 2? Do you think that they're too passive right now as he's getting chased down? Do you think they're playing too reserved in a lobby where these people are considered the experienced players of this lobby? Are they respecting everybody too much? Or are they scared of fighting? Or are they just playing that, no, this lobby will play out a certain way? Because this lobby looks very different from the previous lobbies we have seen. Are they just not on pace with the rest of the teams?
It's difficult to know from an outside perspective, and we'll revisit it a little while later as Nemesis do take a fight in a very similar position, but that is going much more their way. They get swung from zone. Never mind. We talked about Soten earlier and whether they'd be gate-capped. It turns out they are the ones who end up ganking other squads. Nice takedown on 2 members of Nemesis, and now have to fight Virtue as well. Third party comes in. You almost have that trade, and Denial will end up falling. 2 members of Soten still in this, as we get a quick reload on the P2020s, a swing as a team, and Virtue go down. Great reset, great capitalization from Soten.
Not only that, but did you see the first double swing through stairs to insta-wipe that? Now they got thirded. He gets the rest off. No, it comes out the 1-1. Soten
Nemesis
goes down. Nemesis comes back with the rat to get the clean, and will also probably get the reset here. I would like to highlight, though, they had great double swings.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great way to take the fight, and fight is something the Danish do wonderfully. Micey taking down Vcan with the help of the squad. Danish now being third-partied, however, by No Surrender. Could change their whole game, could change this whole lobby. We already got Micey going down, but No Surrender, playing things carefully, are going to Skynade to clear their way. Not a whole lot of damage landing so far, but Danish are on the run.
Yeah, they're maybe on the run, recognizing the fact that, hey, we're not going to stand our ground. They almost had an early knock there even to retaliate, hey, don't push us. But they also recognize that, hey, not enough for them to stop from pushing us, so we're just going to relocate and see if we can reset properly. However, plenty of teams are going to rendezvous on the same location, where there's literally 3 teams, 4 teams right now about to go down. KCP looking to fight.
Small note of hope for Danish fans. There is a drone on their team. We still got Crypto, and that means we've still got a reset, actually. I'm going to see that come in right now as Riddle Order take the fight right above them. So as Danish respawn, they're going to be dropping down right on top of Riddle Order, who have now just lost Taida. Saku going to commit onto the low ground as Meltstera takes down Slayers, and with KCP and Riddle right on top of each other, you know the third party is brewing. The longer this fight goes, more and more teams are going to look at that. That is the curse of Terraformer.
And that really, like, we saw them get split again. So many teams are getting split in these fights just because of the outlay of the map. You have to approach every map and every vicinity environment that you're fighting in very differently. We saw that they got split and they got punished for it, but very fast on relocating for a reset, though, as we see more and more teams do that. Only 10 teams alive right now, so teams that are stacked right now are going to take more and more space, and teams that are just trying to recover, lick their wounds in a corner somewhere, even more terrified.
Micey having access to that death box is huge too, as he was the one that respawned with no attachments. Danish, once again, built themselves up in this game. Squad to keep your eyes on. Well, Riddle, who ran from that fight with just 2 people left, unfortunately get caught out in the open. It's a scary place to be running, Terraformer is.
It indeed is, as you know, 20 seconds until ring closing. Teams are comfortable right here. O2 Esports looking for a fight against BCG right now, from high hill to down low. This fight is going to extend for right now, where Heck is going down as well. Clean wipe on Bear Claw Gaming. Only Ross took damage, and they are very happy with this. They've been here the whole game.
I love the way O2 play. It's such control, even in a spot like Terraformer, is really impressive to have. Now, Isigeki do back away, trying to stick a res for right now, are going to be able to pull it off, I think, but no, they get swung from the outside. You may not have to take the Void Nexus, you may just walk straight in on them, and Isigeki go down. Really difficult spot for them to fall, as ultimately the reset looked good, but it wasn't quite fast enough. It's Rival to take them down, and Rival now have to rotate in.
Rival fought for a great spot, actually. They have a spot to walk in from, but they're going to be stopped by maybe one, at most two teams. They should be able to make it, as Danish is right now running on the right side, and I would really like to hear what they're doing, so let's have a listen in with Danish.
I'm going to give you the knock.
Take these and hold the right side. Play right side.
I'm looking inside Terror real quick. There's a team playing under that's TPing. A team is TPing here.
Oh, yeah, I'm shooting that.
There's also a team on top, okay? Watch out top. There's a guy on top.
They TP it out. We have got spots, Hold the right.
Yeah, we do. We just need to hold this. We just need to play like where we are. I don't see anyone
right
right,
side
bro.
I think.
The right side is TPing back. They just also TP'd back. They were bullying this side, okay?
Yeah.
They're peeking out now, Missy. Two guys. Oh, sure.
Right.
Two guys there.
Okay. Keep shooting them.
There's one team up top here, one team like below somewhere. One team there. One team hit UAV.
58 player over here.
They're like barely in here. They don't have a lot of space. If you just keep holding that trap, you're gonna fuck them.
Yeah,
That's
they
really
have
good.
double play. They have double play.
Yeah, they have like no space, okay?
If they come to us, we have to kill them, okay?
I have EMP. I'm ready with EMP whenever.
Yeah.
Nice, good shit. Shot the drone as well. They're gonna get it back when zone is closing, but it's fine. Another drone is going for you. No, team walk. A guy walking up here.
Yeah, they might get pushed in the back, guys. Watch out.
No. Maybe. They're walking up here. They're gonna play this.
Danish are all prepped. We talked about the EMP that they're holding. Even now, watching Rival Esports walk up next to them, they're holding the EMP, waiting for the right chance to strike. Micey set up around the outside. Remember, they've still got Alter here as well, so they can jump through the wall and immediately take down Rival if they're not careful. Look at the climb right now. Micey could take an angle right up above, and is going to do so. EMP still in their pockets, and it's going to get used right now, as we've still got portals through the wall available. Danish very careful about taking this fight. Micey with the first knock is going to try and finish off the squad without risking too much. Finally going through the wall. Micey swings, gets taken down by Rival, and things are starting to get scary for Danish. Rival going to come back on the run right now. Danish still have one member standing, chasing down the last member of Rival, and will finish them. Maybe there's time for a reset. Look at the way the map is set up. I'm not seeing anyone collapse on Danish right now, and this quick 3v3 into reset is exactly what they need.
That reset is huge. The fact that nobody else is jumping on them means that they're probably looking at other teams or holding other teams out. One thing I would like to say, though, is that the secret recipe for the super juicy sauce seems to be across all teams. Danish, with the likes of playing majority of the zone right now, denying people space that we have seen from former teams such as Navi, such as Furia, playing a lot of space. They have been doing that really well so far.
Big fight to look at. Bacalao, top of their lobby. O2, top of their lobby. These teams will be forced into each other as the next zone closes. They have the option to fight, or they have the option to take two separate 3v3s. O2 against No Surrender, Bacalao against Danish. What will be the option? Do we see these two squads collapse on each other, or choose to take risky fights with those on the outside? Danish right now still set up in a very passive position, but it is a passive position that I'd say is quite smart. You want to play a little small. You don't want people to walk up on you, of course, but as long as Danish retain control of the outside, keep No Surrender from being able to pull off altar portals like this, they're going to be just fine.
I mean, Danish just needs to control this wall to the east where No Surrender is playing. As long as they can do that, they actually have a climb straight into the zone, and even if they do end up climbing early, they still have some playable area. But you want to make sure that nobody else is going to fight for your spot. No Surrender does have a walk-in. Bacalao and O2 Esports, however, are on top of each other. They're most likely the highest probability to fight, and even if they end up not doing it, as long as Danish can keep people out, they should be able to close this game out. But it looks like No Surrender is not surrendering this space. They want to take a fight at them.
Bacalao are starting to lose the option to take the bridge. No Surrender have decided that playing for Danish's spot is the winning play, but now they have to actually take the 3v3, and Fricks isn't going to let that happen. Swinging behind him. No Surrender melt in front of our eyes. Danish don't drop a single member, and nobody has contested Danish spot. O2 and Bacalao are still trapped inside the ring together, and now they're being cut off from Danish, who just have to wait for the perfect time to third party.
This is really scary because all of the three teams actually have quite a great spot to play slowly from because the zone closes slowly on pretty much all of them. Bacalhau should be out first from the north, Danish should be out first from the south, but it looked like O2 and Bacalhau are fighting and Danish should be able to clean this up.
O2 still alive, but it is one member and a duo on the other side of this. Danish know it's their time to strike. No, it is their time to show this lobby. Not just that they can win one game, but that they can win it all as they clean up O2 Esports and look for that last member of Bacalhau taking the second game in the Elimination Round 2.
That was a great finish from Danish. They managed to isolate which fight is essentially the fight for the win of the game, which was against No Surrender at that little corner in that they were trying, the little clip that they were, and Fricks. The wide swing while both of his teammates took the aggro essentially. This was a PvE fight in any other game. They took the aggro on the monsters. Fricks wide swung by himself and just mopped all of them with the backstab.
Crazy. That was crazy. Watching the No Surrender fight, like that was the riskiest part of the game. Well, the riskiest part of the end zone for Danish, and they didn't even make it look difficult. And credit to No Surrender for even trying to take the fight, because you and I talk about this. You go for the winning play. That is the winning play. If you're able to take the fight against Danish, you win the game. No Surrender did a great job of identifying that. But sometimes you just get team wiped and there's nothing you can do about it. The fact that neither Bacalhau nor O2 were able to swing out onto the fight as well, trapped inside Terraformer with each other, that basically just served Danish the win.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. Kudos to them once again for identifying which fight to take, and the other team as well. Greater team stands on top. In this game, it was Danish once again, as they have previously as well. Really good work from them. I'm looking forward to see other teams pop off more as well. We saw O2 have a good early start of the game, a little bit slow down into the later end, but Danish, 25 points for this game. They are more than finished, you know, in top 10. They are safe.
Oh, yeah.
They are safe.
This is a team that is going onwards in the elimination round that can breathe a little bit easier. And if I am Danish, I'm looking at these next couple of rounds still with the mindset of let's play our cleanest games, which is something they've been doing a good job of focusing on. Well, we are seeing Danish take advantage of early fights. We're seeing them really dial things in the late game to what is academically the best play. And I'm happy to see that from Bacalhau and O2 as well. O2 have really been impressing me in the mid game. It seems like they are a zone team, but with the killer instinct of a hard-edge team in NA Pro League. And Bacalhau, I mean, the fact that they've been able to make it up here after a difficult game one speaks to their mental tenacity.
I also want to take a look at number 14, Soten, with 11 kills. Not only is it a large amount of kills, giving them pretty much a win in placement points alone on 14th. However, when we saw the fights unfold, the way they double swung the stairs, the way they managed to reset, sure, they did get thirded by a solo rat and they went down, but it looks really good. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, being on the same pace of swinging something together, insta-killing stuff together, rather than being split and, you know, losing the fight.
And if you learned one thing from this game, teams that are playing in future elimination rounds, it is this: do not fight Soten in Alpha Base. They will take you down. Really great play from them, from all of our teams, but specifically these top three, Danish, Bacalhau, and O2, who are standing out in their own ways. Bacalhau, I really want to double down on this. Great job of recovering from a difficult game one. They've put themselves into top 6 now, and this is mostly off of one game since they got eliminated so early in game number 1. There's one more chance on Broken Moon to push that a little bit further and try and rise up to meet the likes of Danish, who are sitting at 48 points right now, with O2 just behind them at 30. It is a healthy lead for Danish.
I mean, very healthy indeed. And as these, as these matches progresses on as well, teams are gonna either be more comfortable or very scared, because now we're talking about this going into, Elim further on, but the teams that don't make it further on, they go home.
It's true, but I told you, Graceful, we don't have to do that. We've got one more game, and it's going to be Broken Moon when we come back. The last chance for a lot of these squads on this map to show us their best stuff. We had 2 fantastic games so far, so let's see what we cook up right after the break.
The return of Area 51. Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. And encounter the legendary Area 51 at alienware.com.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Chill. We win this game, guys. If we just don't do anything.
They could DMP to make you do.
Yeah, I'm burnating. I have drone now. I can DMP as well. Still.
Don't take that. Don't take the kill.
I'm not EMPing yet. They're fighting. I'm EMPing. Q through soon. Q through here.
Big red. Push right.
Yeah. Q.
Bro, what the fuck's happening?
Dead.
Other side, I think.
Yeah, other side.
Wait. Bro, I've just kidnapped like 5 guys. There's like fucking 5 guys dead.
This is too easy.
My favorite part of those comms, the first bit, we win this game if we do nothing.
Yep.
And the second bit, which is what is happening? They go through the portal and they're like, where is everyone, bro? There are 5 people dead on the floor. What do I do?
I mean, you know, when you're that confident, they knew they already won the game after they took that fight earlier on. So they already knew that. And sometimes, I always like to say that you need to be proactive. It's also important to stay, you know, proactive in waiting sometimes. It's not our time yet. They have to, you know, you can be passive, but you can also be, we're waiting for a window. There it is, let's go. And then, you know, that window was literally completely wide open. They're like, why is everybody knocked already? Okay, just win the game.
Yeah, it's interesting. You say, like, proactively anticipating when you should go in, right? Like, it is so important to be... Lost them, immediately ditch, find a respawn, find a reset, third party a fight. So while there's a lot of end game calculation that we see come into this, some great 3v3s in the end, let's not forget that this game wasn't always in Danish's control. We had the elements of a battle royale here where they had to work with a lot of difficult situations on the way in.
I mean, yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. You know, you win a 3v3 and you immediately get 30, you have to recoup. But speaking of recoup, let's recoup the final circle a little bit here. Sherb and Danish, you know, playing on the other cusp of here, knowing that No Surrender is going to be their only real threat on this side of the map, as they saw that the other teams are playing together. Already doing this proactive play by climbing the wall to make sure. This was a little bit scary. They did lose pretty much 2 people there, and you know, but they managed to win the fight and get the reset without getting 30, just due to the fact that teams are playing on top of each other.
And thankfully, we actually got the listen in just before that fight, which was really critical in helping us understand how Danish were preparing for their engagement, because while the fight against No Surrender happened almost accidentally, Danish were able to prepare really well for their fight up against Rival earlier, and take them down by clever use of saving their cooldowns for the right time, letting Micey find a flank on Ballistic and not instantly alter-porting through the wall. Instead, getting creative with the angles, saving cooldowns for when you need them or when you know you can use them to finish off a team.
I mean, we've seen plays from all of them. Fricks, Micey, everybody is capable of making these plays, and that's what makes them so great in this series for now. You know, if they can keep this form up, I am super excited to see them further on into the tournament. But with this shape right now, you know, more than happy.
And this is one of the lobbies where I think Danish are set up to succeed the most, because sitting at 11th in their Pro League right now regionally, They are a very good team, almost top 10 in their region, and that's very early on into Pro League. But when we look at their BLGS results, when we look at the fact that this team has a huge history in Challenger Circuit, they are uniquely positioned to play in early lobbies like this, that while we may not be on the first day graceful, we are still in a position where, at least in the ALGS Open, you need to know how to win games, but you also need to know how to take fights early on and take advantage of those teams that may not be as well prepared as you.
I'm going to say a take where I actually think that teams that aren't in the consideration of top 10 bracket, maybe even top 15, have a harder time of understanding how to be proactive in different ways, because different environments will prepare you in different ways. When you're used to clashing in more chaoticness of lower brackets, or if you're playing from Challenger Circuit, you are more accustomed to this lobby, you know, by default, because you know how to say, no, this is how these lobbies play out. It's like at home, and they're definitely taking advantage of that. I'm so happy to see it.
Well, as we jump into game number 3, Crypto will be the legend banned. So no Crypto actually may change the game plan for a team like Danish really significantly, as their EMP usage last game to take endgame fights was a really critical part of their game plan. Now they've swapped that over to Ash, which gives them arguably a little bit more skirmish potential, but it's not the play style that let Danish get to the point they are now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, having an EMP setup, and they have, like, EMP doesn't only, you know, do raw damage, it also gives you information with the drone, and they had clear communication. You know, let them fight, I'm about to EMP, you can queue through. That alone can, you know, make you on the same page as Dory Show, taken out, what's a king.
People got to be aware of this. As we get later into the day, teams like Dory are going to start setting up traps. We've seen it from several squads. Twerkaholics was such a big part of this in yesterday's conversation, but Dory taking up that mantle today, going, you know, we may not be in the last 3 games yet. We may not really need these points, as they're already sitting in 5th place. But a little bit of extra kill points, yeah, you'll take those.
I don't think anybody denies that for sure. As long as you can do it safely, you know, they're more than happy to push that. Zone this time seems to be pushing more towards production yard, all the way to the west most likely. Very common zone as well. Even if it does end up going back more closer towards underpass, or even the tunnel that teams tend to get funneled towards around where Team Nemesis is, this zone is very fun because it is indeed 90% is a large slope.
Yeah, and Nemesis, big question mark for me. They didn't have the game that really I loved about them in game 1, and I think that was largely due to the lack of Newcastle that they really relied on for a lot of resets. Now looking at this 3rd game with the zone on top of them, pressure's on them, right? They and Deep Cross Gaming are almost demanded to take a 1st, 2nd, 3rd place position. When you have a ring on top of you like this, especially when you've already demonstrated, like Deep Cross and Nemesis have, that you can take 3v3s pretty well.
Yeah. I think Isegeki here was kind of happy that, you know, O2 didn't know that they were just a duo. It probably would have been sent by then. They're just, okay, let's just chill for now. Let everybody rotate for a bit. We're kind of far in the zone. People should rotate past us so we can get a proper reset. However, O2 is actually split. 2 people are waiting underneath if they drop, and 1 is trying to push them out but not dying. As we see the drop ball down right now, 10-10 ready to shoot him with the P20.
At this point, I was going to say you're not going back up, but I forgot completely about Alter TP. That's really useful and a nice bait for Isegeki, who now have the opportunity to camp both of these zip lines. 10-10 in sights, but not actually taken down. I believe O2 try and set up a little trap up here since that split had already occurred. It's a nice drop from Rust to pick up the first knock, and now you've got a distinct numbers advantage. 3v2, 3v1, you don't have to know, you can just go for this. One last member of Isegeki, then O2, they are all over it.
And he immediately drops, even though he got CRQ'd, and he's about to take fatigue damage, or fatigued actually, so he gets slowed down, immediately gets wiped. That was a great moment, because even the Wraith just took the 1v1. I think even if he wouldn't have won, probably would have opted to queue and say, hey, you guys can go up, that guy is slow. But he wins that 1v1, and it was an easy cleanup. It was a duo, though.
Seer pretty useful there, too. I mean, you don't know that that's a duo unless you got something like Seer, and all of a sudden you're like, all right, well, actually we can take this fight pretty well. BBL in their own, I'll call this an engagement, although Rock are a little bit hesitant on what they actually want to do here. Overheat on Snipe down. Want to see whether that nade actually connects for any damage. Rock playing pretty passively, and I'll be honest with you, Graceful, I would be too. They have not had the easiest run so far.
they haven't had easy games, but they've had moments of where they could have exploded in game. I am not too sure about, you know, fully leaning on, especially with a comp like this, fully leaning on just playing a building without making any proactive plays, when all three of them are very capable players. If they just keep letting teams engage on them over and over inside of a building when you're not running Newcastle because you can, when you're not running Watson, when you're not running any defensives, is that you're just gonna get smoked. There's really not much else to say. You need to be able to at least fight on even grounds and not sit in a corner. I'm hoping Rock can recognize this or stay more proactive to where if other people are fighting, we need to move out of this spot to get kills because they are a little bit behind the curve right now. But at this point, any team could have a blowout game because we're only on match 3.
Riddle Order going to be around the same area as we saw Bacalao earlier. Vcan rotating through here as well. So potential 3v3s brewing on the entry into future zones. This is still what I'd call like a mid sort of battle where you don't really have to fight on edge right now. You can rotate past each other, and it's a matter of fishing for a little bit of damage. And Henji thinks that he's got enough to finish out this fight. Riddle, it seems, feel the same way as they back away, but Henji gets tagged by the Bangalore ultimate and will ultimately try and reset himself. Riddle pulling out the Alter Void Nexus to escape for a little while longer. You don't see a Mirage Heirloom every day. No, you do not.
Yeah, I mean, they had to use utilities on both sides, essentially, to reset the fight. That's also not too bad, because Riddle Order did get pumped at the beginning, almost went down, but managed to bang ult and also, you know, escape with the Ash. So that's really good. Clear reset from both sides, nothing happening just yet. BBL sitting in this house, just waiting for this zone to see where it ends up pulling, because people are still, these guys are the early rotators. They still don't know to which degree it's pulling, but they are indeed waiting for the next zone and potentially the next objectives, as we can see a lot of these teams on the cusp or on edge, waiting for the exact same thing. Let's see the zone close, find the objective, then we make our move.
Yeah, important to find the extra information, the scan whenever you can. We're seeing a lot of squads do so with survey beacons to plan their rotates, but those that have access to the ring consoles, those that are able to play at the mid speed that you talked about, will demonstrate its strength quite heavily.
Oh.
ROC in a bit of danger, and I like this play from F9. Just waiting in Hazmat Tunnel right now. I know O2 are nearby, and No Surrender could come through at any moment, but it'll be at least, I want to say at least a minute and 30 seconds before anyone actually starts to walk through here.
Yeah. ROC managed to be safe because, you know, they don't really want to full commit unless they maybe get it down and maybe even... They're still trying with the frags and whatnot. Other teams are waiting a little bit more passively, hoping that teams crosses through tunnels potentially so that they can ambush them. But I'm not a big fan of it. Dory, however, sees that, you know, they're getting native from the other side. Let's see if we can do something with the door. And they're trying to pinch them. Very rough scenario to be in.
Riddle Order versus Danish, and Danish, I hesitate to say they're winning the fight. They don't have a knock just yet, but do have the distance advantage out here with Sherb laying down a little bit of extra DPS with the Nemesis. Micey's still alive in the front lines, and Riddle making good use of the fences right now. Out goes the Alter TP to keep them safe. It is Taida who on the flank is looking for the finish right now. Danish have taken up to the roof. Riddle Order follow it up. Brix is already down. Through the roof we go, and chasing down the last couple members of Danish. Taida's movement is crazy. Taida's movement is enough to take down Sherb. One last member of Riddle Order. Micey is going to clean it up though, and Riddle Order go down hands to head. What could you have done?
I mean, that was a great fight. Phenomenal, you know, movement as well as, you know, overall 3v3. That Ash TP on the roof is what started this whole thing, but frags came out and evened it out. However, Danish comes out on top with the reset on only pretty much one shot, I would say, 1 or 2 shots. And now they're trying to reset once again. They got the fight. Ooh. Let's reset out as O2 is hungry to clean up this.
The fact that Danish retreat, though, it's O2 that pushed them out, but Danish have retreated right into No Surrender. So if O2 stay in the area and a fight happens, we could very easily see a third party. And No Surrender have absolutely noticed a resetting team with an Alter jumping on top of Danish. They don't know that this is the squad that's won 2 games, and they do not care! Taking out Micey, it is a huge blow dealt to Danish's fighting capability. No Surrender take control of the building, and Danish run for their lives.
Yeah, I mean... The fact that they just said, skip the loot, we are indeed chasing to get killed. Caught them 1 KP is already good enough. We're going to see now, though, O2 on the opposite side of the angle as well. A lot of teams are lurking on this, like we said, same speed, same pacing of the game, as Rambro Hendy is fighting currently in this building against Virtue, essentially. Or Virtue is fighting another team.
So many nades. In these buildings, it can be especially painful to fight, especially when you get swung from behind like Virtue just did. Vcan are going to finish off this fight as it is only one member traded back, and Virtue go down through all of those nades. Corn is very difficult to play, and nice job to VCAN, who now get a reset and are going to fully stick that all the way till full HP. No Surrender dropping down on top of this, however, are going to be playing around the same side of the map as Danish were earlier, around this Cultivation Solar Pods area, with everybody rotating up from the south. O2 are in the path of both teams. No Surrender and Danish are going to have to go through O2 one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, they're all having, like I said, the same pacing, the same macro, essentially. All looking to... They only did this, you know, macro specifically to get that information, the extra information, and now they know, okay, which side can we go, where's the zone actually ending. We're just going to look to make sure we're all healthy as they walk in, because this zone doesn't really hurt that much. As you can see, they're all very low, but they're more than covered with all their med kits.
And with Patapan actually having the Valkyrie ultimate as well, something that very few teams have chosen to prioritize. Got the extra bit of rotational capability. So10, our big fighters from last game, are going to be taking yet another engagement. I'm excited to see how this one goes. Is up against rivals. So10 still do have the numbers advantage. Actually haven't dropped anyone just yet as they start getting a little bit of health back into the gas can. Kakigori swings, doesn't quite find the knock, but So10 should be able to finish this off. Rivals do go down, and it's going to be So10 now with the next zone, or rather the zone continuing to close on them. Darn, a little bit of trouble. Backing off through the Ultra Portal will give them a nice reset, as there should be plenty of time to pull this off, and like you said, plenty of ability to heal through this zone.
I mean, that long-ass portal straight 5 miles into Narnia. They do get the reset, though. They could probably make this back as well as Circle 3, or Round 3 especially, doesn't do that much damage. They get the reset. Nice fight, though. That fight actually came out pretty close. So always fun to see that teams are not only, you know, getting completely slaughtered, but can put up numbers of, hey, we're not going to go down without a fight.
It is a long way from Ring that they have gone, though, and this walk back in, it's going to be a tough one. We'll wait around because So10 won't be entering the conversation again for the next minute. Danish, however, are entering the conversation right now as they port right on top of VCAN at the edge of zone. Danish, who have just come out of zone, are almost immediately getting taken down with Bricks, who already took a lot of Ring damage, has now fallen to the extra damage from VCAN. Shurup, last one left alive on 1 HP, is going to go down, and Danish, your winners of Game 1, your winners of Game 2, are going to go out without any placement points in Game 3.
Very hard indeed, as you know, you're walking in from the same side as people are waiting from you. You know, huge fight from other side of the moment. For the moment, people are just poking. But we saw the zone, however, pull south of production, where a very common zone that we've seen in Pro League across all regions. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because many people tend to opt to not play in that building actually, and prefer to play because there's so many cliffs, so many crevices, even rooftop as well. And yeah, it's going to be fun.
We could see this favor VCAN even, who are rotating in from the south side because they're not actually going to be in the building and will be able to take advantage of a lot of rocks. A team like Take Flight, who come in from the north, could also take a wide rotation as they are not forced into production yard just yet. They are, however, going to be forced to take some sort of engagement, some sort of rotating. For that, they will likely need an Ash Portal, because the dangers of walking in, we have seen it claim a lot of teams' lives.
Yeah, most definitely. People are still waiting right now. Like I said, last couple of seconds, even 30 seconds might be a little bit much, but 30 seconds to when the zone is either showing or closing, it's very nice to see that people are just waiting. But people that aren't waiting are teams that are looking to take a fight on a building right now with a huge alter queue to drag him down inside a building. But, you know, couldn't really make something happen, but the fact that he tried, big props.
Hey, your mechanics checking them, right? Are you paying attention? Have you pressed E at the right time? Does end up working, but Dory still on the ropes, as with Reject right below you in the area. You cannot rest easy. Reject, a team that is very happy to jump on top of you, take a fight quickly. No Surrender will go down, unfortunately for them. However, everyone else starting to get a few more placement points as more and more teams get eliminated. We did talk about this earlier. Direct your eyes towards the south. VCAN, great place for the next couple of zones if they are able to hold on to it.
Yes. Once again, we have God spots out on the map. South of the side of the map especially is really good. You just have to be able to hold it. People are going to be fighting for it. O2 is currently fighting as somebody, I believe he went down to the ring strictly. He actually did go down to the ring strictly as they're trying to survive. But Reject smells them out and says they're not allowed to play here. They came in from zone, they're hurt. One of them even went down to the ring looking to clean this out, and they are indeed killing both Tenten and Animal.
Yeah, they're going to jump on Rost here as well, surely. Surely they smell this out.
Oh?
Peekaboo.
Oh.
Rost will be able to dip into the void for a second, but it's a matter of time before we see all of O2 taken out. Reject got that killer instinct in them, and instead are actually going to use this time, knowing they have a solo at their backs, to try and finish off Dory. Very aggressive move out of Reject, kind of out of nowhere, and it might take Dory off guard at the right time. Ray does take a lot of damage from the Skynade, but it's still Reject with a big advantage, having taken down Captain first. Show's going down to BBL, who are contributing to this from afar. And Dory go down almost as soon as the fight starts. BBL still shooting at Reject though, so Urice does have to play carefully, play back with the rest of the team.
Great presence of mind to say, hey, that guy's not going to do us anything. The zone is about to move. We need to make our way forward. Pushing out Dory right there as well is really good, or killing them. Making it sure that, hey, we should have a path in front of us. But are they staying, are they keeping eyes and awareness behind them as well, as teams are currently mirroring them? Rock looking behind them right now to say, hey, can we just mirror them, see what happens? If they end up fighting, maybe we could third. Do we have any playable areas? This is going to be hard for a team that's also just been in zone for so long, but they have found somebody almost in the middle of the opening, almost down them. This is your opportunity to take a fight. Can they do it without utility? But we'll have to see. 65% for the next ult.
It asks the big question of Reject. Have you cleared your back? And the answer, pretty unanimously, is no. O2 Esports will finally go down after Reject tried to find the finish on them earlier, but with Snipe down having fallen for Rock, things are looking, if you'll forgive me, rocky, especially as Reject swing on them from behind. Deeds now low, sitting in a corner, and with no real cover, is going to be fired at from the roof. I do wonder where Deeds goes, or rather who Deeds goes down to, as Urice is going to answer that question for us. Swinging in, taking out Rock, and getting another KP. Another little bit of placement points for Reject.
And that's what you're going for. You're a solo. You need to go for the consistency if you can. He's opts to say, no, we're taking them out. If I die, at least I'll get a KP and a placement. They might even be able to potentially reset as long as nobody finds out that he's a solo. Currently in a kind of comfy spot actually for a solo. I would say probably the most comfy spot we've seen a Rat have today.
Yeah, very difficult to push, especially having to commit across all that open ground. With Pioneers going down, however, the amount of squads that can focus on you, especially from the roof, are getting whittled down slowly but surely. Team Nemesis on the inside do have a good bit of survivability with something like the Rampart. Sheila still available to cover an angle as well. But Nemesis have to play this carefully, as you need to be the last team standing on the inside. And that means applying pressure to those other squads that you don't want to be forced into you. VCAN on the outside, we mentioned holding on to a power position if they were able to, had a great spot to win the game. That's been taken over by BBL. This could be the big BBL.
The big BBL indeed, holding the God spot right now, looking to shoot everybody else, making sure that, hey, you guys fight each other. We'll join in late and clean up the game if they can hold this. But it looks very promising right now, because they even have a Kraber with a ballistic. Don't forget that synergy as well. You pretty much have unlimited ammo, and you can just go ham at it as long as you time your ult properly. But will Reject be able to get the reset? Will the teams on the roof make a play? We saw a huge TP come out back underneath them. BCLH sitting right there in the corner. Not sure how long they can stay there.
One bullet left, minus, of course, the ballistic ultimate that is pending. BBL just have to hold on to high ground. That is their modus operandi, the thing that will win them the game. Reject going to be taken down as we whittle squads out from the rest of production yard. The exit of this building, torturous for so many squads. But Bacalao sitting on the outside with a few rampart walls, have the ability to stay alive should they not be pushed from above. That's got to be their win condition, is whether anyone's looking at them from up top or not. Deep Cross Gaming don't have that kind of luxury and will be taken down. Bacalao still sitting in this corner, one of only 5 teams left.
I mean, BBL sitting kind of comfortably right there on top of that cliff, as other teams are bound to fight, because this zone is pulling towards the center / more leaning towards the south. Every other team needs to move before the team that has absolute high ground looking down on everybody. The only thing that can potentially mess this up for them is if somebody just YOLO TPs in any direction where they have to fend off, and that opens up an opportunity for the other teams. But very likely they should be closing this game out.
Looking at Bacalao as well, a team that's in a lot of danger, but may very quickly sort of be passed by if squads choose to TP onto BBL. I got to admit to you, Graceful, in my head, I got the song. I got the song. We may we may yet whip it out. BBL sitting on top right now. We'll see what their game plan looks like. I want to take a quick listen in with BBL, see how they approach the end game.
Correct one here. This team has a PK on the bottom floor. guy, crack this guy here. Big damage, crack 2 in that corner,
I'm literally just playing slow. The team inside of Pra's about to move.
Below me,
Team inside Pra's about to move.
This guy's
need help.
full below me, full below
Okay, I'm ulting.
I mean,
Let this side go away. Let this side go away.
I'm looking for my angles. I'm looking for my angles with Kraber. I have to go crazy here. Your product coming out. Product coming out. Keep it low. 150, 120, Wilson.
Below us, I think.
They're gonna just start hard fighting. We literally have God Spot.
There's literally 3 people below me.
Just watch this.
There's a whole 3 below me.
Yes, yes. Just let this team fight them soon. Yep.
BBL have tracked all the big threats. They got Bacalao right underneath them. They know Nemesis are on their side, and Nemesis playing the wall are actually helping eliminate Bacalao. BBL looking over all of this are going to start taking shots at Nemesis. Finally, removing 2 of them. F9 on the other side are going to get cracked by a Kraber shot as Jason holds down the fort for BBL. ASCII starting to peek his head out. Might be one shot, but Jason stays patient. So does ASCII on the other end. Bacalao still alive. Nemesis resetting in the corner. Nice shot from Jason. Takes down Miro.
Big, huge Kraber shot right there, but they managed to let teams play underneath them as they right now are dividing the team, see if they can clean up the side potentially. Was that ball too early? I'm not too sure. F9 should be able to reset behind that wall potentially as other teams are bound to fight. BBL, however, is still on high ground and the zone is underneath them. Other teams are jumping out right now into the zone to fight. And Team Nemesis goes out.
3 squads left. BBL still have this in control with the Catalyst wall separating them. Jason's going to commit onto the low ground. Rampart wall for cover. Bacalao goes down and BBL win game 3.
Very nice cleanup from BBL there. It was looking a little bit shaky. When 2 teams, if you're on top of a cliff and 2 teams get to play underneath you, it could go either way. If one team climbs up to swing you, that opens up for the other team to 3P. Didn't work out in their favor. Wall made it completely fine. The other teams were forced to fight before. As we said, it's looking very likely that the other teams, because the zone is more pulling towards underneath them, they have to fight first. Ended up happening. Clean sweep, but the thing I was really happy about is that they recognized earlier that we are winning regardless, go for KP, and it got more kills than most teams might normally not.
And that end game still felt really iffy to me. Like you said, they knew they were going to win, but how exactly was unclear, especially with the Catalyst wall dividing it into 2 3v3s. I almost felt like BBL lost control of the end game for a moment and were able to claw it back by leaping down at the right time and making a team play together. Had they been a little bit more disjointed, I think that Catalyst wall could have come back to bite them.
I mean, I was also happy. 13 kills is very good. F9 surviving from the inner sides, coming out late. Did end up getting Kraber headshot by BBL. Yep. They had great potential across the board because I like the communication. Hey guys, you know, there's a team under me. Are you sure? Okay, I'm gonna pop ult. Okay, I'm gonna pop off. Okay, just make sure nobody's coming. You know, they're still on the same page. And if they can keep that up and make sure that they fight for God spot. I don't know how, I couldn't really see how they got the God spot. If they fought for it, or if they just took it because the other team rotated. If they can still navigate that this is a spot we need to take and they get it, they're going to close out more games.
Yeah, this was a really good play from BBL, sort of playing on the outside of production yard, fighting for VCAN, who had actually held the spot before. Like you said, this was a difficult game for VCAN when they ultimately got pushed, but VCAN still managed to get a pretty good game out of this, sitting a little lower on the leaderboards than they might be comfortable with, where BBL take that spot and convert it now into a top 4.
I would say majority of the people here, we're at the halfway point right now. All these teams that are sitting around 19, I would say 16 and above, potentially just 19 and above, are feeling kind of comfortable. They could have a game that doesn't go too well as long as they play solid on the other 2. Doesn't even have to be pop-off games. Looking on the other side of the things where you're now, you know, 10 and underneath, you need to actually have games to where you actually pop off, because if you don't do it, then it might be too late because we're halfway through now, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, these first 3 games have set us up in a position where top 5 are honestly likely your safer teams. Nobody's actually locked in yet, but things are starting to cook here. And for those teams at the bottom, the water's starting to get hotter and hotter. Who will rise to the occasion as we transition on over to World's Edge? I don't know. I'm going to toss this over to the analyst desk because right now all I got in my head is BBL winning.
BBL, man. You know, I think there's the entire crowd here who has BBL in their minds, and hopefully they were watching this screen as a result of that. I think this was a team that definitely had its moment. just now in front of us. It was a very easy, when you look at the idea of having high ground over a bunch of people who have to move in the zone, kind of setup, but it also, like Graceful was pointing out, could have gone either way. Two teams back and forth, maybe able to climb up, pressure you, Lauren. I mean, to handle a win like that, that's a great sign of BBL going forward in tough situations.
Yeah, and I think we were kind of debating that a little bit here while we were watching it play out, because it worked in this particular lobby and in this instance. And like we heard the caster saying, they were able to claw it back at the end, but that slight bit of fear or trepidation or indecision later on in the weekend is something you really have to eliminate.
Yeah, I like a team that you could tell, one of them was mentioning with the Kraber, I got to go big here. This is my moment. And that's seizing the moment when the lights are bright. You don't always get this opportunity as Soten takes a break here and you see teams kind of regrouping after 3 to have a moment to go big. That's where you can kind of see a little bit of the star power in my eyes of some of these players. BBL with a massive win there, but really the story of this first 3 games was certainly none other than Danish. Zeph, we were talking a lot about them earlier on. Again, Dia somehow finding the right picks. What does he know? How does he know? We'll get into that later, but really he's right on the money. This team, they were BLGS EMEA winners, $40,000 plus in earnings. Coming here with Trix joining the squad in April, they're looking primed and ready to go.
Something that I really like out of this initial series from them is the fact that we're getting to see both sides of the coin of their decision making. Their macro has been superb, putting them in primary positions where they know they can win from, but they're still not losing that necessary aggression where they know they have to pick up heavy amounts of KP to rein into a very safe top 10 here.
Yeah.
They sit above the rest of this lobby, 20 points plus. That's not something you do just making smart decisions. You also have to capitalize on your skill set when it comes to the guns.
Absolutely. Let's keep on them as we run through those final circles of the last 3 games that if you didn't catch, we'll show them to you now. Danish on top early on, Zeph, and they continue to keep that pressure.
This was a really great game, and notably it was a big discussion regarding Team Nemesis to start, especially outside here, where they were able to take what was this little valley hold there. Now this push, especially between Rival early on here, was what led to potentially the downfall we will see later on of Team Nemesis. They get into this heavy position forward here, looking to clean things up, and while they have this height to their advantage, this is something that they quickly lose, looking to thirst for these kills. You can see there's the Tempest, Noises, Remix, Zuni. I don't think they had to go for the full send on the drop. Danish see this. They understand they have a quick advantage. They drop the ultimate in return, and in this quick position of switch up, they're already at an advantage there. They do try to split off Sherb, but they accidentally lose Remix powers in the resulting cutoff that makes it still a direct 2v1. Could have been something good for Nemesis, but that far push forward was more than enough for Danish to capitalize, and then of course, clean and take the win.
Huge to see that momentum from the Tempest keep on going, getting the extra time from the Nox. Jamerson, they would push on. Danish, I know, is a team you've had your eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very similar story here in match number 2. Definitely playing off the prio coming out from Bionomics. That's where they ended up dropping here. And going over to Terraformer for our second ring. Dewa was talking about it on the casting desk there, that they did a great job of just identifying the threats on the outside. Of course, it came down to a 4-team finish here. Once they deal with this, get the full reset, it came down to 2 separate, team fights, 3v3s, clear 3v3s on the outside. You see No Surrender actually peeking their head out to try and take a fight with Danish, but Danish were quick on it. Look at the response by them. No one even going down there, and this was all just icing on the cake for them. They knew they had to win. The climb up was easy for them. They get involved in the third party. A few kills do end up getting away from them, but they try to jump in to try and eat up as much as possible. But for the simple fact that Danish were able to play off their prio, they convert 2 games into wins. And then also, when we go into map number 3, they get the cross map. That one's a little bit more difficult. We still see that they have really strong team fight prowess.
Mizey and Sherb getting the job done. 3,000 damage between them in game 2. And then, of course, we just saw this match 3 with BBL.
Yeah, and while we talked about BBL, before we even get deeper into it, one thing I do want to shout out as well is the fact that Bakelhau was in this top spot. They were the team holding that low ground behind those rampart walls, and they also had gotten second place in the match before. So we're starting to see consistency out of a few of these squads. But you had mentioned the Kraber in the hands of Jason, and was really able to output that damage using the ballistic synergy, like we heard the casters talking about, to their advantage, and really kind of being annoying in the best way, right? Being able to keep everybody away, force them to be in a tougher spot than they'd like to be, and use that height to their advantage. And this is the point when we were waiting for them to really make that final push down, clean it up, and the angle that they had on height the entire time was really all they needed to make sure they cleaned that up. And you could tell they really wanted that win at the end.
And there was a comment we were having about grenade, throw a grenade, but I think when you're throwing a grenade in a situation like that, or you're running in with P20s, it's the difference between I'm going to make sure I have every moment ready before I fight versus I know I'm going to win this fight, I'm sliding down, I'm just getting involved. That's the confidence BBL had, and it's continued to pay dividends. But now, if you look at that, there's two other teams in the mix, you know, with Danish, with O2 that you just saw, that are also threats in here, alongside Team Nemesis, who's been performing, Ben, which you highlighted earlier on, alongside rivals. I want to switch gears, though, guys, and talk Legends. Let's go more in the game outside of the players. We're now looking at Ballistic Ban. We've seen how important that has been, Jamerson, for Danish in their first 2 wins. No Crypto, no Newcastle. What do you have your eyes on here as we head to our last 3 games?
I mean, overall, since the beginning of the tournament, we were talking about that early Newcastle ban is a big indicator. We are seeing that, yeah, once that safety of the Newcastle is gone, it is full pedal to the metal, right? We're getting aggressive legend after aggressive legend, Ballistic now, just shooting up the ban charts, right? Totally. Getting a lot of prio, although it was Crypto this time in the second ban, and then Ballistic coming in third, but he has been seeing a lot of high prio here, and that might start to peter off a little bit later on in like maybe round number 4, round number 5, where teams are trying to play a little bit more conservative. Not everyone's trying to fight on the edge. So we'll see if maybe that evens out a little bit.
Well, a lot of fun action on the way, and a lot of fun action has been happening. Again, this is the ALGS Open, so the pit is where the rest of the teams that you're not watching on main stage are duking it out, and we've obviously got somebody great standing by. Lace, let us know what's been going on these last few.
Yeah, look, we've got lobbies 2, 3, and 4 to cover. This could be the end for a lot of our teams. We are sending so many home in the pit right now. So if we could take a look at these standings, we have so much to cover at the moment to see what teams will be staying or will be going home here for New Orleans. If we look at, you know, lobby number 2, we kind of want to celebrate the teams at the top, but we need to focus on the bubble around 10th place here. So if we look at teams like Crazy Raccoon, Enterforce, who did a formidable job at Japan, you know, they are sitting quite close to being eliminated. Zero Tenacity as well, a team, you know, that needs to ultimately perform in this lobby here, and a fair few teams down the bottom that really need to pull it together just to be able to hit that top 10. Of course, you know, we've got VG and all that at the top. It's kind of a given that these teams should be able to get back into the winners bracket, but yeah, Crazy Raccoon and Enterforce need to be a little bit careful. And if we move over to lobby number 3, you know, a lot of these you know, big names in this one. You know, we've got Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, Omit, but we want to focus on Fusion, Oiled Thunder, Red Rams, another excellent team, might be going home. Infinite there as well. Reignite, CC, the list goes on for this lobby. It's going to be a very nail-biting situation for lobby number 3. And finally, our 4th lobby, we have some well-known teams in this one who aren't new to like the land pressure, but they seem to be under the pump today. And it's going to be a very, very crazy thing. Even a team such as Ruckus, you have no idea who they are, but they're actually in the top 10, and you might be seeing teams like Source Gaming heading home. So there's a lot happening here in the pit with these 3 lobbies, but time will tell. That's only 3 games. We still have another 3 to go, and we'll find out what happens. But I'll put it over to the casters where we can watch exactly what's happening on the main screen.
Thank you so much, Lace. Vicky Kitty here with Genome, and after the action, we've already seen Danish kicking it up a notch here on Broken Moon, but we are making that transition onto our next map over by World's Edge. But it's been very interesting to see the legend bands that we've had already promoted to us within those first 3 games.
Yeah, you know, it's been differing across the tournament. We saw earlier today, you know, some teams like Falcons struggled when Newcastle stayed in the or, you know, the stronger legends in here. But yeah, gosh, Danish have been looking tasty today, haven't they?
I mean, you know what? If I could get a Danish for breakfast, you already know we're actually popping off for the rest of the day. Hopefully popping off just as we've seen Danish out here with double KP dubs on Broken Moon. Can they keep that momentum going into World's Edge? And of course, BBL also coming in with the 13 KP. And that was the game that we saw the majority Ballistic. So that also means that we will have Alter available to us going into World's Edge. As you you guys could see here for our map rotation within our lobby. Again, gonna end up this series. We'll be saying bye to some teams in the elimination round.
Yeah, exactly. Every elimination round from here on out is going to be sending 10 teams home. So top 10 will be moving on, and there's still quite a ways ahead of them. I mean, as we mentioned, this could be the longest, the hardest slog of a LAN for any team if they're trying to make their way all the way through that lower bracket. You can play, I think it's up to 8 series.
Lot to go here before we dive into our next map on World's Edge as we take a look at the POI draft. Because I believe Rock, yes, they had the priority here on World's Edge. They will be landing over by Skyhook West, but you know, after the action we saw in yesterday's end of the day series, we were seeing a lot of these zones pull actually over to Skyhook. So kind of put a dent to Furious side when we saw them in that lobby.
Yeah, I think even just like, you know, going back a little bit further, the way Skyhook plays out now, especially between, you know, your Skyhook East and Skyhook West teams, can differ every single game depending on, you know, where those Evo harvesters are located. And as we'll see, there's one to the west of Trials, and then there's one very much on Skyhook East. So they're actually pretty well distributed here, but you can get very tricky, very finicky with it if they're in the middle of Skyhook, and then both teams are looking to get into that. And that's, you know, we saw Lonely Leg Gone taking advantage of that earlier today. So just one of those things that's changed from how World's Edge used to play.
Highlighting the nice spread out here, and maybe a bit of diversity in where these circle pools will be taken. So we're going to have to see. Maybe it ends up being a Northern Lava Siphon circle pool. See our teams already situate themselves. BBL, your winners of game number 3.
Yeah, what does BBL make you think of, Vicky? Because for me as an Australian, it makes me think of the Big Bash League. We've got a cricket series called the BBL. And, I mean, look, they certainly were bashing people around last series.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we could pick that out here. I mean, you know, the way they're playing, you know, for sure. We could see how they're going to be able to do that since they get to spread out, go over to Frag East, get that survey beacon. Of course, they also have that survey beacon over by No Name, where that Evil Harvester is going to be at. The way that Bakuhal is also going to be able to get that information over by Geyser before they start making their rotate up the hill.
Yeah, it looks like it's not going to be one of those North Lava Siphon zones. It's pulling further north than that, more towards Fragment. I don't think it'll go to Geyser. It's usually more centered on Geyser if that's the case. So I think it is going to be somewhere around either Fragment or Ghost Town, just outside of the vault.
I'm looking at Rival Esports in terms of their positioning and their POI over by Overlook, where they also have a ring console. Pretty good area to hold when you see a zone pulling in this direction, as long as you get your backs cleared. But being there too early always gets me a little nervous because it's a very wide ground, even if you could be on that slight high ground lip looking at Ghost Town. Especially with Riddle Order already on their rotate, coming out of Survey Camp where they had a ring console and Survey Beacon going through Epi, and BPL already getting involved in a fight. So many squads have already made their rotate. It's F9 and Rival now that have exited out of Overlook and are currently looking at BBL over in the building.
Yeah, 4 or 5 teams rushing to find their way into Ghost Town here. You've even got Rival Esports who came from Overlook. They were not opting to stick around and hit that third beacon, right? I mean, very often you will have a team from Overlook stay there, even though they've got priority to the zone. They just sort of, they make sure, right? They stick around, they'll actually take a little bit of zone damage and hit that next beacon before opting which side of the zone they want to go, because it can go Fragment, can go Ghost Town, or somewhere in between. This time, they just full send it. They're really banking on that going into the no-name POI.
So that player readjusts his headset real quick while we see KCP get some KP on the board already early on. The outskirts of Mirage Etoile. So seeing it out on Henji. They're actually just going to call it quits, back away. They're going to ping the Replicator, try to play this safe. While they are going to be able to try to go around staging. I believe it's O2 Esports that's out in the distance that may have heard that fight earlier on too. Oh yes, they do see them too. You can see the Ash Tether coming out. Forcing one of those members of Ekin to just back away, maybe have to rotate back around to Thermal Station where there is also a Replicator and a Portal Nexus.
Seems like one of the hotspots for fights on World's Edge, doesn't it? Every time we get up here, there's teams hanging around staging or Mirage Etoile and just looking to pick a fight. It's like, I don't know, it's almost like the boxing ring from Olympus here. We've set it up over near staging, and teams are always just rocking up and ringing the bell.
That's literally always where we see people drop it hot. Try to collapse on one another as we see F9 taking a bit of damage themselves. Going to be able to pop that Phoenix kit. You see the ultimate accelerator too from ASCII before they find themselves looking at the other squads up ahead. So many teams have already gone ahead with this rotate. We really only have like 4 squads that really aren't in that next zone. Everybody else already in that next zone that they've already been able to scan. You see those shots here with a 30-30.
I mean, if you had asked me yesterday whether we were going to be talking about ASCII or NASCII in this stage of the tournament, wouldn't have given you the answer we've currently got here. One of the notable exits from the tournament so far being Ninjas in Pajamas.
Welcome to that double Elim bracket. Really shakes things up here within our ALGS Open. That's why it's nice to be able to highlight our elimination lobbies. Deep Cross Gaming, the pings up ahead. Trying to ping Virtue, taking a much rather slower rotate, playing objective, being able to get the scans on the survey and circle, as well as the Evo Harvester. While they do take their time, they have also noticed Deep Cross Gaming, it seems like, so they could just try to take a more roundabout rotate through Epi if they want to take their time.
So all of the teams who rotated in first went for Ghost Town. After that, we've seen quite a few, like Riddle Order, for instance, flood into Fragment. So there is still a chance, it pulls back, and the teams who didn't have priority do actually get graced with a zone, but still another 50 seconds before that becomes more apparent.
It feels like the calm before the storm, because we are seeing Nox in the kill feed, but we aren't seeing any finishing blows unless we see it right now, because Team Nemesis already got 2 Nox. They're going to be able to take that Rift.
Oh, that was
a reset too, and they left him 1. I mean, that was just right there free. Stark on a silver platter as Team Nemesis take out Bear Claw Gaming, the first team out of this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we only shifted onto that to the last second, but that looked like that was the other team's portal, right? It's the residual rift that gets left behind. It'll stay open for 8 seconds, and you have that 8 seconds to sort of think about that choice. You're like, do we follow them? Because it can be very risky. A lot of the times, they're just sitting there watching that for the 8 seconds and being like, okay, now we're okay, we're safe to reset. But this time, I guess they've done enough damage that they can opt to go with that decision.
All right, great situation to be in. When you get 2 knocks, you leave the last player alive literally 1. Why not at that point? While O2, Nemesis in hand, gold extended energy mag. While taking up on top of this high ground though, I believe this is O2 looking at Danish. So they got 1 minute and 40 seconds still before the zone closes in, before they make that decision in O2. Not liking how far the zone is pulling. They would rather find their spot in that next zone to try to gatekeep Danish if they go in from either the southwest side. And they're not the only ones, right? We know that Dory, who also were trying to get some knocks earlier on in the kill feed, are also holding that southern choke.
Yeah, I mean, multiple chokes for them to go through until they get closer to the zone. But the way it's pulled makes me wonder if this could be one that sort of nestles into the middle string of mountains, and that maybe a team like Dory or Team Nemesis, who's holding those geyser chokes, can actually walk into this one.
Kind of providing you some space to work underneath the tracks too for some cover. Kind of a give and take, right, when you don't have Newcastle in your lobby to help you reset. But who is available, of course, is the Catalyst. So these walls are going to be so important. While O2 on the EVA 8 gets the crack, tries to get the next one here. Diverting their attention in 2 different directions, though. Well, the player on the other side trying to shoot at them from the window.
Looks like an incredibly slow sensitivity on that controller there as you're seeing him shift the EVA from left to right. That's Soten. All up to the last member now, maybe going for the safe res play here, putting the cat wall up. It's a very good wall, actually, completely blocks off O2, but they might just trade this res for res as the third member sits there and blocks the door.
Although Soda was able to get that res first, right? Even more important, unless O2 could try to get this full reset, but through the window cracks. And the arc snare. big play here for O2. Prevents the next res from coming out before dealing the finishing blow on that knocked player. Rock 2 now trying to send it onto Pioneers, who are playing inside this. With that Void Nexus before sliding in with a P20 Slayer though. Slaying out and getting that knock onto Vax. This is the Ultra Blade. Okay, that wasn't going to take you anywhere, but he can't put it down in time before he gets knocked. It's only up to Falcons now from Pioneers.
Yep, Falcons the player, not to be confused with the team. It's all up to him now as he takes on the rest here. Takes on pretty much all the responsibility of his team to try and get out of this one. It looks like there is a Void Nexus. Okay, I think he was out of range of it, right? So he was trying to walk back into range, which does beg the question, are his teammates in range of it? Probably not, and therefore he will actually have to go for the crafting res rather than being able to just get a clean reset on the Void Nexus.
Also, the timing on him moving back before a third-party opportunity could have come up from the squads or coexisting by Monument now. See if they could try to get that reset while Rock now move up beyond the replicator. VCAN are over to their south zone, closing in now, but it is just round 2. Exists outside the zone for a little bit for the teams that do want to reset.
Very slow start for Rock here. Me and quite a few of the other casters. Yeah, we picked them to be taking out this lobby, and they're not looking like that's within reach right at this moment in time. Let's see if they can get some use out of the Ultra. It'll be the last game they can do that. 13 Ultra picks here on World's Edge. We've highlighted it as a solid pick on this map, but it will be banned for the last 2 games of the series.
I want to point out that VCAN have not noticed the solo that is KCP, so he's going to have to go all the way around, probably to the replicator by Monument that we saw Rock pass early. Nice little overhead, and you were mentioning, Gino, pulling a little bit more so towards the middle, on the middle of this zone, away from No Name.
Okay, this is incredible for Dorian and Nemesis. They're going to have their backs. And even, you can see, actually, like, it doesn't... Some of the choke is in, is what I'm trying to say, right? And that means that you get a left wall, a right wall, a back wall covered, and it's just so good for them. Danish look like they're about to get into a fight against Dory here, and this is such an important spot for the future of the game that I really want to hear how Danish approach this.
Yeah. I'm healing, I'm healing. Tell 2 on the left, on the right wing. Getting close to the left. Walking far left. What if I just TP or something? Yeah, get Can you do this and I just TP? I need to back, bro. Yeah. Donating your shit. Can you do? Do to our side, Or like, get to our side. Is there 2 guys there though? Yeah. There's 2 guys there. Heal up, don't die. Crack them, I'm pumping bad, then we can TP on them, okay? Pump back. Shoot bad nade. 21st, you have to make a TP, bro. Yeah, come to me. You're not bad. You're taking so long.
I don't have bats, I don't have balls.
Let's get it, go. Alright, go, ready? One guy. Hush. One Chilling. Finish. Peek out. No. Oh my god, man. Why are you taking so much damage, bro? Like, fuck me.
Alright, so Dory defend their spot. We see the Maggie Ball unfortunately coming back at their own team. Sometimes can be a little tricky to, avoid the bounces here. Need to practice their marbles. Will they keep their marbles? Who knows? Let's see. They're playing for all of them right now as Team Nemesis. They had a choke to themselves, but now they push over and take out Dory for what they are just about to see is actually the much more important choke, and this is huge for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, if it isn't the third party, then the fourth party comes in at perfect timing now. VCAN come up, Team Nemesis back away over to the other side to reposition and take a much more wider spread angle. Before VCAN now back away, they also have to make sure they look to their 6 because F9 could walk in if they want to give up that spot, but they don't have the information on where that next zone is pulling. So even better for Team Nemesis to hold it down. We see squads falling in the lobby between Virtue and Take Flight. 13 squads left, and VCAN had given up the opportunity to time that fourth party.
Rejective just full centered onto Rival Esports. It's a rotation far out of the zone here, but it will capture some KP for them and actually put Fafa Fifth on the kill leader status here. So 4 KP for him in this game. Looks like Riddle Order are coming for them as well, though currently sitting in 20th place. This is a little bit of a chance for them to reverse those fortunes, but no. It's actually going to be Rival Esports getting out of there. They've got a Void Nexus set up to get them much closer to the zone. But still, so many teams are sitting outside in Fragment, in Ghost Town. No one's really made their way up towards that mountainside yet until now.
Yeah, now that's when they actually get to see it. They'll have to start making moves eventually in 10 seconds as Team Nemesis now defend their spot. Wave up another team before utilizing that hatch portal. O2 now move up to try to find that opportunity. Looking at F9, looking at Team Nemesis, are still holding it down on the south side.
Yeah, I mean, that was risky from Team Nemesis. They actually leave their spot there for a second just to search for a few KP. I'm very surprised that another team hasn't gotten in there, taken that spot away from them, or made them pay for that. O2 Esports, though, they do follow up and sit in the choke to the side. This will be a good spot to pick up some KP, but it's going to be tough to stick it out there for too long. We can say that for the other 6-7 teams that are still stuck in Fragment as we see them desperately trying to flee towards zone now.
It is important to know that nobody got the Mythic bin, by the way, within this lobby. It's actually in the zone right now by the Vault Tunnel. Now F9 holding the middle of this zone while Rival Esports slide in with the P20s. They get 2 knocks already, trying to run from that zone, but still in the line of sight of these players. The nice little wraparound is fine. They were able to get the shield swap immediately afterwards, but they're getting gate capped by the teams that were waiting underneath the tracks. Also Pioneers looking at Rival Esports still staying alive as a solo.
This is so silly. We've got like 6 teams playing around this little piece of mountain over here near Fragment, while Team Nemesis and F9 Icar just sit there by themselves. O2 Esports also just, I think, try to sit on one little rock with a little bit of cover to themselves. Obviously, that spot within the bins there where F9 Icar is sitting actually will be okay. It won't necessarily have the high ground, but you've got cover from more angles.
And you're able to put down the Moby respawn beacon. So you got some extra cover by the trucks. O2 try to send it though. They saw the rat that was left from Pioneers on Isigeki. Looking to try to punish O2 for trying to get aggressive, considering that they were that duo, and they do succeed. O2 get eliminated. Nemesis get even more KP from this, as they still hold their position behind the rampart amp barriers.
Was the King rocking the Gibby. Hopefully they can hunt down the last 2 members of VCAN, who, as we scan over there, you can see actually quite split on the western side of the map. Nemesis trying to just make some inroads against F9 here. I like this. They are obviously the 2 teams who have the best chance of winning this. And as Nemesis get pushed down, as this next zone starts to close in, actually, sorry, the one after, they will be at a disadvantage as their cover is removed, and F9 will be able to sit there for longer. So it is in the interest of Team Nemesis in being proactive and taking this fight early.
Trying to find that opportunity when you still have 2 squads making their way into that zone behind F9, right? And you know that F9 and Nemesis are 2 teams that have that catalyst available to them, while VCAN only have the Mirage alive. Sigeki now move up, 4 squads left. Sigeki trying to make their move right behind F9. The solo that is from VCAN are now rotating off to the side of Team Nemesis while they're so fixated on this fight. We could already see the catwall that was brought in.
No, wasn't he? King goes down. I think he just used his bubble. So they don't even have that chance to try and grab the reset in that way. Currently, they're just using rampart walls to hide behind. The other teams don't want to push him, though. It looks like F9 are too scared of taking too much damage from Nemesis, so they're not willing to push that, even though they've seen the Gibby go down.
If anything, you have to consider Nemesis having that rampart really makes a difference comparatively to F9 having that Watson instead and that Gen to work here.
So one member of Team Nemesis goes down and tries to cause some chaos, while the other 2 anchor from the high ground. Now that things are kicking off, they're going to come and help him.
Team Nemesis finding the opportunity with Isigeki, putting in the pressure onto F9 instead. Here you have the rampart taking out the Sheila. Isigeki, though, are diverting their attention right behind them because Nemesis are holding such a great position. They knew that was a game-winning position that they could hold, and it's just the solo that is F9 that is left before Team Nemesis clear out this lobby.
Yeah, it's just the kind of stuff we're expecting out of this team as they are going to waltz to a victory here in match 4 as they're just trying to chase down the last member of F9 who wishes he could isolate them in 3 1v1s, but they're not going to let that happen. Congrats to Team Nemesis with a very cute plushie there. I kind of want one of those.
Cute but deadly maybe because, I don't know, double-digit KP, they were popping off. Remember, they had fought to hold on to that ground. Perfect timing for them to third party and move in and take that position. They knew that was a game-winning position for them too, right? You have the high ground advantage. You're looking down at the teams. The fence that we saw F9 sitting in was a great spot, but still, with all the spots coming out from Monument, Fragment side, you know that that's where a majority of the teams are going to collapse on you.
I think F9 might have been able to play that a little better as well. We saw them trying to just hold on to that very central spot, but they weren't pushing anyone else's buttons. And, you know, they did have a chance to just clear F9, sorry, not F9, the third team who was left alive there, Isageki. They could have pushed them when that Gibraltar went down, right? But they hesitated, and I think they were just holding on to some sort of hope that maybe, you know, Nemesis would make a mistake and they could, you know, take advantage of that. But in some places, you really do just have to play for that second place and try and grab as many KP as you can on the way.
And look at this, 14 KP on top of the dub. F9 playing a lot more patiently, only securing 2 KP. Isageki also were able to hold the other side of Monument, trying to gatekeep a lot of teams, securing themselves 11 KP, even looking all the way down to Rival Esports, 11 KP too. So a lot of these teams sponging up a lot of that KP points that they need, as again, this is the end of match where we know that Ultra's going to get banned, and you only have those 2 games left to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, top performers across that game. No surprises, a lot of Team Nemesis faces popping up there. 7 kills for Zuni, 6 assists for Remix Power. And 2.4k damage there for Zuni as well. They won't have access to Alta anymore, as you can see, joining the other 3 banned legends. And having a look at the overall leaderboard here, you've got to remember this is the elimination bracket now, right? So bottom 10 teams are going home. ROC currently in the bottom 10, sitting on 15 points, which is quite a while behind the leading teams. Of course, they only just need to make it into that top 10 to stay alive, but it's looking tough for some of those teams who haven't put the points on the board just yet.
Yeah, you also have to consider Riddle Order, Reject out here. It's looking pretty tight looking at that bubble, but we still have 2 more games to go, 2 more games on World's Edge, and that's coming to you on the other side of this break.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. The future is here! Are you ready? I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, it don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Find my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a hold out. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting in audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I've been. I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards? Oh, check this out. Que figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting in audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Coming in hot. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny. Later, champ. Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
Welcome back, everyone. Shout out to one of our sponsors, Alienware. Alienware's legendary Area 51 desktop is back as Intel's highest performing desktop yet. Equipped with Intel Core Ultra processors, the Area 51 was designed for ultimate gaming and scalable with next-gen components. If portable power is what you want, a new age is born. The Alienware Area 51, 16, and 18 gaming laptops are made with silicon components and can deliver up to 280-watt total performance power. Try out the Area 51 desktop here in the venue or scan the QR code for more info at Alienware Arena.
Well, if anyone's been scaling throughout this series, Vicky, I think it's been Team Nemesis. They are powering up with a big win in that last game to put them all the way to the top, even over the top of Danish, who started off with a dub back-to-back.
It's been crazy to see that back and forth within our top two teams. Danish, Nemesis leading the pack, and then you look at the bubble being 17 points, ROC sitting at 15 points in 11th. You got 2 more games to go here on World's Edge, and we say goodbye to Alter in our Legend pool.
Yeah, I think it makes it a little easier for some of the teams who are just trying to sneak into the top 10 when you've got a couple of teams, you know, getting a lot of points, amassing a lot of those opportunities. It does mean that the cutoff tends to be a little bit lower because it's when you have a tight lobby, everyone sort of sticks together and then the point total might get raised.
Can we talk about, by the way, our winners of our previous 4 games, like double-digit kills? Look at that damage output. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I mean, of course, match number 3, we saw BBL come in with 6.2k, Nemesis with 5.2k themselves, 14 KP. I want to see this keep ramping up out here as, again, we have 2 more games to go. Our elimination bracket, the final chance for some of these teams.
Yeah, exactly. The final chance. I mean, I guess when you're looking at other lands, you know, it was the... was it the end of... No, actually, it was the end of day 3. No, sorry, throughout day 3 where people started going home. So this is, you know, obviously we had a few teams go home yesterday, but today is the day where the bulk of the teams get eliminated. I believe it's 80 teams out of our, you know, 140 plus teams that get eliminated today. And that's why, you know, I think when we saw Lace over in the pit earlier, she was saying there's a lot of solemn faces over there because this is it. This is the end of ALGS New Orleans for, yeah, more than half of our teams in this tournament.
It's a give and take when you talk about the Open. So many new faces, so many opportunities for these up-and-coming players. I was hearing some pretty colorful language, honestly, in the back, you know? Some frustration coming through for some of these squads, and understandably. Now,
let it rip.
You know, I'm always about it. Especially seeing the passion from a lot of our squads, the passion that we saw from Team Nemesis holding down a great position in that final zone up on top of the hill, calling that out.
Just waiting for that Vicky Kitty listening.
Listen, hold on. I may not be able to be up here next time if that happens, all right? I'm just going to give the warning right now. At least I'm honest. And we are going to be going down south this time around on World's Edge.
Yep, okay, zone snaps. We're going towards Tree. Potential for a pullback towards Harvester, the highway area, maybe even the train station near Thermal Station. We have seen occasionally get some love, but it would be fun to see a tree zone. Do we have any Gibbies still here? Yes. It looks like our one Gibraltar player from the last game is still on that, so I was just thinking of the very niche case in case the orbital bombardment comes out and it's been so long since I played Gibby, I forgot that it doesn't go through the leaf on top of us.
Yeah. And also, like, I mean, it's pretty good to consider, though, at least what you were talking about, Gibby, because because, right, we banished Crypto to the Shadow Realm after game number 2, so you have opportunities, but the same thing could be said about Watson, right? But instead, I'm seeing 15 Ashes. Yeah, actually. 15 Ashes in this lobby, 10 Bangalores out here. Catalyst was 7.
Remember when there was the outcry to change Bangalore's ultimate? Because we were like, nah, it's too similar to Gibby. You know, we need to find a different identity because you can't take the smokes away. It feels like smokes are Bangalore. But the ults always did feel a little...
That was forever ago. I remember that.
Yeah, well, then they just nerfed her about 6 times in a row, and now she honestly feels kind of balanced. Like, genuinely, though.
I agree, actually.
We're seeing her get banned out maybe Game 5 or Game 6, you know, which in some series, not all of them, which would suggest she's maybe still, like, I don't know, the 7th or 8th most powerful legend in the entire game.
It gives you that makeshift cover, right? And then, you know, when we see the fuse being implemented, no Bloodhound really, very rarely, and then the Seer 2 also coming in from left field sometimes from some of the teams that may feel more comfortable. But obviously, I feel like we will see that fuse more often than not with that mother load. She really comes in clutch, too, especially when you don't also have a Catalyst to work off to reset.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised there's less fuse in this lobby than... Yeah, there is less fuse in this lobby than I would have expected. Only a couple of pickups there compared to someone like Bangalore. Anyway, here's the Gibraltar we were talking about. He's a walk-in fridge, but he's done it. They've actually managed to get the fight win there. And now they've got Thermal Station all to themselves. Everyone else piling into tree. So, you know, we were saying maybe a Harvester angle, maybe a Thermal Station angle. No one really believing that right now. Certainly all the early teams have taken the tree opportunity.
Oh, but Pioneer's trying to take an early fight, but they were at an Evil Shield disadvantage there too, right? It doesn't look like they had maybe an Evil Harvester within their POI, and trying to take that fight early has not worked as a double-edged sword. Pioneer's trying to run away from VCAN and gets the next knock. Pioneer's now just down to the solo.
I think they'll have time if they can actually work out where he's gone. No, he's actually scarpered all the way to the west. Might get a reset off in Mirage à Trois, maybe Lava Fissure, but it's ROC or Rock coming down through there. And as they continue southward, they'll probably see that res get popped by Pioneers, if that's the case, and take him out. Actually, might just run into them straight as it is. But over here at Harvester, we've got Reject. Oh no! Does not think Mia Knightley is outside that door, and he is just gonna get Jason Ada for free there.
For free? I mean, we'll take that here. Reject? I mean, they need all the KP, right? At this moment, they're sitting in 18th, and now BBL just trying to run down to the south side, because we know this next zone will be pulling probably towards like the north side of Tree I've seen before, and if it doesn't, we've seen it also pull towards those buildings, which would benefit the likes of ST, considering that this is their POI.
They've done about a solid series, 30 points for them. Wow, number 7 is only, yeah, 7th place is only 30 points at match 5. That's actually kind of crazy. Maybe the cutoff will be higher, unless there's a huge drop after them. I mean, number 10, yeah, 17. Actually, yeah, that is quite a drop off between 7 and 10 right there. So you would expect them only to need a few more points to secure one more series at the very least for them played here. Oh, drop off the rope. Micey is going to catch. Godcap's off guard there. A flow goes down 2. Now it's all up to Fifth, and he's in a 1v2 versus Danish.
You're gonna have to take a 1v2 though. At least a pretty good building to work off of, but doesn't even want to take that risk. Rival's gonna try to run away while Danish are able to get the reset. An isolated fight here over by Stacks, but we do know that Big Mod had provided that ring console, that survey beacon too, so also being able to play around objective. VCAN's gonna be able to get that res, utilizing the Mirage passive. We're dropping down to see if they can try to recover this banner, at least try to get the reset on the replicator here.
Yeah, Pioneers did get deleted in the end. And it looks like, yeah, now Rock want to go up against Virtue, while VCAN looks like they are going to get out scot-free and get towards Landslide, where there is a crafter available as we look at Riddle Order. Tippy Toes just about to touch the lava, but they go across the other side, and that's Riddle Order. in 20th place. That feels like they've occupied this position in most of the lobbies they've been in this tournament. Vicky, it's been a rough time.
Now, obviously, the compositions that they keep trying to force just really not working out for them in their consideration. You know, we saw that Valkyrie player playing up that low ground by the lava. I would love to have seen that fight a little bit earlier on to see how that Wrecking Ball would have influenced the way that we saw D-Cross just move in with the entry frag. But a lot more teams now moving into that next zone. We get to see where it's pulling, though, more so on the outskirts over to the connecting buildings on the right side of Tree, out in the open, but even better for the teams that can hold that high ground by the tracks.
Yeah, exactly. Those tracks always have seemed to have had some sort of magnetism to the zone, right? Whether it looks like it might be going Harvester or Tree, there is, you know, a non-insignificant number of zones that will go sort of mid-ground, and you get this little fun dynamic between the teams. You get to take those train cars off the top, and then the ones who are maybe looking in the caravans down below. So some of those teams like Dory or Bear Claw, who are sitting in the buildings up the back of Tree right now, will eventually have to make their move and slide downhill.
See the pings coming in from ROC. Team that's playing off of that bubble. Virtue right alongside them, though, as they start approaching right behind ROC, where staging does have, again, that utility, right? That survey, circle. And calling in the evac tower, though, right ahead.
Both those teams taking their time, right? Like, they've been in this area for the last, I don't know, 3 minutes as we see Rock actually jump off. They evacuate the evac tower. Oh no, or did only one of them did? Usually, as soon as someone drops off, you make the call, you're like, I'm dropping, right? And the rest of your team drops with you, because the one thing you don't want to do is get split.
Exactly, being isolated, it would have been huge here too. But they were slightly ahead before they were seeing that they were taking some shots off that evac tower, so trying to disengage, finding their space before looking back to give some suppressed fire, because they also don't know if anybody's waiting for them in a Harvester, right? There was a survey beacon there. This is a point where a lot of teams like to rotate through in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and there's not, but there are 3 other teams about to hit that location. We've got VCAN, Danish, and Deep Cross Gaming all coming in from different angles. As Danish hit the Evo Harvester there and get 2 of them to purple.
An upgrade has been selected.
I wonder if they've heard any footsteps in the distance. VCAN, Rock, both potential opponents here for Danish. VCAN very close to the survey beacon on Harvester as well, which would reveal the opponents, but also reveal them to whoever might be coming up against them. Anyway, I'll switch over here to the train station. Well, we've got Rock going up against Virtue. This fight has been brewing for about 5 minutes now.
Can help out Rock if they are able to get this KP, right? But they're feeling the pressure from this 30-30. Virtue trying to move all the way up.
You can see both teams need the KP.
Yeah, I mean, with Virtue sitting in 19th place with only 10 points. Big game for either of these teams will skyrocket themselves up in a much safer position in the overall standings. Again, it's only top 10 that move forward. Even with the circle pool, though, do you want to stick around and try to take these fights? Because if you do commit to moving around to the south side of Harvester, no surrender right there just to gatekeep you.
Yep. And VCAN in the tunnel below as well, being another element in this. Team Nemesis just trying to get the angle, does manage to grab it.
Oh no. Can't miss those. Remix going down after failing to secure those shots with the P20, but sliding down noises. Oh, can he do it? No, he can't. Team Nemesis get eliminated. He turned around instantaneously.
I know,
Just got
right?
deleted.
That was a snap and a half.
So quick. If you blinked, you may have missed it out here, but Recheck now trying to get the reset, and you see DCG heard the fight, now move up to try to show their appearance. Oh, man. Oh, man, trying to manage to get away. He's literally one shot after utilizing the Ash Portal.
Yeah, there's so many Ashes still left in this lobby, and we've seen them, you know, they generally are the one team member who is the rat, the one that gets away. You've got, you know, the dash as well as your Ash Portal to try and get you out of there. But as we move into, you know, sort of towards Ring 4, there's less and less space, opportunities, crafters available for you to get those resets.
Talking about Ash trying to get away. Rival who had been able to reset after the action we saw over by Stacks. Now down to a solo, but you're in the line of sight of also so many teams that have rotated early. There's still the solo of Reject too, now trying to stay alive, trying to also get positioning points as they aren't able to secure it. Deep Cross Gaming. were able to finish that fight. Rival Esports back in the lobby. 13 squads left, and Deep Cross have now the Mythic bin with no contest.
Yeah, that's what I'm oohing and ahhing at. That fight win does net them the Mythic bin. Over here, we have the longest build-up to a fight we've ever had with Rock, Vcan, and Virtue still in the area. But as they pull closer, there are a couple of other teams potentially going to take a piece of this. It's Soten. Gets a piece taken out of them by Bear Claw Gaming. The zone actually pulls away from the tracks, by the way, and back towards the tree. Towards these buildings. No, not these buildings. The one a little further down. The one you can see F9 just down the hill. They are center zone right now.
Oh, wow. ROC have flown their way over to a difficult position that we've seen before, over to the north side off a jump tower, and now deeper into that next zone, but not where the zone is going to be pulling, just on that platform here.
Yeah,
and with some casualties, yeah.
They've lost the fuse, though. It's only the duo right now for Rock, and I don't know if there's really an opportunity for them to get him back in. Looks like they do not have the banner. So considering in match 5, you're sitting down there in 15th spot, things are just looking harder and harder for Sniping Friends. Zone pulls onto F9's building. Okay, so this actually is a bit of a classic zone where you have, that lower dome circular building with F9, and then you have the slight high ground above them with a little bit of a ditch in between, right? So Bear Claw will desperately want to hold onto the spot near the silos there, try and fortify that position, and then you always get this last bit where the team inside the building, F9, they'll just turtle for as long as they can, and then eventually they'll come out of those doors and take a late fight. But it really can be a struggle for any other teams trying to get into that area.
Oh, but taking up onto the high ground, maybe with an ash border right here, is on the other side. Deep Cross Gaming just trying to hold it down. Looking at Danish before they dropped down. They were able to get that knock. They want to capitalize off of this. Remember, they were able to get that Mythic bin earlier on. We're giving up that space here. Now just Danish get to hold this even after they lost out on 1 for free.
Gold EVE 8 in the hands of Chisu. One of the interesting differences we have seen, some more of the APAC teams are picking up the EVA versus the P20s. And you can see in the right hands, it will delete you faster.
And while all this fight was happening over on the outskirts of Lava Siphon, ROC were able to get that res.
No way.
They were able to get the res, and they also stopped the fight, leaving Danish alive.
I think it was a super late crafter spawn. Last time I looked at the map, that crafter wasn't there. So I think they've actually been very lucky to have a crafter spawn near enough to them that they're actually able to craft the banner.
They are able to get the finishing blow. It's one of the members, Isigeki. Still with Evo shields, though. They have all the bots to try to reset if they can. 9 squads left, playing for their lives right underneath tree. But looking at the 2 teams right to their north is no surrender. Last member of Danish. Isigeki also down to, looks like to be the solo. Yep, they find that last member of Danish. They take them out. 8 squads left now.
Okay, this is a really important fight here. DCG versus BCG. And both of them fighting over that silo position, I was saying it is probably Godspot in this particular game. Chisu is going to put out the drill. Doesn't find anyone.
Wait, but if ROC timed their third party on this, this could be extremely important in a high ground position that could actually allow them to win this game, especially with only 1 member of Deep Cross Gaming alive.
And there's knocks on both sides. I think it might have even been a double knock for both. So ROC, there's no better time to get in here. Had they seen this in the kill feed, if they read it correctly, can they push before the resets happen?
But they're playing this so safe, even if they know how much health that player has right there. They got the crack with the tether, as you could see, from Snipe Down, but also feeling some pressure from the teams that are looking at them from tree. It's just specifically no surrender, but they want to be able to win this fight, cover this space over to this north side.
DCG, the Ashe player, once again, is the rat to get away, but BCG get the reset. And you can see even now, I don't know if they don't even have a med kit to pop. You can see how low they are on health. ROC had the best shot there to just win the game outright. I wonder, if you're in this position, right, you had a terrible tournament, your mental is not on right now, you're hesitant, you don't go in when you need to.
And you had lackluster loot, you just res a teammate too, and you were trying to run, you're poking for such a long time with that previous team earlier on in this game. Now, no surrender, walk up behind Bear Claw, another opportunity for ROC to look at this and try to take some shots. Deep cross, the one solo still alive on the other side. They don't want to ignore this here as ROC now lose out on Vaxlon.
Yeah, and no surrender. I think they might have killed the Mythic Fin team because they've got the Kraber red helm here, and I can tell you what, they're a team that will not hesitate if they get a sniff of it, a chance. BCG do go down as well as DCG with no surrender now staring across at Rock. There's two teams inside the building, or at least around it. Let's have a listen to Rock and see if they can close this one out with 4 squads left.
Okay, on roof here. They have a Watson gen. They have a Watson gen. They're in the best spot.
I think I have Kraber.
I have ult.
We have to push them.
No, we're in a good spot. We don't have to. We don't have to. We're in a good spot.
I can't peek them though.
Oh, you don't top the rock. I have no shield. I have no shield.
I'm dropping a Phoenix.
You just have to watch. Don't peek. It's the Kraber team.
Almost on my Bengal.
Yeah, I have 1 bat 3 cells. Okay. I think we just chill.
He's on top of a rock.
Almost cracked him.
This, like...
We're fine.
Dude, this guy's on top of a rock west, max height. He's gonna get
I have TP.
Just chill. Do not die to Kraber.
We're good. The Kraber's on Ash. Kraber's on Ash.
No one has shot ammo, right?
No, I literally have no ammo on my main gun. I'm not peeking. I have no shield. He's about flying somewhere. We just need to stall time with smoke. So we're inside the RV a long time.
He's playing bottom left rock. Bottom left rock. He's like right here on the left.
Let's relocate here.
I'm just sitting in here, bro. We don't have to do anything.
I have my Bengal, but they have Watson.
I think yes, I think a team's gonna take that out though, Max. Like I think a team's gonna wrap them and take
Okay,
that out.
worst case scenario, we just jump low ground and we wipe it, okay? If we can't win this game, okay?
He's probably right.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I think these teams are about to fight though.
Honestly, Snipe, if you Ash TP on top and bait yourself, decent Knight can swing bottom left.
Ash TP what on top of that rock?
Top of the rock and you just dash.
Okay, I could.
Ash is looking for Kraber shots.
Yeah, I know. I'm backed up. I'm gonna try that.
I have no shield. Fuck! No shield.
Here. The last of it.
Here, dude, pop is bad.
I just got Kraber by the other team.
Yeah, Bango, I think you have to...
I will.
I think we might have to let
Give me one soul.
My last of everything.
I think we do the play.
Just heal up
They TP low ground.
Heal up.
Somebody TP down to us, so go.
We have to go low ground. We have to kill low ground.
Okay, I'm going. I'm just jumping low ground. Back. 1. Kill that.
One shot.
Good.
Play that.
Give me that.
Come back.
Come back here. You can come back to us.
Come me. Let me.
The desperation to jump off of the high ground. You heard them saying if they weren't going to win this, they had to give up the truck. No surrender now. Hold the high ground. They shoot down at F9. They shoot down at ROC. And no surrender are your Game 5 winners. Great patient play and the pressure with the Kraber. As you could have heard ROC's comms talking about don't peek. They have the Kraber. Even after they were exiting out of the truck, you saw them put in the pressure.
Yeah, but you know when a Kraber's less good, Vicky? It's when you jump straight at their face. And that's why I don't agree with that decision to go down the bottom. I mean, they had 2 options pretty much there, right? You could fight the team down below, or you could fight no surrender and then play for high ground for God spot. So I really think they could have sent no surrender instead, let the teams down the bottom perhaps fight that out a little bit. And there were definitely some good calls there, identifying the Kraber, trying to play disciplined around that.
Not having bats, by the way, like we were talking about, how they, didn't have really a lot to work with considering how their pathing went for that game.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going up against a team that's got Kraber, most likely you're going to grab some armor swaps and some bats out of their boxes, right, if you really need that last minute. So, I don't know, it seemed similar to that decision where they didn't push BCG earlier on. Where they have just been a little hesitant, and now, points have gone missing. So look, grats to them for getting that reset mid-game. I mean, considering how long they were outside of the circle, it was a bit of a miracle they made it that far into it. But you do see the decision tree there and some points branching off that would have led to more favorable outcomes there for Rod. That said, they've got 9 placement points and 4 kill points to go along with it. 13 points will go a long way to keeping them in this tournament.
I mean, looking at where they were situated on the bubble, they needed these points. That's why you heard them trying to play patiently. If anything, they could get the placement points, as you already see right there. The KP, at least at the very end, we saw that cheeky Vaxlon shield swap to outside of zone, just so that way he could try to stay alive before F9 had gone down in 3rd place. That's a pretty big difference, you know. Those 13 extra points probably have now set you up at least in the top 10, but it's about staying there for the final game.
Yeah, even No Surrender, right, who I was a little bit surprised to see them struggling in these kind of lobbies, right? I think when you do ratchet it up and put them against the absolute best teams in the world, they can struggle a little bit because their style does rely on mechanics checking and skill checking the other teams in the lobbies. They're happy to do that in APAC South time and time again, but here at LAN, it's a little bit harder to get away with that. So seeing them have a big game there, 24 points is really solid, and that pushes them up into 6 actually. At 37 points, they're really quite likely to make it through now. So the cutoff sitting at around 25 points does mean there's room for these other points, other teams to tick that up, and we'll see. We've got 1 game left.
Yeah, I know. 1 game left before we say goodbye to 10 teams here in this elimination bracket. With 12 KP secured here for No Surrender, anything is possible. You have to stay tuned because we got 1 last game to go within our elimination round 2.
Trophy. The crowd makes some noise because this is the ALGS. Players have come from everywhere to compete for the opportunity of a lifetime, but only one will be crowned our ALGS champion. Left side. One second. Oh my, one more. He's playing out, diving out to you, purple notch.บ้านบนผ่อนลงไปแล้วบ้านบนเล่นขอสามเจ็บหลังเข้ามึงไปกลับแล้วยิงข้างบนได้อีกตัวบ้านตีท้ายไปเฮียยอดเลย
The stack competition is here. The pit is looking insane, and now with 1 game to go within our elimination bracket, we will be saying goodbye to 10 teams here in NOLA. It's been a fantastic day 2 within the ALGS Open. Look at this pit. You already talked about it, Genome's solemn bases. I heard some pop-off moments in the back. And this is what the ALGS Open is all about. Look how many players are playing out here too, just trying to follow your favorite team.
A lot of players, it's a lot of PCs, it's a lot of Apex Legends going on there. And I mean, there's not only going to be solemn faces on the pit as well, right? We're going to have some on the stage in just a second because we've got 10 teams there moving forward and 10 teams going home. But look all the way, even down to Riddle Order, sitting in 20th spot here on 9 points. They still have a chance to get through here. They'd have to have their best game of the tournament right now, but look, if they don't do it now, it's actually going to be never. Having a look at our map rotation and all the games so far, we see No Surrender putting their names on the map with that 12-kill win. We also see Ash getting banned here, so maybe a few less rats this game. We saw them, so many teams using that, really just trying to max out those placement points as they were dashing to safety in Game 5.
So true, honestly. And then we have that hand-in-hand with the Bangalores, the Catalysts instead coming in for some of our squads. But with the Ash not being involved here, you can't really get away when you're in trouble. Can't really try to get these resets that we've seen so far. Talk about some solemn faces. This is the last chance opportunity. You talk about the best game ever in the tournament for Riddle Order. You literally have to pop off, but it's the fact that it's still possible when you look at that bubble. 24 to 25 points between VCAN and Baklov.
Legends deploying, they're jumping out of the dropship. And yeah, look, we're looking at Riddle Order. I mean, they haven't chosen a composition that necessarily says we're going to run the rest of the lobby and pick up big numbers of KP here. They've gone with Valkyrie, right? They're not the only ones. There is maybe 3 or 4 teams who've picked that up and are looking to Valk ult into zone, maybe play for that, you know, 3rd or 4th beacon. What you're hoping for in that instance is a pullback where you've got some spots that are unoccupied by the other teams as, you know, you get a shift that's unexpected and then you can just slam a good spot, a god spot, and use that to fight your way to victory. But it's, look, it's not a certain way to play Apex. Not that there is a certain way to play this game.
You know what I do think is really interesting is the amount of Mirages now that we see in this lobby, kind of taking over that support role. No Newcastle, obviously, but it's just the fact that you opt for that Mirage, right? We've rarely seen that Lifeline. We see like that one-off Gibby.
Yeah, a couple of people were picking up Lifeline, but yeah, as you say, few and far between. Whereas, yeah, Mirage, I was having a look through the perk choices before, Vicky, as we see that the ring is going to be up towards sort of epicenter here. And Mirage's level 2 perk choice is actually one of the most one-sided ones out of everything, because Renaissance Man, the perk that gives him access to all class passives, but he doesn't get the Evo for it, that's all. But it does mean he can scan a survey beacon, a ring console, he can open support bins, assault bins like this one right here. It's just such a useful tool that it's almost like a 99% pick rate for that.
And a man of many talents, we already know how Puppy Mirage can be sometimes. No Surrender, though, looking at Dory, who are on the other side. Oh, he literally looked for 2 seconds. G7 took his head off.
Yep.
Now as Dory move in, but catching them slightly off guard, leaving themselves out in the open shows, trying to close in that gap, gets the next player down. Dory trying to make a statement. This is the type of game that you need, though, if you're Dory sitting in 18th place with only 16 points.
Oh my god, puts the Watson gen down just to block some bullets, and it actually works here. As Dory, they back off for a second. They are thinking about playing this one safe and getting the res themselves. No Surrender, don't necessarily need these points. Dory definitely do, so they think about playing it safe, and they'll eliminate No Surrender.
Peeking that was rather brave, honestly, especially when you were so low. Very unfortunate. No Surrender now out of the lobby.
Pioneers have heard this, though, and you can see charging up the 30-30. They've only got the 1x on it so far. Doesn't matter. Still managed to grab a hit. First lick of damage there on the Pioneers. They're going to take a higher angle, but they're not actually going to push this. It looks like the Pioneers do have ring information. They can see that they're just on the lip of the second circle here, and gives them a choice whether they stay here and gatekeep or continue to move on.
I love the desperation that we are seeing from these teams, right? Final game, risk of elimination, and our bottom end squads are trying to play aggressive. So this is what you could expect, but then you could see the confidence kind of wane a little bit when you see that these teams don't like that trade, or they could expect a third party coming in between Pioneers now moving away, looking behind them to make sure no one's coming out of the tunnel. Dory now being able to reset fully over by Landslide. Also imagine how these survey beacons are going to help put into perspective which teams are within a vicinity, which fights can you take. ROC looking at VCAN and getting that lovely knockout here too with the G7 just as quick as VCAN is trying to get away now, trying to run for their lives, considering that they're in 10th.
Exactly, they're on the bubble they are the bubble right now at 25 points, whereas No Surrender, who went out with 37 points, very likely to be making it through to the next elimination round. So VCAN, they'll go for the reset. Mirage, the one to go down for them, which makes it a little harder, but regardless. Pioneers, 17 points. No, they probably need to add a minimum of 10 here to look at going forward. But they picked up a good spot. I like this. Playing Grandma's house means teams rotating into Skyhook have to go through them. There's even a potential of a pullback towards the train station here, in which case they would be very well set up in that building. That said, you know, having the Catalyst instead of the Watson makes that a little harder to play from. But, you know, it's doable.
Also could prevent other teams from getting information, considering there's a survey beacon on top of that house too. So ROC were able to also scan their own survey beacon, seeing 11 players out in the vicinity because they're trying to find that last solo of VCAN, who know that they've been caught out, stuck outside of zone, being on that bubble, trying to play for their tournament life as they see the players of ROC climb up on top of this building. All right, they're going to be able to phase out, but for how long are you going to live? You're going to try to take them all the way deep into zone until you are taken out. ROC continues to try to secure their placement, considering that they're now in 9th place with 30 points.
All right, yeah, 2 kills so far for Rock. That puts them a little bit of a gap between them and VCAN. So VCAN have been eliminated from... Wait, no? They're in 10th right now.
For now.
Okay, my other stats are lying to me, but that's fine. I mean, it's very likely that someone's going to overtake them here. When you look at number 11, that is only 1 point behind them. A couple of teams almost certain to catch up and overtake VCAN here.
I mean, Bakuha are literally right there too, considering they're at 24 points. Deep Cross Gaming trying to get here. Nice survey, but looking at the other squads, Virtue are the squad that were taking shots at them. They're going to have to wrap all the way around, and Riddle Order also waiting by Epi. There is a ring console there, so Riddle Order could get that information. Still fully alive as a 3-man squad too. It's important to note with Riddle Order, since they are in 20th place, they haven't really been able to secure that KP, holding 9 points.
So it goes north.
Or the north? Here, maybe? Still great position for Pioneers, too.
This is a tough one, actually. I'm having a look at this, and I'm like, I don't know where that's going next.
I've seen it pull towards Pride Rock up to the right side, out in the open. Now, whether it will commit there or whether it will commit towards the open area is another story. That's by the fence line north of Monument.
Near the little tri-bins, or?
The tri-bins over to the behind the big rock that you could kind of hold behind the banners, yeah. Or do get a knock here, but they get the trade. No, looks like they're able to secure holding that middle console. Virtue now slide in. They're not the only ones, right? There's another team out in the distance with Deep Cross Gaming not liking the situation, rotating all the way to Survey Camp where there is a replicator, and we know that Rock are also in the tunnel exiting out of Skyhook.
Heaps of teams over at Epicenter right now. A couple near Landslide, a few in Skyhook, but really this is where the action is as Riddle Order get eliminated in 20th position, solidifying being the bottom of the barrel right now. So sad to see this team has done some awesome things at LAN before be eliminated.
our first official team too, right? Rival Esports don't want to match them. Taking the portal all the way back. They're losing out on their shield. Talk about safety with 35 points. Looking at the other team that could be wrapping around to third party. As you mentioned, Gino, there were so many squads within the vicinity. Deep Cross Gaming do get that respawn though, when we're talking about them wrapping up to the north side by Survey Camp.
Yeah, they're in the zone right now. And I'm telling you, there's plenty of teams up there to notice that and be watching the zone wrap here. O2 Esports, Rock are there, Virtue are there. Some of the other teams are actually starting to drift a little more southerly. There were so many teams hanging out on, you know, the actual epicenter building, but the ones who were hanging around in Monument are actually in a much better spot.
Man, what a mess, Deep Cross Gaming. With the desperate attempts with the Replicator, they had lost out on one of their members after they already got the res. Seeing all the teams that are congregated over to the north side, Rock, Virtue, O2 now holding the tunnel instead. Virtue managing to backtrack over to Epi. Not liking that position with the circle. If it does keep pulling out into the open, trying to approach maybe from that east side rather from that southeast side.
Yeah, next circle pull will reveal to Pioneers that Grandma's house is no longer in, so they'll have to find another home. TCG, as we said, I mean, yeah, so many teams just having a gander at them. Playing out from Survey Camp, and as soon as the ring closes, the zone starts to tick even harder. And looking at Chris's backpack, there's not a lot in there to keep him alive, Vicky.
It's rough out here.
He's actually, he's going for the crafter just to get a med kit now, I assume. That's literally a last hope there for DCG.
It's either the med kit or the manners here. You have to decide. Probably the med kit, right? Because you want to be able to at least stay alive for placement if you're desperate.
You grab the banners, you're not even going to make it back into the zone at that point.
Rock, though, feeling that momentum, Snipedown getting the next knock as they move up towards Epi. There was a Mythic bin originally here. Rival Esports are trying to prioritize that. And this is an isolated fight 4 right now. O2 do hear this fight. Team Nemesis get eliminated. They're pretty safe, though. Sitting in second place, 50+ points.
And Danish, yeah, they actually look to try and secure their first spot, and therefore, well, I don't know if it's whether, depending on whether the next round is, they'll get the first or the 11th seed in the POI draft going forward. But yeah, moving up to 61 points, they're looking pretty solidified in top spot for our lobby here.
Another isolated fight between Danish and Reject, who moved up into the train station.
And that actually would have flipped had they not won that, right? Nemesis on 58 points. That was literally like a 6-point swing that makes it certain that Danish win the lobby.
There's that difference maker, right? Getting a better POI here. If you could secure that, Reject are going to be able to pick up the scraps that they need, while Danish now are going to be able to move over to that south side of Monument, where F9 are securing that zone positioning, but they don't know that zone is going to be pulling all the way up to the north. It's not going to be pulling towards the south, where some squads over to the north side of Monument are really banking on.
Yeah, look, Vicky's called it to a T there. We're going to Pride Rock on the other side. Yeah, actually, it'd be interesting to see whether it goes, a little bit over towards the train station or towards the tri-bins, but some teams are eating scraps. Rock are eating good. They've got the Mythic bin over on their side. Did they actually open that?
Sometimes the overhead map reveal it depending on the point of view that you're watching here, but the fact that they're here by Epi, they could absolutely take advantage of this unless Rival had gotten there first, because Rivals were there originally before Rock had fully sent it onto them. Still one member of Rival left, while Dory now moving from their position over by Grandma's house. Looking at Pioneers over on the other side of the tracks. Good spot to be in if you're uncontested by any squad over to the north where O2 was originally, and it looks like Dory wanted to make their moves, have called up the cat wall to make their rotate. Good timing on that considering that Soden were right behind them.
Finding over some important spots here. Dory, Captain gets away on 1 HP. Wow. No way. Actually, we see the Bangalore smoke go out. That could have knocked Dory there, Dory Captain there, but they'll do it with the Rolling Thunder in the end anyway. Soten starts sending. They're not going to get a third member of Dory though, but they will get this spot. Now they just have to worry about O2. There we go. Scout shots start ringing out towards them.
Soden actually may be helping out Dory as the solo just for a little bit. You saw those G7 shots as Soden was looking at that one member of O2 that wanted to try to take a fight on that 1v1 versus Dory. Rock, by the way, were able to get that Mythic bin finally. It was left on open just for a little bit, but the circle completely shifting over to the Pride Rock, looking at all the teams that are going to collapse on each other over to the south side once they have to funnel outside of these buildings in Monument.
O2 just doing laps around this rock right now, but there we go. Maybe they're like, oh, did I hear some footsteps? Yeah, you did. That was Dory, and Dory have gone down, and they've gone down in 16th. That's the end of the tournament for them, Vicky. As well as we lose, I think there was another APAC North team, Ikigeki, but yeah, no, they're going down in 3rd and 4th as well for O2, but likely enough points to stay in. Still eyes on those teams on the bubble. VCAN have officially gone out now as teams surpass them. Bakalhau being one of those. Up to 27 points now. That might not be enough. They need to keep going, making sure they eke out every single point, wring the blood out of the stone here in this final game, just to keep their tournament alive.
And unless they don't get griefed, and considering they have the Rampart, they're in a good position in that next zone versus TF, Take Flight, who are still in Monument, zone closing in, looking at Datage, about to get sandwiched by BBL, and they are positioned in 11th place overall in this lobby. DCG get eliminated in 12th. They cannot keep the dream alive. Vax is the finishing blow here for that team, and Take Flight now looking at the team right below them. Danish feeling a lot more secure in terms of their points.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about those teams in Monument having, you know, a second to think, but that second is over, and now the teams take flight towards this fence line. But it looks like every single one of them is just going to run into a ring of fire here on the way out. Danish somehow surviving for now, but we see Bang ult, we see Sky nades, and Danish somehow, Micey is the only one who survives, and actually on full health, so who knows, maybe there's a chance for him to get some reses off and reset, but no, Pioneers pull up as well and sandwich them between themselves and BCG for the finish.
Man, the bottom end of this top 10 is so close. BBL going down with 36 points. In 6th place overall in the series is RVL with 39 points. Just a few KP difference while Reject hold on to high ground in 15th place. Can they keep the dream alive while they secure even more KP here with the nades? Doesn't secure that not just yet, but with the P20s they can, but they go down in 11th place. Bucklehall cannot do it.
29, and it was BCG who've gone down with 30 points, but there's still 3 teams that can potentially overtake them. One of those, I think, just went out. Rock go down. No, sorry, they're already ahead in 41, so the last couple of good games there have given them a more comfortable position. It's really on Soten or Reject right now. KCP maybe, but on 23 points and only 4 squads left alive in the lobby. They would have to secure just about every KP left.
Hawkeye got a 9 KP before they went down, so they had tried to get ahead of the gap with how close it is in the bottom end. Looking at Reject with 29 points. 13th overall. Well, at the beginning, we saw them at the very bottom almost, like 18th, 17th or so, have moved their way up, while Pioneers inside the truck, Soden trying to make their move. A team that's also on the bubble here. But if they want to try to take this fight, they have to be quick. Reject are on the other side of Pride Rock, and they have the Mad Maggie to put on the pressure.
Sitting there, taking damage from drills, taking damage from thermites so much. Trying to get them through. Even on Pride Rock, we've got the bow coming down from Mia Knightley. Pioneers have been eliminated. They don't get enough points, but Reject. They've got 33 in 11th spot. They're fighting Soten. Whichever one wins will get through.
He looked like he had 99 range until he jumped right into the mother load. Reject, after dropping down, they were so close to G7 hipfire shots. Reject with the pop-off. They did just enough to put themselves in the top 10.
What an intense finish, the last 2 teams. It comes down to them, and I think idea was tracking the points to see whether they'd won or not, and they get the relief. Oh, that was such an intense battle there between them and Soten.
That was literally the battle that determined which team was going to move on, because I believe that set Soten up for 11th place.
Yeah.
Crazy match 6 results out here. Reject taking the dub, 10 KP to their name, and Soten following up right behind 7 KP. Pioneers, another team. What an end game.
That's insane. No, imagine being Soten and getting 16 points in the last game and falling just short of continuing on, of making it to the next round by, I mean, it was a couple of points in the end, but you know, it really was. It was literally just that last fight. The scoreboard doesn't really tell the whole story there.
Wow. Looking at the series results, BBL, they skate by with 36 points. Look at the difference maker. Literally any of these squads, all the way looking down at even Dora, Deep Cross Gaming, a pop-up moment in that final game would have put them in the safety zone for our top 10. That means this other side of the overall standings, we will be saying bye to these 10 squads from Soten all the way down to Riddle Order.
You don't always get that towards the end of a Game 6 Elim bracket game, right? Often those teams will go out early, or you know, they just don't have that opportunity. But there were genuinely like 4 or 5 different squads that could have changed their fate within the last 2 minutes of that game. Oh, what a crazy finish here we've seen on the main stage.
Nice sportsmanship coming in from Reject. A nice sigh of relief. And a good game here. Shout out to Reject, keeping their dream alive, their tournament lives alive in this Elim bracket. Collapsing to the floor. Oh, you know, his heart is racing. The adrenaline is pumping for Reject. But, I mean, when you're put in a situation like that, Gino, when you get that clutch finish and you got enough KP to put yourself in that top 10, you know that's a breath of fresh air. And when you're playing off the Elim bracket too, you're playing way more games than you would if you just secured yourself still in that winner's bracket. And so you have to feel the burnout a little bit. You have to make sure you're freshen up to keep it going when it comes to some of that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been a while since Eureis has had this kind of stage to play on, and for him to have that clutch moment must feel so good. It's, you know, it was an interesting transition from him, you know. I think someone was talking about it earlier today about him, you know, learning Japanese, going to Japan, and then joining up with a full Japanese team. So cool to see that actually pay off for him here and have an unforgettable moment to go home with.
And he's such a nice guy too, right? I got to talk to him a little bit in Japan, and it's just the energy that he brings here into the Pro Apex scene that is unlike any other. So to get that sigh of relief, you saw Mia K on the floor like, oh my gosh, we actually did it. This is what the ALGS Open is all about. All the stakes here in a double elimination bracket. I want to hear more from you guys over by the couch. I'd be just standing up and jumping out here because there you go. Okay, you look like you're having a great time out here.
You know, we're joking about how these picks have gone. Dia has won twice in a row now with Danish, and you got to just hand it to Danish there. But also, you know, Ben is in the position of if he wants to catch up with Dia, he can't pick what Dia picks. If he wants to catch up with me, he can't pick what I pick. So now he's getting relegated to maybe his third choice here, and this is just looking bad.
We are basically on the same team for predictions. You are still behind. You are not above me by so far.
I'm on an island, apparently.
No, you're just doing good things. So you've already, it's basically, we're not including it because she's already won one of these things. By the way, if you ever wanted to know what the points under our names were, those aren't just randomly generated, although they do look like that. They happen to be how many points each team we pick scores throughout the series that we've picked them. So for Danish, Dia will be gaining 65 points onto that big number. We tally it at the end, and that is our talent predictions, alongside Reddit, who is joining us as well. Long intro, but welcome back to the desk. Ray Day here, Lauren, and Zephyr Cass. Guys, I think that we just saw maybe one of the hypest finishes of the tournament there with the ability for this team we talked about, Reject, to finally come over that moment. We saw that moment not work out for Falcons just earlier. Now Reject actually pull it off, and they're still in winners. That is massive for their chances, Lauren.
I mean, these bubble fights, not Gibraltar bubble fights, but these points bubble fights that these teams are having are always so tense. And we talked about you know, your race, the new roster at the beginning of that series and what they had the potential to bring to the table. Being able to clutch up in those final moments is one of the most satisfying things. I feel like for those players up on the main stage, when you know that last fight is what you needed and pushed you up to where you, I mean, that's what we're here for, and we're already getting it on day 2.
I love that. Let's take a look at some stats from our winner, Danish, here on screen, because they absolutely performed in a way that was amazing. Zeph, walk me through what you're seeing here.
Well, it's almost perfection, especially as they start things off here. While there was a bit of a blemish, especially going into games 3 and 4, consistency is the name of the game here when we talk about this roster. Long-standing history, I will say, in EMEA, form and come together for arguably a fantastic elimination round 2. They break my heart, I will say. They were not quite in first in the end. It was this last game where they put up the 8 points necessary to steal this one away from under the earth of Team Nemesis there.
And by steal, you mean that they didn't deserve it, right? That Danish wasn't good enough, and that particularly Micey just wasn't up to par. You said that in the green room. You still stand by that?
I've vouched for this man for so long. We talk about Vortex, we talk about prior rosters.
Micey, that is so embarrassing. Micey, we're so sorry that he said that about you. Congratulations, man. Micey from Danish putting on an all-star performance. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, we're glad. You like the couch? Is it comfortable?
It's actually so comfortable.
We get to do this. Is nice, right?
Yeah, it is.
Almost as good as the setup over there, or no? Was that better?
Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I actually like the backstage better because I have to play with the in-ears.
Okay, interesting. That's actually an element to kind of set the tone for this. I want to ask you, obviously, congrats on the win. We'll dive into that a little bit. I'll let Lauren, maybe Ben, ask you a question about what happened. But I want to know, how are you feeling about this tournament setup? This is different than anything the ALGS has ever offered. What's been your takeaway after now most of day 2?
I mean, I'm liking it. Like, everyone gets to go. It's, of course, good for the esports as well. And playing against teams you wouldn't normally play, like, it's a challenge itself as well.
Yeah, the versatility. I mean, that's a huge element, Lauren.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys have been functioning really well with a lot of added variables this time around for this LAN, whether it's the new squads, the legend bans, the new maps. You guys handled game 1 and 2 so well. What was going right for you guys in those moments?
I mean, we did a draft, like, based on we wanted to play crypto and stuff on edge. We picked like one of the strongest POIs for it, and we just did what we did good. We just fight and shoot.
That's simple. That's simple.
How come everyone else isn't doing that, Micey? I mean, it just sounds like that plan would work.
I don't know. We just locked in, I guess.
Locked in. Zeph, are you going to apologize here, or are you going to ask a question?
Hold on. In fairness, though, to that analysis, you do kind of drop the ball a little bit going into match 3 and 4. Kind of give me an implication, because you're already leading so far coming off of those first 2 games. What kind of changes in y'all's attitude? How do you perceive the rest of the matches, knowing that you have this massive lead over all these other teams? Do you feel that pressure? Do you still feel like you have to perform to an extent? Or are you okay dropping an 18th?
I mean, it's not ideal, of course. Like, we still did a lot of mistakes even on the games we won. But I feel like when you win games and have such a big lead, you know you're safe. Like, the pressure is off. I don't really like it.
That's true. You know, I'm curious, Micey, let's walk through kind of game 1 and 2. I want to throw that up on the screen for you when we get a chance. I want to hear your perspective on the moments that we got to see on broadcast, because we get to have our stories that we tell about you, but you were there. So whatever you see, let us know what you were thinking, what was going on in your head in that moment within Danish.
I mean, we just fought up for our side, and we saw the left team, for some reason, they didn't fight us. They went to fight on the other side, and in the end, it's a simple 3v3. And we played it good. We saw the Newcastle was split, and we just capitalized on it.
How was Nemesis? You guys got into almost a lot of battles with them. You were fighting for first place throughout the lobby. How did it feel fighting them?
I mean, in the lobby, they're like, I think, top 3 team for sure.
Yeah, top 2. Yeah, and absolutely, you kind of recognize those threats. In game 2, you guys would go back-to-back. Was this just being informed? Was this just the strategy working out? Walk us through how this game ended up going your way as well. Because we noticed you guys took some really difficult angles. It just made it almost impossible.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I kind of thrown this fight, but like...
How? Wait, you threw this fight?
Yeah, I mean, I got one...
Watch the knock!
I got one grip so hard, like, it took out the Q, and yeah, we almost lost it. But like, we still did so many mistakes this game, but at the end, we just managed to close it out.
Sherb saved you guys, is what you're saying.
He did.
He did. Micey, good.
I was going to say, talk to me about that altar pick, because it was such a clutch factor in this game.
I mean, I think it just like fits the the comp itself, like you can just like even like a fight inside the house, you can go in and you can reset, like go back if the fight's not going good. And like Alter is just a really strong pick with this.
I mean, now that you guys have gotten a decent amount of these matches under your belt as well, kind of feeling out these lobbies, understanding the competition a little bit better, looking forward towards the next stage of the competition, where do you think that you're going to find a lot of your success, your strengths, and continued points for the future?
I mean, we just need to play how we played in the start. Play the same style and go from there.
What's the key? If you were to say, if we're in a finals lobby, we make it all the way to Sunday.
Yeah.
What does Danish have to do to win? Is it just lock in and shoot? Is that as simple as that when the lobby is with all these top teams? What do you think is the key for your guys' success?
I think finals, it's like harder itself, right? But like the main thing now is focusing on getting there. And based on the lobby we see, some lobbies, we think it's better to like run edge, right? Like some lobbies, when you get more stack all these like top teams, you have to like play around it as well.
I love it. Mizey, giving us a little bit of insight here. I appreciate it. My man, how old are you, by the way?
I just turned 20.
20, wow, one of our young competitors as well. You might be one of the younger competitors that we have here at the Open, but that's the beautiful thing about it. Guys, it's been Mizey, it's been Danish. They come out storming in this round, and we've got one more series to go. But before we do that, let's hear from Lace over in the pit.
Thank you, Rain. Look, it's been a pretty crucial day today for a lot of our teams. It was kind of make and break for them, so we do have to send a few teams home. And although a little bit of a sad story, I guess their passion will not be forgotten. But let's take a look at the standings and who will be progressing and moving forward and who we say goodbye to. At the top, no surprise, VG there. Ronan doing an excellent job as well. But if we jump down to rank 11 there, Eternal, we got Vortex heading home, Gupped up as well. Remarkable team. Crazy Raccoon heading home as well. It is a bit of a bad feat for them, but you know what? We're probably not going to say goodbye. Now, if we jump over to the next lobby 3, this is where we had some pretty ample teams in there. Of course, Team Falcon sitting at the top along with Team Orchard. They will be moving through. Reignite, Gaming Gladiators just make the cusp, which is an excellent feat from them. We say goodbye to teams like Infinite, Outside, Purple Slushy. They have the best goddamn jersey, I swear. Red Rams as well. These teams, you know, fought tooth and nail to be here in this position. And, you know, I don't think we're going to see, you know, I do believe that we're going to see them again. If we head to the last series, look at the tippity top there, X and Y, Apex South on top. Heroes is going through as well, and Flat, who just made it through, and How as well. We say goodbye to teams like Legion Gaming, Forbidden, Movie Star Koi, who had exceptional gameplay right at the start of this series. Unfortunately, just couldn't make that cusp there. And people like Source Gaming, where we have Design and, you know, returning partner as well. It's a little bit of a sad time there, but you know what? It was excellent job from all these teams, regardless of where they placed. And I'm sure that we will see them again. But I'm going to pass it over to Ryan, who has Team Flat here to give you a little bit of their story.
I do indeed. I've got the IGL Nano here, and as you said, they are called Team Flat, but their journey to victory, their road has been nothing but bumps and potholes as they drove to that clutch victory at the end. Man, you must be so elated, Ralph. Now, talk to me about, I mean, I'm excited for you. It was just super hype watching it all. How are you feeling right now? Talk me through your emotions.
I feel great. I feel great. Definitely ready. It's like, you know, just first getting eliminated, it kind of woke us up. And it's like, okay, it's do or die, you know? We got to lock in. And, I mean, we played every single game with our hearts, and it worked. You know, we scraped by, so.
Now, your roster is an interesting one because it's a family roster. You play with Big Louie, your brother. You know, you guys are related. And it's a close-knit unit, you know what I'm saying? You got your third wheel there. I mean, QZ calls himself your cousin, right? You know, so it's a very tight-knit unit. It's really nice. It's very, very endearing. You guys, you know each other extremely, extremely well. You played before. Then, you know, had a spill, then 2 years later came back again as a team. Talk me through that process. What was the motivation behind coming back and reforming?
So after Champs, I played with Blinkster and Reeds. It was newly formed. We caught 2 Champs through LCQ, and it kind of didn't work out. And after it, You know, I was with my brother in the hotel room, and we were talking about, we're like, you know what, dude, this is awesome. Let's team up again. QZ took a break. He came back, and we just, we went through everything we needed to, and we made Pro League and everything. So.
You will indeed, no doubt, sleep easy tonight after that clutch win. What's the motivation like for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I think we play today again.
Oh, excuse me. What's the motivation like for the next set of matches?
Just keep it going. We feel confident. We took a lot of fights, which is our strong suits, and I think it paid off. We just need to close out games, but just keep fighting. Confidence, honestly.
I love it. I love it. Onwards and upwards, no doubt. Well, that's it from the pit for now. It's back over to Rain. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Ryan, hanging out with Nana. I'm sure the conversations were interesting before and afterwards. Obviously, we've had a lot of time to spend with pros that we don't normally get on the mic, which is one of the exciting things about the Open. But Jamerson, welcome back. We obviously got to talk to Mizey from Danish. Takeaways, have you heard a little bit of that? If you were able in
I heard nothing.
He did speak a little. Yeah.
I heard a little bit, but I basically heard nothing.
But let's just get final thoughts on the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of scary, right? Especially being in this position. We've had lower brackets before, but this kind of run, for the teams that were able to eke on by, it is such a scary proposition. Exactly. Reject right there. Luckily, we're able to get that win in that last game. Honestly, I thought I was the problem because my predictions have been tanking. And I thought they were going home there, but oh my goodness. It was like such a tragic way to do it because they also had to knock out a team that was just on the cusp in Soten.
Yeah.
And that's just what you got to do here, unfortunately. So many teams now already gone. We've got more lower bracket going on as well, and it's really setting in the stakes of the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think the number is close to 80 teams that are going home today. We're going to have 3 more elimination brackets tomorrow, which puts us at another 30 teams falling. We've got only 20 that are going to end up making it to our championship Sunday. So if that doesn't tell you the stakes are raising, I don't know what else will. Guys, I mean, looking ahead too, we've got winners coming up. That's the exciting part, Lauren. We also get to see now these lobbies that are filled with some teams we don't know as well, now filled with some teams that we really do know. NRGs, Alliance coming back in. It's going to be a stacked one coming up soon.
And that's part of what we were debating when we were coming back from the casters, right? Because are we going to start seeing what we were expecting out of our big ALGS Pro League teams when it comes to stereotypical Apex Legends play? Are we going to get those pop-off performances, or are we still going to see these stories being written by these new teams and really starting to make a name for themselves in even more difficult lobbies? Because things are not getting easier from here. And I think that there are definitely a couple teams in this upcoming series that are definitely capable of still doing that.
I mean, Twerkaholics from yesterday, you talk about floating. Will they continue to rise higher in an even stronger lobby? We'll find out in a moment. But if you guys want to pay attention to where things are happening and kind of what is happening, you guys can take a look at not only the schedule for today, but also if you're missing out on the schedule in this exact graphic at this exact time on Twitch, you can check out Play Apex Esports. That's the beauty of it. At Play Apex Esports, we'll let you know that our winners round 3 is coming up at 7 p.m. CT. Also, you can follow us on twitch.tv/playapex and youtube.com/playapex esports. Rain Day, Glitter Explosion, Zephyrcast, Jamerson here on the desk. We'll switch it up. We'll get some new casters. We'll take a break, and we will be back for Series 3 to close out the day here for Day 2 at the ALGS Open.
We ball till we fall, we ball till we fall. We here to serve them all. We ball till we fall.
He's 100 AP, 120 AP.
The final countdown.
That was so easy. Like, what?
Ray's going to try anyway. Swings on the inside of the building, swings into 2 players and gets fried immediately. Titan's movement is crazy. Titan's movement is enough to take down Sherb. One last member of Riddle Order. Micey is going to clean it up though, and Riddle Order go down hands to head. What is their time to strike? No, it is their time to show this lobby not just that they can win one game, but that they can win it all.
Bro, I'm just heading up like 5 times. There's like fucking Psycho.
Checking flags so fast, I got no heart. Out the gate, first place, Mr. Go-Kart.
Look right. What HP?
Separating them, Jason's gonna come in off the low ground. Rampart wall for cover, Bacalao goes down, and BBL win game 3!
That's what we needed.
You vouch for me.
What we needed.
You vouch for me.
I'm capping TB, boys. Get him.
Yeah.
Get him!
Chase down the last member of F9 who wishes he could isolate this.
We ball till we fall. That's right. We here to serve them all. We ball till we fall. We ball till we fall. Countdown. We ball till we fall.
Whichever one wins will get Lucy. He looked like he had 99 range, so he jumped right into the mother-in-law. Reject after dropping down the result on the G7 hit-fire shot. Reject to the combo.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Openings, in effect, does have the black hole. We finally bring it down. We talk about all the things from the heavens. No, bro, we are crawling out there. The demons that they wear you up in your dreams, they're here. Alliance.
This is the same effect that we saw in group stages of split shoot playoffs last year. The effect that took everyone by storm. It is a 24-kill game for Alliance. I know we talk about dropping nukes. This is a war that they just waged on the rest of the lobby.
Not only did Alliance drop a 24-kill game, but they killed the former record holders to do it. Legendary game. And similar to that surprise contest that Alliance did against DSG at Thermal Station, Space Station Gaming, they've been dealing with a contest against Red Rams over at Climatizer, and they've already locked their spot into the winner's bracket, while Red Rams, they're on the brink of going down to the Elim bracket. So they decide to drop at Lightning Rod.
Of course, we still need to see what happens elsewhere. Now another fight still going on. It's SSG this time, and it's great shots from the vault. The Hemlock comes out of the back pocket, and it is Red Rams eliminated, and SSG let them know who's boss.
We love a little box shooting, but the two biggest storylines coming into this LAN were obviously the two dynasties, the only team to have won LANs, TSM and Dark Zero. TSM was dealing with a contest at Siphon versus Wonton Dumpling, which proved to be not much of an issue, but on Stormpoint over at Lightning Rod, Red Rams, an APAC North team, was proving to be one not to mess with.
We get up on you, Hal. Yep. I got birded. I'm rolling through them. I gotta go bottom four. They're on me. Two of them. I cracked the highest. Okay. Crossing to Jordan. We're gonna jump, maybe. Can we cross the stairs? Yeah. On your door, I'm going to the roof. Okay. I'm with you. No, like, left side.
Both bottom 4, both bottom 4, both bottom 4.
You want to peek it?
Left track, I'm peeking this.
I'm peeking it.
30 on 1. 101 on your right.
What is it?
Horizon 1. John Blood.
Horizon 1.
Plus 1. Oh my god, man.
Let's play aggressive on them. We have triple blues. They're on white.
But on the flip side, while TSM was struggling, Dark Zero was dominating, and with a final set of groups, they took it to a whole new level, destroying multiple records along the way.
All towards 2R1C, giving Sweet the chance to stay alive for a bit longer. Jen Burton drops down, Micey falls, ERK falls, 2R1C and Dark Zero are really in it, but it gives Sweet the chance to third party, and he comes from the low ground. Can Sweet do it? Havoc in hand, turboed up, he takes the 2v1, drops, but man, was it good. Dark Zero taking fourth. What a statement it could be for Dark Zero to go back-to-back here, but they still have work to do, but that work currently being done in the kill feed. EA have just lost one. Boogie Boarders back up to a full 3. The respawn is successful, the weapons are now being grabbed, and maybe the Boogie Boarders can take on Dark Zero.
As DZ drop down, it's our final 2 teams. Boogie Boarders must stand their ground now from on high. Zero slides in, Zero with the Havoc takes the win, and DZ do go back-to-back. Can Legends with Koifel fight back somehow against the monsters of this lobby? Player K is down, Koifel's going to follow, and through the smoke, Dark Zero comes for all of them. It's Sykes and Zero up against the last member of Legends, and Dark Zero go back-to-back-to-back.
But look at the difference between 1 and 2. That is a 90-point difference between our first team, Dark Zero, and Aurora.
I mean, we talk about the previous record holder sitting around 205. That was Alliance coming almost initially out of Stockholm here. We haven't seen a performance like this in literally over 2 years.
What is your statement to the rest of the world right now?
Where's the challenge? Where's the challenge?
For our ALGS Split 1 Playoffs, Day 3, where we send 10 teams home right now. 10 teams in the afternoon. And of course, 20 teams to match point finals.
So with groups out of the way, teams' tournament lives are on the line, which means we begin with Elimination Bracket Round 1. South Americans Geared Gaming and APAC North's Kinotrope dominate early to secure their spots, moving on to the next round.
But even they had waited maybe just another few seconds.
Kinotrope versus Oxygen right now. We see the nut for Arupa does it again! Kinotrope with the back-to-back dubs on Storm Point.
Heading into the final game, about 7 spots were locked in, meaning the final 3 spots were up for grabs, and we had some drama, as Luminosity was on the outside looking in. But how did Luminosity fall to the elimination bracket? Well, they were terrible in groups, finishing 35th out of the 40 qualified teams, so clearly a very slow start. And if their tournament run ends here, not only would it be incredibly disappointing, but Sweet, one of the IGLs who has made it to every single LAN finals, would have failed to qualify for the first time. So in this final game, it's time to clutch up.
To surpass the points that a win will be gathering in this game.
Well, this is going to make all the difference. With the rings at their back, they take down Boogie Boarders. They find themselves into the top 10. Boogie Boarders, though, they're going home packing.
Sweet, one more tick of the ring could do it. Sitting on 50 HP, manages to find a little bit of safe space to play, but LG could be the ones next up on the chopping block. There we go, Slayer falls, Sweet goes immediately afterwards, and LG go down in 10th place.
That is not a safe place, knowing that Passion UA, North Action, so close to being able to jump over them. So you have to keep your eyes on Artico, Sonya, Max Strafe, because they'll be the deciding factors on if they send a Titan home.
Oh man, in a really sticky position right now as well. Have lost some members. WMNDY up against Passion UA on the other end of the screen. Passion UA is falling. Cloud9 are down, but WMNDY stay alive as Passion UA fall.
Passion UA, I swear, first time on land, 33 points, 1 point shy of making the move here.
North Eption and Tom Young-Kung would need to kill almost everyone in the lobby and find the win to just beat out Omid, but LG is a lot less safe, Tiff.
I am not comfortable if I am Sweet, Funk, or Slayer. North Eption has fallen. That means Luminosity may live to see another day.
And clutch up LG did, but not only did they, Chinese team WMNDY jumps up as well, knocking out Oxygen and Riddle, who both surprisingly fall out of the top 10, leading to the end of their tournament runs. But with 10 teams being eliminated and 10 more moving on to the Elim round 2, we've got to find out who will be locking in their spots in the finals and who will be joining those 10 for the last set of the day, and that's going to lead us into the winner's bracket. We begin with a bang as two of our dominant forces from the group stages, Dark Zero and Virtus Pro, begin with big performances in games 1 and 2.
Get a chance to push. They're forcing the narrative. They're trying to force it here, and they're going to get that first knock. Jeff goes in and takes down Sangyu. Now the rest trying to follow up on that damage, but it's all down to Sykes. He's left on his own. It's a 1v1 to win it. The only thing they know how to do at the moment is win.
But the story of this bracket quickly becomes 3 APAC teams as Serenity, Reject, and Fnatic begin to separate themselves from the pack. Serenity, a rather unknown team from APAC South, finishes with 3 second places in a row. The fact that they even made it through to the winner's bracket was surprising in itself, but then performing like this, they were taking the world by storm quickly. Meanwhile, Reject took second place in that first game, and they won game number 2.
Just going to be able to shoot the fish in a barrel as now they make their move. Reject Winity looking for another win here, and they will get it. Storm Point continues to be Reject Winity's home ground here.
But the stars of the show was Fnatic. They decimate the lobby, 51 kills and 3 straight 20-plus point games.
So has Suzuki here as Yuka, can he hit the Graver shot? He gets the shield break. The follow-up, he holds the high ground. Crack after crack with the Graver Leica, and Suzuki coming to clean up on aisle 3. Taking their time on this rotate, they lost to Leica, now they're prioritizing the shield bats. Sliding in, the last one alive, and Fnatic with the patience. The safety protocol to take game number 4.
But it wouldn't be the bracket stage without some final game drama. So 07, currently sitting in 17th place heading into game number 6, well, they're gonna go nuclear.
Fnatic are in the lead, but can 07?
07 on 25. They are 6 points away, and there's still 6 points left in this lobby. It could come down to a tiebreaker. They've been playing Godspot so well. We'll go to an 07. Listen in.
Please, please, on points. Please, 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 please.
Oh my God, have faith in them. We don't know. Nasky is praying right now as we wait for the confirmation. As I look to the leaderboard in the stadium here at the Galen Center, 07 was in 10th place. As far as I understand it, that means they have won the tiebreaker and will be going in. Nasky, he knows it, he believes it. 07 have done it.
But as mentioned earlier, 3 APAC teams at the top of this leaderboard, and well, that performance from specifically Fnatic, but also Reject, it got some people on high alert.
Yeah, I've just been loving seeing all the APAC representation. It's been really great. But one of my favorite things about at least today was that we saw that gods can bleed, and Dark Zero wasn't just running away with the whole tournament.
And speaking of which, many major teams, including TSM, are falling to the elimination bracket round 2, including Alliance, Furia, Legends, SSG, and E8. In the Elim bracket round 2, we were going to send 10 more teams to the finals and 10 more teams home. And as I've already mentioned, one of the main storylines coming to this land was obviously our reigning champions, TSM. And in this elimination bracket round 2, they're going to be double contested, having to deal with Wonton Dumpling at World's Edge at Lava Siphon and the aforementioned Red Rams at Lightning Rod on Storm Point.
Wonton Dumpling is going to run with their tail between their legs, Greek. Wait a minute.
WTD picks up one.
No way. No shot right now.
PK is putting in work. Another max pump.
Nice. Barrels goes
1v1.
down. 1v1. It's a Peak God coming in for the 1v1.
Wait.
Oh my God.
He's
Reps
so
jumps down.
weak.
Armor swap comes out. Reps is stuck down below. Are you kidding me? Reps gonna get the kill here. Peak God jumps out.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. TSM eliminated by WTD. What are we watching? No one in this audience can believe it, Greek.
But luckily for TSM, on World's Edge, they prove not to be trifled with, as Wonton can't handle the champions.
And TSM's off to a start already. That's going to dominate WTD. And there it is, baby.
SSG's late swerving.
Oh my goodness. Wonton Dumpling is eliminated from TSM. And TSM take down WTD.
Bro.
He's trying to stay alive. And there we go.
Kyle should be able to clean it.
And WTD eliminated. We called it, Greek. Another win for TSM. Good job.
Apart from TSM's contest, we do begin the Elimination Bracket Round 2 with a tense trials zone as Legends manages to come out on top over LG due to Player K's nasty Kraber shot.
And Player K has a Kraber, the game changer here, Greek.
I want to
Can he
point
get
out,
a shot?
LG just got
Oh! Oh my God!
He got Bangle down though. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Players got to go big.
And there we go. Koifel rocks his world. And Koifel
1v1
in a 1v1. Slayer's going to be 20 HP. Can Slayer clutch up here, Greek? Koifel needs to get aggressive. What is he doing? Koifel's scared. He's got to get in there, Greek. He's allowing for Slayers to full heal. What
he
is
doesn't
he
have
doing?
a bat. He only has small meds. Oh my God. Controller versus controller. Slayer versus Koi.
Here we go. And Koifel. Oh my goodness. Legends Gaming. Are you kidding me? Player K with an unbelievable shot.
Then in Game 2, we get another trials zone.
All right, so another trials ending. LG gets
No
a
way.
very fast rotate.
What
Kinatrope.
is this?
And the next game, wait, 3 trials zones in a row?
And we have another trial zone! What the?
We have a trial zone here over on the north side of the map. Yet again, 3 north zones, man. How much
Not only
easy-
north, but literally trials
Yep.
north. This
Why?
is all the way in the back.
So after these 3 trial zones, the one surprising storyline was that Alliance, the team who lands at SkyWest Trials, was not able to capitalize on them almost at all.
Alliance in shambles here.
Oh,
And they have zone.
What is Alliance
You cannot
doing?
be dying here again with 2 trial zones. This is a gimme. Zach gets the kill. Hawkins goes down. And Alliance, man. I mean, listen, bro, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but they get Sky West Trials. Arguably the best loot in the game on the map, and 2 trial zones, and they don't even get a top 5 on either of them.
After these games, Elevate, Kinatrope, and Legends were all largely locked in to going to the finals. And North America as a whole was starting to wake up as 6 of the top 10 teams were NA. But notably joining Alliance on the struggle bus was Cloud9 and Furia. Cloud9, they ran into their old foe Lifeline.
It's to be well needed for EA to get that early KP. Red Rams, no strangers to fighting. Full send into this building against Cloud9. That res on the wire. Can we get it? Thanks to the lifeline here.
Here's the tap.
It doesn't go through, and now, oh, is this really happening?
Dash with the gold knockdown shield comes back up. Roller in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
But Lifeline could not hold them down forever as C9 and Alliance finally wake up when we flip over to Stormpoint for game number 4.
Alliance eliminated.
C9.
Oh my goodness.
C9.
And C9 now walks out. It's going to be
It's a
enemy.
1v1.
A 1v1. Can they do it?
C9.
And C9.
Lady in Heaven are eliminated. They will be going down, and maybe it's going to be disguised to Typhoon. Typhoon can't do it. And C9. Massive win for C9.
I think one thing that the man on the left of your screen, Naughty, is probably thinking is, thank God there wasn't another lifeline to ruin it for us.
And so through 5 games, the top 7 spots are locked, but the final game is going to be intense. We still have 3 spots up for grabs. But in the end, the one team that truly is putting on a performance and potentially going to steal a spot ends up being Crazy Raccoon from APAC North. In the end game of this zone, Alliance has done enough to make it inside of that 10th spot, and CR is in the top 5. If they can just stay alive a little bit longer, they might be able to jump Alliance and continue their streak of making it to finals lobbies and bumping Hawkus out for the first time.
It is Alliance who hold 10th position at the moment on 30 points. Now, Crazy Raccoon, 25, closing in on them. They are the only threat to Alliance is Crazy Raccoon in this top 5.
Absolutely unbelievable to see it this close in the final moments of this game. But look at Crazy Raccoon, they're inside a down beast, but do they have an exit?
If Crazy Raccoon die, Alliance are guaranteed to be into that grand final. That is the only way this can change here in the top 10. Every other team that's still alive is already grand final set. If you start to get eliminations and Crazy Raccoons can start to see placement points going their way, but LG, I think they know.
Oh, they know. They know.
Are well aware that Crazy Raccoon are here. But here we go.
This is all in. This is the play from Crazy Raccoon. They have to win this fight. 2 have already fallen. Yuzna's left on his own here. He's just going to try and heal and survive and hope, maybe, that someone else dies before the zone takes him down. Cloud9 still up on the height, raining down shots.
5
Finding
points
their
are needed.
time. Crazy Raccoon are out! He's trying to make a play that we're all going to remember, but Sorcerer won't let it happen! And C9 will be your champions! And as the elimination bracket comes to an end, you will see nothing but relief on those who make it to the match point finals.
But they fall just short. Crazy Raccoon narrowly miss out. Disguised in Cloud9, 2 North American teams stamp their way into the finals, and Alliance narrowly makes it into that finals lobby. And, you know, they had a little bit of fun with it on Twitter. And with that, the elimination stage is over. 20 teams have been eliminated. Their runs have ended there. But 20 more are heading into Championship Sunday with their eyes on the prize, looking to see, can they dethrone the dynasties? Or will TSM or Dark Zero once again reign supreme over the ALGS?
The question that everybody had coming into this week, as we start a new season, was, can anybody dethrone the dynasties?
Coming into this finals, things were obviously tense. And for our 2 dynasties, things were looking on the up. DZ was dominant throughout the whole LAN so far, and they were a pretty clear favorite to probably take the day. And TSM, despite their struggles, well, they were going to be uncontested for the first time this entire LAN on both maps. And you gotta wonder, does that help TSM finally get back into the rhythm and the groove of things? But before we kick off, we did have 2 very special birthdays that we did celebrate for Nicewig and Onset.
Happy birthday, dear
Onset. Happy birthday to you.
But back into the games, we start off with a bang as Elevate and 07 are going to be contesting on Stormpoint for Cedo Station.
Both teams are going to have eyes on it, but also this is taking a long time. 2R1C and Ome are close, but that's a good amount of damage. Well, this is where you need your conduit.
Well, it looks like the push is going to come in and Natsuki will get down first. However, the trade will also be followed up as Nags, with that Havoc, is going to do a good amount of damage. Now, Amphi, Nags trying to work together at the moment, but Amphi will go down. So now Elevate find themselves eliminated. And it will be 2R1C who come in for the third party. This took far too long, this contest.
That's what I said. 2R1C heard what was happening and they just moved north and said, actually, we will have that KP. It's free.
But after 07 takes the win, 2R1C ends up third partying the fight, and both of the contesting teams do die. Later in the game, it's a pylon pull, but too many teams have weird early rotations to the center, despite it actually pulling to the southern hill, which Dark Zero and Virtus Pro predict perfectly. With those good rotations from those teams to hold the height, this allows them to get into the endgame relatively unscathed, and Virtus Pro wins.
And actually, it's advantage for
Dark Zero swinging this. Dark Zero swinging this. They play for a second. They think that this is their opportunity. Dark Zero will be eliminated though, and it will be C9 Sharky's return to the finals starts with a win.
And look at Sharky, stone cold. He knows job's not finished. As we go into game 2, we're back at Cedo Station with the Elevate versus 07 contest.
So Cedo Station is the home of our first battle for the second time. This one starts a little bit more in earnest with Shubi and Zap immediately going down to the alternator of Nasky. All right.
That Razor taking the zipline though before he slides in and they get eliminated.
And the zone is gonna pull up Greek big time. You're not predicting that.
I'm about to pull up like Huggies.
And on him? Oh my goodness gracious.
07 take this one, but the storyline of the game overall was Reject Winity, one of those APAC North teams that we talked about showing up big time in the winner's bracket. They proved that their red hot run has not cooled off at all as they take a huge game 2 win.
Corner to try and heal up a little bit while they weather these bangolds coming down. They lose one along the way.
I mean, they found the crevice for right now. They knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and Reject Winity clean up shop, taking game number 2 on score points.
In game number 3, we flip back to World's Edge, and despite having to go to the opposite side of the map and almost missing out on the finals twice in both Elim stages, Luminosity pulls off a huge win against Space Station Gaming.
Opening, they drop down. Knowing to fully swing it onto them. The trade though, as Zino gets a knock onto Slayer. Frex is the last one alive. He gets a knock afterwards. And LG from the low ground, wait for Space Station to hit over them for free.
In game number 4, we have a standoff between Moist and Dark Zero, but Moist is going to take the win as Effect goes huge as a solo, completely ruining Dark Zero's game.
Into the line of sight of Not Moist, and you can see that they know it as well. Bangol's going down. They're going to slide down underneath them at the moment, but they take a little bit of damage. But are Not Moist going to challenge this? And more importantly, are Dark Zero aware of the position of Effect?
Effect's about to swing. Oh, it's that stick as well. Suddenly they have to push on him. Oh, but Effect's doing work. Effect's doing the damage. And Effect might just be pushing Alliance all the way.
Nice, Walty.
Dropping.
Let's go! Big dub!
Oh my God! Holy fucking shit, cunt! Good fucking shit!
That's a big game. That is exactly what we needed. That is exactly what we needed. Woo! We're back! We're back!
All members involved, and you can see everyone.
But game 5 is where things truly get interesting. 07 once again kill E8 on the contest, but while celebrating they decide to stand up, and a solo Hardeki comes through to third party and wipes him for the kills.
Down, and here comes Set drop down, but now Nasky from behind. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Manages to close that door as well. It's a 1-for-1, but the last player is alive. Amphi, Nax, winning again. Elevate Gaming. Well, they can't celebrate too long, 07, because Aurora and a smirking Hardeki ruin everyone's fun but their own.
Classic Aurora. I heard a few boos there as well.
Do you want to hear something even crazier, by the way?
Yes.
Aurora have split drop.
Yeah,
that is Hardeki on his own who is coming in third party. That's why he's laughing.
I'm not kidding. 07 just stood up while they're dying, going like this. They're literally getting third-partied in a 2v3. Nasuke's not even playing, and he does this to the crowd. He does not give a...
Yeah, they don't give a...
And Impulse and Aurora, Impulse and Hardeki literally went solo. And now Impulse picks him up. Like he just sent a mercenary out, and now they're just getting him in the Trident and picking him back up from literally a job done. This is insane. I'm getting recon that Hardeki landed there alone. He didn't even walk. He landed at Ceto alone.
I think I'm going back.
Later though in this game, things get down to business. We see Dark Zero reach match point.
But MT is looking for an angle here. If he can get an Arcstar stick, if he can force damage onto them, maybe they get a burst through that door. Gil takes a little bit of damage. And MT, he gets taken out. Zero, he's going to take the swing. Jump into a listening with Dark Zero as they get that first knock.
Okay, I'm pushing. Okay, 50.
All the meanwhile, by the way, Dark Zero have hit match point with those kills onto Not Moist. So we've got our first team that crossed the threshold.
And then Reject Winity reaches match point.
One more point.
One more kill, one more placement is all Rejectquinity need after such an incredible tournament so far. And there we go, with Serenity and Dark Zero eliminated, Rejectquinity will cross that threshold.
And finally, Disguised get in the mix as they win the game.
Rejectquinity, who have hit match point, they have done their job. But will it be done in style? With a win here, Obi's gonna go down. DSG trying to trade out kills here. Karapu is gonna drop. Sangyun with the Mozambique in his hand, gets one onto Timmy as well. Jumping into the portal, the DSG portal is gonna be Karapu. Can he get back into a position? Gets the armor swap to maybe win this 1v1, but it's designed for on the other side of it.
We needed that. We actually needed that. Okay, not gonna lie, when you pulled out the Sentinel, I'm like, bro, that's a little too much. I know you're him, but pulling out the Sentinel on the, he was just going for the one shot.
This puts Moist, Disguised, Luminosity, and Aurora all within range of hitting match point coming into the next game. In Game 6, once again, Elevate versus 07, but this time, Elevate finally comes out on top.
Yeah. Well, I hope Naski's got maybe some duct tape on his arms to the chair this time, because you don't want to be getting up when you've got Aurora nearby. This time they don't go for it though, and they do take an early loss with Amphi going down.
Isolating Amphi though, almost trying to retaliate, but a nice off angle. Flipping away on the other side, Natsuki gets a lead to 07. Get eliminated. It is time for Elevate to have a chance.
Wow. We're on the board, boys. How does it go?
After that contest, the zone pool is a bit ambiguous, and our two match point squads do not have ring console. Dark Zero decides to go to Sito Station because the Evo cache plus ring console, but because of the contest and needing points, Elevate decides to stick around and force a fight. Instead, Dark Zero is going to back up, but then a care package falls from the sky, and it's in a position where both teams are going to go for it.
Yeah, go to that, you know? They're going to be here for it. Nah. Too slow.
Alright, we can go for that care pack. You guys want to? Closest team is still DZ, and they're going to be a little bit of ways away in checkpoint, so.
Over back down.
They're going for the scare pack. Oh, that's fine. We might really catch them off guard here.
Back again, up.
That's fine. Come back.
They're about to back at me, bro. Oh my god.
We should probably sit on banners so they don't win on match point. Normally we wouldn't do that, but I mean, they're on match point. We can't have the tournament. We gotta catch up.
You may as well run in. Just leave. Just get yourself sex. No, it's there. Oh. Get better!
Sorry, bro. We can't let you in the tournament, man.
Keep running! Go, run!
Bro, are you mad? Just shut up.
With a little bit of help from Aurora and Fnatic, down goes DZ. But with Aurora trying to escape the scene after that hit and run, Fnatic's gonna be in hot pursuit.
И налево. Все, найс. Dark Zero убили. Блять. Хуесосы. Еще и килл спиздили.
And Aurora's just, dude, they're not real. What is Fnatic doing? They're chasing Aurora with the trident, bro. It's literally a Mario Kart session.
Well, they probably know that it's not a full 3 because Impulse is just literally across light years away from his team.
The car chase against a duo of Aurora, and they leave it. No, they see him.
No, they're chasing.
They're chasing it.
Impulse, start running to us. They're chasing us with the car.
What do you think that comm sounds like?
That's what I'm saying.
I guarantee Aurora just said 45 curse words, Greek. They're chasing him still. They're still chasing us.
What are we watching, bro? This is GTA.
They are still hunting down Aurora. They get a knock.
They hop out the car. They get a knock. Bro. Yuka's gonna go down. Gold Reds. Impulse having to run away. What are we watching,
That
bro?
might have been one of the craziest plays I have ever seen
DSG fighting,
in
I think?
LGS history.
Now for our other match point team, Reject Winity, they didn't have ring console either, didn't know if zone was to the north or south, heard some shooting to the north side, and decided to rotate that way. Once they finally realized that the zone was in fact pulling south, it was a little bit too late, and on their rotation, although they almost came out on top, they do unfortunately fall. And well, remember how E8 was coming into this game with 0 points, but they finally are getting to play? Well, not only are they going to gatekeep Dark Zero, well, they're also going to gatekeep LG, Fnatic, and Aurora en route to a 30-point banger.
As they're looking to engage right now onto LG. Don't forget about Disguise, though. Coming in from the north side by that zipline. The pings that come in, they got the knockouts of Funk and Slayer. And now it is only Sweet alive as a rat for LG.
They actually get all the way back up. Can they get the battle before Fnatic swing with a wingman headshot? That's it. What? No, they go out on 49.
Are you kidding me? E8, the Grim Reapers in this lobby are slowly climbing themselves back up into the top part of the leaderboard. 3 squads left.
Elevate started with nothing. They are up to 14 kills. 48 points for Aurora. Every other time we've seen a team on this score, they have gone down. I mean, VP on a single kill right now. Oh, no.
No
It's
way.
happening.
Again?
No, you've never been that happy to have 125 shields. It'll consume that Arc Star damage, but on the other side, VP teaming up to take down 9 Impulse and Aurora. I don't know if they can live through it. Can they just get a knock? Maybe a finish here? They need the 2 points.
Oirain gets it to cover for right now. They try to swing, find him in an angle, but he's safe until he's forced to get out from behind the Moby. Our last 3 squads, Aurora's trying to get away, but he's stuck in the caustic gas.
He doesn't survive it. They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
And Elevate from 0 to 100.
And so following those losses on the contest, Elevate finally gets one chance to play the game, and they drop a 30-point banger, and let me tell you, the North American fans were going nuts. Then we get into game number 7. Once again, only Reject and Dark Zero are on match point. Fnatic, Moist, Aurora, LG, and Disguised all within striking distance of match point if it doesn't get closed out here. We're getting an overlook pull, which is not that great for both of our match point teams as they both land on the west side of the map. Dark Zero is eventually able to make their way over towards the zone and actually has a relatively free walk into the dead center of Circle. For Reject, not so lucky. They kind of get held out on the edge by multiple teams over at Fragment, over by Epicenter, and eventually just being held out for so long, they don't have great positioning. They're gonna get caught out and die.
Fend off people in these mid games, but once it gets to zone 4, zone 5, you can see they're late into it and they are struggling.
And now with the Jen out, using it as some extra cover here, Reject Windy was saying, pushing ahead. Moist are also in, being able to get that, not getting that finish with placement top 8. Aurora get eliminated.
But Dark Zero, they've also cleaned out most of Moist, a single member left alive for them, while Reject, their main competition, is going down.
Reject in the worst spot. Our match point team, but he's trying to stay alive for now, but before the shot coming in from left field, Reject Winity are gone from this lobby. And Dark Zero are still alive.
And this feels like Dark Zero's game to lose. But one rat effectively evades DZ. Nasky from 07 is able to stay alive just long enough. And eventually as DZ gets distracted a little bit, that rat comes back to bite them as Zero, trying to ensure the kill before he can revive his teammates. Well, Jen Burton Smoke wasn't great, and he gets punished.
He's moving.
We need to kill that, maybe.
Can you smoke the edge, Jen? Smoke the edge, please.
Wait, here?
Yeah.
Aspect here. It's not the best.
Alright, I need you to hold this and fence it. There's a full team like over here. They grabbed someone, I think. It's DZ. I cracked one. I cracked DZ on right. Careful. This is DZ. They're instinct. I think. Yeah. Let on. Nate's back. I think it's together. I'm dying. Careful. Okay. Race. Keep going, Doug. Yeah, I'm cracked. I'm batting. We have to push this up to net. Yeah, I know. I'm hitting them. I'm pushing this thing up. I got it. Okay, yeah, I'm on him. Resing. Tight.
Following up with Gen, the last one alive. Legends try to fully send it. It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero. We are going on to another game. Game 8 in the horizon. Legends, the MVP.
Oh, they're legends to everyone in the crowd right now. Everyone who wants more Apex. The full 307 are back up, and they're going to send it in. Nasky stands up.
No way! There's no way!
Okay.
So nasty!
When I said they can play a part in finishing that game off, I was like, take some shots at DZ, maybe get a knock and allow the other teams to push in. I wasn't saying come out and clear the whole thing yourself.
So we head into game number 8, and all those teams that were on the brink of match point, well, they've made it. Fnatic, Aurora, Moist, DSG, all there, joined by Legends Gaming following that performance. We now have 7 teams on match point. It feels like this might be the end. We get a Climatizer pull, a pretty good one for Dark Zero, Aurora, Legends, and not as great for Moist, DSG, or Reject, but they can make it work. But then Dark Zero gets third ring information, and they see where the zone's gonna pull. They know where it's going to end, and Zero quickly springs into action. The spot that Elevate Gaming is holding, that is the game-winning spot.
Oh my god. Can we go around there? Get back.
Okay, yeah.
No, you can, yeah.
Where do you want to land?
I'm looking back there. I don't see anyone. There's no back there's a.
Oh, there's.
There's. You think? Yeah, I think.
Let's position there. Put his nuke down.
Yep.
There's 3 teams in that building. If they fight, look at the Z-Bag. Look at the Z-Bag.
Alright, boys. 1 5. Nothing.
I select on them.
Right, left.
I'm gonna take the bang the truck.
Don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of barrels here. I can't see it. My car. Not really. I don't know. Yeah, go to you.
I'm gonna bang up. Yeah.
I cracked 2 inside car. Dude, they're still in car.
On the spot.
I can't kill them. Batting. Am I on my own?
I'm gonna bounce though. Batting.
One really hard.
As you can probably tell, this fight is taking too long. Others are looking to get involved.
Make sure we don't get wrapped by this, bro.
We definitely want a third that, bro.
Yeah, I agree. But I don't know how we can make that call.
얘들아 기장 없어.
야야야 돈다.
일로. 오면 안 돼, 형? 뒤에 온대, 형이 따라와 그러면.
피착한 먹으면 되는 거 아니야, 용표 형? I'm dating it. Go left. Loading. Cracked one. Come around. I'm telling you. One here. I'm batting. They're dead. They're gonna die for it. I'm batting. I'm ringing.
없다. 얘들아, 위닝 포지션이다. 야, TSG 레이스만 조심하면 돼, 레이스. 확인. 그냥 시험, 여기 그냥. 위닝 포지션, 오케이?
On the opposite side of zone, First Legends Gaming will fall.
I got fighting that game.
the back.
I'm dead, I'm dead.
2v2.
Flame, you need a smoke, Flame.
And then Aurora.
Помялся. Nice, закрылись. Сразу, типа, да, Кирилл, гонь сюда.
Я умер, я пошел дропу.
Давай. Да пролетишь? На все канале. Сука, это... Ну ебаный ты, сука, блядь.
Then in quick succession, Fnatic and Moist both go down.
In front of us. I'm batting.
You guys gotta get in,
I'm batting. I cracked one of them. Dead. Bang here.
Play on. He died. Play on. They don't know you're there.
Right here.
No, they do.
Our final two teams that can win this game are Disguised and Reject Winity, and they're going to be fighting for the same game-winning spot.
We need to just bring but one day. They're not focusing us anymore. We can walk up on them for free. Come. Bring nades.
Yeah, come.
One bed each. Let's go. We have to go.
Yeah.
Full heal. We took a long time.
Yeah.
이거 하면 공익각보다 자 왼쪽 바꾸면 혼자 오른쪽 공익각보다 2 1 가래
I'm playing your knock.
They're pushing.
Play knock.
Watch him low.
Play knock. I'm dead.
And now that Reject has cleared out their side, all they have to do is make history.
By the thirst, it's gonna be Disguised down as well! As Reject Winity now put themselves in the driver's seat.
Reject Winity, the last team on match point that are still alive. 3 squads remain. Can Cloud9 or Serenity keep this one going? Or will we have a historic moment for Reject Winity?
Reject Winity have held this spot for so long. They took that fight a little bit earlier. They win the fight against DSG. And now it's about winning one more. If they can do it, it will be a historic moment, not just for them, but for the ALGS and APAC North.
The regional final winners of APAC North. The informed team coming into this tournament. And they know this is the best opportunity they will ever get at lifting that trophy. Look at C9, look at the position Serenity are in. Everything falling into place for Reject Winity right now.
You're looking at the armors, you're looking at the position. You don't get many better opportunities. And we're about to see them throw down.
I'm going to look around here for loot.
Karapu's going to go wide here, put that gen down, give them something to play around. The fence is going to go down as well, just to get that perimeter up to stop those pushes coming in.
Both teams are just staying alive. I mean, Reject Winity are just going to watch this unfold in front of their very eyes. Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here.
Sangyu gets the first knock onto a member of Serenity. C9 biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Reject Winity find themselves at Red Evos. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North. Rejects Winity will be your champions. Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winity.
I've been in demand. Never let the opposition get the upper hand. Grand Slam from here up to Japan. It's not my fault that I'm the greatest in the land. No emotion, I just go get it. I don't talk about it, baby, I just go live it. And I'm a dog better than y'all, I'm off the leash. See, I'm a winner, that's what it is. Get it, capiche? Feel like a legend today.
No. The beautiful city of New Orleans lights up at night for us here at the ALGS Open. It's the beginning of year 5, a sensational start. And if you ask me, it was completely necessary, as our friend Ryan Hart gave us that fun little pun as we welcome you back into the open venue, the Ernest Inn Memorial Convention Center here in the center of New Orleans. Jazz Fest going on as well. And of course, if you are an Apex fan, the biggest and most important thing happening right now is that we have our final series of the day, and it is the winners deciding who will stay in that coveted bracket, where only one more will send them to winners finals, or those who will be dropped down to elimination and no way to return except to make it all the way through the elimination rounds to Sunday. Highest stakes of all, especially for some of the biggest names in Apex. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host here, and I've got a lovely couch of analysts with me. I kind of tried to throw that word together. It worked a little bit. I'll work on that, though. Graceful, of course, joining me, Chair 2. And, of course, we've got this duo who I just heard has never been at an ALGS LAN together. Now they're on the smallest couch possible. Yes! It's Dia and Zephyr. Guys?
I'm in danger.
Yes, you are. That could be. A lot of love, a lot of friendship there. You know, it's great to have this. Guys, we get to kind of set the stage for what is, in my eyes, Graceful, the most important series of the day, because I think when you are at the Open, you have a lot of moments where you are running at a lobby that you feel very confident against. 3 or 4 teams that you know are threats, 16 teams that you know they've got to prove it to you. In this lobby, you could easily look at half, maybe even more than half, that are serious threats, potential winners of this LAN.
This is most definitely the turning point of what we say, you know, when these veteran, stronger teams are now majority of the lobby. So as we have talked about several teams being, wow, very outstanding, they've been showing a lot of promise, this is the first trial that they have to make sure that if they can keep this form here, then it shows very good promise leading later into the tournament.
Let's take a look at today's schedule as we run into our final matchup of today, because of course, this is it. We've seen 2 series go by and 2 elimination rounds as well. We have an elimination round running in the pit alongside this, and we'll get check-ins with Ryan Hart and Lace later on in between this series. But for now, on main stage, it is winners round 3, meaning all of the teams who have won are now ready to compete. So this is starting to get very elite in terms of the lobby. If you missed this last series, though, I know Dia in the back yet again, coming out on top 2 series in a row with your predictions, and a lot of that has to do with Danish's incredible performance.
Yeah, I was really happy with Danish, and I actually referenced this on broadcast. I was hoping that they would give us the BLGS special, because they had done so well in BLGS.
Yeah.
And even though this is a very different meta than what we had at around that time, I figured, you know, the mix of professional and openly qualified teams that had made it into those lobbies actually mirrors the ALGS Open in a big way.
It's a really good point. That was a great example. First place in BLGS, by the way, last year in December, earned about $40,000, not too bad. Zep, we were watching this as well. I mean, we saw BBL get some wins. Team Nemesis had that pop-off game, and they were definitely something to pay attention to. Noises, Remix Powers, and Zuni. But ultimately, the story ended up being Rejects.
Yeah, coming through at the very, very end here, had to put up a massive banger. 22 points to bridge the gap between utter defeat and just barely finding their way through on the cusp here. Literally came down to that final moment. Had they not won that out, we would be discussing the end of their story here at the ALGS Open.
Grace, what does a moment like that do for your confidence heading into your next sets?
I think it takes off a lot of pressure because now you've been given a new chance essentially, and when you have that momentum build, usually it carries over. Some people are also like, okay, something didn't work because it shouldn't have to come down to the wire, right? It shouldn't have to be that last game pop-off needed. If we can make that more consistent is something that they're looking at. So I'm hoping to see that with a small break, and if you have a longer break, that you get the time to perhaps VOD review to take things further.
One of the greatest things that I've experienced here at the Open, not just one of my favorite pieces, actually sitting down with these pros on this couch, talking after the games, very, very just relaxed. But it's the time that we get to see stories that have come alive just now. Maybe these new young guns who have been phenomenal early on, and also some that have been champions so far and kind of are in the middle of how they're writing their destiny. Navi, for example, who's playing in just a minute. But it also shows stories of veterans, people who have been around in the scene, and maybe we thought their story was over, but it turned out there was another chapter yet to read and write for them here. Let's see what maybe some of those names you might have missed out on previously, but are here now to show what they still can bring to the ALGS have to talk about.
So much of the experience of being at a LAN is being on that stage during grand finals. That's like the worst part to miss out on. It feels so hollow inside when you're in the crowd watching everyone else live your dream. Being back at a LAN event, it's exciting, it's incredible, it's everything that I always wanted to do. Is like my main drive to be in esports to begin with. You have all these people online that you just have these relationships with, but then you see them in real life and you get to see everyone, and it all kind of just becomes very real. I just wanted to prove to myself that, I could still be here. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago for me. Still remember how to play, I still remember the right things to do, so now we're here, and now we're just gonna try to do that on the stage. One of the big reasons I loved esports so much and competition in general, whether it be sports or whatever, was always just representing something bigger than yourself and not necessarily just playing for yourself. My teammates are obviously putting in a lot more hours than I am right now, and I want to be able to give them the experience that I was having at more of the peak of my career. I'm really just motivated to try and make it to finals, try to get them on that stage and, set them up for greatness. When I came to terms with the fact that I might not compete anymore, it was like a big piece of my life had just passed me by, and I wasn't really filling that time with anything else. Being back at ALGS in general just makes me feel a little bit more whole, because although when I quit, I started my family, I have my daughter, and she's my whole world. I adore her. It's like different parts of your life, and now I was moving on to these other things, and I didn't think I would experience them again. I think the Open for me is just a chance to revisit some of my fondest memories. I missed ALGS a lot when I gave it up, and so just the opportunity to be back for a bit would mean a lot to me.
It's a beautiful story. I relate so much to not only seeing Cole here on the analyst desk in previous LANs, but also his journey through multiple teams, many splits, and obviously many LANs. Finding his way back is what the Open here has allowed him to do, especially after starting his lovely family. Shout out to his wife and beautiful daughter, and I'm sure they're watching, rooting on their father. It's an exciting thing, Ben, I'll start with you, to kind of see not just the main stars of this game who are putting in the thousands of hours, but the people who have already done that, now getting another chance to be back on this big stage and maybe have that dream come true.
And RKN is just a small slice of what exists here at the Open. There's so many competitors that we've made references to all throughout this broadcast, whether it be a prior history within Pro League or even those who have been literally competing for 4 or 5 years working in the challenger circuit to try and make their dreams come true. This Open gives them that opportunity just because it expands the quantity of teams that we have available. And for so many of them, they're so grateful, they're so happy, chatting with them in the pit and everywhere else that we've gotten to see them. It's dreams come true.
Yeah, there's nothing guaranteed here, but obviously the fact that they can now get a chance to play, it's going to be exciting. Omit will not be in this lobby, which now turns us to what we have to focus on coming up. They will be still playing around. Now look at this. Winners round 3. Dia, when you look at this list, I mentioned that there's at least maybe 6 to 10 teams who you can see taking it all in here. Eagle eye view, this the strongest lobby we've seen so far?
I mean, mathematically it has to be, right? At this point, you're 2 series away from winning the whole thing, and that is not lost on any of these teams as we approach the most competitive lobby that we've had, and those that will ultimately, in the top 10 of this lobby, move on to that next most competitive lobby. That's the nice thing about the ALGS Open, is that while we started and we had a huge diversity of teams spread across all these lobbies, as time goes on, especially in this upper bracket, we dial in on the meta, the compositions, the play styles, not just of these individual teams, but what's running the tournament overall.
Yeah, it's a very interesting kind of trend upwards, a crescendo of difficulty that starts to rise in these winners brackets. And if you're going to stay, well, that's already an accomplishment, I would say, for you there. We'll see who earns that top 10 in a moment. But it's time to start narrowing down on certain teams. And for me, I wanted to bring up a team, speaking of kind of veterans, people who have told that story already, but maybe there's another chapter. I feel like Complexity is a team full of a couple guys who have that funk, still very early on in his career. Obviously coming from LG, the iteration with Sweet Dreams, now no longer playing. You've got Kimchi Lee and you've got Monsoon, who are some of the most well-liked players in all of Apex, who feel like they've yet to have their moment. They've all had individual moments at different times. They've been in that top 5 kind of space for a while, but can they put it together here with this new iteration? I saw Monsoon walking in the back, going to get some dinner. We just had that about 5 minutes ago. I asked him how the team was doing. He said, it's so much better to be here in person than online. It feels like the things with Funk that maybe we had questions about, you know, all of that is being resolved now that we're here. So it's a beautiful start for them. If they can carry that momentum past this winners into the next, I'm really excited about what Complexity can do. Graceful, who do you have your eye on here?
For me, you know, the highlights from the past day has been Twerkaholics nonetheless. Just simply because of the fact that, you know...
You like twerking?
You like that? Okay,
I threw him off, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, for me, it's simply the fact that there's plenty of teams that we haven't had eyes on right now, and they're one of the teams that have been showing off really strong. And the fact that they were so confident when we had that listening, and you even hear that, you're trying to thirst me, bro? Like, you know that's not the right thing. Who are you even trying to challenge, you know? And they're confident, and they're saying, this is the next team we're going to push. That confidence is how, like, at some point, who is going to believe in you if not yourself? And they are believing in themselves, and it's showing up in the matches. Can they keep that up in the tournament, though? You know, this is their first wall, but if they do it here, who knows? We might even see them in finals.
Shots floating on your screen. Basically the MVP of yesterday. Overall, I think highest amount of kills in the entirety of the lobbies that were run. If he can do this again, what does this mean for a player like him? Is this really what the Open's about? Kind of turning somebody that we don't know very well into a literal star?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was memeing a little bit yesterday, but he is literally doing so much that it takes years normally to see people do what he just did to people. Because having that faith of swapping in between, because we saw not only floating at the front, we saw other people at the front as well, and having that awareness to go from, now it's my turn, now it's your turn, I'm going to back you up this time, oh no, you need to back me up this time, really shows situational awareness and decision-making that is a cornerstone of building a great player.
I love what I've seen from Twerkaholics so far. We'll see if they can match it. Dia, you're last up, but we don't, you know, not the least. We'll have to,
I mean,
I'm sure you have a good pick here.
Oh, God. Hopefully. I mean, at least through my predictions, I'm hoping not to be last. Looking at this lobby for me, I've got my eyes on GHS Boom, and they've come from the side of the bracket that we haven't gotten the chance to watch on stage yet. So Twerkaholics were really big on stage yesterday. Now, coming into today, GHS Boom have got to be at the forefront if you're coming in researched, ready to go, because they were dominating their whole side of the bracket. And it's not just that they've been doing really well at this LAN, like Twerkaholics, right? They come out of Challenger Circuit, all of a sudden they're doing very well. GHS Boom doing incredibly regionally. First in their own Pro League, first in damage, first in kills, and I want to highlight specifically the contrast between Ilariman and Floating, because we got Twerkaholics on one side with Floating, Ilariman on the other side. These are their stats overall throughout the tournament right now, and what I really want to draw your attention to, yes, the kills are similar, yes, the damage is similar, the damage differential is what's most important here, because while we've got so much being done for GHS Boom by Ilariman, he's not taking almost anything back. And especially as we get into higher and higher tier lobbies, the ability to mitigate how much damage you're taking and outputting for your team is going to be one of the biggest factors as the level of competition increases.
Yeah, I mean, that's either indicating just a drastic difference in skill where they're just not hitting you, or a different playstyle where maybe you're more conservative but more efficient in the way that you're doing damage. To me, Twerkaholics represent kind of a team that's just willing to run and gun and get in it and come out on top. Maybe not cleanly, but come out on top again and again and again. That'll be interesting to see those styles clash now that we've got them in the same lobby. Zeph, there's another team, and we're talking a team that's gone from chokers to champions here. I got to give a
classic Jumbo quote.
Classic Jumbo quote right there that we need to mention. You know, finally got their LAN win last year, and obviously looking to continue that here at the Open.
That's right. It's my favorite time of the desk, the couch. We get to chat about Alliance here. I'm going to actually reference this lovely notebook to go over it because there's just so much we've missed. A huge shout out to Sylvia and all the beautiful Nessies. But hey, they've come from that other side of the bracket that we haven't gotten to see. And early on, they were absolutely explosive. We made some references to it, but of course, 64 points, 51 of those coming from their KP there. Not very placement heavy, but definitely one to watch. Of course, going into round 2, we do see that take a slight dive as they finish overall in 8th and potentially could have found themselves down into the elimination bracket. 41 points there, though, still fairly stacked with 21 KP. The big thing I do want to bring up is those kills fantastic, that damage fantastic, but let's talk about a little bit of those maps here, especially since we're looking at World's Edge and Stormpoint. They faced a huge chunk of their difficulties coming into E-District, something that we will not be seeing going into this round. The place where they found the majority of their KP, World's Edge and Stormpoint here, both respectively what was 13 on World's Edge, 26 on Stormpoint. So if there's an explosive nature to just the practice, the history, the absolute tenure that this roster's had compared to everyone else, and now putting it to the 2 strongest maps that they know best, I mean, it's Alliance's game.
Just to be clear, I'm bullying Zephyr because he's really an Alliance fan. It doesn't bother you that they barely made it?
That's okay. My boys will deliver. They will. I can sense it. I can feel it. The energy is actually that way.
Yeah.
It's coming back here. It's influencing here.
Yeah.
It's influencing here. It's influencing there.
There's a slight aura like behind your head.
It's green.
I don't know if that's because listening to you is giving me a migraine or I'm actually seeing something real. Guys, these two have been dominant in talent predictions. You know, I've been doing okay too. Grace trying to get in the mix here. We've got talent predictions that are going to set the tone because everyone has pretty much gone a different team. I'm going NRG here. I've gone with them. I told you it was the skydiving lean, just doing that with Timmy. But I actually have seen a lot of great results from them, and I'm considering that them alongside that lobby of Na'Vi and Furia are going to continue to be real big threats in those top 5s. GHS Boom, D already gave you his reasons for that. Alliance, there's no doubt about it. Grace, you're going with Aurora. I mean, quick little snippet.
I mean, Aurora and Alliance have clashed on several lands so far because their macro is honestly kind of the same. It's like whoever of them survives the clash against each other usually either wins the game or have a huge game. So since everybody went Alliance, and I always share for my boys, of course, Hawkins is a really good friend of mine. However, it can go 50-50 in my opinion, so I just went for, hey, if everybody went there, I'll just go to the other side, hey.
All right, we'll see what works out here. About to get the series underway, but before we do so, let's head over to the pit with Lace standing by. Lace?
Thank you, guys. As our storylines get a little bit more spicy over here in the pit, we do have a winner's bracket with some heavy hitters, 100 Thieves, Virtus Pro. Do we dare say Green Stego now that dominated the leaderboard? They're going to do amazing things coming into these next couple of matches. We also do have the elimination brackets as well. So this is where the time will tell. You know, they've made it through that first set. They've got to now go through this second one. That's people like Enterforce, Ronan, Rock. We have X and Y, Flat, which we actually just did an interview with previous to this. They're feeling good after their first couple of runs through the elimination match. But I do have Ryan here with me, who's got the FaZe coach. So we'll pass it over to them to feel how the passion is going there.
All right, so JMW tagged out. Haven't got the coach now. I've got Zane with me, who's decided to step in and take the interview. Of course, teaming up with Tyler and Cinetic for FaZe Clan. They're hyped up and ready to get into this one. Talk me through the preparation. You guys haven't been together very long, just about a month, very short time. How has the team synergy been coming together?
So first and foremost, we have 3 fraggers on the team. So to be honest, we all just come together as one, and we just meet each other in the middle. Mechanics check a lot of teams, whatnot. In terms of preparation, I mean, we haven't had much to practice, right? So we've just been kind of going day by day, seeing how much we can improve, and yeah, got a LAN and going to show up. That's it.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Now, for those watching from home, you know, wherever they're watching on their mobiles or tablets, PCs, whatever, and that may not have any first-hand experience in what it's actually like to be here in person at a monstrous LAN like this, what goes through your mind these precious seconds before you jump into the server?
I mean, I don't know. Good question. I just have the mentality like everyone's bad, play my game, and just confidence. Just confidence. That's it. Confidence is going to win me everything. So yeah, that's it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll let you guys get on with it. Yeah, confidence. Confidence is the key, apparently. I mean, it sounds like a good recipe for success, no doubt. So with that said, it's time to get underway. Back over from here to the caster's desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Confidence is the key, and that's what a lot of these teams need if they want to stay here in the winner's side of the bracket.
And you know what? I'm confident. I'm confident we're about to have a hell of a series because we're into winners round 3, man. Things are getting good. We're getting into those spicier lobbies. We're shoving more and more of the world's top teams in there to bring you top-tier Apex.
Look at the fans out here. Oh, wait, hold on. We got to flip the sign maybe just a little bit here. But Drop Team Envy, the Furia. You know, A for effort. That's what I always say. The GOAT out here too, Madness Alliance. I mean, you highlighted it perfectly, Gino. This is where the nitty-gritty of these squads really come down to everything, because this is the pressure, but also this is where we have the high-stakes lobby and some names that maybe we were expecting to make it all the way down here to round 3.
Yeah, some ALGS open specials, I want to say, right? Because absolutely, you've got some top teams here, your alliances and whatnot. But Twerkaholics, Monster, Young Black, Ricky, Zesty, Besties, like almost the entire top row here is teams that we might not have expected to make it through, 2 rounds in a row to make it into the winners bracket round 3. All right, we're gonna have a look at some of our legend graphics. And this one obviously is explaining the legend bans as we've seen it throughout the different rounds today. Now, last time we were talking about how, Newcastle was either sort of first or last, and we're getting that, but we're actually having even less Newcastle bans here than we had yesterday. Also, we've had some altar bans out for the first time, and as you can see, we've got the maps listed there as well. So World's Edge, Broken Moon. Previously, she was only that E-District first ban kind of legend, but as teams have picked her up even more and more, you can see her priority is rising.
Yeah, because when you have World's Edge as like the first 3 maps that you have to worry about, she's essentially just knocked out of there with more teams picking up the Altar for World's Edge. We really only saw in Elimination round 1 Altar being banned first, right, when we went to E-District. Whereas when you see the other side of things on the Elimination bracket round 2, she's always banned on World's Edge, and then the Broken Moon at the very end, that's where we saw her banned, rather at the very beginning, that's where we saw her banned at the very beginning of the Elimination round 2 for groups 3 and 4.
It's funny seeing, this smattering of Ashe all the way through. I feel like she's almost a bit of a, sort of a random pick as you go through the series because, it just depends on what else is being banned. That a lot of teams will always be playing her if she's a pick, but it won't necessarily be the most. And so she does slip through to the end of some drafts. Thinking about that last series we saw where I think she was banned out after Game 5, I think it was. So, interesting to see things evolve as the LAN goes on.
We take a look at the squads that we're going to be expecting in this lobby. I want to highlight Furia, who came 3rd actually within their respective group in winners round 2. They secured 51 total points. While looking at some of the highlights, This was from yesterday, and this is where they were able to assess that risk and reward, playing extremely aggressive, getting a majority of their points really off of that KP.
Yeah, and you actually heard them say that when they went into the second series of yesterday, they actually pulled it back a little too far, right? They could have bullied those teams out even harder, but they gave them too much respect. And that's where this LAN is quite interesting, because you have to dial that up and down. How much respect do you give them? It's an interesting conundrum.
It's crazy. I mean, even when you start feeling yourself, I feel like Fury is one of those squads where when they pick up the momentum, they could be one of the most scariest teams in the lobby. But it's crazy to see how a lot of these squads, the squads that we came out of left field, have just been able to really take over a lot of our Pro League teams. So Fury wanting to stay on top. We still see you, Madness. Don't worry, behind that monitor over yesterday's footage. Next to his two really tall teams. I mean, I understand. I'm standing next to Genome, so I guess we can relate on that degree out here. So I'm on an Apple box. You know how it goes. Get to still stay strong here. But in a lobby like this, you wonder how that's going to fare with Furia and how they were able to perform yesterday, now going to see their performance into today.
Another team to talk about here. We've got Envy, and Sykes is staring down the camera. Who will win? Talmadge backing him up there. It's been an interesting couple of, splits for these guys. You've had, Talmadge went from coaching that TSM roster that some thought, could conquer the world, and now we've moved over to Envy, where it's been a bit of a ragtag group in some ways. You've got Zap moving with him and giving over the IGL role, I believe, to Dropped, who's now running that with Sykes, who obviously came so close with Dark Zero to winning a LAN, but couldn't quite get it over the line. So, it's the kind of team where you wonder, is it bigger than the sum of its parts?
Team Fnatic, a team that I feel like we haven't highlighted enough, right? Another team that also was able to finish in 6 within their respective winners lobby, getting 24 points.
Yeah, but it's been such a big change up for them, right? I mean, Yuka, obviously one of the, if not the best known player from APAC North, changes 2 of his teammates after, a lot of very high finishes. I mean, Fnatic have, I think, almost always finished in the top 10 in pretty much every LAN they've gone to. He's also won the last 4 Pro League splits in a row from APAC North, by the way, and with a range of different teammates. So he's obviously got some faith there in Libel Ace, a mechanical monster, and also Colonel Garcia, who is someone who hasn't had a huge amount of top-level experience. So Yuka really giving them that boost here into winners round 3.
While taking a look at the map schedule and keeping in mind these teams' strength, we are starting off our series on Storm Point for our first 3 games before we make that transition into World's Edge. And remember the Legend band compositions that we saw play out in that graphic earlier, where we saw a lot of that altar being banned and utilized more so on World's Edge. Storm Point, though, you have a lot more of those wide open sight lines that you could really take advantage of. I'm expecting the Catalyst, of course, here too. The Newcastle as well, but you also highlighted it earlier before. Less of that Newcastle here, maybe he's looking at how we're going to be moving into Storm Point.
I mean, Bangalore's always been big on Storm Point, but you'd be hard-pressed to choose Bangalore over Newcastle in the early parts of this series. If we have a look at the Storm Point draft here, let's see how many teams have decided to prioritize this map. The earliest pick was actually 4th, with Na'Vi going for Sito Station. But you can see it's looks like a bit of an even split there, honestly. About half the teams maybe prioring Storm Point versus World's Edge. Oh, sorry, no, what's the second map?
Yeah, World's Edge. Storm Point and World's Edge, yeah.
GHS Boom, they've gone for Checkpoint, obviously coming out of an excellent previous series. That gives them very high priority going into this draft. They second pick it over here on Storm Point, but they do take Checkpoint, which I do feel like we've had a lot of sort of, Bean, Mill, North Pad, Down Beast kind of zones. Not necessarily Checkpoint, but you've got priority to a lot of the ones over there. And I guess the other thing that we should mention in that draft is that Alliance do not get both North Pad and Trident to themselves. They often will try and, sort of dual pick that business. And try and go for Trident and then hope no one picks North Pad, but this time they have to play it a little bit safer.
Right. Oh, I like the cast right here. I love hearing the crowd getting wild. It's day number 2. I know our crowd is rearing to go. I saw the support here for our teams that are trying to stay alive in a gauntlet of a bracket this has been.
I agree. Crowd coming to life. I mean, what is it, Friday night here? I mean, I've just crossed
in New Orleans?
I've crossed a couple of time zones, so forgive me if I forget which day it is. But yeah, look, Friday night, people have knocked off work. They've come down here to see some awesome Apex. And these teams, some of the best in the world, are about to give it to them.
I want to highlight something that you said before with Alliance going over to North Bad and not being able to also split that loot over by Trident because you have Young Black Ricky that lands over there, Twerkaholics that's going to neighbor them in wall. They do have a ring console. And as you can see where the zone's going to be pulling right close to Zesty Besties over by their POI of Stormcatcher. I'm going to like the rotate from Envy, right? Because they land over by Lightning Rod. They do have that survey beacon. Don't see that they have the access to a ring console themselves, so trying to take it slow here, depending on where they see a lot more of these squads congregate into that next zone.
Yep, moved over towards Stormcatcher. And yeah, I mean, even talking about that, that dynamic between Alliance and Young Black Ricky there, you've got to remember, Young Black Ricky had the 28th pick.
Yeah.
Right, they were, what is that, the 8th seed? Yeah, 8th seed. Whereas Alliance were much further down in 16th. I mean, in what world could you have expected the POI draft and the seeding to play out like that?
Kind of highlights the little banter that we saw on the couch between Dia and Zephyr.
Yep.
So what a little bit when you take a look at Alliance and their performance thus far, but still sticking through. While we see it already an early fight, it is Na'Vi versus Realize Nova trying to fight on the outskirts of Cedo. And while they do try to take this fight, other squads like VK Gaming, we know that they like to prioritize that final ring. They do hear this fight, but instead of trying to see what they could do, they had already scanned that ring console. They're already making their next move, and so is Na'Vi taking onto this evac tower. And I do like this decision too, considering that they moved really quickly away from Cedo and didn't have an Evil Harvester there, so they won't be leaving with blue.
Yep, solid macro decisions. Team Liquid Alienware also gonna have a quick rotation there. They're having to look to play through Secret here, and I actually quite like this. The zone is very much in this vicinity, and if they do decide to stay up there, is he just going for the Evo? Yes, he is. Okay, then he'll go straight back, even though the Void Nexus, if he really needs it, doesn't want to, you know, take the risk of taking the zip, which honestly, like, why wouldn't you at this point? The fact that you could now have a you know, there's a cooldown on the Void Nexus, makes that so much more doable. Anyway, TSM, early fight here. Actually taking on S8. Nice little mantle there to grab Legacy with the Vault.
Love the strong start that we're already seeing here from TSM.
S8 have completely split, by the way.
Yeah, look at Jesco's
One's gone down to the mill, one's gone all the way up to checkpoint, while Legacy does get fully picked off. There's a crafter in both locations, so TSM would probably have to get rid of both of them if they actually wanted to get the full squad wipe here, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to do it, which is almost a bit awkward, right? Because, like, if one of them doesn't get picked off, like, how are they have to meet up again?
And they actually know that there is one member over by Mill, and they also took the Trident away from him. So good luck trying to cross that space away from TSM without them spotting you. Well, they're on the Trident instead. Look, they're wrapping around the other side of Mill already to try to call him out. Hopefully they haven't already used the Replicator to craft one of their members. If you're thinking about S8 as that one other solo starts rotating through checkpoint. Lovely high-octane action that we're already seeing with Na'Vi now floating in, surviving just barely off of getting behind this tree. So many other teams have now made their way. I believe it was Zesty Bessies that were actually looking at Na'Vi and be holding that high ground close to the cliffside. And Liquid Alienware, after they had rotated from their POI of Zoo Station, they have that big jump tower to put themselves in that position really early on that we saw earlier.
Ooh, Nyanya. Chaining the reses together. I don't think they're actually going for the old continually get knocked so you get more Evo kind of play. Not
anymore.
Here.
Not anymore.
But it's kind of working out like that.
Tiffany trying to hold an angle while they're trying to reset. Phoenix popped for Yanya. when you go for these early rotates, you also have to imagine, and not in Timmy's case here, if you look at what he's got to work with, I mean, 22 shield cells, he's got everything to juggle around here. But when you go for these early rotates, you're denying yourself the opportunity to get that extra loot, now having to rely more so on that poke pressure to build up those Evo shields here. A position I do not want to be in, by the way, is Na'Vi. Literally, like, 2 other teams are looking at them. They had already used up the Newcastle wall. Where are you going to go? Into the open arms of NRG that are just going to be able to shoot at the Wraith instead. Monster, though, are in a safer spot inside of this building. One of the teams that will be able to apply that poke pressure. Doesn't have as much to work with that we saw earlier from Timmy's inventory, but at least enough here, especially when you take a look at the light ammo ammunition.
Yeah, Monster are the ones coming down from command center, so pretty swift rotate for them. God, it's a pleasure just to sit there and watch Timmy wall bounce, honestly. Like, he's just so clean with it, man. I mean, even before he sort of, you know, when he was just he was more of a streamer than a pro player, his mechanics have always been top tier. Bet he took some time picking out that R9 skin too, because he didn't have the 1X on it, so you hope he's done his research on. They call them pay-to-win skins. I don't know if I quite agree with that in Apex, but anyway.
Sometimes you really like the iron sights on certain skins out here. You try to play it to your comfort, but this is not a comfort zone maybe that GHS is used to, especially after a great performance in their own respective lobby, finishing first in winners round 2, group 4 with 75 points, but this is not a great start for them, only leaving up the Ballistic, and now Alliance have moved up to try to go for a third party, but Workaholics are in a great position, and the Beamage! Dropping Hockey's first effect, can't even cover him. Tworkaholics,
my God,
they have just been on another level in these lobbies, forcing Alliance to back away, utilizing that altar portal.
Okay, sits there, has to wonder, will they follow through the residual rift and try and follow them? No, they've seen where, you know, you get the pixels, you get an idea of where they've taken that Void Nexus to, so they're just going to run it all the way there. They've got Tempest as well, as you can see, the Ballistic ultimate helping them move even quicker. They've got an idea. I think they actually spot one of them out there. And there we go, the R9 floating.
Wow.
This guy is one of the kill leaders in this entire lobby right now. And even Alliance, the best team in the world last year, will fall to them.
Gino, do you remember or listening? I believe it was with Tworkaholics yesterday, and the comms were.
I remember it well.
It had me chuckling too, because it was like the priority on loot, and then just trying to raw dog fully send it onto a team inside of a building, and they did fall for it. But it's just the fact that it was all vibes for this team, for Tworkaholics, and it's obviously working out for them to try to fully send it on a team like Alliance. Although this zone is pulling pretty far away from them, GHS still trying to keep the dream alive for them before Tworkaholics, after finishing off Alliance, have now need to reposition.
I cannot believe they've just done that to Alliance.
Like the first squad out of this lobby.
Effect? Hackers? Unlucky? There is no weak player on that team. There's no IGL lagging behind who you can pick off a little bit easier. The fact that they just turned around and beamed them down, I mean,
no trade, like not even an opportunity, right? Like you're caught literally with your pants down, just out in the open when you're trying to go for a third party, and then Tworkaholics like, oh hey there, like.
And this is the low TTK meta, right? And it seems like it suits them to a T.
Definitely trying to torque their way to the dub while they make their rotate over to the north side with so many other teams though, as TSM. Hiding behind the crate to see if any squad mates start appearing. They're also looking at that Void Nexus too, right below them from another team that may take it from right underneath them.
Yeah, whose is it? Is it GHS Boom? There's a single player of them left alive, or was it S8? Who, by the way, did get the full reset and joined up with each other. All 3 members currently sitting below TSM in Cascade Falls. You see the pings coming out. Oh, okay. The opening shot! What? The opening knock onto Sharky!
Dupe out here, getting that knock almost instantaneously with that 30-30. Lovely follow-up. They were able to get that res almost just as instant as we saw that knock here. So not really going to be able to fully extend, and TSM recognizing that, not trying to also fully extend themselves.
God, that just feels so bad though. You've just managed to get the reset, and then before you even spot this team out, they put you on the ground.
TSM, scary squad to deal with when you're at S8 too. They are chasing after them as the zone closes in. It is just round 2. They can take this fight, take their time. Skittlecake's trying to go at a different off angle. Jet taking a good amount of damage himself. Was S8 turning around this fight, also trying to get aggressive, trying to be on the high ground, trying to be in a better position. kind of forcing TSM just to back away for right now. Do they want to take the portal nexus that they've already set up here? Yes, it is. There you go with that Void Nexus.
Yeah, I like this. Gives them pretty easy access to the next zone as they'll pull up in front of Command Center, whereas S8 and now behind the 8 ball. They're going to have to go up the ski lift. 9 Lives, they're going to have a really good spot in the choke ahead of them. And I think S8 have their work cut out of them to even survive the next few minutes.
May have to just take a good amount of this ring damage just to approach from the southern choke if they don't want to get cake kept from 9 Lives, honestly.
They might have to go all the way down to that gravity cannon. Yeah, that's a long rotation. Might be the smart play, though.
That is if 9 Lives do not look to their back to see if it's cleared entirely, because TSM still are in that sliver of a choke over by that north side like you had mentioned.
Okay, Mythic bin just above Storm Capture. Looks like it's in that maybe that group of 4 bins that sits just above near the gravity cannon.
I do want to highlight, look where Twerkaholic's positioning is. They are rotating around the entire other side of the zone by that rock because they want to be in the best position possible by cliffside. They know where it's going to be pulling.
So that's those green arrows right at the top of your screen. Can't even read the team name just yet. Now coming into view. That'll actually be a sick zone rep from them. And it doesn't look like anyone's holding it either, right? Often you'll have a team sitting in that building or sitting on one of the clip lifts.
Lips? Yeah, there you go. I got you.
Anyway, watching that angle, but they're not. So they actually just get a free walk into zone. Vicky, I'm going to say something crazy right now.
Hit me up. Come on. Say it.
Do we think Twerkaholics could be a top 10 team going into our match point finals?
I think so. I actually do.
Oh my Lord.
They finished first with 83 points. I mean, in the same lobby as Na'Vi and Fury. I mean, and NRG, it's been an insane performance from them in the last 2 days alone. VK Gaming being able to reset. They do have that gold helmet. S8.
They take the fight. They take the fight with 9 Lives. And they've got them down to 1 now. It's just Cersei.
Oh, Cersei, though, literally one shot having to move back with the Ash Portal.
I think a single P2020 bullet would take him down right now. Looks like they're just going to finish off the other kills. I think S8 is getting a chance to reset right now. Confirmed, 2 of them. And Cersei will get away. Okay. Evac Tower does come out from S8 though. Potentially found that in one of the 9 Lives boxes. And you know, no later than they've won that fight and got into the ring, it closes on them again and they have to make another move.
I also want to highlight that Twerkaholics have now found themselves inside that building north of where Furia has now landed on the roof of the other building. And that was available to Twerkaholics for free. While Na'Vi are on the other side of the compound over to the east side, with a plethora of grenades now hurtled in Furia's direction. They did call in the Newcastle wall, but they're getting focused by so many other teams. Twerkaholics were able to get that knock. That's a madness, but they're not going to be giving up that space.
Legacy has been on his last legs the entire first game. Oh no, he goes down to the Twisted Minds Motherload. And his mates are saying, I don't know how much longer we can keep you up, mate. The reset, the respawn timer must be pretty, the revive timer, I guess I should say, it would be so low right now.
GHS lived as a solo for quite some time there. They do finally take them down 17 squads, now 16 with 9 Lives getting eliminated. So S8 going to be able to find that last straggler after they had completely eliminated 9 Lives in that earlier fight. Complexity now. Looking back, and all these teams now also know where this next zone's pulling, right? Yes. And we have the majority of this lobby outside of this next zone, completely on the west side, and we know it's going to be an absolute bloodbath as the ArcStars are sent towards Complexity.
Yeah, look, Monsoon's looking a little worried right now. He kind of always looks a little worried while he's playing, but I think he looks extra worried right now as he hits the classic Monsoon headshot with a charge rifle.
I get a little worried when I know that it's Monsoon on the other side with a charge rifle, right? Obviously, they don't know that, but it's very scary to deal with. And you even saw him consider, do they want to utilize this Newcastle wall, or do they want to save it because it's going to be detrimental for this next zone pool?
I don't know if like any of the teams we are seeing right now are going to be with us in the next zone. Na'Vi have got spot on the buildings to the right. Twerkaholics, Envy, Realize, Furia, they're set up. Liquid Alienware playing from the secret facility. They can easily rotate and cover their backs, though it does look like TSM might be in that secret facility below them. Meanwhile, every team that's coming in from Stormcatcher, I reckon, is about to get blasted. fantastic.
This is where a really clutch Wraith Portal could come into play. I did see Realize Nova at one point try to see if there's a safe spot with their own Wraith Portal, as you know, there's no Valkyries that I could see right now in the lobby, but then seeing that energy was right there, they had to backtrack.
I do wonder, are there some interesting portals through the secret facility with Altar, right? I mean, this is not a place I have played at all with this new Legend. You know, obviously the maps are pretty big. You don't get the chances to, you know, try this out on every single angle, but it's often hard to make your way up those stairs, but maybe with Altar, there's a way you can surprise the team above.
Trying to force a fight, maybe to reposition to Aurora in trouble. Impulse is one of the last ones to get taken out as Aurora are eliminated. NRG have been holding this corner up on the high ground, waiting for the rest of these squads to funnel in their line of sight.
Yeah, they've been holding it for so long. Timmy's up to red now. He's found himself a mythic helmet somehow. They actually snipe off Realize, which is a good job. Monster and S8, by the way, seem to have gone into the secret facility, so TSM didn't take their time quickly enough to try and take out Liquid. They're about to get crunched from all angles.
And this actually may help them out if they're not too careful with that Ultra Portal over to the other side, but it's at least looking at S8 Monster, who will be collapsing on each other. Liquid Alienware, of course, on the other side, as you can see, their silhouettes, looking to see if they can find themselves an angle, but they can't fully extend on this fight, because even if they did, Liquid Alienware are waiting for them around the other side of the bunker doors.
Yeah, final boss kind of up the top here. Oh my god, they're set up in the same room behind different Newcastle walls. This is getting a little bit silly up in secret.
And this is why we usually see Newcastle exiting out sometimes in some of these lobbies. Newcastle having 18 picks in this lobby alone now. TSM having to make their next move. They do have that ultra you're talking about. What moves can you do? Can you use the ultra portal to your left side to get through?
Yeah, because you know the doors are catted off, but that doesn't necessarily matter anymore. The walls around them, you could definitely sneak and ultra Q through those.
But if you use that void passage, you know what squad has been able to hold that north side of the cliffside? Workaholics. They will be waiting for you, but this zone pool has benefited Na'Vi from the very beginning, looking at their position. Timmy getting a Kraber shot, by the way, in the feed, and TSM fighting for their lives still. Round 5 now starts closing in. You're gonna have to start making their next move, and they do take that void passage, but remember, Workaholics are right there. They are not exactly against the cliffside, but they still see TSM.
Okay. Oh, I mean, both of those buildings are about to be out as well, though. They're gonna have to cross this fence as well. Monster do get taken down. SA probably the last to move. They'll be taking serious zone damage right now, searching for a place that they can get through onto the low ground. In the end, they just use it for the invincibility to try and cross open ground.
I like that from Skittles. He's trying to get information while using that void passage, but with TSM being in a lot of trouble after using this catwall, here comes Workaholics to sweep up what is left of TSM. 9 squads now left. Energy now getting into a fight. Zesty Bestie's out of this lobby. 7 squads left.
Okay, I think they pick up some kills against S8 there, and Workaholics, how many will they get from this? NRG are fighting one of the Na'Vi members on the bottom side. They've spread out to try and cause as much chaos as they can. Workaholics don't make it through to the end. It's actually VK Gaming who will get the better of them and have every box in the game to themselves.
And everything to work with, but maybe not so much in terms of cover once that next zone closes in the next 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Na'Vi being aware of this, looking at VKG, but they can't give up too much space. Why? Because NRG are to their left. A team that's going to have to climb off that slow, low to high ground cliff.
And VKG don't have Catalyst. The other two teams do. In this kind of a zone where you're going to have to jump out of the fence, the 15 plus seconds that the Catalyst wall will buy you is so crucial.
It's also so huge that Timmy is on the altar, so he could get loot for his teammates with that altar passive, especially since they were positioned here from the very beginning. Something that Na'Vi can't say that they've had the luxury on doing, considering that they've been here from the beginning.
With a Newcastle wall and a car to hide behind there, you can see they're still eating headshots from Na'Vi as the 30-30 shots go down. How long can you save your cat wall? They come out quite early here. There is a chance, however, with enough damage, with enough knocks, and accelerator stocks that you can charge that ultimate back up.
You have to consider the loot too, right? Like, we also saw, like, it looked like no syringes in one of the pockets of Na'Vi. VKG now trying to creep up by the fence line, while NRG took advantage of this catwall that was put up to now move forward and close in the gap.
3 Kraber bullets, double red on the side of NRG. Timmy has been regaling us with Kraber shots this entire tournament.
Eats into those meds that you don't already have. 2 more Kraber bullets ready to go. Timmy taking some shots with the R9, but look at his ammo. He's got 68 bullets in the reserve now, less. Looking at VKG, they're trying to play for placement. They're trying to see if the VKG could try to send it onto Na'Vi.
You don't really want to use your last Skerrix of ammo blowing apart a Newcastle wall, which they might just replace. But what option does he have? That's what they're doing to NRG. The zone closes further. They are trying to blast through VKG, but every single team is now just dumping utility in an effort to stay alive longer.
Cut his toes off. The quick Kraber shot once again. Look at the ammo. It's going to be important. Yanya gets a knock. Na'Vi in trouble. VKG playing for their life by the fence. Now you have NRG walking up on the high ground, looking at the rest of the spots. Na'Vi goes out of third. VKG, Timmy needs help with the Newcastle wall. The reserve on the Newcastle wall could have helped VKG. What a play! Saving that Newcastle wall has allowed them to get first place. Regardless, NRG too, though, getting the KP that they need to get second place. But VKG, that was their time to shine. That was a hard position to play from. Remember, they were on the other side of the lot of Cliffside.
Without the cat ball as well, right?
Yeah.
Damn, gotta put one of those posters up on my wall at home. Celebrate these boys who have done an excellent job here to start off the series. 10 kills as well. That's 22 points on the side of VKG. But yeah, God, that was an intense final circle between those 3 teams. The ultimates were, so important. And I have to wonder if they actually did manage to charge up a second Newcastle wall there, because from what we could see, VKG were turtling behind a Newcastle wall they'd set up, and then they had that last one to slam them into zone, to slam them out of position, right? So it must have been enough damage from the VKG Newcastle player, who, we just have to give some props there too. Yeah, that's LD.
And that was with them running the Newcastle, Rampart, and Wraith. Beautiful timing on those ults, waiting at the perfect moment to take advantage of that. Like you said, the slam down from the Newcastle wall sends everyone back towards the circle to take that circle damage before finishing up the rest of this lobby. NRG coming in second place here as we take a look at our top 3 teams. VKG, what a strong start here. 10 KP, NRG with 7 KP, and even Na'Vi, we know that they stationed themselves up over by Cliffside very early on with only 2 KP.
I mean, I am just scratching my head looking at this composition from VKG in the first game, but the stats don't lie. 22 points for them with a Wraith Rampart composition in game 1. I mean, well, look, Newcastle is going to get banned out, so they will have to change the composition going forward. But who knows? Maybe they chuck a Gibraltar in there and, try and set your Rampart walls up that way in the next game. Either way, that is fascinating that we've had such an off-meta pick be so successful in our first game of Winners Round 3.
In a difficult situation too, being able to still hold off the different angle, utilizing the cat wall to move forward, not even their own cat wall to close in the gap play off the fence side, and try to hope that when NRG moves in, they could focus on Na'Vi. Na'Vi getting eliminated in third, just for VKG to take advantage of what they had up their sleeve. I mean, you saw Timmy, I believe he had the altar portal, or rather the altar ult, but what are you gonna do in a situation like that, right? You can't waste time trying to reset here, but it's a great start here for game number 1 on Stormpoint. Also highlighted a lot of the teams that weren't expecting a circle pull like that over by Cliffside. A lot of these squads that had collapsed, exiting out of those bunker doors. It gets me even more excited to see what we can expect going into our next game of Stormpoint. You don't want to miss it, as Newcastle is banned going on to game number 2.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. BKG with a great win here to start off our series in game number 1 on Storm Point. What a statement. Double-digit KP, 10 kills going to their name on top of the dub. But they're not the only ones coming through, right, with that KP. NRG getting second place with 7 KP. Workaholics coming shortly in 4th place with 10 KP themselves. S8, also another team with double-digit KP.
Yeah, Jesco put in, I think, 5 by himself there. So that's the controller special coming out from S8. But, I mean, you picked Workaholic. They were your pick for this series, Vicky, and they might back it up, man. You can come out with a big smile when we step off after game 3.
Look, I have to be honest. When I saw how just dominating Dio was, he was destroying us. I knew I had to go in with a left field pick, and Twerkaholics seemed like the most obvious looking at their previous performance already in the other lobbies that they've been. I mean, remember? They got like 83 something points.
I remember, but they haven't even been in a lobby like this before. Anyway, look, let's shift ourselves back to the end of the last game and have a look at that final circle where we got to see these 3 teams play a game of chess. It really felt like that with the way that they were trading out, you know, ultimate after ultimate, and Timmy's hitting Kraber shot after Kraber shot.
I'm never surprised, but I'm always like, he needs to be studied because it's just crazy how consistent he is. It just highlights how good he is. Twerkaholics also fully sending it onto TSM before they were also able to eliminate Envy. But can we just talk about just the hip fire shots? I mean, floating too. I believe these players are also on controller. They eventually had fallen down after the chaos of the squads collapsing on one another on the other side of that eastern compound. But NRG getting the little poke on the Kraber, hitting their toes.
See that duck?
Literally, right at the perfect moment.
That was like a Matrix move.
Yes, he was literally just perfect timing on just managing to duck right under there. And then VK Gaming calling it right here too, being able to have the Newcastle ults right on time.
And there we go, Superman up onto the high ground, waiting, just biding their time. And the pushback was enough to get that win for VK Gaming. I mean, if my memory serves me correctly, Vicky, this is a team that has played a lot of crypto in the past.
And Valkyrie.
So it's really interesting to see that they're coming out in game 1 with this completely new composition, you know, this Rampart, this Newcastle, and the Wraith, right? It's just fascinating, and I'm really gonna have to keep my eye on them for the rest of this to see how that travels throughout the rest of this series. But regardless, 22 points is putting them in an awesome spot to make it to the winners final, right?
Yeah, you could honestly kind of count your blessings too when you see a cat wall being put up and it's not even your cat wall. You don't have a cat on your team, but it allows you to just for free move up and take cover out of 2 squads that would have just aimed at you and focused at you otherwise. So they'll absolutely walk away with that. BKG, 10 KP again before we move on to game number 2. Still on Storm Point here, but it's allowed us to see a lot of desperate moves from some of these teams. And now there is no Newcastle to try to go for a reset. Instead, you will have to rely more so on either the Altar or the Catalyst.
Yeah, and as we get further and further through the tournament, I would have expected that would be more the case. But as we saw from that Legend Band graphic at the start of the series, it hasn't necessarily been. It still happens sometimes, and it's happened here in this lobby, but it really does change how things play out.
Great way to start off our series here for winners round 3. Let's get it going on Stormpoint for game number 2. NRG were feeling themselves. They also called that very early too. Thankfully with Timmy being on the altar, it allowed them to get the loot that they needed, as we mentioned already earlier before, something that Na'Vi can't say, which actually kind of ended up being like that double-edged sword, because they couldn't get any loot from any of the squads that were dying in front of them.
Yeah, right, and we saw how, you know, they wanted to blast the cover away. If you had a rampart, they would have been able to chew through the rampart wall, the mobile shield, the Newcastle castle wall, right? But they couldn't get there because, you know, yeah, we saw like 80 bullets or whatever from an R9 isn't going to allow you to chew through them in that way. Either way, we've got, having a quick look at VK Gaming. You can see QQ is the kill leader currently for them. Looking up the top of the screen, Floating has just been indomitable so far on Twerkaholics, and he continues to pick up the slack for his team. Okay, zone pulls north here. It's going towards Trident, where Young Black Ricky have made their pick. Having a look at that, I'm guessing it's going to pull probably to the rock in front of the choke. Maybe I should wait for a zone 3 call to make that one, but I have seen quite a few endings that's just in front of the sort of the dual chokes. There's, you know, the really big rock. You can play around that quite early.
And if it pulls a little bit to the south too, we've also seen it kind of pull towards the trench area on the outskirts of it, but it benefits the likes of YBR as well as Twerkaholics, who not only have a survey beacon there over by wall, but also a ring console, so they'll have that information rather early. They're already split looting too, going to be able to get the support bin over to the north side of that zipline building. And doing so quickly before they decide where they're going to go. Na'Vi already taking a fight early, very similar to what we saw in our last game, I believe, where Na'Vi were looking at VK Gaming beforehand, I think.
Yeah, as an early rotate team, Na'Vi have been finding themselves in some early fights, but they're usually smart enough, canny enough to sort of find their way into the spot that they're looking for without getting into like a full-on full-fledged 3v3. But this time, I don't know, after those grenades, looks like VKG are thinking about it.
Also really like how they're playing the next move too. If they have to reposition after putting in that pressure, see that crypto drone? Shot is going to immediately take care of it. He's already ramped up the rampage. Oh, you already know the catching him already. What an insane move here, already getting that knock. VK Gaming already also make their rotate too, and actually just trying to prioritize just getting here.
After that knock, they just immediately take the portal? Like, you don't even look for the finish there?
It could be that they had information from the survey beacon because they have a crypto themselves, and there's a survey beacon over by the portal that they just took, but it was quick moves because you know who was creeping up behind them? Monster and Realized Nova. So yes, they got that knock, but was it worth to possibly get third party and then fourth party? They knew it was too high of a risk to try to actually fully send it onto that member of Na'Vi.
You're locked in, Vicky. You're thinking 3 steps ahead, just like Na'Vi are. That's why they're world champions. Twerkaholics. As far as we've heard from them, they're really only a 1 step ahead kind of team. But when they do it, they put every bone in their body into it. They really throw their back into the fights that they take. And you did mention that they had the survey beacon and the ring console, but they haven't chosen to go straight into that area. You know, they could have taken up residence in one of the nuts. They could have, you know, maybe gone for the armory. Lots of options there for them, honestly, but no, they actually stick around the wall and think, hey, maybe we can have a crack at the Zeus Station team, the Lightning Rod team that are going to be coming in a little later, and that's going to be either Liquid Alienware or Envy coming up through the north side of the map.
You can see too, with Floating being on the altar, they opt to be on the recon side of things with that perk instead of the support, which completely makes sense since they will be able to scan that survey beacon that they already had, as we had seen. With more teams making their rotate over through wall, we saw Liquid there earlier, now looking at Envy. Twerkaholics are going to be now sitting inside that bunker, hearing some of this fight that's going on, but also able to put themselves in an opportunity to gatekeep these teams, while also being aware of Monster that will be right below them if they have to drop down from the zipline from wall.
Yeah, meanwhile, checkpoint Aurora v Na'Vi. So Na'Vi did recover from the early scuffle with Na'Vi, and no, with themselves. Yeah, they're fighting themselves, Cal. Anyway,
Be yourself sometimes. Be your own, be yourself here. Gotta look yourself in the mirror and be locked in.
Their own worst enemies. Oh, there's a couple of teams here that might apply to. But no, it's Na'Vi versus Aurora. And you got to understand, also in checkpoint as... Oh, okay.
I love how aggressive this team gets, because you're talking about the altar.
Yeah, so I think Monster were playing in the... Yeah, they were playing in the nuts. And it looks like Twerkaholics have actually gone down the zip and had a crack at them. Interesting.
And they got the member, one of the members of Monster too. They took out the Watson, so they can't really bunker down as safely without that Watson ready to go. Holding 2 different dome buildings. Well, NRG also ramping up the rampage. It's this time Guild with the ballistic. Having that sling weapon, taking out Zesty Besties as your first squad out from this lobby.
Friendship over. Zesty Besties no longer. But yeah, we were having a look at, Aurora and Na'Vi over at checkpoint, and they're still kind of a little bit close to each other. That POI has definitely changed with the introduction of Alta, because you can, use the Void Siphons to go up and down from the low ground, whereas before, once you were on top, it was so hard to do anything. You had to make some sort of crazy evac play to get up there or try and sneak around. It was really quite tough. She genuinely has changed the game.
In a very interesting way, too, especially the different angles you could take, the different repositioning opportunities, the kidnapping opportunities, too, that we've seen plenty of times already between today and yesterday. Seeing a lot of our squads already notice where that next zone is pulling to. Squads that will take their time, pulling a little further from themselves as they have to play objective, thinking about Twisted Minds. Fnatic, of course, tier 2, probably on a Trident. As you can see, 9 lives coming out of Command Center.
Okay, should have waited for Ring 3 to make my call there, I guess. That has gone very much to the left.
At the trenches too, by the way.
Yeah. So Alliance are loving this one. And that's why they've set up pretty far to the north behind one of those rocks. And this is, it's going to be an unusual game for them. Obviously they're a team that likes to take fights, even though they lost the one against Twerkaholics the last game. They are actually going to have to play this one quite patiently. There's not a lot to do out the back there. You really just have to, watch both of your sides until the ring is your friend at your back.
This denies a lot of opportunities away from Alliance, right? Having to play a lot more safer since it's pulling on the outskirts of their POI over by North Pad. They do have the altar, so a very similar situation to what we saw in game number 1 with Timmy, so they'll be able to get the loot that they need once they see those death boxes. But it's the matter if these squads do end up trying to collapse on one another, because there's a lot of areas to coexist in between the trenches, the buildings underneath the trenches, the buildings that are on the outskirts of checkpoint once you take down that zip line. So Complexity also looking up behind them.
He was sneaking around. I'm not sure if they had spotted someone out, but either way. Hilariman gets a finish onto S8. Who's there? Oh yeah, okay. S8's really just on the tippity top of the fingers there, all the way up the top of North Pad. Another rough. Another rough game for them.
Went down right when he was on the animation. It's fine though. They are able to take that Void Nexus. They're going to be able to get that res too. They're waiting for that opportunity. They did not like the situation that they were in. You saw that there were other teams already stationed up inside these buildings and other squads shooting at them from afar with a 30-30.
The fact that Fuse is still in the lobby is bad for teams like Furia, because those buildings do not have great places to hide. Nice little altar portal there from Timmy to try and get some angles. I don't know if they were expecting it to be the same sort of pull I was, but it'll be a move from them sooner than rather than later. Ooh. Oh, Aurora do finally grab 1 kill onto Na'Vi, and that sends them back to the crafter down near the spider tunnels to try and go back for, I don't know, round 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure how many times they've been poking at each other so far in this game. Where's S8 going? They must be somewhere. Oh, they're all the way back behind down Beast right now, trying to look for a reset.
Well, 9 lies. Oh, all right. I saw that. Good attempt, though. Be able to try to go for round 2 before getting up on top, before backing away. He's going to be able to stay up on the high ground of this rock. good position to just look at the squads that are going to be rotating. One of them being Fnatic, that will be coming up from uphill by the gravity cannon. You can see the pings, and if Fnatic don't move soon through this choke, that's why rotating here late is very difficult, because you could find yourself pinched from the other teams that may not have ring console information. Complexity could sandwich Fnatic over to the north side while 9 Lives. I don't expect them to give up this choke, but it's about the poke pressure at the very least. And is that a mythic bin by the gravity cannon that now Fnatic may get to have here once the second round starts closing in?
I'm seeing the red glow. I'm seeing what you're seeing. I think Fnatic's seeing it too, so it could be between them and Complexity to fight over this. As you said, 9 Lives have a nice little spot in that choke. Wouldn't expect them to be going in for this. Na'Vi still on... No, where's the third? Oh, maybe they're just hiding together. All good. Okay, they did get the reset, and they're creeping up under Aurora. However, Twisted Minds have also entered the fray. We see them on the west side of Checkpoint.
Na'Vi's one of the teams that aren't running the altar, so it's not like they could get to high ground just as easy. They will probably have to rely on the Wraith instead.
Okay, full checkpoint, full trenches finish here. Very much it's going to be, you know, rough ones. Fuse will be great here. Any tiny little corner that you have, you'll just be eating knuckle clusters for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
So are the Catalysts, right? Because you don't have the Newcastle to really back away and secure any positioning. If you're forced on the high ground, if the trenches are already taken up, little to no cover to work with, and then you have to consider how those fuses are going to funnel a lot of these squads out into the open, feeling that pressure. Fnatic could also get the Mythic bin, by the way.
So yeah, they do get that uncontested in the end. Complexity actually go up towards the wall and leave that alone for them. That's where they get the Gold Scout red helmet from. Alta, 12 picks currently in this game, so it will be the next one banned out. Catalyst survives for at least one more game. And considering what we said about those trenches, she's going to be vital in those last moments. Okay, Liquid Alienware sitting on the inside here. They're going to eat that EMP from Monsoon, but they trade it out.
The respectful trade, the standoff as round 3 is about to close in the next 5 seconds. Funk trying to get some of the initial damage on lock. Triple take shot is going to be able to get that.
By the looks of it though, Team Liquid are at a bit of an armor disadvantage. Blues versus purples, and that means Complexity just want to send it.
And with the Ash Portal on top of it too, having to get aggressive, they really have no other choice. Now it's really up to Kimchi. Nizul trying to play off the knockdown, but since he was already one shot, Liquid Alienware exit the lobby. Complexity get to survive, but the zone's now pulling in. They can't reset.
Yeah, so it was interesting. Actually pushing them towards the gravity cannon. I think instead of going for the revive, he's actually trying to push them all the way in, and they take it together, downed or not. Meanwhile, Fnatic are going to go further here towards the zone. They take an evac. Let's listen in and see how they play this out.
There's only so many times you could take that void passage around the rock. It was a great attempt from Yuka, but Alliance move in, and they finish off what was left of Fnatic. Now going for the res onto Unlucky. They have 45 seconds now to reset, but that zone pulling all the way to the south, while a lot of these squads have already found their place in that next zone.
Yeah, translation, things are kind of rough right now. And Alliance, I love the way they set up the Void Nexuses as well. They had 2 on differing rocks, so that no matter which kind of fight they had to take there, they had some safety to go back to. Now, we see Furia not feeling so safe as NRG get into them inside the armory.
This has to be a quick fight too for Energy, right? We know the zone's about to close in 15 seconds. They wanted to try to get this KP. They wanted to time this third party when they saw Furia try to fight YBR. And now Energy come in, they finish off what was left of that fight, and Fury just completely backed out with that Void Nexus.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell who the third party was there. Was it, were Fury in there originally, or was it YBR? Either way, most of them, we've lost 5 out of the 6 members, and NRG will happily take those KP and move up into second place with 22 points.
Yanya, El Presidente himself, the kill leader thus far, was able to get 5 in the last game, and he comes in feeling with confidence. He goes over to the other side, taking out the wall before he gets taken out by Madness. NRG looking to try to reset now with the zone closing, and they won't be able to get him.
Yeah, I don't think so. No heat shields available here. They've just got to hope that Yanya gets a free crawl into the zone. I mean, the patch to make you crawl faster when you're down is gonna help them here. But 9 Lives have got their reticles tracked onto NRG, and they're gonna push it. They know it's a duo.
And not the only ones too. Twisted Minds were trying to poke at them before. 9 Lives now coming in. They get Guild, leaving only Timmy, who's stuck in the zone. 9 Lives finish them off. Now Alliance move in, and they're not the only ones too. Twisted Minds make an appearance. They lost their invite in the mail. Alliance back away. They don't like the situation. They go right back in the Void Passage, and they're going to be able to take the Void Nexus.
It's madness. Dominoes are falling as that move by 9 Lives just saw 3, 4, 5 teams say, all right, KP time.
And not Madness, because Madness went down here in 11th with the rest of Furia. But yes, with the way that everybody is collapsing on one another, absolutely. Realize Nova is the only team in the middle of this next zone in the trenches.
Alliance, after a lackluster performance, though, you know, good enough to get them here in the previous round, now have something to prove. Twerkaholics took that away from them in game 1, so now they try and change that perception in game 2. With the Bocek in their hands, they are probably furthest from the ring, maybe them or VK Gaming. Oh, a catwalk goes down. Tries to save them from any aggression coming off the back of this crypto ult.
Literally one shot from both sides, but Aloka gets taken out. Effect trying to take a different angle instead with the charge of Rampage being on the ballistic. He slides in. The hipfire shots are just enough. Can he even get a reset? He has to play off the knockdown, but with the zone closing in, good luck. He gets a shield swap though. What is he gonna do about the motherload? It ends right in front of him. What timing? He is dancing around the nades, the fuses, just trying to grief him, but what can he even do?
Has he got time?
Yes, he does! The timing! But where do you even go? It's just a matter of time. Alliance get eliminated. Twisted Minds take free shots of the last remaining member. Now looking at Dupe as well. TSM, we're on the other side. Realize Nova get eliminated. 3 squads left. TSM, Twisted Minds, GHS, and currently GHS get eliminated with Twisted Minds holding on to the high ground. TSM want to have this opportunity.
TSM barely have time to turn around before Twisted Minds turn up and start turning up the heat. Duplex will queue out onto the high ground, but enemy snipes him out just like he did Alliance.
The comeback art out here for our Lely. Twisted Minds catching TSM off the low ground, catching Skittles, who was incredibly low already, engaging in that moment with a great timing on that EMP from Crook.
They squeaked through into this winners bracket round 3, but POIs be damned, Vicky. As long as they show up here, they can put themselves forward with a strong POI draft going into the winners bracket final. And that's a good game too to help them do that.
Do you have to say, by the way, that Twisted Minds had the least priority in picking their POI on Storm Point. They literally landed in Coastal Camp and had made their way all the way from the south side of Storm Point to the north. In a circle like that, where we saw a lot of these teams collapse over by wall, over by the chokes, over to the south side of where those buildings are. What a performance here from Twisted Minds. 5 KP, pretty evenly distributed in terms of KP in general. I hear the cheers out here in the crowd. TSM getting second place with 4 KP, as well as GHS continue on their performance with 8 KP.
Yeah, they are not slowing down. I mean, a solid 8 kills from them. Realized Nova, I mean, they were just kind of bunkering down in the trenches there, so they pick up KP, but no kill points. And at the end of that, Oh wow, I was expecting Ilariman to be the the KP leader there for GHS, but he's only got 2 alongside Naoki. It's actually Xtuvi. Meanwhile, in the game 2 specifically, it's Gil who walked away with 5 kills.
Looking at energy and their fragging potential, I mean, kind of what you expect, right, when you have these heavy fraggers on one squad. Hearing the cheers here in the crowd. Jet dealing 1.6k damage, being the Warlord after your game number 2. Stormpoint has just been so entertaining with not only the legend bans, but the way that these zone pools are just forcing these teams to decide, do we fully send it? Do we then back away with the Void Nexus? It's kind of like that get out of jail card, but then set so many teams back when the zone starts closing in on them.
It's like you can go back with the Void Nexus, but you can't really go forward. You know, and that's where I think sometimes the fact that you've got an Ashe on your team can be a little more helpful in those situations where you have to make a last-minute dash to the zone. That would have helped Alliance there, you know, back when they were some of the pioneers of Ashe in an ALGS. I remember them doing a great play onto the light pole over there in the trenches, close to North Pat. But this time they're going with Alta. A lot more viability overall, I think, but in that one specific scenario does leave something to be desired.
Absolutely, especially looking at where that zone pool took us in game number 2. A little bit of diversity out here compared to what we saw for game number 1. I can't wait to see where we're going to be going for game number 3 with those circle pools. We're going back to Stormpoint, and it's gotten heated here in the arena. You don't want to miss the action. Coming to you soon.
Nobody do it better than me, not incredibly. I do this competitively, inevitably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Get to feed the streets, they say my influence umbilical. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest, so for real, nobody try me. Going to catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check in. We bout to march, so if you not, get to stepping. I done told you who I am, bitch. I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent. No mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry bullet, then my words is a laxative. It's go time. It's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the faking, fucking bringing back no sound. No staring is go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
On the right. One, let's fucking go, boys. Good shit.
They did.
The pop-off moment for Twisted Minds, a team that fell in 16th place in game number 1 before they took the dub in game number 2. Beautiful timing on that EMP. You could hear the pop-off moment as we take a look at the series results. VKG still holding it down, but barely with NRG right behind them. They've been fragging out in some of these games already with 26 points to match them. Twisted Minds after that dub right behind them in 3rd place with 19.
Yeah, we're basically right on schedule here with, 6 points per game, essentially getting you into that top 10. And any less than that will not make it through. You will be dropped to the elimination round 4. That said, you've got teams like Liquid Alienware sitting down the bottom there. They've actually put out a bunch of damage, almost 5,000, more than half the teams in the top 10, and have only got 1 point to show for it.
It's unfortunate. These circle pools and the rotations have kind of just been cut off, because then you have on the other side Twerkaholics that land over by wall that have been able to get the damage, 7.2k to be specific, and the KP, 13 KP to their name while hanging out around wall, being able to cut off the rotation from some of these teams. And you wonder, with Liquid Alienware putting in that much damage, what's going on here? Stormpoint, we have one more game to go. This is the opportunity to try to bridge up that gap, because the bottom 10 teams going over to the elim round is going to be difficult here when you want to be able to maintain that momentum over on the winner side.
Maybe it is just a circle thing, a zone thing, considering Team Liquid are spawning over at Zeus Station. It's been a little bit of a trek for them. Actually, no, it wasn't even that far to Stormcatcher, was it? I'm capping. I'm
looking at Liquid Alienware in a meditative state.
Damn, are they? Is it? Well, it's that all checked out. I hope it's the former.
Copium.
Okay.
NRG. On the opposite end, Timmy with the smiles. Good vibes all the way around. This team, I really like the way that they've been trying to call out some of these fights. Did get cut off in the middle of their rotate. Remember, when they were on the edge of zone, Yanya been putting in the damage, the KP. I mean, everybody on the squad really has, right? We saw Guild was the kill leader at the very end of that game number 2.
There's been so many cool mascots we've seen here. I need to add them all to my shelf at home. I want the Nemesis plushie. I want that one too.
Got to collect them all for real. Toxic getting as close as possible to his squad after congratulating them on a great performance.
I wonder if we can get Ryan Hart down there to get Hod 6 thoughts on the chairs, coach chairs. He's usually quite outspoken about that.
Especially since he's standing this time around, right? So gets a little bit more maybe out of the concentration. I feel that. Nice overhead here from our squads as we get started with game number 3. Time to lock in our last game on Stormpoint before we make that transition onto World's Edge. And remember, we had called out Alter being utilized a lot on World's Edge. Well, guess what? She was the most picked legend on game number 2 in Stormpoint, so we won't even have her on World's Edge. As we make our move over to Stormpoint once again, saw lots of cryptos. Being able to get the scan on the survey beacon without having to overextend yourself really comes in clutch. Gives you the highlight on where these teams are going to be going. Kind of the opposite, right, with Fuse, who gets at ring console as well when he can, but you kind of put yourself more at risk.
And look at this, cryptos are flooding the lobby right now. No Newcastle, no Alter. That means we are going to see a bevy of the crypto legend in the game. Drones flying left and right, EMPs eating up shield cells like they're candy.
Hopefully we don't have too many Watsons out here in the lobby, because you already know what that means with the EMPs lighting up the sky like fireworks.
Well, it's actually an interesting thing to think about, right? Because you don't actually know what all the other teams are going to pick. You can predict, you can think about it, right? But you don't actually know. So if you are a Watson team, I wonder if, of the, 3 I think we've got here in our match 3, do they think? Do they think there's going to be a whole bunch of teams switching over to crypto? Are they predicting that there will be less grief than they are actually about to be?
Well, when their game plan is to play for positioning in that next zone, I guess we'll find out really quick when it comes to the Evo Shield farms that you could see with these EMPs.
Yeah, 13 cryptos, just barely beating out Ash, so she'll be sticking around for a little longer. I'm surprised we've only got 9.
Catalyst, yeah.
Honestly, she's such a strong pick. But I guess it's backed up by the 6 fuses. A lot of people will take him, try and play Edge, grab that first Evo Harvester, and then pick the Ring Master perk in order to utilize him essentially as a console character.
That's why we don't see the Rampart instead usually. I mean, we do have one team playing the Rampart, Zesty Besties, who are currently sitting in 16th. We've seen them fall a few times. Last game, I believe it was to NRG, but we've seen that before, right? You have the Sheila, you take it out, you try to shoot it at the direction that you could expect the squads rotating from the other side of the cat wall, but good luck trying to get away with that in a lobby like this. And I really like where the zone's going to be pulling too. We saw that north pad zone. Now we're slightly shifting over to the south side, over by Cito, where Na'Vi, a team that likes to quickly rotate, have that information already, knowing that since this is their POI, VK Gaming, a team that we also always see getting ahead of a lot of other squads, making their own rotate too.
Yeah, now remember we were wondering, what will happen to VKG's composition once we've taken away that Newcastle? Will they stick with the Rampart? And yeah, the answer is no. For the last 2 games, we have been seeing them on the same Wraith Catalyst Crypto composition. And as we highlighted, they were a strong Crypto team. They've got a lot of experience playing this character that you need a lot of experience having played. But it's a testament to how strong Newcastle is that they're willing to pick him ahead of Crypto, even though they feel so at home on that Legend.
And, you know, thinking about the theory crafting behind the Legend picks and why these teams want to actually pick what they do for a game like this, the Ballistic being able to have that ult available to you, if you have that Rampage in the sling, you could use it like a Sheila when you see some of these teams trying to exit out, or the Fuse ports with the Knuckle Cluster waiting for the other side of the catwalk. But VK Gaming now already engaging NRG. Timmy, one shot. So is LQ though from VK Gaming, backing away. Don't like this position. Also making sure that nobody's going to be coming out of Jurassic from right behind him. There's also an Evil Harvester, so you can expect squads to try to prioritize their positioning and rotate once they know where that next zone's pulling.
Workaholics! Okay. Gets the hip fire there. Just needed the one last G7 shot to finish off Young Hong Kong there.
I mean, not even because his monitor.
Lunix also comes in off the background. Black Road, unsuspecting. Super easy fight win there for Twerkaholics. Damn, they look good.
Yeah, they're taking that fight so clean. Saw even the Mirage just backing away, right? He poked his head, immediately fried, backed away, was able to pop that bat right on time before Linux had come right back up around.
And I think this is one of the keys to their success, right? They're just winning fights so quickly that teams don't have a chance to third party them. And they just get so many opportunities at taking 3v3s that they're obviously very strong at.
Clench a little bit for Madness. You saw all the Fury fans in the crowd trying to give Madness their energy too. Fury have been able to secure their position though in this southern building over by Cito, rather north when you look at it from the other side. Na'Vi 2 up on the high ground. I'm always worried though when you have to secure this position in particular. We know that this is Na'Vi's POI, but while trying to put down the portal, losing out on Chaco. What? You can see it through the portal. Those Apex things, I loved it.
Okay, so he was getting finished.
Kind of like
I believe that was just his soul. I believe that was the spirit of Uchako that we saw come through the portal there.
If you need any message to not take the portal, that was the message that I needed. It's not safe. Noted. Okay. Hard though, once you lose out on one of your teammates in a position like this, with how many teams are already situated in Cito, where do you even get a rest?
Can you spawn in a Moby like on top of that? You know, like essentially where that portal was, yeah. Because if so, that's actually a pretty safe spot to pop a Moby, considering how clustered all the teams are up in that one POI.
When you say clustered, I would be worried about maybe the knuckle clustered hurled in your direction from the teams that want to try to stop it, right?
You could tank that if you really needed to, though, right?
So have your teammate try to help you. Body blocks spread out that damage here while Twerkaholics. Looks like they're always trying to take a fight here.
Yeah. You could say that. Some looking ahead towards teams like Monsters, others looking behind towards teams like Envy, who are currently doing the Prowlers all the way back up the top of the map. But here's Twisted Minds over in Jurassic. We do actually see a bunch of these zones pull down towards the fence line the Twisted Minds are on, so wouldn't be entirely surprised if Twisted Minds end up with Godspot there. Get to just, you know, juke back and forth through the doors, around the fences there to try and finish this game 3 off. Meanwhile, Fnatic just zooming for some Evos. They are 2 away from getting up to purples.
You know that Fnatic likes to side quest here, playing objective. They take their time. Teams like Envy over on the north side of Wall will be able to secure that survey beacon, let them know the teams that are within the vicinity, Liquid Alienware, that are rotating around through the Spider Cave where there's an Evil Harvester. Twerkaholics, who also scanned their survey beacon, have noted the teams that will be coming in from the north side. We saw them get into that early fight originally by Wall, that is their POI. It benefited them KP, but now being able to see the other teams coming around them, this is what we were mentioning before. Even though Liquid Alienware had put down the damage, it's facing this force here. Tworkaholics gets another beam. Nice supporting fire. The catwall, he still gets him right through the catwall. Kura goes down, leaving Team Liquid Alienware as a duo. With the Mirage, by the way, from Tworkaholics.
Someone check him, PC. That is insane. R99 at range, and then gets the last bullet through the Dark Veil.
They're running roller. You already see it in the player cams. Floating now, sliding down.
Interestingly, there were 4 teams going towards each other there, one of them being Envy, as we can see right here. And they've actually... Oh, that's Twisted Minds going down, and yeah, okay. It could end up being a Tworkaholics versus Envy fight. Alliance were also coming in through the wall, but I think they heard the shots and said, you know what, we'll see you guys later.
And not only that too, Alliance taking their time to rotate, saw where the circle pull was going to the south, so they didn't think it was necessary for them to rotate from even that north side of the zone around wall. Don't take any chances when Checkpoint has not only a replicator, a ring console, and a survey beacon, which will give them even more information. Tworkaholics. Liquid Alienware going down in 19th in the lobby in their final game here on Stormpoint.
Just styling on him. That was like a trailer moment, man. Sliding down, just hits the last shot
For the
before
next
they
season.
get on the gravity cannon. Like, okay, zone does shift south. And Aurora, hold up, there used to be another team there. Oh, that was Twisted Minds, wasn't it? Oh my god, so Aurora have taken out Twisted Minds and taken over that vitally important spot down to the south. I am expecting this ring to continue to pull towards them. See if that happens, but generally what does happen then is teams start piling into those like 2 little buildings where VK Gaming currently are, and all the teams in Cedo just get massacred.
Can you imagine the whiplash if the zone continuously pulls south, by the way? Aurora would be in the greatest position out here, while Tworkaholics floating, falling incredibly low, but he is on the Mirage, right? He's going to be able to pop that Phoenix hit. Let's jump into a listening with Tworkaholics as they take this fight.
Checkpoint. They have Bloodhound. I did crossing up.
Just as quickly as we jump into the listen and we see their demise with Envy having a way better position to take that fight. It almost looks like the way that the progress of Tworkaholics fights go, the pacing is they get the jump, they get the stronger trade off the beginning, but once they find themselves out-traded, they essentially falter. So they have to split up. They're going to try to see if they could get that reset now. Difficult situation to be in, but even better for Envy because now they get the survey beacon instead, where we saw Tworkaholics before. Wondering which replicator can they go to, really. The only closest replicator to that lone member of Tworkaholics would be by Checkpoint, where we saw Alliance rotate to, and there really is nobody there aside from GHS, who are holding the bunker north side of Cedo. So taking their time. Northpad doesn't have a replicator. Maybe there could be a replicator that they could work with on the other side or edge of zone here. Alliance have found their building because there's a Mythic bin that's about to spawn once that second round closes.
Very nice for them, who are currently on the blues. You know, we're often talking about getting the red helmets, getting the Cravers, all that sort of stuff, but it will bump all 3 of them up. Actually, I thought one of them was on purple there for a second, but that was just because they were within the zone. And Unlucky is getting that controller passive, the bonus there, the extra piece of shield. It'll disappear in a second, and then it'll reappear once they open the Mythic bin. So, I mean, Alliance, they're a team that we're not used to limping into the next round. And at the moment, they're kind of doing that, sitting there in 8th place. Will that continue throughout the series? Zone doesn't pull down towards Jurassic. It's a little more central this time. It's ping-ponging back and forth. Very hard to predict right here for us and the teams.
You want to highlight that Na'Vi, by the way, were able to get that reset earlier. Lacking on some loot probably too. After a rough start.
Even Tworkaholics, I think. Yeah, they've just gotten back in, Kate, and floating there. That was over at Checkpoint. GHS Boom have probably heard this, by the way. You see Xtuvi over there through the tunnel. They're sending the crypto drone into the zone right now, I believe, to actually have a look at that, as Alliance have picked up a PK from the Mythic bin. and they're going to try and use all of this loot to force a fight here in the top level of this building.
Ooh, that nade though, putting a dent. Two of the members of Alliance. Effect holding it down though on the high ground after taking advantage of the ballistical. It's just about the pressure, the space that they need to buy in after moving from that low to high ground. Was it a little too early when you have to look to your back? They really had no choice. They're in the edge of that next zone. They can just gatekeep TSM if TSM have no opportunity to wrap around the gravity cannon. We know there's like little to no cover if they are forced to move in that direction. They may really have no choice. I see here, they don't even have a catalyst instead, but Fnatic now moving up with the Ash. Little gets the crack originally, but both of his teammates also get cracked, forcing them to back away, reset.
Did they even see them coming? It looked like Fnatic actually managed to sneak up on them there, but somehow do not hit the shots. And yeah, as you said, all three cracked. That's a sign to get out of there. Zesty Bestie's taking on Envy at the top of the waterfall here. Sheila comes out. Envy gone. That's partially on the back of Twerkaholics, who have somehow gotten out of checkpoint, past GHS Boom, and into the waiting arms of some more KP.
The fact that Twerkaholics is still alive and kicking after almost getting gate kept by GHS. What a beautiful timing on that rotate.
And more importantly, picked up some kills, which means they've got death boxes for the newly respawned players.
Huge opportunity, and as they move in, they also are looking at Zesty Bestie's difficult situation to be in with GHS also taking some shots at them. Do have some shields, but they lose out on floating. The heavy fragger that we've seen from this squad. 15 squads still left in this lobby, but at least they're in that next zone.
Losing floating is a bit rough here. JHS Boom, who were seemingly waiting for Twerkaholics to come to them, delay their rotation and leave it too long.
Meanwhile, Zesty Besties, who are playing off the low ground, Twerkaholic jumps down on them as a duo. Off of the Ash portal, jumping in, taking these fights. Twerkaholics recognizing the situation and take out Zesty Bestie. 9 lives are going to be approaching though from the high ground. You know this here, as you can see them trying to approach Grace. They catch him off guard. They take care of Twerkaholics, going down in 13th place. Like the way that 9 lives had taken that fight too. Looking behind them, they heard another player. It was realized Nova actually that is going to be able to back away.
Super smart, only a minuscule amount of health left on Twerkaholics after that incredibly aggressive play. But considering the position they were in, even picking up a few kill points there is just so good for them and moving them, you know, further up the series leaderboard. I think they're equal first now with 30 points, actually matching NRG at the top of this lobby. Incredible stuff.
Having the most kills in this entire lobby on top of that. Incredible as Aurora now. Gonna try to reset VK Gaming now, moving around the other side with that red helmet. Sliding down to QQ though with the P20s. Gets beamed, having to back away. I think his 2 teammates behind. You see the pings, he's trying to move around. The other squads though in the distance are taking some shots. And VK Gaming, they try to make the moves happen and pay for it. Complexity, NRG, TSM, all looking at them.
No, that's so bad for VKG. They were in for the next 2 zones. If they had have stayed put, there was a minimum 5 placement points that they've just given up.
Oh, TSM though off the nade, off the mother load. Harassing Aurora right now. You can see the massive pings. They know that they're gonna have to start moving eventually. Misses out on that Kraber shot. Although gets the tether, this is a great opportunity, sends out the Arc Star. Realize Nova in your feet do get eliminated. 10 squads left now, and TSM inside these buildings neighboring that of Alliance, who remember, rotated all the way around on the other side of Cedo. Same thing could be said about TSM.
They've taken up residence where VK Gaming were, but it's NRG versus 9 Lives up on the north side of the map. To be a good spot to play from, a lot of kill potential from here. So NRG pick up the 3, but they also have a bunch more as they will be able to look over at the 6 or so teams in Ceto Station as they make their way towards the east.
Oh, they're trying to make some moves. Have to be careful though. They were getting shot from behind. Husky tries to get a more aggressive positioning. Misses out on that PK shot, having to back away. Needs his teammates to watch him just in case he gets tethered.
Yeah, stunned, tethered. I mean, there was lots of ways that could have gone wrong for ALGS. Then again, face checking that door and pumping a 110 at them with this souped up Peacekeeper is also a way that Alliance can crash their way further into the top 10. Trying to touch strafe with the PK, doesn't quite hit it. The quick reload, they go in, they'll eliminate TSM.
They were trying so hard, even with those raw PK shots missing. It's fine, the Rampage charge up is just enough. Fnatic now move in the building that we saw Alliance in originally, but taking so much pressure.
Yeah, they're getting tethered. Alliance have lost their position despite picking up the kills on TSM there, and that's important because that building is not in zone.
And you know what team is uncontested, who is in a great spot, holding a wide angle to prevent other teams from walking in for free on the north side? It's NRG. They are looking at both Cedo Station, specifically at Complexity, who could walk in from the north side, and the teams that are fighting in the compound over to their left.
Yeah, as we said, great kill potential from this side, right? But they're not just sticking to that nut that they took over when they fought 9 Lives. As you said, they're spread out across the rest of the circle, and they're watching teams like Alliance go up against Fnatic, Furia trying to play below. S8, unfortunately, get teamed on there. And now Complexity try and make their way across the bridge, walking the plank here into the next zone.
Overkill there, too, with the nades. So all those nades, once we said goodbye to S8 here, Complexity now move in. And before closing in that gap, looking at Furia, Kimchi getting shot on the other side. Everybody's gonna collapse. Monsoon can't do much. He has to reload as the squad coming outside that zone. NRG now slide over to the left. They have to harass Alliance. They have to hope that Furia comes up from right behind them, or even Fnatic.
I don't think Complexity were expecting a full team sitting underneath there. It was the sneaky play from Furia. And they're still in it. Now you can see Noct has to change angles. Alliance with the Kraber PK setup on Hackers.
Oh, share something for the rest of us out here, Hackers. Having that ready to go. Look at the corner, the crumbs of safety that Fnatic are in.
Knuckle cluster, anyone? Anyone? A single nade?
No one's gonna look at them. I mean, right now Alliance don't have that fuse, right?
A thermite would literally kill the whole team.
And Furia can't even look at them either, because then they'll just get absolutely beamed by Alliance and NRG if they show face.
Oh, but the whole time, Alliance want to get in there and hurt them, but they can't because NRG are putting on so much pressure.
And that's why you have to be careful trying to show your face with NRG looking at you, having you in your line of sight. Furia only down to Noct, being on the right though. He's trying to survive for as long as possible, taking Fnatic's spot for now. Fnatic get eliminated. Talk about timing as Yanya gets a double kill on the nades. NRG are farming this game. They have 14 total KP in this lobby. Alliance get eliminated, and it's just NRG all the way around to take game number 3.
There we go, the crowd starting to warm up, people piling in after work, and well, I think the North American team has helped out a little bit here as NRG gets some love. Blowing kisses to the crowd and blowing holes through the competition. They pick up 16 kills in that last game. It's Yanya leading the way with 7. Timmy picks up 5 and Guild picks up 4. No passengers on this team, Vicky.
What a hold, what a position in that final zone, making sure their backs were cleared. It was all the squads that exiting out of Cedo being on that water. That was just the graveyard to look at, right? Free shots for NRG. Even Alliance being on that slight low ground just put them at such a risk before they could try to get some KP themselves.
I mean, yeah, it just shows how important that fight versus 9 Lives was. That had gone the other way. Could have been 9 Lives sitting in that top position with all of those points right now. Just doing a little memory test with you here on the scoreboard.
Hold on, I've never passed these though in school. It's a little, a little difficult out here. We do know at least that NRG had a double-digit KP. I said 14 earlier, but with finishing that game, getting 16.
28-point game is...
NRG's so good, they just broke everything. broke everything out here.
They had, I think it was about 9k damage. They were top of the damage stats going into that game, and they've added another 5k.
In one game.
And not only that, but a damage difference of 3,000. We don't talk about that stat as much, right? But that shows you how good that spot was, where they essentially had free fire on, 5 or 6 other teams, and there was very little coming back the other way, because as you saw, Alliance was too worried about Fnatic or TSM. Complexity was too worried about Furia ahead of them. They all had their own battles to fight, and it was really just NRG's game to win.
It was the domino effect, right? We saw Fnatic just stuck in the corner of that building before they got pelted with Yanya's nades. You clean up the KP, NRG skyrocketing themselves in the overall standing. I mean, what a game for NRG. I want to hear more from you guys over on the couch, because there's a lot to break down from that game.
There's a lot to break down, Vicky and Genome. Great cast, by the way, and especially talking about in the sky. Timmy and I were in the sky to come here to this event. That's why I'm with my boy in NRG, and they have definitely given me a lot to be excited about. What an in-game there, and obviously now in first place, they're going to be the team going into the back half of this that has really the least to do in order not only to remain in top 10, but maybe to take that kind of coveted, we won the group feeling heading in now to the rest of these next 2 days. Rain Day, Graceful, Dia and Zephyr on the desk here, or the couch as we like to call it. And I think for me, guys, I kind of want to start off with just the fact that this is now a great lobby. We've seen this lobby, we've had thoughts on this lobby, different teams have shown up in different ways. Backstage, Graceful, I kind of felt like this was a winners finals with a twist. It feels a little bit more open, feels a little bit more, are you understanding what I'm picking up? Like, how would you describe what this lobby feels like to you watching 3 games here?
I mean, I definitely feel like the level has been leveling up. We always say it, this level was the highest we've ever seen on NLAN. Yeah. We go from LAN to LAN and we keep saying that, right? But it truly does do that because everybody has been leveling up. Not just, back in the day, we used to have 1, 2, 3 teams dominating. Now we have everybody dominating. So that means the overall level has increased over time. And this level really is that high because we even see teams that have been stuck in CC that are performing. Like Twerkaholic was just going ham.
Yeah, and that's my point. Like in a lobby with Alliance and you throw Falcons here, why not? I mean, basically every single big team is in here. You wouldn't expect the 20th place team coming in to be running at them in just 3v3. That's why it feels a little different to me that we do have this spice from maybe the untested young guns trying to prove themselves in a lobby where the veterans are like, are you kidding me? I have to deal with this team, inting me this much. We'll find out how it ends up going, but hopefully you guys are enjoying the show as well. I want to walk back some of those zones that were important. We saw Zone 1 already, but Dia, take us through Zone 2 because that was a big game, a big team that you talked about as well, JHS Boom going into this.
It's funny that you give this one because, as you said, GHS Boom actually had a really good position, and I favored them in this final circle, but after we saw this very fancy footing out of Alliance, Effect survived for way too long. It was as if as soon as Effect died, as soon as Alliance was out of the lobby, everything shifted. I'm talking specifically about GHS Boom on the other side. Once Effect goes down, you see GHS Boom send Realize, who are playing on the low ground, TSM third party that, and Twisted Minds get to third party that. It's one of those rare situations in a professional game of Apex Legends where one thing happens and the entire lobby collapses in on itself.
It was like an exploding star there. We saw a little bit of a black hole of just action as everyone got closer and closer to the middle. Twisted Minds, Albert Lely coming out on top. That's how you know it's an open right there. Not on Stallions anymore. Got the Twisted Minds merch alongside Enemy and Crook taking game 2. Zep, game 3, we just saw it, but walk us through these kind of final moments.
If last game was an absolute explosion of action here, this one was much more paced. Clearly, we'll start there with Alliance getting this pickup, but between Complexity, Furia, and Fnatic, this major combat for the bridge side of Cedo Station, once these positions were finally taken in their finality here, it really was the exterior control from NRG that comes back to bite so many of these other rosters' decision-making features. Alliance cannot move towards the outside here. Fnatic cannot come out of their building here. There's little peeking to be had by Furia on the other side of the bridge. Everyone has to play so small because not just NRG, but they themselves begin to impact one another. For NRG, they're just more than happy shooting fish in a barrel as all the damage, while yes provided by them, is more than happily supported by the rest of these rosters.
Unbelievably as well, you know, Furia, another final zone with NRG. If you haven't been paying attention on the main stage, you've been watching with Face It or something else, Furia, NRG, and Na'Vi have basically been top 3 teams as you see Complexity walking out in Monsoon. And there's Keon, who, you know, has been a very big threat in these end zones. They proved they could navigate them well, they can get there consistently, and they can find a way to do it. I kind of wanted to, however, talk a little bit about NRG before we move on, about the story that we were mentioning Timmy, obviously. But I think another big story is Yanya, who's kind of had this Liquid Alienware representation, tried to find his way with that roster. A roster we always called Dia one of the best team fighting rosters in all of Apex Legends. And him leaving was a big end to kind of that era. And he's now maybe got something to prove as well on his own. And I think that's a big part of why this team is clicking alongside Gilderson's as well, on a little bit of, I've got something to prove with the squad.
Yeah, there's a lot of personal exploration that you get on NRG because Timmy's been coming up as an IGL as well. And that gives a lot of wiggle room to the players that are with him to be able to influence the game plan and influence his growth as an IGL. And I don't mean that by any means in a negative way. It is simply just 3 people get to collaborate on a game plan in a very different way than you would get with an older, more experienced IGL. Sure. But when I'm looking at this team, what's really standing out to me about Yanya is the fact that he's been placed on Newcastle with this specific roster. And I think that's tempering a lot of the aggression, maybe overextensions that we've seen in the past. I was talking about this with Onset backstage, just about how the specific legend pick that surrounds Yanya right now, before the Newcastle ban in game number 1, it does seem to be influencing his play style and influencing NRG's outcomes for the better.
What do you think about NRG?
I think they are a team that still hasn't reached their limit yet. They have a lot to grow, room to grow, even though they're this good already. And that just shows a lot of promise. I think that people, like you said, you know, they might consider him a rookie IGL or a learning IGL, but if he can already keep up as a rookie, then that just goes to show how far can he take it, maybe to the sky where he jumps with you that far up, then who knows where he's going.
That's right. I mean, you know, at this point too, Zeph, when you look at certain teams coming into it, you look at Albrelelli and Twisted Minds, they took game 2. What a great story for them to come in and not only do that, but then from the old Disguise iteration, work with Enemy as well, and kind of one of those fraggers that is considered young, really talented, but trying to prove himself, trying to get to that final zone, and to put that team together with Crook and be successful. This is a great story that maybe we haven't paid too much attention to, and now is finally coming to the forefront.
Yeah, and you got Hotsick there as well. Can't
That's a huge one too, yes.
Massive coach behind the scenes. I even got to chat with Alb's mom here.
No way.
Just yesterday at the pit, and she couldn't express how proud she is that he has found his way to highlight another phenomenal roster here in Apex Legends. Because you know just as well as anyone else, his journey has been so up and down, and especially given the fact that we haven't gotten really to highlight Twisted Minds in some of these other lobbies. The first iteration we get to see them in arguably their hardest stance yet, winners round 3, they're looking so good on top of their initial win and continuing to develop the point standing that will likely keep them in the top 10.
All right, that was a great take. You know, we love takes here at the ALGS. And in fact, we love all kinds of takes. Lukewarm takes, tepid takes, one of my favorite words there to describe a temperature. Cold takes, they're okay. I prefer them hot though, because now, while you've seen us online delivering our hot takes to you as an ALGS audience, it's time to do it live in person with 3 fresh, exciting, habanero, spicy hot takes coming at you from my 3 analysts right here. And in fact, they're not alone. They have a little bit of, an accoutrement with them. And it's not just, can we get a zoom in on this? This is ALGS hot sauce right here. This is not just any hot sauce. And only 700 are made. I'm not gonna lie, this might go for a pretty penny. on some markets, you know, I don't know, Facebook
After we're
Marketplace.
done with it?
I don't
Yes.
know. Yeah, after we're done with it. We are not going to be selling these. We're going to be using these as they deliver their hot takes. Dia, you are going to be up first, but you got to have a swig of that hot sauce before you get going because we need this spicy. We need this caliente.
So I just want to clarify the rules really quick.
Yeah,
My
what are the
swig,
rules?
do you mean you want me to put this in my mouth, or am I using the spoon?
Well, if you can navigate a spoon on stage with that beautiful outfit, all the better to you.
I'm looking at my stage hands.
But if you feel confident,
spoon. One. All right.
If you can do the spoon.
Okay, we're gonna do.
Can he do it, guys?
I'm
Okay.
gonna move this.
This is part of it.
Yeah, I need you to fill it.
Yeah, here we go. Dia grabbing the hot sauce here. He's got a little bit of a pour. I don't cast anymore, but this is my opportunity. That's a big pour right there. It's
more
a little
liquid
bit
than I thought.
more than I thought, and he's going to go straight for the open mouth inhale, slide out with the spoon. A little bit of a nod, some brand sportsmanship there, just showing a little bit more of what that looks like, and now it's back for his hot take. Dia?
Okay, my hot take. Hold my hand.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Good luck, buddy.
Zach Mazer. Zach Mazer is the best IGL in North America.
Oh!
That's my hot take.
Oh!
Do I justify it or
winning.
do I just leave it? Like, do I fight about it online or do I do it now?
State your case.
State your case, sir.
Okay. My case, obviously, I mean, Zach, I don't think you would be arguing that he's outside of the top 5. Zach Mazer is a very good IGL. He's been on the scene for a long time. The reason that I think Zach is such a good IGL that I'd put him at the top is because when he's on top of his game, when he's not giving us Mazer moments, he's actually putting up results that are similar to or better than other IGLs that have succeeded internationally. What I think separates him from the other IGLs and puts him on top.
Okay, that's time, but hurry up, finish the point. Hurry up, finish the point.
Oh,
a fast point.
Is the team environment he creates. I'll talk about it more online.
The team environment he creates. He's going for cultivation of an environment and the impact that has. All right, I see you, Dia. We're going to rate that in a second. Graceful, it's your turn with the hot sauce. We got to keep this moving.
I'll keep going, okay? First and foremost, Apex was harder back in the day. That's what I'm saying. And I would
take that hot sauce right now.
It was harder back in the day.
Okay, back in my day. Graceful hitting us with the old man start.
We did not have HP bars back in my day.
Oh my, hold on, what is going?
We did not have
We might
dual
need
P20
medical on standby, please.
and double Mozambique back in my day.
Oh my God.
We did not have...
Bro, production kept you on mild this whole time.
We did not also have too many ability usage, easy, more ult charges, and a bunch of other stuff that makes the game too easy. Newcastle support meta, what is that?
Hey!
He was harder back then.
Hey!
Do you just want the bottle? Because I feel like you're gonna
man.
drink it. Yeah.
All right, that was pretty hot. You had 13 seconds.
13 more
What did
seconds.
you say? You said you could take me
I'm
and Vicky
sorry.
to a...
Oh, it's so easy. Next open LAN, if Rain and Vicky wants to, I'll take them to LAN. It's that easy.
He says he can take us to land. It's that easy to play.
It's that
Apex
easy. I'll
Pro
do it
right
again.
now. Oh my goodness.
I'll do it again.
Wow, that was a hot take right there as well. Ben, you got a lot to to come back with here to round it out. Oh,
Okay.
the crowd. Oh my God! Twisted Minds! What the? Oh my God!
It was
Ben.
actually really good.
We're gonna go for it as quickly as possible.
Medical on
100
standby, please.
gorillas or 100 players from the pit. I'm sure everyone understands that 100 players. I mean, 100 people are more than fine to defeat a gorilla. If you do not believe in that sentiment, you may argue with me as much as possible because you're just clearly wrong. What I will say, though, is the fact that here at the ALGS, 100 players from the pit will not be able to take on the gorilla. We love Waltzy. We love Kimchi Lee. We love the big men outside. They're gone. The gorilla makes short work of that. After that, the pit is in chaos.
What about FJ though?
It's straight to the stratosphere. Madness can't find him. They're sending out radio songs into the atmosphere to find him. There's no chance.
I think Madness and F-Char got him though. Come on, guys.
What
Come on,
what
guys.
has the couch done to this?
That was Hot
podcast?
Takes, sponsored by. I'm just kidding. We're not even throwing a sponsor near that. There's not even. Can we cover up Red Bull real quick? We'll bring it back. That was ALGS at its finest. This is the Open, baby. And I saw Mark and Dan there with a reaction. I mean, we're not going to them. I would have wanted to. I could turn around and see him. What did you guys think? Thumbs up? They're saying something funny to me. I can't hear them. We also have somebody in the pit who we talked about who wouldn't survive against the gorilla, according to Ben, and it's Lace. How's it going, Lace?
Yeah, here's my hot take, guys. You guys take far too long. It's time for me to cover what's happening in the pit. Also, I ain't going to be around any bathrooms near you guys. Good luck. For our teams in our winners bracket, obviously, we have a fair few teams that may be moving on to the elimination rounds. You're looking at Cat, FaZe, Team Inferno, and LG. They have 3 more matches to get it together, lock it in before they have to maybe see the end of the days. Also, we move to elimination round 3, our first lobby. Teams like Rival Esports, our favorite BBL, Danish, and Rock are really finding it difficult right now in the elimination brackets. If they don't do something absolutely crazy in the last 3 matches that we have, we also say goodbye to them. We also have another round for elimination. We're looking at Flat, BPR, and Gaming Gladiators. So there are some heavy hitters in these lobbies that need to do something quick. And of course, Falcons, they're doing right. They're right at the top. So I'm going to put you guys right back to the desk. This has been the Pit Update. Good luck with the hot sauce, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Lace is slowly losing patience with us over here. I have a feeling it's that we have chairs. It's standing a lot all day long. Ben, are you okay? Just to check,
yeah,
he is alive, right? We didn't have to call medical.
No, I'm
okay.
I'm more than fine. It does feel like that there is a tiny explosion within my body, slowly radiating.
Sure, we'll let you work on that later on and throughout the evening, I'm sure. However, he has chugged like a whole bottle of like Raisin Cane's sauce.
Oh, I did.
Right?
Yes, 32 ounces of Raisin Cane sauce.
Yeah, I didn't believe him at first, but now I do.
Is that a hot sauce?
It's just a sauce.
No,
I mean, who's chugging sauce? Clearly Ben is doing that.
You guys live different lives in America.
You have a chance.
Oh, yeah. All Americans do what he just did. No.
We're in New Orleans, all right?
It's
as spicy as it gets. You better represent.
I love it, man. Actually, it is fun, too. And Grace, having you here as well, there's been some fun new things and changes. You were taking a couple tosses in and out, soon you might be hosting this chair, man. I might have to watch out.
Oh, hell no.
I mean, he thinks the ALGS is so easy he could take me and Vicky, but obviously you can't host yet.
That's easier than having a wonderful voice and also being able to narrate very beautifully.
Oh,
okay?
wow.
I stutter, you are gorgeous. That's the difference.
Please, okay. All right, I'll take it. Fine. Guys, predictions. We got our legend bands coming up as well going into this. We've obviously got, some really amazing play. I mean, Alter's been such an impact in these lobbies. Newcastle as well, already banned. What are we looking at here heading into our back 3?
I will say, notably with the ban onto crypto here, the big thing I want to bring up is that we now highlight the most aggressive tendency for this lobby. Newcastle, Alter, crypto, that's a lot of your safety. You still have a lot of your go button, though. You have your Ashe, your Wraith. The Ballistic is a big tool you will see teams still be playing around. So I look towards rosters like NRG, who have not been playing with that. Even Alliance, who, while a bit shaky, are still considerably within that top 10. We talk about the consistency of having the same roster to work with, gain that pace, and now they will be able to continue to do so without having to adapt on the fly.
Tia, quickly, VK Gaming, I think we have to talk about them. I mean, they won a game. They were really, really impressive on the outside here. I mean, what are we looking at for them? Expecting maybe a top 5 finish?
I'd say so. VK Gaming seemed like one of the more balanced teams when it comes to zone play versus edge play. So now that we're moving on to World's Edge, I'd expect that they'll be just fine from an academic perspective and how they approach the map. But I'm still really keeping an eye on GHS, really curious what'll adapt there, especially because now that they've lost both of the crypto, the Newcastle that they, granted, weren't really using, but crypto especially, I think it'll really impact their game plan, and I could see myself losing a few more points in the predictions.
All right, well, thanks, guys, for all the analysis and all the fun in between. We appreciate your patience. It's time to get this open back on track. Our last series of the day continues, and Mark and Dan, time to get some thoughts from you guys as you take us home.
Back to reality, back to the Apex Legends Global Series, back to the gameplay. A lot of fun from you guys. I'm going to keep my eyes on Zephyr because I'm slightly concerned about how his next hour or so is going to go. But Dan, let's talk about what we have in front of us. 3 games done, and now we head over to World's Edge.
Yeah, 3 more maps for your chance to get into the winners bracket final. Essentially, there's only going to be 1 more winners bracket lobby after this one, and then past that is the match
point final. So this is a biggie. Of course, if you lose here, you still drop into that elimination bracket, and it will still be a long weekend for you. But this is your chance to really set yourself up for success. This is the lay of the land right now after 3. Now, there is a very clear leader in NRG with 54 points, but down at the cutoff area, it is anyone's game here.
It certainly is. Look at the kill points, by the way, that NRG have put up in those first 3 games on Storm Point. 31. That is a monster amount to put on the board in just 3 games. But like you say, the bottom 10 is kind of where we're looking at, because you don't want to be falling down to that elim bracket. It's going to get tougher and tougher as the rounds go on to keep progressing. But getting through to that winners finals is a huge, huge thing to finish your day with here in New Orleans, as we take a look at where we're heading and also at what legends have been banned. Newcastle gone game 1. Alter banned game 2. Crypto also banned a little bit earlier than we have seen previously. Not going to be available for matches 4, 5, and 6.
Worth looking at the teams that had success in winners bracket round 2 on World's Edge. Twerkaholics, Na'Vi, NRG, TSM, 9 Lives, and GHS Bloom alongside Alliance. They were the World's Edge teams in the previous games, putting up 30+ points when they were on this map previously. So if they can find that kind of similar consistency here across these 3, they should be surefire teams to get into that winners final.
Well, here's confirmation of the legend bans and what legends are still available to be picked for our team. Sound on main stage, ready to get into the action on World's Edge. I'm kind of excited to see that Newcastle went early and also the Crypto went early, because I kind of like the fact that we're going to have some aggressive competition starting to come together as we head over to Old Faithful. World's Edge is where we're playing, and this is how the draft went down.
I'm very excited for this one. You can see that there were a few teams who did prioritize World's Edge, ROC being one of them, Deep Cross Gaming taking Climatizer as well, and then Take Flight and F9 are going to be there. Ignore this. This is a wrong POI draft as well.
Yes.
Sorry, I was just reading the elimination round 2, so don't worry about that one. Instead, we'll talk about actually
We'll do it manually. We'll do it in the analog way. We have a print off.
I do know that GHS Professional are going to be up at Skyhook West, so they're going to be one of the teams that we have to focus on here, because it is arguably one of the best POIs on the map. Na'Vi down in the middle, and we're also going to see Twisted Minds at Lava Siphon as well. So 3 teams I'd like to keep an eye on here.
Yeah, interestingly, the Fragment is open completely, one of the most central POIs that we do have here on World's Edge, and guys are also going to be open, one of the, we would say, lesser POIs. No surprise to see that. But over at Overlook, you've got Alliance as well that you were talking about just a little bit there. Liquid Alienware down at the Dome, which is somewhat interesting considering the Fragment is open. Dome is a very difficult POI to have to play from, and as you can see, this is the correct POI draft. We have updated, production has been on it, and they have made sure that we're ready to show you where the teams are landing.
Dupe and stacks. It's something that seems to go hand in hand when it comes to Apex Legends, but keep an eye on that bottom right-hand side of the map, because Liquid Alien versus TSM just competing on the southeast is going to be interesting, but we're locked, we're loaded. The dropships have arrived onto World's Edge. Match 4 is now underway, and this is gonna be showing us who is getting into the winners finals.
Well, here we go then, 3 games to go to find out who's going through to our winners finals. NRG have been nothing short of superb in those first 3 games on Storm Point, and would love to have a solid game 4 here, just to put them in a great spot, not just to maybe win the lobby, but also with that POI draft in the back of their heads, they would have a fantastic pick going into that winners final. Looking at the zone, we might be heading down towards Siphon, potentially. We'll have to see when those ring consoles get hit. It'll give us a little bit more info on where we will be having our end game.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to be at least heading down to the south side of the map, just based off ring 1. And yes, we're going to go all the way down south. As you mentioned, Lava Siphon certainly in it, but launch site a consideration as well. This is good news for the likes of Liquid Alienware that you were talking about, Dome. This is the perfect circle you could ask for, really. Well, maybe perfect would be towards Dome, but still a good rotation for them. Same with TSM as well, but you've also got to consider those ring consoles. Envy do have one at launch site, so arguably they're going to be one of the best teams to get into a priority position. Fnatic also have one as well at Tree, so they can move pretty fast.
Liquid Alienware also have one, so the 3 teams that are closest when it comes to priority are going to know exactly where the zone is going. So expect Fnatic and Envy and Liquid Alienware to have a really good opportunity to put some points on the board when it comes to this zone in particular. And Envy being able to play up on that high ground is going to be a very, very strong position to play from. They have to be a little bit aware, though, of teams rotating in quickly. And from what I can see, don't have a lot of Evo options, so might actually have to play this one out with white armors at the start, which makes it a little bit tougher, especially if a team comes storming in with a couple of opportunities to pick up Evo on their way.
Well, a little bit of confrontation down in the southeast
as I said, it might. Liquid Alienware and TSM already butting heads, and it is going to be Team Liquid Alienware taking the lead in said fight as Gent's gone down, and it's going to be a 2 versus 3, but it looks like TSM are going to back off away from this one and try and get back up.
Certainly would be the smart thing to do, just get Gent back in the game. Might have to sacrifice the option to get to zone a little bit quicker, but Team Liquid, good start for them, just cutting that one player down and making sure that that 1 point is in the bank and cannot be taken away from them. Twisted Minds, 6th place overall at the moment with a win under their belt as well. Arbolelli leading the troops forward here as they've already got themselves in and around the launch site themselves, as some players fly through the skies and somehow Al picks ahead.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I mean, they had a victory, but they are only on 19 points after 3. That is certainly not going to guarantee you a place in the winners' finals. You need another good game or just 3 kind of consistent games of 6 points. Again, the baseline for me is always going to be around 30-ish points.
One thing, the Crook needs a little bit of ammo for that car. Does have the option to switch the light, and has plenty of that in the back pocket, so will be good for now. Looking elsewhere to the other side of World's Edge here, the teams who are going to have to rotate a little bit slower. The likes of 9 Lives, Aurora, surprise, surprise, Aurora are going to have to travel. NRG, a little bit more of a difficult zone for them to try and access, but with the way they've been fighting, no surprise if they will be able to pick up points here. And then Twerkaholics, the surprise, I think, for everyone. They are over at Mirage Etoile right now. Quite a way to go, but with the way they've been fighting, you would imagine they'll be able to break their way through towards this zone.
I think they're over with the fan base as well. They seem to be gaining a lot of fans behind the Twerkaholics, and maybe there'll be a lot cheering their name if they do proceed to that winners final, and maybe, who knows, even to that grand final. It would be another one of those underdog stories, as 9 Lives have just lost 1. McLovin's gone down. It's the Zesty Besties, though, who are on our screen.
Arguably the 2nd best team name in the lobby.
Do love the Zesty Besties.
Only 8 points to their name at the moment, but that can change if they win a fight here. Good damage coming in. It's actually going to be Hayden who gets that first knock as well, so having to jump through here and avoid these Watson fences is going to be important just to make sure that it's not going to be an easy pick. They're actually going to take the port and try and take these last 2 players down, and it looks like they might be able to do so. It's Monster who are trying to run here. Happy's last one alive, but that smile might turn into a frown very, very soon. Dances around the gen. He's going to go down as well. I think one player actually managed to just about scarper away somehow, as one player is still alive, and they haven't been completely eliminated from this lobby.
I was curious how Monster were going to do in this lobby, because they kind of scraped through winners bracket round 1 in 10th, scraped through winners bracket round 2 in like 8th, and now I think maybe this lobby just might be a little bit too much for them, but it's about what you can take away from this lobby as well. I mean, you've still got 3 matches. It's not out of the realms of possibility you can get through, but getting this far, even in its own, is an achievement.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are coming into this event with different targets, right? Some looking to lift the trophy at the end of it, some looking to get to round whatever, top whatever, when it comes to those final standings.
Be on the main stage.
Be on the main stage. Like you say, it's a real opportunity to learn, to grow, and to evolve and get that experience under your belt. But realize, Nova, a little bit of experience themselves, down in 15th place at the moment with just the 10 points on the board. Just having a little bit of a fight and a poke at 9 Lives as they leave Overlook and move a little bit closer to the respawn village.
And as the Analyst coach was alluding to, Ballistic is going to be the most picked legend here in match 4, so we'll have no Ballistic in match 5. We've got plenty of Catalyst, Wraith and Ash, that we've already seen on our screens as well, and then we have a one-off Maggie and Rampart, as already a couple of teams are starting to change up that composition, maybe to try and find some extra KP.
BK Gaming having to retreat towards zone here. They heard the Tempest being popped, it's going to be GHS Boom who are chasing them down and using that ultimate to chase down, to cut that ground away from the team who's running away. BK Gaming now look like they're in a little bit of shambles here. QQ is going to be left on his own on the Wraith, going to have to just escape, run back into zone and think about maybe looking for somewhere to craft those banners, because that was a tough rotate for them. They got read pretty well by BKG, and Twerkaholics also in the kill feed. Surprise, surprise, they had a little pope at that one as well.
Yeah, the Twerkaholics heard all that commotion happening towards Landslide, and they said, we are more than happy to get involved. And I think that's one of the key takeaways for this team, is pure aggression. Now we look over to Furia. They've lost 1. The Zesty Besties are taking the fight.
Nox trying to pop that battery. Is he going to have the timing? No, he's not, because Rapid's there with the Sheila to shut that one down. Zesty Bestie was a couple of kill points just starting to go their way here, playing the deep side of Lava Siphon. Got to be careful complexity though. They've moved to have a little poke over at this, seeing if there is a third party opportunity, but the fact that they haven't overextended here doesn't really give them that opportunity. So Zesty Besties will be chilling.
And you can see the Zesty Besties don't have the information of where that zone's going. So that's why they're kind of hovering around Lava Siphon at the moment. If they can win the fight in Lava Siphon, there is a ring console. They could maybe get next ring information once it closes. And there's only 5 teams who are not within the zone. Of course, Twerkaholics on our screen being one of them. They're happily just gaining EVO at the moment, and they'd love to be getting up to purple before they start engaging with any of the teams within that zone.
Man on your screen's been very, very impressive today, and those individual fights really has been insanely accurate.
Unbelievable.
With those SMGs in his hands. SMGs, P20s, he's getting it done either way. Floating really has been a breakout name that we've been talking about a lot today, not just in front of the stage and on the stage, but also behind the stage. You hear his name floating around a lot. Hey, floating around a lot. There you go.
Now, I've heard comparisons of the OG aim assist squad that came into ALGS, and everyone was so impressed with them, their controller ability and how they were taking fights, but it is very similar for the Twerkaholics with their aggression. They're not scared to take a fight, and the aim that comes along with it. But now, down in the southeast, TSM have got back up to a full 3, and they're looking to maybe try and take round 2 against Liquid Alienware, but I think Alliance are also nearby.
Yeah, Alliance are just wrapping up behind them at the moment. If they're not careful, one player might be able to get picked off. Gent's got to stay close to Skittle here and make sure that if he takes damage that they're going to be able to turn around and defend each other. Couple pop shots from the scout, excuse me. But nothing too dangerous. Hack is just having a look for this one as he portals up the hill, but he's been spotted out, so Alliance might have to think about a different route here, and his Duplex is doing a fantastic job of just watching TSM's back. It's so important, it's so simple, but if you make that mistake, believe me, your teammates will let you know.
Yeah, Alliance were just having a little look, see if they could make that rotation. TSM, they did well to make themselves big and ensure that Alliance didn't want to take that fight. Had Duplex not been watching their back there, it could have been very dangerous, and I think Alliance might have just attempted to creep up behind them and take that spot. But arguably, Alliance in a better spot right now because they're not going to have to force their way through Liquid Alienware, but they, of course, won't know that. But TSM are going to utilize Ash's ultimate here just to get past them.
The portal to get up on high, like you say, get past them. Now they can turn around with the sling weapon in the hands of Duplex. That Rampage is going to be able to output a lot of damage for quite some time. Now they turn their attention to Alliance, a little poke on the side of the catwall coming in from Hackis, who's just trying to find an opening, but TSM don't want to give him that opportunity. He has to jump into the void here. Teammate's going to give him cover to retreat, but Alliance have got a really tough rotation to make it. Seems like every time they're trying to weave their way towards zone, TSM are reading them.
Yeah, 4th team's going to arrive to this area of the map as well. 9 Lives were making their move from Geyser and Big Maud into this area. You can see them on your screen now. So they're going to be approaching the backside of Alliance and TSM. And they can certainly play a big factor of how this fight's going to go down. If they wait, if they're patient, they might be able to catch one of them out off guard.
Yes, huge amount of damage output coming in from Cersei. But unfortunately for him and for Nine Lives Esports, just not enough. Just a couple of HP away from getting the knock that makes this decision on how they want to play the next few moments a little bit simpler. Avoids the Arc Star. Does manage to get that Phoenix Kicks popped, but it's TSM now who are wrapping behind them. Cersei, who just output a lot of damage. Now he's taking a lot of skill cakes. He's going to dash in. He's going to find one onto Vayne. He's going to look for that finish as the rest of the 9 Lines are recovering into this building, but with round 2 closing, Zone 3 is going to burn, and you can see that TSM and NRG, they want these kills as well. So TSM might think that they're isolated here, but NRG are having a look, but no! It's going to be Yanya who goes down.
This one's very messy down towards Stacks because everyone's hearing the gunfire and wants to get involved themselves because they think it's going to be easy KP. But when there is more than 3 teams, it's not comfortable for you at all. Liquid Alienware have already lost 1. Oh, actually, no, Liquid Alienware are backing off to Dome. There's only 1 player watching all of this unfold as Alliance are looking to just try and get back up and res effect here.
Monster just been eliminated in the meantime, so 3 teams, excuse me, now out of the lobby. TSM gonna have to start to worry about zone a little bit here because it's around 70 seconds until the next zone closes, and as we all know, zone 3 is certainly going to chip away at those meds. Envy just been eliminated as well, and that's a big play. I think it was, excuse me, Fnatic who just took one of the best positions in the game away from Envy. We'll have to go back and look at how that happened, but interestingly, we did say that Envy, even though they have a great spot for this zone with their POI draft and where they're going to be dropping a launch site, holding it down with the Evo that was available to them was going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, it's tough, and now Fnatic hold one of the better spots. There's also a Mythic bin that's just spawned at launch site, but it's in an area that's going to be very tough for anyone to get to.
Good luck at that.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be very brave, or at least waste a lot of utility to be able to achieve it, so I don't think anyone's really going to go for it at the moment. Now, you can still see it's happening over towards the Stacks tunnel. Alliance are within it, TSM on one side, Liquid Alienware on the other. Liquid Alienware arguably in the better position out of all 3 here, and maybe they can pick up KP if TSM and Alliance to force together.
Alliance has just been a nuisance for both TSM and Liquid here, because Liquid have to watch TSM, which they're doing right now, but Alliance are just lurking in that vault tunnel, waiting for any opportunity to break out that they can third between the two teams. And TSM, their only option really is to run up this hill right now, use the catwall to try and close this gap. And if this fight does break out, Alliance might turn their heads and try and get interested in this one. Duplex again using the sling weapon on the ballistic to output some big damage, and that damage allows them now to move forward, and the grenade follow-up from Jen is going to get that knock onto Jaguares.
TSM are so worried about Alliance as well. I think Alliance are definitely going to be taking a look at this one, but looks like Team Liquid Alienware should fall unless one can escape. But now, how do Alliance play this? Do they get aggressive, or do Alliance use this as an exit now?
I mean, Alliance are looking for the opportunity, as they always are. Zone is closing, but they've done a good job to rotate away. Curate's trying to escape him. Team Liquid Alienware, but he'll go down. So Liquid Alienware are now eliminated. TSM up on the high ground, though. This is a difficult fight for Alliance, but their attack is getting the first one. Effect is following up with some more damage of his own.
Alliance down to 2, but maybe, yes, they will take down TSM. So that is going to be TSM eliminated, and that is so comfortable for Alliance. But now here comes NRG, maybe before they get back up to a full 3 here.
Well, Alliance, they've got purple shields. Did they get the swaps, though? That's the question that will make this fight more one-sided. It looks like they would have been able to reset. So even though NRG wanted to make that play, look to clear that path for themselves, they weren't able to do so. It's a fantastic third party, not just from Alliance, but also the reset, not going into a position where they couldn't hold off the push from NRG. Very, very impressive. Something to note as well, Twerkaholics just went down as well.
Alliance were a 2 for that push from NRG, but it was because Realize were also in the area. It was extra damage. NRG just didn't think it was worth it. So Alliance, again, they made themselves big. They did enough damage. They didn't kind of cower away from NRG, and now they are rewarded with the entirety of the eastern side of this circle, to be completely honest. But you have to move quite a lot across the lava here to get to this launch site circle.
Well, Effect just went down from distance from Yuka. Yuka is pretty much in zone at the moment alongside his Fnatic teammates. A couple of teams making some plays here. VKG with a really good Wraith portal to the back of that building that Fnatic are holding down. Realize underneath them, as you can see, as we move our attentions now to the northern side of the zone, you have Complexity, you have SAO, you have Young Black Ricky, you have Na'Vi, you have NRG, Furia, GHS. It is so busy, and the only problem with being here, as you can see from the point of view of the 3 gentlemen on your screen, is it's uphill. It's such a difficult rotate to have to make.
Yeah, you've got half the lobby here, but plenty of Ashes, plenty of Wraiths to utilize those portals just to get past whilst you can't be damaged. As you are in the void, GHS will start to arrive on the map, but you can see everyone was there and waiting. And SAO are going to be able to take down the first, make it the second. It looks like GHS are going to be struggling here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. You can see it just really have any opportunity to rotate. It was the zip line that was running to the open. One player has survived for now, 13 squads remaining, but you have to wonder how long the last player alive is going to be alive. But well, here's NRG. They're trying to hold out, and now the zone is a problem for everyone. Aurora go down next. Guild will fall, and NRG will fall as well. Sharky! Just about made it into zone without the health taking effect, but speaking of that man, he's on the right-hand side of Hackers' screen right now. He was there, and Alliance will survive, and now they're inside a zone.
Been such a well-played game from Alliance with how they held that tunnel, bided their time, and waited as now Young Black Ricky looked to push in, and you can see Fury have just been eliminated. Na'Vi might be the next ones to fall, but they're going to be able to at least go into the void and avoid it for now.
Na'Vi surviving just about. Just overextended to see if they can pick up some KP for the position they've been holding down for the majority of this game. But this has been the team to watch with the way that they have fought. They have thirded and they have carved a path all the way from stacks towards the zone. Effect gets that shield swap and now looks to turn his attention. And when you see Effect go in, you know the Hackers have said, Effect, go kill. And that's what they're looking to do right now.
Letting the dogs off the leash. It's going to be a 2 versus 2, but a lot of damage has already been done. And it's just about the cleanup crew now for the rest of Alliance. Is anyone else there? Yes, BK Gaming look like they're in the area. Complexity and Na'Vi also watching this one. So Hackies has to try and escape. Complexity now taking damage from Na'Vi. It is a mess up here.
I love the fact that Na'Vi are just overextending though. I love the fact that they're commanding space and not just sitting in the position that they've been holding. Now they move out, now they pick up some KP, and they clear this side of the zone. Complexity down to a solo, but Alliance's game will end, and it's thanks to that pressure that's constantly coming in from Na'Vi.
Complexity a solo, GHS also a solo. Everyone else is a full 3, as we have 7 squads now remaining, but 2 very weak ones, as Na'Vi will utilize the portal here to try and just find a position on the northeast side. I think they, well, a little change of mind, a change of plan.
And still, by the way, no one's got the mythic.
I don't think. Oh, it's Funk. Excuse me. I think he jumped straight over him. Now they see where he is. Now they see where he is. Maybe he did spot him. And he was like, "Let me get the portal down first, and then we'll turn our attention."
Maybe he pretended he didn't see him.
Smart play. We'll call it the big brain play.
Twisted Minds will back off and go back through to that portal as everyone's now starting to think about the late game now. Again, Fnatic still hold this southern side. Twisted Minds are going to be just to their west. There is a solo in GHS, which can still change things here. You can see him on your screen just at the bottom. Maybe Lava will get him.
So everybody kind of playing one side of the zone at the moment. No one dead center of it. Not really a lot of playable space for you to play dead center. Na'Vi in 10th place at the moment. BK Gaming up on the high ground, and as that zone pulls, you can see it's pulling towards the position that they find themselves in. And if you're Envy, you're probably looking back right now, spectating this lobby and thinking, what if? Because this was a great opportunity for them, but it was the play from Fnatic much earlier on to take the spot away from them. That means that they really didn't get any points whatsoever.
Worth noting some compositions. We've got 3 Ballistics, we've got 3 Catalysts, and we have 3 Valkyries. So 3 different legends that can really impact this endgame as well. If you want to go for that second place attempt just to jet up into the sky, but also the Ballistic Whistlers are going to be a huge impact in the final fights as well, just to try and neutralize someone's ability to shoot you back.
Al's got to be careful here. You saw that he got his shields ripped away. Zidane with the red armor, but not a lot of shields to play with. You can see he's having to pop some cells here. Do have the gen down, which is going to help that situation, but I think they don't want to actually play in and around that gen because of the angles the Twisted Minds potentially have onto them. You can see that again. Zidane just tries to pop back to get in range of that gen to help him out, get those shields up. Not going to happen.
6 squads with the final circle about to close, and this is where you really need to look towards your IGLs to have not just plan A, but plan B as well, and be able to call, in effect, when those fights start to happen. It looks like Twisted Minds are going to be the first team to move central here. They've landed a portal bang center of this circle. But the real question is, will they be targeted if they go for it? VK Gaming also begin to move. Fnatic, remember, they've held the south side for so long, but they are going to have to move, arguably, first.
And Na'Vi playing the sewers, playing the low ground. They get the gen down, but there's some angles being picked up here by Twisted Mind. But that gen is going to save them from these grenades. But what isn't going to save BKG is the Peacekeeper of Albrelelli. He's letting this thing loose. He's letting this thing sing. It's big damage, but they're not going to be able to convert. Twisted Minds will fall. We're into our top 5.
Na'Vi will hold. Can they get back up? The answer is probably going to be no, because VK Gaming should be able to wipe them, and they will. 4 squads now remain. VK Gaming will be down low. GHS still have a solo, and Fnatic still have height.
GHS will fall. Na'Vi fall just before them, and it's now Fnatic who are moving in. They took the spot away from Envy very early in this game, as the Sky Nades will be exchanged between the 2 teams up and over the top of the catwalk.
It is back and forth nades. Is there one more catwalk left in this lobby? That's the real question, but Fnatic do have the height. VKG's just trying to avoid, trying to force Realize into them.
Fnatic do have the priority position here. Realize Nova will be eliminated. Now Fnatic might have an opportunity to swing, to do this damage and take this game away. But Yuka, he's gone down. Kills being exchanged between the 2 teams, but it will be Fnatic who clutch the final moments. And Fnatic will win here on our main stage.
A huge win for Fnatic to send them up in the leaderboard, put them onto 31 points, and give them a fantastic chance of getting into that winner's bracket final. I cannot stress enough just how important it is to get a victory at this point in the 6-match series, and they did it in quite an emphatic fashion, because if you think about the victory of the fight they had earlier on in the map, when they took that position in launch site, had they not have won that 3v3, it could have looked like a very different game, but they recognized one of the strongest points, and they went for it early.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Fnatic, and I think, like I mentioned for Envy, I'm pretty sure they had to play that spot early, and Fnatic probably got an armor check and maybe got a very easy knock because of the fact that those armors wouldn't have been where they wanted, took that spot away, and then more importantly from that, it's one thing to get the spot, it's another thing to make it work. So APAC North celebrating just for a few seconds here on our main stage. Always good to see a smile on the face of Yuka as well. Fnatic with the first win here on World's Edge.
And suddenly, with all these points being taken by the top 10 teams, I think the cutoff could be higher than what we've seen before as well, because some of the lower teams are struggling to put points on the board. This is confirmation of how Match 4 went, though. 20 points in the end for Fnatic. VK Gaming putting 17 as well, just to ensure they're going to be in the winner's final, almost guaranteed when they're on 44 points already. Realize getting to the top 3, but only the 1 kill. But again, you will take consistent amount of points across each game here.
Looking at the other end of the table, though, is Furia, who are holding on to the 10th place spot. They only managed to pick up a couple of placement points, no kill points to go alongside that. TSM with some KP, but not a huge amount of placements. Looking elsewhere, teams who had the quiet ones. Let's look at those. Envy, 0 points on the board. And when you land in at launch site and it ends at launch site, that one's going to hurt.
And Envy are in the danger zone at the moment. They're in the bottom 10. They're only on 12 points total after 4 matches. Another team that's in the danger zone is Na'Vi. They have dropped down into 22 points. But we'll look at the head-to-head between the two teams that were in that final circle. I mean, Fnatic, they just look so strong. 4,000 damage they outputted in the end, and it was not just a matter of patience, but it was good utilization of their legend abilities in that final circle as well. Having the catalyst was very important just to cut the vision off of other teams.
Also some very well-placed Skynades, as we always love to see. Just popping them over the top of the cat wall that was down and saying, hey buddy, little present for you dropping down from the skies. This is how the series results are looking after 4 games here in our winners bracket. NRG on top still, but a little bit of a quiet game for them on World's Edge. But the cutoff is held by TSM. TSM at the moment on 25 points. Na'Vi just behind them on 22.
I think NRG, VK, they're going to be safe. They're going to be in the winners' final. So if you support either of those teams, you can relax a little bit. But of course, they'll be trying to get more points for the POI draft in the winners' final. But the cutoff, 25 points in the moment. 2 games still to play. I think we're looking at probably maybe mid-30s for where the cutoff might be here after 6.
A little bit higher than the previous rounds by the looks of things. That's the quality of this lobby, and we're going to have to find out who is going to rise to the top of this lobby. Game 5 is coming up just after this break. Fnatic with a win. Can they go back-to-back?
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, you beautiful people, to New Orleans. Welcome back to day 2 of the ALGS Open, and welcome back to the main stage. We have some really good action going down as match number 5 is about to get underway here on World's Edge. Fnatic with a big win, certainly boosting their chances of staying alive in this winner side of the bracket in game number 4. Now, before we get to game number 5, let's look at some awesome stuff that's going down at the moment. You can see an amazing collaboration between High Round and Apex Legends with some of the peripherals and keyboards that are available, not just the ALGS booth, but also online as well. You can check that QR code out if you want to get investigating some of those awesome pieces of hardware that you can see on your screens, and some other stuff that we do have available, as well as a little teaser here now. Need a little teaser. We've got some new merch coming your way for the new season. That drops on June 27th. Head over to playapexshop.com if you want to find out a little bit more about that. Dan Gaskin, get your wallet out.
I think I recognize those silhouettes. Looks like maybe...
That's Dan on the right.
That's a Nessie, and is that
you.
Sparrow's companion, maybe? I don't know. Certainly looks a little bit interesting to me. Very excited to see what that drop is going to be, and definitely will be getting my wallet out. Anyway, back to Apex Legends. Match 5 is soon to be upon us, and we are starting to get to the downright dirty part of this series. Ooh. Because teams are going to be struggling a little bit in that bottom 10, especially after match 4 went heavily in favor of Fnatic.
Certainly did, indeed. It was a launch site zone. We're also going to see the Legends that are banned are not going to be available. Ballistic Lalard, the newest, I should say, to the chopping block, so he's not going to be available for the final 2 games. But the KP, very impressive for Fnatic in that final game as well. Or the previous game, I should say, not the final game. As you can see, we've still got 2 to go. But it's one thing to win a game, it's one thing to pick up the KP, and I think that's a good game to come away with points tally-wise for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it's almost solidified their spot in the winners' final, depending on what happens in these next 2. If they could just put 2 average games together here, they should be fine. There's confirmation of those bans. Ballistic is going to be the next one to go, but that does still leave us with a Catalyst, very important in the late game. Also, plenty of Wraith and Ashe have been utilized to make sure you can transition from point A to point B, but it maybe opens up a couple more Assault characters to come in to replace the Ballistic that was being used. Perhaps we'll see some more Fuses and maybe even a couple of Mad Maggies now coming into the equation, especially with a few teams now struggling at the bottom of that leaderboard.
So Ballistic, you're gone. You're not going to be here for the final 2 games, but you certainly have served a purpose for these teams in the lobby. These are the compositions that our teams are choosing. See a little bit of Mirage. You are seeing some Fuse and Ashe. See if there's anything weird. Anything weird coming out right now? No, pretty consistent across the board.
A single Mad Maggie has turned up. I mean, again, we saw one last time as well, so that's not really weird at this point. But yeah, nothing too crazy. 5 Valkyries. There were plenty to work with in the previous game as well. Just more Bangalores would be the biggest note I'll take away from this one, as match 5, again, is about to be on our screens. And the real question for me is, can some of these teams who are down on the lower end of this leaderboard, who I would expect to be a bit higher, in particular, Team Liquid Alienware, 2 points, 20th position right now, a squad that definitely could, suddenly out of nowhere, find a massive game to send themselves up those leaderboards.
Well, they've done it before. They've made some crazy Elim bracket runs before as well, so they know how to perform under pressure. And one team who performed in that previous game earns a POV at the start of the next. It was Fnatic, of course, who took the win at the launch site zone that we just saw. Looking at where this zone is going, it could be going towards Thermal Station, Dan? Question mark? My voice got really high?
It's a big call. I'll wait until I see ring console information. But
if I get this one right, by the way, shirts off and run around the arena.
Shirts off for onset. Yanya is currently the kill leader, by the way, on NRG. Not really surprised when they have 55 points.
Go Thermal Station.
I think the zone might be going to Lava Siphon.
You are a smart man.
Sometimes you just have to wait. But Twisted Minds are going to be delighted if they have a ring console. As you can see, confirmation of where that zone is going to be going. Unsure if they do actually have a ring console, though. But they might be soon greeted by plenty of teams moving very fast their way once they have the information to head there as well.
Could go Thermal. It's not going Thermal. Anyway, Lava Siphon is where we are looking like we're going to end potentially down on that low ground around the truck. Or we might actually pull over to Lava Siphon itself, where we see the majority of the POI involved. Now, Envy do have a ring console again, and I think they will have somewhat of a chip on their shoulder after what happened in that previous game, and they also have some Evo to pick up on the way, so that's good news for them.
Na'Vi also have 1 TSM, Liquid Alien, where all the teams that can move fast to Lava Siphon have one, so actually it will give Twisted Minds the info, even if they didn't have it. Just make sure that when they're looting, they can quickly get back to each other so they're not caught off guard here.
Aurora having a little bit of a poke and a prod at 9 Lives at the moment. In the kill feed as well, Monsoon's found himself a Sentinel, which is always fun. And he's already put it to work as he will get 1 knock, and this is happening over a landslide. It's Monster on the receiving end of that bullet.
Give me Monsoon, Sentinel, POV, please. It's all I ask for every single LAN, as Monsoon will finish off the player from Monster.
He will indeed. So Monsoon starting well here for Complexity. Monster just struggling a little bit in this lobby at the moment. Only the 2 points on the board, but like we mentioned, it's different achievements for different teams. To be on this main stage for Monster, I think is something that they would have been very happy to get to winners round 3 as well. Very impressive. Still got some work to do though.
And to be honest, even in winners bracket round 1, they were down pretty low in the leaderboards, and then they found a win to jump back up. Again, 2 more matches, still achievable for Monster, so I don't want to write them off. I feel bad because I kind of did in match 4, so I'll take it back. But now Team Liquid Alienware, a team I will be a bit more critical of, because 2 points, 20th position, not good enough for a team of this standard, and they will know it. They need to make up for it in these last 2 games.
Composition is going to be Bangalore, Watson, and Valkyrie as well, and they have found a really good spot actually to play here in the upper sections of Lava Siphon. We'll be able to put a lot of damage out to those teams who are arriving a little bit later, but there's already so many teams heading towards Lava Siphon, as you would expect. Speaking of the POV we wanted, well, this is why, because Monsoon has only got a red dot on this thing, and he's already hit bodies.
Monsoon is a man on a mission at all times when he has any sniper rifle, but in particular, the Sentinel has become synonymous with his name. The Zesty Besties are going to be in Harvester and maybe looking to try and
Actually, they might try and push Complexity here. They were getting quite aggressive. They had 4 kills in the previous game, but no placement points. They are a team who are down in 16th, so they do need said points. As Team Liquid Alienware are taking a fight against Na'Vi, it looks like. Plenty of skirmishes happening around World's Edge right now.
Yeah, you can see the pace is really starting to pick up, right? Everyone is getting involved in a few skirmishes, a few scuffles. Fisticuffs being thrown, and it's going to be Madness and the rest of the crew who are chasing down the remaining 2 players of Monster, who are having a little bit of a rough time at the moment. It seems like wherever they go, there's a team either chasing them down or holding them out. They're just finding themselves pinched wherever they try and rotate.
Yeah, they just sadly can't get back to their feet and really start to think about how they want to play the rest of this game. No one's letting them play the game of Apex Legends, sadly, although some would argue actually trying to survive as a solo is the game of Apex Legends, depending on how you want to approach this one. But they are split at the moment between Lava Fisher and Landslide, but Furia were able to kind of put themselves between them. NRG are also going to be approaching from that way as we take a look towards the Twerkaholics. They've had a quiet couple of games after an explosive start to this series, but they still find themselves in 3rd place, 33 points, and maybe looking to try and get a little ambush here.
Will Complexity be their victims? Patience, young Padawan. Complexity don't know they're there. Complexity are tethered as well, and the ambush will work. They get to Kimchi and Monsoon get taken down, and that's such a frustrating way to find your rotation cut down. Luckily for them, the Ash is in the hands of Funky's going to be playing that Legend. That does give you somewhat of an ability to get away from that situation. Complexity have a chance of a reset here.
God, the Twerkaholics are not going to be making friends playing like that, but sometimes that's the way you put points on the board. And you just catch those teams off guard as again Monster are under a bit of duress, and they will be eliminated in 20th position. It's GHS who find the KP.
Elsewhere in the feed, you can see Fury. They're involved in a little bit of a fight themselves. It could be the Zesty Besties who are on the other side of that. It looked like the Zesty Besties had the best of them, but maybe not, because Madness has managed to get into position to pop the battery. Keon is now retreating to his teammates to try and stick that red on the Mirage, but there's some fire coming in from a distance. And hey, here come the Twerkaholics. They want a little bit of the action here.
Shaking it all over the death boxes are the Twerkaholics. They are not afraid to push anyone at the moment. When they hear gunfire, they are more than capable of just running at that team. And Furia, you need to get your running boots on, because I don't think the Twerkaholics are going to be stopping to chase you.
One thing I've been very impressed with the Twerkaholics is not just the name, it's the fact that they are so aggressive and willing to fight. Some teams get to this position having not had... Oh, Madness! Madness, you sneaky little devil!
I mean, he does still get killed, but he went out with a bang and certainly will give Keon the chance to escape. So the perfect ruse to make sure they're not going to be able to take down the whole squad. So there are a couple of teams who are still just trying to get back up to a full 3. Sadly, one of them who did die was Complexity. After that Twerkaholics ambush, they tried to escape, unable to do so.
Well, Floating is back to a prone position. So the Twerkaholics are playing a lot of the game either crouching or full sprinting. It's one of the two. There's no in between. There's no jog in the Twerkaholics.
It's either hold W or don't.
Yeah. NRG trying to get some angles onto the position of the Twerkaholics here. Here we go. Look at the timing of that push. Timmy can't even jump into the void. That's how quickly they isolated him. Floating will jump into the void to show Timmy how it's done, but Timmy really didn't have a chance to survive here.
I mean, the targeting from this team to all prioritize the same Legend has been good, but that's a good response from Guild. It's still a 2 versus 1.
Kate's trying to get in position to finish off this fight. Or maybe he's going to think about looking for the res. Twerkaholics will certainly be in charge of this. Yanya's going to have to escape, and Twerkaholics will take down 2 members of NRG. I mean, the timing of that peak, by the way, Timmy didn't have a chance.
Also, if you're making the kill leader run away, you know you're doing something right. The Twerkaholics are really making a stamp on the ALGS Open. We were asking ourselves when this tournament started, will there be a breakout team? Will there be a team who we've never really spoken about before, never seen too much on our screens on the main stage? And I think Twerkaholics are that exact answer, and they are cruising towards the winners bracket final right now.
Well, Furia still a solo, NRG now a solo, and Twerkaholics still a 3, looking to find those 2 players. Elsewhere inside of the zone, you can see lots of teams starting to stack up. Floating versus Keon. Keon's going to win that 1v1. The R9 not good enough to do the damage in that situation versus the P20s, but the fact that Keon is on its own for now will allow Floyd to get back on his feet thanks to the res coming in from Case. But here come the remaining members from the skies of Fury, and it's a tough landing for them.
Well, Madness, though, from the skies still gets the damage as he again is the thorn in the side of another team.
Last alive now.
He's going to be the last. It's a 1v1 versus Noct.
Noct with all of the experience on his side, but Lunix with none of the pressure felt. It's Fury are eliminated, and the Twerkaholics are shaking it again.
Another one, another victim to the Twerkaholics. And whilst, yes, the third has gone down floating, they still will be able to deliver his banner to a beacon and maybe get back up. VK Gaming are in the area, though, so Twerkaholics do need to be a little bit careful. Ooh. Yeah, you try and get it, but sadly, VKG will deny.
Get some Twerkaholics merch made. I will be happy to invest in that product. QQ now looking to move down to see if he can put some more pressure onto Twerkaholics. VK Gaming making their way through, but elsewhere, Aurora, 17th again, another team. A little bit quiet in the lobby so far. You can get to this stage of a tournament and you start to pick your poison on teams who are somewhat unexpected to be in the positions that they are, but that frag grenade from Effect is a little bit more what we expect to see from his POV.
Yeah, I felt that grenade from here, so 9 Impulse is going to be down, and now you can start to hit them hard. They're not being too aggressive at the moment because Effect is saying, actually, I might be able to do this purely through the amount of grenades I can hold as fuse.
It's like he's doing the challenge, like no bullets challenge, just grenades from Effect. You can see that a couple of those kills were able to be converted. Hackett and Unlucky alongside him. And it's Kazak now who is the last alive. He's retreating into Geyser to try and survive and get his teammates back in the game, but it's job done for Alliance, essentially. Although Aurora do have a crafter available at Geyser to get those banners, but can they get the res? Alliance got to be careful, though, because TSM now moving over to this position. They might have a little look at them.
I think this is one of my key takeaways from this lobby. It's probably the strongest lobby we've had so far, being winners bracket round 3, is there's a lot more teams alive the later we get into these zones. People are doing very well to escape, get back up to a full 3, and then re-engage. And it's very difficult to try and take fights once you get to maybe circle 3 or 4, because there's just so many congested teams. I mean, look at Lava Siphon right now, and it is going to transition kind of away from it, down to the southeast, and maybe a chance actually for GHS Boom just to hold that little corner at north of launch site, and maybe they can have a good spot for the late game.
NRG back up to a 3, by the way. It's going to be interesting to see if they can get to zone. They do have the crafter over at staging, so they can craft a medkit each, but
that's a long old way.
Still, it is a long way, like you say. Hopefully for them, they can find an evac or just have the ability to survive the zone behind them. Na'Vi, 11th place. We mentioned they're on the bubble at the moment. Well, they're still on the bubble, but they will be safe in this position that they find themselves in for now.
Now, I will say, part of me does kind of root for Na'Vi, because as the reigning world champions, consistency in Apex Legends is always a fantastic thing to see. And if they can answer those critics who said, you know, it was just a one-off or whatever, that would be something to write down in the history books as well. Who knows, maybe they could go back-to-back, but first of all, you need to get into that finals lobby, and they are currently residing in 11th position. You can see TSM just got eliminated, by the way, in the kill feed. Team Liquid Alienware took them down, so the team who's currently in 20th position may be making a run in this match 5.
Very Team Liquid to do such a thing. Portal is good here for Na'Vi. They get ahead of the traffic somewhat, but they do have Team Liquid either side of them. Xhaka's got to be very, very careful here, manages to just about escape. As we do have a little pause, as we will get some tech issues sorted on our main stage. Hopefully we can get back into that, but it gives us a little bit of time to talk about what we've seen so far, and it's just been very fun to watch the Twerkaholics again. Every time we see them, man, it's just like, it's just fun. Just take these fights and they win them.
I mean, aggressive teams are always entertaining to watch. I mean, at times it looks like Twerkaholics are playing ranked, just with how fearless they are in every single engagement, and when they are pushed, the turn and just obliteration against other teams. And again, it's they're focusing together. They are calling out the right target, and they are all prioritizing the same player to ensure that then they have the numbers game. It's a very simple thing in FPS that we've talked about for years historically in esports, and they are doing it very well for a team who hasn't really been here on the main stage too often.
Yeah, if you want a picture of target prioritization and how to teach it, I mean, you just show the Timmy POV. It's like Timmy's got height, he's got an advantage when it comes to getting first shot. But if two of you peek at the same time, call him out, both shoot at the same time, usually you're going to get that kill. We are unpaused now, so only a temporary pause in the action as we're back underway. Still on the point of view of Team Liquid.
And Liquid versus Na'Vi, but Liquid have the fences just to be able to solidify and hold this place that they took priority very quickly in this game, and it's a pretty good position to hold, except for when that zone is going to be moving. They won't know it just yet, whereas Na'Vi do. So it's whether Na'Vi just ignore Liquid Alienware here and say, look, this isn't the fight. There is a bigger picture here. If we can get into the other side of Lava Siphon, we have a much better chance of winning this game.
Well, NRG have made it to zone. Just about, but they're not anywhere near where the next zone is going to be going. So part one of the longest voyage is complete, and now they're going to have to go through Fnatic, I believe it is, who are overlooking them. Na'Vi just made a little rotation themselves as well. Guild won't be able to get to his teammates, though, as Fnatic are cutting down Yanya and Guild with that Scout and 30-30 respectively.
Yeah, this kill feed's about to light up, by the way, from all of these teams in the Northwest, because there's about 6 of them that have to move at the same time. Na'Vi will be eliminated in 15th position. The Twerkaholics are still on a tear. They are chasing GHS Boom. You remember when I said GHS were in a good position for the late game? Well, Twerkaholics, they say, actually, we'll take it right off you, although a nice little hold there to ensure that this isn't going to be an easy one for the Twerkaholics.
Phone's going to get the armor swap here. We might be able to get the res in this position. It might have been a solo down on that low ground, and having been dealt with, GHS Boom will be eliminated. So the Twerkaholics now in one of the best spots in the game. Alliance, let's watch them as they take on Aurora. It's an Amir clash down on the low ground.
This is a fight that these teams have had many a time, so the sad thing is they don't necessarily know who they're going up against. So you can't even think about any sort of similar patterns that they might play, but it's about the utility that's available. Hacker still has an Arc Star to use as well. And maybe that could be the key difference here, because the Alliance aren't really pushing just yet, but the zone is going to force them shortly, and 9 Lives not so far behind them here.
Fnatic, we mentioned they were holding that high ground. Well, now they might just be holding the spectator button, as Yuka is the last player alive for them on the Valkyrie. Envy, 15th spot overall in the leaderboards, but now looking to control the inside of this building and move their way a little bit closer to zone effect. And alongside Alliance, looking to take this fight now, finally, with Aurora, and they look like they might be in a position to take this space away from them.
They certainly have the lead in this fight, and it looks like it's going to be closed out as well, with Unlucky maybe doing the final pieces, but Mirage is always going to make things tricky. Effect has gone down, though, and elsewhere, 9 Lives were kind of having a looking over this one, but I think they've retreated, so Aurora will get away, but Alliance, at least they've been able to stabilize, get into the circle here. The Dark Veil doing wonders for them.
Yeah, really good. Dark Veil, like you say, coming out from Unlucky. They just shut off those lines of sight, made sure that nobody was going to be able to guess where that red was coming through, and now we're going to see Soldier down to that low ground. We did see one team being eliminated. That's Fnatic now gone as well. Jesco with the R99 in his hands, keeping a little bit old school here and doing some good damage. Envy eliminated again in this lobby. They'll be outside of that top 10 as we head into our final game.
Well, Floating might find the last pieces of Aurora and will. Twerkaholics now up to 2nd place, 49 points. We're definitely seeing them in the winners final. Was it ever in doubt? No, it was not. Alliance, though, might be able to move over and potentially take out the Twerkaholics here and maybe get some revenge.
BK Gaming trying to survive, but it's effective, looking down on that portal with those P20s. Ready to destroy anyone who steps through it. Floating and Kates, though, as a 2. And again, as a 2, they don't care. They look for the KP. Not going to happen, but the Twerkaholics still with points on the board here. They will fall next.
I mean, job done. They were terrorizing that lobby, as Alliance, by the way, are holding the entirety of this zone. They are taking so much space. Every other team is outside of this circle, but we have plenty of Wraiths. VK Gaming have just made the first move with a portal in as well, so Alliance will have to deal with them. You can see that on your map overhead.
Interesting to see that, from our point of view, we just saw that NRG are still alive as a duo, but managed to get their way into the top 8 now from the position they were in just a few moments ago. Quite the change. Enemy now with his Peacekeeper in his hands. Liquid Alienware dealt with. An enemy hitting big numbers with the PK.
Liquid Alienware, who held that position for so long, but eventually they were pushed out by enough teams. And now there's still about 4 squads. This zone shift has been insane, because all these teams in Lava Siphon have had to move. And now Alliance looking to try and just hold this spot in center zone.
Another Dark Veil goes down here as 9 Lives try and take on Alliance, and they've got to take on Unlucky. As Hackett's in a position to help out his teammate, though. Having to play behind the knockdown here of Effect will give him time to retreat. And you can see that the poise coming out from Hackisneer to try and save Effect's game. Get him back, get that res, as Unlucky now has to try and hold.
Alliance had to back off because so many teams portaled into this zone at the same time. There is very little cover. You're playing any ridge, any rock that can just give you that avoidance of this bullet. And now 9 Lives are going to slide in, but Hackis was ready. And 9 Lives maybe did not expect that bullet to arrive.
Cersei still alive on the high ground, but Unlucky wants to get a little bit of revenge. He pops up and pops heads. Unlucky, great shots with the P20s.
Unlucky says Unlucky is now NRG are suddenly under a lot of pressure here, but Timmy's still alive, and Timmy has some P2020s.
A little bit windy there from Timmy, can't quite connect to get that kill. We would have a nice extra point, 2-5, but now the Casa comes towards him, he makes no mistake. The second time time around, but his teammates also got to be wary here because Enemy and the rest of Twisted Minds are trying to move in on the spot. 5 squads remaining here.
Twisted Minds will be pushing in on the remainder of Alliance, and I think they should be able to sweep them, and they do. NRG also down. Realize have just lost one, and it's going to be Twisted Minds versus VK Gaming, realistically, and a solo on Realize.
And there's a Kraber in the hands of Alb, the man who's been doing it since day one! He knows how to hit heads with a big gun, and he picks up another victim.
It may just be a 2 at VK Gaming here. Twisted Minds should have the player advantage.
Alb now feeling confident, moving in. QQ almost has to say GG as he narrowly avoids another bullet. 2 in the chamber to work with for Alb to turn this game in their favor. Crook, though, he'll get the knock. It's absolutely Alb with that Kraber who gets the knock. And now he moves out with the kunai in his hands. He wants to finish this one in style. Albrelli wants this. He wants to finish it, but his teammates steal it. Twisted Minds will win again here on the main stage. And those Kraber shots were the ones that made the difference.
I don't think you have to be a lip reader. Just reading body language, you can tell Albrelli wanted to go for something a little bit flashy. As 11 kills and a win, it's a 23-point game for Twisted Minds, and that will surely seal their spot in the winners' final as well. It's starting to get interesting at that cutoff point, but the teams who just needed to put a little bit extra on the board to solidify the spot are doing so.
Boy, this is going to be an interesting final game of the day here. This is going to be a very, very fun watch for everybody, not just here in New Orleans, but also sat at home wherever you're watching. Enemy celebrate quite rightly alongside Albrelli and Crook, and of course, big man Hotsick behind them. A big, big win for them. And how good have Twisted Minds looked, by the way, today?
Twisted Minds have looked phenomenal, and I think it's for good reason. You mentioned Hotsick because coaches play a very important role in any sort of approach to a LAN with every single detail they're looking in on how other teams are rotating, where they like to prioritize in POI draft, what your best POI draft is going to be. While, of course, the players do the majority of the job, we cannot forget what coaches do as well.
Match 5 results, Twisted Minds 11 KP alongside the win, means 23 points are in the bank for them. BK Gaming in behind them, again consistency from them. They get the 9 placement points alongside just the 3 kills, but it's enough to give them 12 elsewhere. Just looking at the kills total as Alliance, they pick up 9, which gives them a 13-point total down in 5th place. NRG with some good KP. That's a really good game for the position that NRG were in, by the way. The shambles that they were in. But Twerkaholics, 16 points on the board, and 14 of them through kills.
Wait until you see the teams that are currently in the bottom 10 of this lobby, by the way. I know that we've been saying it's a stacked lobby. It is the best lobby that we've seen so far, as expected, when you get to the winners bracket semi-finals. But there are some teams who you would expect to be up in this top 10 that are not. But realistically, when you look at what Twisted Minds have just done, if you take back those 23 points, they were only on 25 prior to that, right? They were not in the winners finals. They were not guaranteed, but just with that victory, it guarantees them a spot, and now they can play match 6 far more relaxed.
Here's some stats from your top 3 in match number 5. Twisted Minds with the dub, of course. Big damage coming in from Crook, actually something to highlight considering that Alb was the one with the Kraber in his hands in those final moments. Second place, VK Gaming. Only the 3 KP, QQ picking up 2 of those, managing to get into that position as a solo in those final moments as well. And then third, Realize Nova. No kills to report though.
No kills, just playing placement, but these are the teams I was talking about in that bottom 10. TSM, Na'Vi, Complexity, Envy, Aurora, Liquid Alienware, and that's no disrespect to the teams I didn't name in the bottom 10, because also they could make a jump into the top 10 as well, but they are heavy hitters that you would have seen week in, week out during Pro League, and at the moment they will be down into that elimination bracket if it were to stay like this.
And then look at the cutoff, right? 26 points, 9 Lives hold it at the moment, but just 1 point ahead of not just one team, but 2 teams, TSM and Realize Nova, right in behind them. Na'Vi in 13th place, the world champions. They're on 23 points, 3 points behind that cutoff. It could not be tighter down. This is a very exciting moment to be in. I'm excited.
Yeah, so maybe 5, 6 teams perhaps that are already guaranteed in that winners final, but plenty of spots still available. Certainly some big names that could be eliminated if they do not sort things out in match 6. And of course, you know what that means. It's coming up next. Do not go anywhere, because when we return, we'll see who is heading to the winners finals.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, it don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Find my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting an audio on top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Check this out. Que figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting an audio on top. Making my way up to the top. Coming in high. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny.
Later, champ.
Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! Bye-bye! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah! Been getting so right for this. Hey! Been waiting my whole life. Hey, ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
Red Bull.
Welcome back for the final time, everybody. It's the final game coming up in just a few moments, but if you're wondering how we're being powered by this event, it's Red Bull who are bringing the energy to New Orleans with the Red Bull Gauntlet booth. They have 4 stations where you can hop drop into solo lobbies to get your score on the leaderboard for a chance to win Sony in-zone gaming gear as well as other premium prizes. So head on over to the Red Bull Gauntlet booth, grab a can of Red Bull and throw your hat in the ring. I have consumed a lot of Red Bull today.
I can honestly say
I've never been happier.
Without Red Bull, I may not have got through today. So thank you, Red Bull, because it's been a long one for me personally. I was in very early this morning, but I am being also powered up by these games because match 6 is going to be disgusting. Because let's be honest, there is a lot on the line for these teams that are down in the bottom 10, because if you can get to that winners final, it's going to be a great position to be in. But let's take a look at the final circle from match 5, because it was an interesting one. It seemed like it was going to be fairly simple for Twisted Minds once they got to the final 3 teams, but it's about how they got there, Mark.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. Alliance did a really good job once again. The similar kind of pattern of play for Alliance, working their way from that eastern side of the zone, fighting their way through multiple teams, and it felt like they got into a good enough position, but there was just essentially just too much for them to deal with. Too many players from the high ground just giving them that onslaught, and it's Twisted Minds down on this low ground, just really good shots and wrapping onto the opportunity of damage. But this is the game-winning shot here from Al. 2-10. Thank you very much. Collecting skulls on their way to a win.
And then he was desperately chasing.
I wish we had player cams for this
the
as well.
final kill. You could feel it in the arena. You could see it with the body language from his cam as well. He was chasing and he was hoping that maybe he could be able to hit just a spectacular shot to finish things off.
He wanted it.
Sadly,
he wanted it so bad.
Sadly, the team didn't allow it.
I felt like Crook may have tried because he wasn't shooting his guns all the way down. It felt like he was trying to be the distraction, the body blocker, so to speak, for Al to have his little moment. But the moment was there. That was the big shot, the one that completely opened it up. He only had the top of the head to hit.
I feel like Honsik was in their ears probably just saying, don't screw this up.
Not allowed to do that. Not allowed to do that.
Don't screw it. Well, he was telepathically communicating.
Understood. Yep. He has that ability. Let's take a look at the series results from the previous match. Or should we say, how as we stand here in the lobby before we head into our final match here on World's Edge. NRG on top, very good for them. It's looking like a solid enough game from NRG, and they will have a very, very good POI draft going into our winners finals.
So 5 teams definitely in winners finals, 44 points, you're going to be absolutely safe. However, outside of that, it is still up for debate of what may happen in match 6. Again, Fnatic, Furia may have done enough depending on where that cutoff lies, and especially if they can put a couple of points on the board indeed. But down past that, you're looking at 8, 9, 10, you are still in the danger zone. The likes of TSM, Realize, Na'Vi, Complexity, they are all going to be hunting down that top 10 position.
Just think of the teams that are already in the elimination bracket as well, like you aren't even looking to go down to it. It is a shark pit down there as we take a little look at our main stage before we get into our final game. Did notice as well on the Legend Band's Catalyst, now gone. So no cat walls for the end game, no cat walls for the rotates. Which almost, you look at how those end games were playing there, was very reliant on Catalyst to get to those positions.
Yeah, I think that depending on the final circle that we get, they could be very exposed if it is going to be quite an open area like the previous one. No Newcastle, no Catalyst to work with, but I'm expecting plenty of Wraith as, again, we get a stare down. Everyone seems to just want to stare. Don't.
All right, Timmy.
All right.
Timmy, you're intimidating, man.
Oh, wow. Jawline.
He's mogging us. I wonder if Hodsick will do that. Probably not.
No, he's too focused.
He's too cool for that. He just sends me abusive messages on Steam occasionally. I mean, that might be true, it might not be true.
Has to whip you into shape somehow.
He does have to keep me in line, which is reasonable. My responses are equally as loving. So look at how things have gone down so far before I get myself in trouble with not only Hodsick, but a lot of other people. Match number 1, BKG. They took the win. Twisted Minds their second win, of course, of the series so far, with that win not just in match 2 but backed up with a win in match 5. NRG and Fnatic, the meat in the sandwich, so to speak, when it comes to wins, as we head towards match number 6. And the confirmation there at the bottom of your screen, the Catalyst will be the next legend to be banned.
And again, Catalyst, of course, is going to be hitting those ring consoles for you, so that's going to be one of the main reasons that people are going to be changing to something, whether it's another character that can hit ring console, maybe go for a Fuse. You can even go for a Mirage, of course, because you can pick that on the perk tree as well. So perhaps we're going to see a few more Mirages pop up, or maybe a couple more Watsons, maybe Ramparts as well, just again for ring console scans.
I haven't seen any Revenant yet. I feel like that's like a full send.
We've seen a few, like, off-meta picks.
We've had Seer, we've seen Bloodhound.
Seer, we've had Vantage
no
as
Conduit,
well.
no Loba.
Everyone else, though.
I think we've seen everyone else, yeah.
And that's
Legend
what I think, when this original Legend Band was initially designed and brought to ALGS, I think we all were hoping we were going to see far more Legends being experimented with on the main stage. But yeah, no Octane just yet, but there's still 2 days left.
Sure, Wig's campaigning on his stream for that to still happen. There must be an opportunity for someone, somewhere, bring out the Octane, but not in this lobby. Of course, every single player at this point, especially in the winners bracket, even if you're at the top of the leaderboards and you're NRG, you've still got to lock in because that POI draft is looming. You want to have the best POI picks if you can heading into that winners finals, but we've got to finish our winners round 3 before we get our first 10 teams who are going to be going there. It's the final match of the day here in New Orleans. Match number 6 is live, and Twisted Minds are going to look for their 3rd win of the day.
As expected, we do have more Mirages and Fuses in the lobby to hit that ring console as well as Watson, but Wraith is the most picked legend. 11 Wraiths going to be featuring, and we do have a Lifeline. So again, there is one of those kind of off-meta picks that is going to be arriving on our screens. Could that be the difference maker? But it is going to be Monster running Lifeline. They're in 20th position right now, so they're pulling out all of the comfort picks to try and find some points.
Also, Alb's giggling on his way into the lobby there, which is always a good sign. I wonder if he's just like not letting it lie that someone didn't give him the opportunity to hit that shot. I wouldn't. But you know me, I'm not one to hold a grudge.
You definitely don't give that one up.
Years.
Well, Zone's going to be heading up towards...
Remind you of it every 6 months.
Epicenter. And this is going to be great for Alliance, especially because you can see on the south side of this zone, Alliance have actually been able to transition so that they've got so much space and so much coverage that they can now move into this zone kind of wherever way they want. I thought maybe they had a ring console down there, but I think it's just a survey beacon because they have a ring console on the eastern side. So Alliance can have all that info, but maybe the Twerkaholics here. Is this another ambush opportunity?
They play Apex Legends their way, and I'm kind of here for it. I love the way that they're playing this. Frustrating if you're on the receiving end, but boy, is it fun to watch.
Oh, the Twerkaholics are demons in this lobby right now. The Zesty Besties are going to be able to get back up to 3. No conversion of those kills just yet, but that's because only 2 of Twerkaholics are currently here. The 3rd is still down in Thermal, but is currently making his way up.
And the Twerkaholics are looking to just continue the way they've been playing this whole damn time. Just aggression, pure aggression.
Get the first pick, then look to finish off. However, the Zesty Besties have managed to get back up, and now no Canes! Oh no, the Twerkaholics, it was looking so good, and now they're kind of forced to make a play here. Linux wants to try and pick these players up and pick the KP up. Floating will find one finish at least, and now they're a little bit stuck on how they want to play this one.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and get out because there is a third party you can see arriving from Mirage Etoile. 8th place at the moment, 33 points. Can Sharky lead them to more? And the Twerkaholics are just going to have to retreat. Floating's still alive, so they're probably fine anyway, and they should be able to get back up in Thermal Station, but they tried to ruin the day for Zesty Besties. That would have sent Zesty Besties into the elimination bracket, by the way, but maybe it's going to be SA Ol who are going to do it instead.
A good shots coming in, even with the one-times on from the scout here. And Jesco now trying to finish off some of these damage inputs that are coming in from the guns of his teammates. We'll be able to get a little bit of damage. It's going to be Rappin who is going to be finished off at least, but not finished off as a team, the Zesty Besties. They are being little cockroaches right now, somehow still surviving even after 2 potential ambushes coming in. Twerkaholics get the respawn. Let's go.
Twerkaholics back with a vengeance. And I wouldn't want to be the teams near Thermal Station right now if I'm on it. You know, that winners final, Twerkaholics, maybe they will learn a lesson, or maybe they're going to continue to dish out lessons with how they've been playing so far. Complexity do have a couple of teams around them. They are stuck between Young Black Ricky and the NRG at the moment, so they do have to be careful.
Trying to make their way through Fragment at the moment. There will be a lot of loot to pick up here. We did mention how no one is landing Fragment at the moment, so if you are choosing to rotate through and you're going a little bit earlier, going to be an opportunity to pick up some extra shield cells, batteries, heals, whatever it might be on your way through. Funk has some gold P20s, which are blinged out, and certainly will help him in those 1v1 fights.
BKG are currently fighting Twisted Minds. By the looks of it, Albra Lily has gone down. Wouldn't be the end of the world if Twisted Minds were eliminated here, but they will still want to be competing for a better position in that POI draft as Fury are looking over Na'Vi. Now remember, Na'Vi are in that bottom 10 right now. If they were to fall here, they would be down into the elimination bracket.
Fury just playing the top of Grandma's here, trying to pick them off, but Madness with just the one-times on the scout. Again, it's a good indication sometimes of how quick teams are rotating just by looking at attachments on guns. It's like, okay, we're playing the clock more than we are looking for loot. So they're going to be putting the portal down to try and get Na'Vi a little bit deeper in towards this zone, but there is a lot of traffic on this side. Young Black Ricky and Monster inside of this side. It's like quite a lot in that sentence, but you get what I'm saying, of Fragment.
Are they going to find the Twerkaholics on their rotation on this western side? It looks like the answer is going to be no. Twerkaholics are going to move a little bit more central. There's about 4 teams actually on the west that are all avoiding each other in the moment. It could end up just an absolute kerfuffle in landslide if they're not careful.
Kerfuffle's funny to me.
It is. I mean, it is a funny word. I do throw it out every now and then.
My immaturity is still difficult to keep to myself sometimes.
There's a bit of a lull in World's Edge at the moment. And again, that's because there is so much on the line here in the winners bracket semi-finals. A lot of these teams, if they fall and lose their engagement, they will be in that elimination bracket, as Monster would be one of them. Only 2 points, so they're going to need something special if they want to find themselves in the winners bracket final.
That Wrecking Ball's still on its way, but it's not really connecting with anyone right now. Just the 2 points on the board. It would have to be a miracle game for them if they want to move forward. Happy jumping over the fence, trying to get some damage down, and we'll be able to get the knock as well here onto Rick. And now they're trying to move forward to get a few more KP on the board, but not going to be easy for them. Lifeline in the lobby as well. Love game number 6 comps.
Loser of this fight has a very long weekend ahead of them and will be in the elimination bracket. And now Na'Vi starting to get involved in. I mean, if Na'Vi, the reigning world champions, were to lose this fight, they would have a very long weekend. Let that sink in. The reigning world champions currently in the bottom 10. Young Black Ricky just eliminated, by the way, so confirmation, elimination bracket for them.
So Dan going to get the portal down to get Na'Vi out of there. It was a bit awkward, that situation. Monster will survive and will be able to stay as the 3 for now and escape back to that building. 1:55 left until this zone starts to close. Just keeping our eyes on the zone as well to give you an idea of who is there. Alliance, we mentioned, landed over at Overlook. They are in a very, very good position deep inside of the zone and where it's going to be playing. Twisted Mind's very good as well, but GHS Boom.
Oh, they spotted him.
They're having a look at Harvester right now. In the kill feed as well, you can see Aurora and Furia having a little poke at each other.
I saw the Twerkaholics on my screen again, just hiding behind walls and hoping to get an ambush. They've ambushed so many teams so far this tournament, but GHS Boom did spot them out. The Zesty Besties also in the vicinity right now. And there they are. As it stands though, 9 lives hold 10th position, 26 points. TSM, Realize, Na'Vi, Complexity, all within touching distance though.
CV up onto the high ground here with that Ash Portal. A lot of time starting to elapse in front of them. They have to rotate at this point, but Twerkaholics, they're not rotating right now. They are just holding them out, looking for those KP, and with the position that they have in the overall leaderboards, they have the right to do that. Team Liquid Alienware going up against Envy here, and this is a massive fight for Envy. 15th place overall at the moment. They need these KP.
2v2. Loser of this goes into the elimination bracket. It's as simple as that. Any other teams to maybe change this fight? Yes, Monster are actually pretty close by, so you do have to be careful. Fury have just respawned as well, but Envy and T-Law still going at it here, and there is the extra shot coming in from Nizel.
Sykes needs to go huge here. Sykes will find one, but is he going to be able to get away? Gets the gen down, which might give him a few seconds to get a little bit of extra HP. On the other side, I think it's Kurev who's the last player alive, but you can also see that he's got the reset. Sykes sees the opportunity to escape and takes it. Envy will survive for now, but for how long is Sykes going to be able to avoid the attentions of the other teams that are on World's Edge here and look for that respawn?
I think he's been able to get away over towards Geyser, so Envy still keep their winners bracket dreams alive. Maybe Monster can shut down Liquid Alienwares though, or maybe not, if grenades like that keep arriving at their feet.
Kurev with a big grenade, and it's going to not only get the knock, it's going to get the finish as well. So Team Liquid Alienware get the reset initially, and then they pick up an extra KP. 19th place